Chapter 1, Kushina, Minato and Naruto. To say Namikaze Minato was having a bad day would be an understatement. His last month has been living hell for him. He was finally finished with the last pile of paperwork, the devil spawn that continued to haunt all cages. Today, the Yondaime was in another session with the council regarding his wife, who has been missing for the last month. This along with the pressures of being Hokage was bringing Minato to his knees. His wife, Kushina, was pregnant with his child, and being a Jinchuriki, she was vulnerable to having her tenant, the Kyuubi no Yoko, released from the seal and wreak havoc upon the world. This could potentially kill his wife, but being an Uzumaki, she had quality life force, and because of this she had a chance to live through Kyuubi being extracted, but all the same it worried Minato, nonetheless, the fact that his wife and child were in danger. He barely controlled himself from tearing apart the village when they first went missing. That was the day they felt the wrath of the Yondaime. Minato sighed and ran his hands through his yellow-blonde hair, which felt greasy and dirty. He looked down at himself, feeling pathetic at the fact that he couldn't do simple things like clean himself, or eat 3 full meals anymore, and even sleep through the night anymore. His Jonin outfit was worn out from being worn all the time. He was up constantly looking for his wife, on the manhunt with Anbu. The trail had led to somewhere in the village, making it an inside job. He gritted his teeth thinking about that fact. He knew as Hokage he had to protect the village, but it felt like he couldn't even trust the village. He only had 4 months. 4 months until his child would be born. Minato slammed his fist on the desk in front of him, splitting it in half through his sheer force. The Anbu in the room flickered into appearance in front of Minato, alarmed at the noise. He looked up and started sweating, then said with a fake smile, "Sorry there, just frustrated today." The Anbu looked at one another and nodded, then flickered out of view. Minato sighed and pushed the desk to the side. He got up and grabbed his Hokage robes, preparing to go to another meeting when the door to the office opened. Minato grabbed his robes and turned around to look at his predecessor walking into the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato with sympathy on his face. He was an elderly man, but still had more power than anyone in the village except Minato. He had shorter grey hair and a goatee, and the eyes of experience. He has on his old cage robes that covers him all the way down. He gently closing the door behind him. He walked forward and took a seat in one of the chairs. "What can I do for you, Hokage-sama?" Minato asked. "Please Minato, we are equals. You know to address me as an equal now," Hiruzen said. Minato sighed and looked at Hiruzen, who had a serious look on his face. Hiruzen took the pipe he had been smoking and said, "Minato, you need to rest. You have been working constantly." Minato slid his robes on and said, "There is too much to get done." Hiruzen took a look at Minato and said, "You haven't even showered or eaten well in the last few days, have you?" "Work's keeping me going." Minato snapped at Hiruzen. Hiruzen raised his eyebrows in question and Minato looked down, ashamed that he broke like that for that 1 second. "It's okay Minato. I can take over. You need to rest, take a day or 2 off," Hiruzen said, trying to reassure him. "I just want to be the first to hear when she is found. I've been dying to find her. And I'll be the first to tell you as soon as she is found, but you need to clean up." Minato finished arranging himself in a presentable manner and looked at Hiruzen when the door to the office slammed open. Minato and Hiruzen looked towards the door where there was a teenager with spiky grey hair and a face mask in an Anbu outfit out of breath. "Minato-sensei." "Kakashi, what happened?" Minato asked. "We found her, Hokage Monument, top of the cliff," Kakashi said in between breaths. Minato's eyes widened and then instantly he was gone in a yellow flash. Hiruzen looked towards Kakashi and said, "Well done Kakashi. Go home and rest now. We will take care of everything." "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, and slowly walked out. Hiruzen stood up with authority and snapped his fingers. In front of him Anbu appeared around him. "Follow Minato and assure that everything is under control," Hiruzen ordered. "Hi, Hokage-sama," the 4 Anbu around Hiruzen said in unison and flickered away. The Kami no Shinobi was going to make sure that nothing else happened to Minato and his family while he was around. He promised it on his life. Minato flashed into appearance at the top of the cliff where laying there was Kushina, unconscious and breathing heavy. She was surrounded by different Anbu. "Kushina!" Minato shouted and darted over. He knelt beside her and lifted her in his arms. The Anbu all knelt and were at attention. "Your orders Hokage-sama." An Anbu behind Minato. "I will be issuing orders for our Hokage," said Hiruzen behind the group. The Anbu stood and turned, looking at their previous Hokage and shouted in unison, "Hokage-sama. You are to investigate this and look for any leads as to who might have committed the crime of taking Kushina captive and follow up on any leads. I expect hourly reports," the Sandaime Hokage commanded. "Hi, Hokage-sama," the Anbu shouted and dispersed. Minato was still kneeling next to his wife, cradling her now in his arms. He had a look of relief on his face, a trail of tears going down his face. Hiruzen knelt down next to Minato and said, "Let's get her to the hospital." Minato nodded and stood with his wife in his arms and they both disappeared in a flash. It has been hours now since Kushina was admitted. Minato was waiting outside the room, standing almost a guard, but impatient nonetheless. The doctors were working relentlessly to find out if anything had been done, and the longer they worked, the longer Minato went without any word of what had happened to her and his unborn child. He was getting antsy. Hiruzen walked through the hallway and took a seat in the waiting room, only a few feet away. Hiruzen looked up at Minato, who had a determined but worried look on his face. Hiruzen shook his head and said to Minato, "Why don't you sit down here? She isn't going anywhere with all the guards we have posted around this place." Minato shook his head and stood at the door still, as if frozen in place. Hiruzen sighed and pulled out a pile of paperwork from his robes and continued the hellspawn that all cages had to deal with. It was only a few minutes later when the doors to the cage medical room opened and out came the head medical ninja, Nono Yakushi. She had a white cloth hood over her blonde hair and thick bold glasses. She had on medical robes over a black dress. Minato turned towards her and looked at her, and Hiruzen stood immediately. He looked into her green eyes and asked desperately, "How is my wife? My child?" She looked at them both before saying, "Perhaps you should both come inside and see." Minato and Hiruzen looked at each other, exchanging looks. Minato turned back towards her and nodded. They walked inside the room, and there stood the doctors slowly moving around the room, some sitting, tired. Off to the side stood the Anbu commander, observing the operation. "Could I ask for everyone to leave, please?" Yakushi asked. The doctors all looked towards each other and then walked out the door. The Anbu commander remained frozen in place, at the corner of the room. Yakushi walked over to Kushina, who was sleeping soundly in the hospital bed. Minato walked over and started stroking her hair. "How is she?" Minato asked. Yakushi sighed and said, "She is as healthy as she can be in a coma." "A coma?" Minato asked, shocked. Yakushi nodded, then said, "She is lucky to be alive at this point. We did a full body scan on her and she is as healthy as she can be considering her situation. Let me explain. Before you go on, Yakushi-san, perhaps you should inform him about the child," the Anbu commander said. Yes, you're correct, but seeing how they are related, it's best to just dive in," Yakushi said. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this and asked, "What exactly happened?" "You see, Kushina was kidnapped not for her, but for the child. We found after scanning over the baby that he wa." "Did you say he?" Minato asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Your child is a baby boy," Yakushi said. Minato smiled at this thought and nodded for her to continue. She cleared her throat and said, "After scanning over the boy, we found that he was altered." "What do you mean altered?" asked Hiruzen. "To be specific, genetically altered," Yakushi said sadly. "What?" Hiruzen and Minato shouted. Yakushi nodded, looking at the two, letting them calm. Minato was fuming, stepping away from his wife to pace the room. Hiruzen was looking sadly at Minato and Kushina, wondering what kind of man would have done this and what this did to her and their unborn son. "We can't tell you whose genetics they are, unfortunately. Considering the stress it's putting on your wife's pregnancy, it has to be some heavy genetics." "You said she was healthy," Minato said. "She is, but the stress on her body is the reason why she was put into the coma. We expect her to wake in 2 weeks." Minato nodded at this, then turned back to his wife, stroking her hair tenderly. Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him and sighed internally. He knew this was going to be a long few months now that she was back, and what's more, now they have to worry about the child. 4 months later. Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina and Hiruzen were inside the Hokage office. There were seals glowing around the room, alerting the people in the room to the fact that they weren't going to be disturbed. Minato was sitting behind his desk, Kushina seated next to him. Jiraiya was standing in a corner across the room and Hiruzen was seated across from Minato and Kushina. The last few months had taken its toll on Minato and Kushina. Kushina was suffering from the pregnancy being disturbed, the stress was evident on her. Minato was working constantly as well and had a tired look on his face. He had been working with Anbu and Jiraiya to find the people responsible for Kushina's kidnapping as well as his regular Hokage activities and being a father-in-waiting. Jiraiya stood looking at the people in the room. He sighed knowing that his apprentice was suffering. He was worried for his surrogate family. He had worked with his spy network to figure out anything about Kushina's kidnapping. Meanwhile, he worked inside the village now and acted as a bodyguard and caretaker for Kushina. He really thought of her as a daughter now from these last few months. Minato and Kushina even asked him to be the godfather of their kid. He was of course happy to accept. Hiruzen cleared his throat and acknowledged everyone in the room. As we know, Kushina will deliver the child at the safety of the Hokage safehouse. Only we and the caretakers Boruto and Taji in charge of delivering Naruto know what is happening. Once he is delivered, Jiraiya will take him back to Konoha and Minato will reseal the Kyuubi. Once Kushina is resealed, she will be delivered back by Minato and will be put into high security. Does everyone understand? Hi, everyone said at once. Good, the task begins tonight. Minato, have you prepared yourself for any case? Hi, Minato said. Good, I will see you all when this is over then. Good luck. Minato arrived at the Hokage safe house and saw Kushina already in labor. Jiraiya was standing to the side against the wall with his head down while Boruto and Taji were working. Minato dashed over to her side and saw her in pain, but not screaming. Come on Kushina-sama, push, you're almost there, Boruto shouted. What's wrong? Minato asked. She's dying, Jiraiya said somberly. It felt like time stopped in the room for Minato then. He only saw his wife's face, scrunched up in pain. What? There's the head. Jiraiya-sama, come here, Taji said. Jiraiya got off the wall and walked over, ready to help. Minato stepped away from his wife and watched the scene unfolding before him. He saw Jiraiya standing, ready to hold his godson. He then saw Naruto, his son born before his eyes, crying. Kushina was breathing slowly now, more heavily. Biwako and Taji were working diligently now, working on Naruto and Kushina fast. Then Minato saw the Kyuubi seal weakening. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, preparing himself to reseal Kyuubi into his wife when suddenly he was kicked away. Screams ran through the room then, as Biwako and Taji fell to the ground with kunai protruding from their necks. There was a man now standing in their place, a mask on his face and a black cloak over his body. He held Naruto in his arm with a kunai ready to kill him. Naruto! Minato shouted. Yondaime Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, or your child dies. The masked man said. Minato! Jiraiya shouted. Just calm down, we can work this out. Minato said. Do you care about your child? The masked man asked. I do, Minato said. Choose now Yondaime Hokage, the man shouted. Then he tossed Naruto up into the air and held his kunai underneath him, ready to kill him. Minato dashed across the room in a yellow flash and caught him. The man then disappeared with speed and went to grab Kushina, but was intercepted by Jiraiya, with a rasengan, spiraling sphere, in hand. Rasengan, he said, running at the masked man. The man walked then straight through Jiraiya and his attack, as if phasing through him. What? Jiraiya asked, bewildered, before plowing straight through the wall leading outside. The masked man grabbed Kushina and disappeared, but not before going through a half-tiger hand sign when sizzling was heard straight from Naruto's towel. Shit, Minato exclaimed before tearing off the towel and used the Hiraishin to teleport outside the house when an explosion went off. Minato saw Jiraiya kneeling in the grass, silently cursing to himself. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato shouted and dashed over to him. I'm fine, just cursing our luck. Kushina was taken just before her death and the Kyuubi isn't resealed. We have to assume the worst. Get back to the village and inform Hokage Dono of everything that has transpired. Take Naruto, Minato said. Where are you going? Jiraiya asked. Hopefully to put a stop to this before it even starts, Minato said, determined. Right, Jiraiya said, taking Naruto. Jiraiya turned to leave, but Minato put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him for a moment. There was silence, then Minato said, if all else fails, promise me you won't stop me from what I have to do as Hokage. Jiraiya froze, now afraid for Minato. He grew to like him just from him being an apprentice, but now working with him constantly over the last few months only strengthened that. Jiraiya looked at him, then at Minato and said, I won't get in your way, and I will be the godfather that Naruto needs. Minato nodded and disappeared once more in a yellow flash. Jiraiya sighed and put Naruto down next to him. He went and bit his thumb, putting blood on the palm of his hand before going through hand signs. Kuchio's no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. There was a large cloud of smoke where Jiraiya stood on top of a giant toad with Naruto in his arms again. The toad had a tanto on his side and was smoking a pipe. He also had a jacket on him. Jiraiya, why did you summon me here? No time, Gamabunta. The Kyuubi is about to become unsealed and we need to warn Konoha. Let's go, Bunta said with a hop, taking off a long distance, reaching Konoha within minutes. Minato appeared in a room and grabbed a coat hanging in the closet, his trademark Yondaime Hokage robes. He grabbed a full set of tri-pronged kunai and geared up. He stood there, patting himself down, checking and making sure he had everything. He then said, I'm coming. And he disappeared in a yellow flash. Kakashi and Guy were walking through the streets. The masked kid with the silver hair and Anbu outfit everyone knew, as Kakashi had been assigned with watching Kushina in the shadows for months, and this was a well-deserved day off. But not before being disturbed by the disturbing boy with the bowl-cut haircut and the green jumpsuit. Kakashi, I insist we have a youthful challenge. Rock, paper, scissors perhaps. No, not youthful enough. Perhaps a lap around Konoha. Guy, doesn't something seem off to you? Kakashi asked, sensing something afoul. You are trying to avoid the challenge. I must reclaim my place as top rival. Guy shouted. I'm sorry Guy, did you say something? Kakashi asked too innocently. Ugh, curse you Kakashi and your cool hip attitude. Guy yelled to the sky. Hiruzen was working at the Hokage office on the small pile of paperwork. He seriously didn't know how Minato got through paperwork at the speed he did. He cursed himself for not thinking like Minato and continued working. He stamped a denial for a shinobi team to be sent to handle a domestic affair, sighing inwardly. All of a sudden, there was a large shockwave that felt like an earthquake and Hiruzen fell over in his chair. Anbu, what was that? A large toad has appeared outside the Hokage tower, sir. And Anbu said, flickering into view. Toad, what is happening? I will explain everything now, sensei. Jiraiya said, jumping in through the window. He turned and looked at the Anbu and said, place the village on emergency orders. Evacuate the civilians. Hi, the Anbu shouted. Hiruzen stood and looked at Jiraiya, who was holding Naruto in his arms. Prepare yourself. The Kyuubi is about to be unsealed if Minato fails. Kushina was rooted in place, suspended in mid-air because of the Fuinjutsu that is almost completely unsealed now. Kushina was however very near death, and if the seal released, then she would definitely die. She was suspended above a lake, the Fuinjutsu chained to the surrounding rocks, and in front of her stood the masked man. How does it feel, Uzumaki Kushina? He asked mockingly. All she could do though, was breathe to keep herself alive and to restrain the Kyuubi, but her hold was close to losing completely now. Now is the time then, the man said before making a hand sign. He channeled chakra through himself and now the contract seal on the Fuinjutsu and said, Kai. Release. Then, the Fuinjutsu acted up, automatically pouring out evil chakra, red and vile in nature before it formed into a shape of a fox, more specifically, a nine-tailed fox. The fox unleashed a great roar before looking down at the scene in front of it. The Kyuubi no Yoko had been unleashed into the world once again. Chapter 2, Kyuubi's Monopolizer. Kushina tilted her head up slightly, looking at the Kyuubi. The masked man stood in front of the Kyuubi. He finally released the seal he was holding, justified with the formation of the Kyuubi. He looked at the Kyuubi and with one glance, the Kyuubi calmed. It seemed almost under control now. Kyuubi control, complete, the masked man said. You'll never get away with it, Kushina heavily said. The masked man took a look at her and said, what is going to stop the Kyuubi? Konoha, I intend to destroy it. Now. Not while I'm alive, Minato shouted, then appeared in front of Kushina. Namikaze Minato, still living up to his name of Konoha's Yellow Flash. I'm impressed that you managed to find me this fast, the masked man said comically. As long as I'm here, Konoha will not fall, Minato said. The Kyuubi is mine now, you cannot stop me, the man said before Kyuubi roared at Minato. The Kyuubi's tails extended and whipped out to attack Minato, but too late since Minato already flashed away, Kushina in his arms standing a distance away. Impressive still, Yondaime Hokage, the masked man said before pulling Kyuubi into some sort of space-time ninjutsu and disappearing himself along with it. Minato looked at this and frowned slightly, seeing how the spiral seemed to originate from his mask. He took a good look at Kushina and noticed how her breathing was very minimal at this point. Me na-too, she said between breaths. Shush now, it's going to be okay, Minato said. No, it isn't. I was dead as soon as I gave birth to Naruto. Promise me you will take care of him, Minato, she pleaded, losing herself now. I promise, he said, choking on his words. She slightly nodded before closing her eyes and giving a slight smile. She then went to sleep, her breathing fading completely. Minato looked down, seeing his wife dead in his arms when he saw tears slide off of his face onto her. He was crying now. Why? He asked himself. He wiped his tears quickly, then took his wife close in his arms and flashed out of existence, towards Konoha where the threat would be, mourning silently. It was quiet in the industrial part of the village. The buildings were mostly closed since it was nighttime and no work was done around these hours. The masked man landed softly on the ground and kneeled, taking in his surroundings. The buildings around him were dark, and closed off. He then went through hand signs swiftly before he shouted, Kuchio's no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. There was a huge cloud of smoke when suddenly the Kyuubi puffed into existence, and gave a tremendous roar, alerting Konoha to the return of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Hiruzen, Jiraiya and dozens of Anbu stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower, looking around the village for any sign of the Kyuubi while villagers were subtly evacuated. If this intruder was smart, they would go to the industrial village which was close to the residential district and farther away from the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen knew this and because of this looked off towards this direction. Jiraiya stood next to him quietly now, no longer holding Naruto who was now sleeping soundly inside the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen suddenly felt a large burst of chakra, vile and malicious in nature appear. Then in the distance a large plume of smoke appeared and the Kyuubi emerged and roared at the village. Hiruzen tore off his Hokage robes and stood in his battle outfit. Anbu, we move out and defend Konoha. Hi, shouted dozens of Anbu behind Hiruzen, before dashing off into the distance to hold off the Kyuubi until their Hokage could deal with the tailed beast. The Kyuubi was engaged by many ninja from Konoha, moving to distract the beast, preventing damage that would be done. Many shouts could be heard from ninja all around. Yo, Kyuubi, over here, shouted one throwing a bunch of shuriken at the beast. No Kyuubi, over here, shouted another throwing kunai with explosive tags. Of course, none of this did anything except pester the beast, making it more enraged. The Kyuubi roared and flicked its tails around to get rid of the annoying flies. The masked man was nowhere to be seen now. Jiraiya, Hajime, came a distant shout that commanded authority. Hi, Kuchio's, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu. Summoning, food card destroyer technique. Out of nowhere, a giant toad appeared above the Kyuubi and landed on top of him causing a shockwave to spread through the village. The toad took out his tanto and stabbed it into one of the tails. And stay down you mutt. The toad shouted. Nice job Bunter. Sensei, knock some sense into this thing. Jiraiya shouted on top of the toad boss. Hi, Kuchio's, Monkey King Enma. Summoning of Monkey King Enma technique. There was a puff that appeared on a rooftop a small distance from Kyuubi and there stood Hiruzen in full combat armor and a monkey that stood taller than Hiruzen. The monkey looked around before noticing the fox, and said, so the Kyuubi has been unleashed now Hiruzen. Minato didn't do a very good job, he said. There were some things that were unpreventable, Hiruzen said. I can see this. Hench, Kongonyoi, transformation, adamantine staff. Enma then turned from his monkey form into a large staff that Hiruzen then gripped and allowed to extend into the Kyuubi, smacking him in the head. The Kyuubi became enraged and flicked his tail, the tanto flying to the wall of the village and impaling itself in the wall. Gamabunta was getting loose, so he bounced off of the beast and landed outside of the village and steadied himself. Hiruzen knew this was an opportunity, so he extended the staff again, pushing Kyuubi through the wall and outside the village. He smiled at this small victory, and jumped after the giant fox. Minato appeared in the Hokage office, where Naruto was sleeping soundly. He sighed and put Kushina down on the floor of the room, directly in the center. He moved to Naruto and said, "I won't let anything happen to you if I can so help it." Minato then disappeared outside and reappeared on top of the Hokage monument. More specifically, he was standing on top of his own head. He looked at the fierce battle going on in the distance and noticed the Kyuubi getting more agitated, and it finally began to charge a Bijudama-tailed beast bomb. Minato cursed to himself silently and started to swiftly go through hand signs. Then the Kyuubi turned straight towards Minato and launched it straight at him. Minato finished the hand signs and brought out his signature tri-pronged kunai and held it out in front of him and began the space-time ninjutsu. Out came what looked like a fuinjutsu seal but had a gaping hole in the middle of it, and in went the Bijudama. The giant purple chakra ball disappeared inside, and seconds later, a huge explosion could be heard a long distance away from the village. He smirked to himself at his quick thinking, but then felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned swiftly to find himself staring at the masked man attempting to pull him into his eye when he noticed it now. Sharingan, in the one eye hole of the mask. Minato swiftly used the Hiraishin Flying Thunder God technique and escaped. The masked man stood there for a moment, looking on at the Kyuubi, and said to himself, "The Hiraishin. What an impressive jutsu." Then the masked man disappeared in a swirl into space itself while saying, "Next time I'll be faster. As soon as I grab him." Sarutobi looked as the Bijudama launched itself towards the village and panicked slightly when he saw Minato on top of the Hokage mountain. He smiled and saw him use a space-time ninjutsu to make the Bijudama disappear. He then turned serious again at the looming threat of the Kyuubi. He gripped Enma, who was still in staff form, in his hands and charged at Kyuubi. Jiraiya was standing on top of Bunta when the Bijudama went off and had to smile at his apprentice at how he handled the situation. Minato wasn't an SS-class ninja for nothing. Minato looked at Kyuubi, who was attempting to attack a group of ninja. He figured the best thing to do was to trap it now that it was outside Konoha. "Bunta, I am going to trap him. Prepared to give him a beating," Jiraiya shouted. "You got it," Gamabunta shouted. Jiraiya jumped down from Gamabunta and flew through hand signs before shouting, "Doten, Yomi Numa." Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. Jiraiya saw the ground change underneath Kyuubi into a swampy mud muck, keeping the Kyuubi pinned. "Now Bunta," Jiraiya shouted. Bunta leaped at Kyuubi and started to pound at him with his sword, only to be countered by his tails, while whipping the occasional water bullet at the fox. Hiruzen was smashing at Kyuubi with his staff, keeping the beast busy with the support of Konoha Nin. Minato reappeared near the Hokage mountain, not too far from the village. He panted a little though from the exertion he put into himself on the last fujutsu. When he caught his breath, he turned and was about to go to Konoha again when the masked man suddenly appeared before him. "This time Yondaime, we fight on even ground," said the man. "I wouldn't call having the Sharingan fighting even now, would I?" "Who are you?" Minato asked. "I am nobody, and I am somebody. Who I am is not important or relevant to this world anymore, but if you need a name, you may call me Madara Uchiha." "Impossible, he is dead." "Oh really? How do you explain me controlling the Kyuubi then? Only one such as myself could do it. No fool that follows Konoha could do it." Minato was boiling on the inside. He knew this man was probably flaunting him, but it all didn't make sense. He got past Anbu and himself with Jiraiya by his side, as well as being knowledgeable about Jinchuriki during childbirth. Being able to remove the seal and control Kyuubi is no small feat. He knew this man was probably who he claimed he was. "What is your hope behind this attack?" "Konoha's destruction. This could definitely be called an attack on whim, or it be planned. I could do it saying it was for war or for peace." Minato stepped back, clearly shocked. This man had some dangerous ideals. He looked at the man before him, who was now shrugging as if warming up, then saw chains drop from the cloak of his. He looked ready to fight. Minato took a kunai from his pocket and prepared to engage him, when suddenly the man laughed. He actually laughed at him. "What's so funny? You are clueless, Yondaime. The Kyuubi cannot be stopped, unless sealed once more. I intend to stop you first, and then the Kyuubi. I will not let Konoha fall. Even after they betrayed you. Betrayed the trust that you gave them." Minato's eyes widened at this. He observed the man carefully, looking for body language before asking, "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your son Yondaime. I know all about him." Minato felt himself rumble and then he growled, "You stay away from him and my wife." "Your wife is dead, Yondaime. I know this. There is no way she could have survived giving birth to a child of such a magnitude," the man said simply. "Explain." "It's simple really. Your child has the genes of one of the greatest ninja ever produced. He was very much like you, a protector of the village." Minato let this roll over in his mind for a minute before his eyes widened and he said, "You don't mean?" "Yes, he is going to gain power no one could dream of. He may even be better than his surrogate predecessor now. I look forward to fighting him in the future if he lives through the night." This ends now. I won't let you get the chance, Minato said before throwing his kunai at the masked man. The man simply gave a huff of air and let the kunai phase through him, but not before seeing the Yondaime charge in front of him, a blue spiraling ball in his hands. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Of course, this attack only phased through him too. Too slow Yondaime, the man said before pulled on his chains and whirling around to face him, only to find he had disappeared again. He sighed and turned to face the Hokage still within the clearing. He has the spiraling ball still in his hand, and was now holding 2 kunai. You cannot hope to defeat an Uchiha. We'll see about that, Minato muttered to himself, before throwing the first kunai and charging to meet the man. Minato moved as fast as the kunai behind it and planning his attack carefully. The man ran to meet him and let the kunai phase through him. When it was done though, he stretched his hand and said, I win. Harassing, level 2. Minato shouted and disappeared, appearing behind the man snatching his kunai between his fingers and slamming the rasengan in his hands into the man. Damn it, he flew to the kunai from earlier. Impressed, Minato asked, then took a breath and said, now you definitely will be. Minato deposited his kunai and went through hand signs quickly before the man could recover and slammed his hand onto the man's chest and shouted, Hyaku FUNN. Contract seal. The man cursed himself and felt his control on the Kyuubi released all at once. He no longer had a hold over the beast. Then he looked up at the man who ruined all of his plans with a fire burning in his eyes. Then he said, I must hand it to you Yondaime Hokage, being able to wound me and sever my ties with Kyuubi is not something to laugh at, but no matter. The Kyuubi will be my plaything again. I will take over the world, and there are so many ways to go about it. Then, the masked man used his teleportation jutsu and disappeared before Minato's eyes. He had thoughts going through his mind at rapid-fire pacing, but he knew the Kyuubi was still attacking the village. He took a breath and disappeared again using harassing. He now knew what he had to do. Jiraiya was not having a fun time anymore. He was exhausted, firing off many jutsu and was about to call for support so he could go into sage mode. Gamabunta was doing no better, as he was fighting Kyuubi directly. Hiruzen was getting tired himself. He was getting desperate and needed the assistance of Konoha soon. He was standing off to the side when the Anbu commander flickered into appearance next to him. Hokage-sama, Konoha is ready to retaliate fully. Fire the flares, Hiruzen shouted. Hiruzen saw the flares go into the sky and then the ninja of Konoha went at the Kyuubi with full force, holding him off, but not before the Kyuubi started to charge another Bijutama. He can still do another, Hiruzen shouted. Jiraiya appeared next to Hiruzen and said, Sensei, without Minato we can't do anything. Kuchiyos, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu. Summoning, Food Card Destroyer. Out of the sky dropped a giant green toad with swords in sheaths strapped to its back. On top of the toad stood Minato, looking down at the Kyuubi who was still charging its Bijutama. He cursed slightly and started to charge his chakra, preparing to harass himself and the fox. It's the Yondaime, the ninja cheered around him. Jiraiya smiled knowing his apprentice, and Hiruzen looked on, wondering what he would do. Then, they disappeared along with the fox. What the? Jiraiya shouted, before another explosion went off in the distance past the mountains. There, Hiruzen shouted. Gamabunta, go on home. You did well. I will summon Gamaken to assist me, Jiraiya said. Thanks Jiraiya. Summon me for a drink sometime though, the toad said. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, seeing Bunta disappear in a puff of smoke. Then he summoned Gamaken quickly and said, I need you to get me and Sensei over to Minato quickly. Time is of the essence. I will do my best, however I am quite ungraceful, the purple toad said. Jiraiya sweet dropped at the toad, but shook it off quickly as he and Hiruzen jumped on the toad and took off into the distance. Minato was panting with Naruto in his arms. He was running very dangerously low on chakra. The Kyuubi had escaped from Gamatiro and was now preparing to attack Minato. He sighed and pulled out 2 scrolls. He laid one of them on the ground and formed the tiger seal. Fuinkai, seal release, Minato shouted. The scroll glowed, then suddenly an altar appeared and Fuinjutsu marks ran across the ground until they reached the Kyuubi who was entangled in them shortly, becoming encumbered. He roared at Minato, who smirked at him and began to do what he set out to do. He took the second scroll and scribed within it quickly, then rolled it up and set it to the side. Then he flew through hand signs and shouted, Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal. There was an ominous chakra then that surrounded Minato and behind him appeared the Shinigami. Minato looked at his son and shed tears. He never wanted this to happen to his child of all people, but he had to protect him and protect Konoha. I am so sorry, he whispered. There was a loud crash behind Minato and there landed the toad carrying Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Kid, Jiraiya shouted. Stay back, this is my job, Minato said. Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood together on top of the toad and watched him. They both knew what was happening as soon as they showed up, but couldn't do anything. The scroll that Minato had put to hold the Kyuubi in place was also a barrier seal. Minato was running low on chakra now. He knew from the seals he had placed he was getting dangerously low. He thought about taking the Kyuubi with him together, but then crossed that thought because his son was the perfect person to hold him. If this masked man was correct, his son would be able to contain the Kyuubi with no problems. The question was, could he draw on the Shinigami enough to be able to form this seal to hold both the yin and the yang chakra of the Kyuubi? He mulled it over before finally deciding quickly. He flew through a set of hand signs and shouted, "Kuchio's no jutsu." There was a puff and then an altar appeared in front of Minato. He went and placed his child on the altar quickly and looked at the Kyuubi. He gave him a defiant glare and the Kyuubi roared back at Minato. Minato flew through a final set of hand signs before shouting, "Haka no Fuinshiki." 8 trigrams sealing style. Minato felt the rest of his chakra leaving his body and the restraints on the Kyuubi weaken. He looked at the Kyuubi and realized it was starting to get free, so he hastened the sealing process. He shouted in pain as he felt his whole body burning from the effort, his soul about to be taken by the Shinigami. Jiraiya was now shaking where he stood. He couldn't stand the sight of Minato dying in front of him. He was probably his most treasured student he had ever had. Hiruzen was shedding a tear at the sight of Minato dying now. He couldn't stand to see someone who was younger than him die. He should have been the one to seal Naruto away, but knew this was his right as a father to do this. Minato was weakening in spirit now. He felt faint and was ready to give up, but with one look at his child, he realized Kushina would be up his ass if he gave up. He channeled more chakra into the sealing process now, determined to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto completely. "Naruto, I suppose I should tell you everything now, huh? I know you are a strong kid, and you will surpass me one day. I want you to grow up healthy, be loved and have lots of friends and loved ones. I want you to find some people that are special to you. I want you to take care of yourself, eat healthy every day unlike your mother who has to eat ramen like it's going out of style. I want you to work hard, but have fun and be a kid above all else. I want you to be you." Minato was crying by the end of his speech. He wasn't going to see his kid grow up, like every parent wished they could, but it was his duty as his father to protect him and as Hokage to protect Konoha. Jiraiya and Hiruzen heard every word that the man had uttered and were shedding more tears now. Jiraiya mouthed to himself, "Baka," but knew it wouldn't do any good. With one last effort, Minato gave a shout and the sealing process was completed. Minato fell over as soon as the process was over. He felt very weak, not feeling anything in his entire body. The seals everywhere around him dissolved except for the seal on Naruto. He smiled knowing he had completed the job he set out to do. "Kid," Jiraiya shouted and landed next to him. Minato gave him a weak smile through the tears he had shed in pain. He tried to speak but couldn't find his voice. He winced and then tried again, clearing his throat. "Scroll," he whispered. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, waving the scroll he grabbed that was rolled up on the ground in front of his face. Minato nodded slightly and looked towards the altar where his child was. Hiruzen was standing over Naruto now, looking over him, giving a side glance to Minato where he smiled sadly. "I'm sorry," Minato whispered. "Don't be sorry. No one could have predicted this." "Take care of Naruto," Minato said, tears falling freely down his face. "Of course," Jiraiya said, now shedding tears of his own. And with that, Minato closed his eyes and breathed his last breath. Jiraiya looked up at Hiruzen who was now carrying Naruto in his arms. The child of the Yondaime was crying in his arms, as if he knew what was happening. The Yondaime had died protecting the village and his son. That was the way a Hokage should die. Chapter 3, Mother. 1 week later. Hiruzen was sitting in the Hokage office, holding Naruto who was asleep in his arms. He was still waiting for Jiraiya to return to the village who had carried out the mission Minato left for him. It had been a busy week not only for Jiraiya however, but for him as well. Hiruzen had been immediately reinstated as the Hokage as a state of emergency had been declared within the village. With the Yondaime dead and with Naruto practically being questioned about everywhere, Konoha was a target for Iwagakure because of the Third Shinobi World War. Minato was Iwagakure's worst enemy at the moment, and were most likely rejoicing he was dead, but with Naruto still alive, it left him a target for assassins. Not only this, but the life of a Jinchuriki was a tough one. Anyone knew that Jinchuriki was a living hell. No one wanted to associate themselves with the person, but Hiruzen sighed as people couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and the kunai that was sealed within it. It was arrogance that led these people he knew, but at the same time he counted them innocent. Minato knew this as well, especially after seeing how arrogant people could be when kidnapping his wife and had left instructions. He looked down at his desk where piles of paperwork were stacked orderly and in the center lay a partially open scroll containing Minato's last message addressed to him and Jiraiya. He got up and put Naruto in the crib that was in his office and went back to his chair, sitting back down. He looked at the scroll, knowing he had read it dozens of times, but couldn't resist reading it again, seeing how much he failed Minato, along with the fact that he was disturbed but resolved every time he read the scroll. He picked up the scroll and opened it for what seemed like the 100th time and read. Jiraiya, Hiruzen. I apologize but I must keep it short. I don't have much time as you probably saw. I will tell you what you need to know and my final requests. The attack was planned. Kyuubi was taken control of by the masked man of which Jiraiya will be able to tell you about in physical appearance. I learned more however. This man claimed to be Madara Uchiha. No one should know but you two until the time is right. This is to be an SS-class secret. I don't know whether to take it for word or not, but he had Sharingan and had great power, although was injured easily. I could say he is imperfect, but to be able to take control of Kyuubi is a great feat. My son Naruto was hopefully given the Kyuubi for many reasons. You probably are wondering why I even give him the power that a Jinchuriki gets anyways. I will tell you now. I love Konoha deeply still. I regret that some of its people betrayed me, but I must protect it. It is the duty as Hokage. Along with this, the masked man left me with a warning that he is out to take over the world. I believe Naruto is the person who will be able to stop this man and save the world. Naruto will need as much power as he can get for the coming battles ahead. Also, Naruto is the perfect person to have the fox sealed within. He is an Uzumaki after all, and has a power. A seed has sprouted and will bring about a great change in Konoha. You will recognize it immediately hopefully and will take certain steps to guarantee he does. I will him all my belongings and knowledge in my library. Although it isn't much, do give it to him. Jiraiya, I want you to find your old teammate, and give her a request. Tell her to go to Konoha with you, then show her Naruto and ask her to raise him. Do whatever it takes. I have a feeling. Hiruzen, cover it up so Naruto will have died if he goes with Jiraiya's teammate. It will leave Konoha to be left alone from Iwa and will save Naruto grief in the future hopefully. He needs a family, and soon it may be able to give this to Naruto. Jiraiya, I pray you will take care of Naruto and protect him. He will need it soon if this man is who he claims to be. Take care of Naruto. Take care of Konoha. Take care of each other. I am with my wife soon. Minato, Yondaime Hokage. Somewhere distant in Hai no Kuni, the land of fire. Jiraiya was traveling faster than most jonin could. He had been looking everywhere in Hai no Kuni and was about reaching the limit, and decided he needed to rest for what would be the second time in this trip. He knew Tanzaku town was nearby and decided to stop there since there was a nice inn there and he could do some research. He giggled at the thought of having a nice rest tonight, especially surrounded by some nice ladies. He took off towards the town quickly and reached it within an hour, exhausted for traveling 2 days straight again. He stepped into the town and decided to check quickly and see whether or not Tsunade was in town, since this was his mission anyways. Who knows, he might get lucky and find the legendary sucker. He walked past many of the bars and saw her nowhere, but knew he still had to check the gambling den. He walked towards that area when he heard a shout of frustration that sounded akin to an angry female bear. Yup, that's my Haim alright, Jiraiya thought to himself. Jiraiya sighed and knew that it was going to be a long night. He walked into the gambling den and saw Tsunade, head pinned against a slots machine, with a younger girl sitting next to her, sighing. Tsunade-sama, shouldn't we at least find an inn to take us in tonight? I suppose we should, Shizune. I've lost enough today as it is. Some drinks could help with this after all, Tsunade said, regaining a little of her spirit. Same old Heimha, Jiraiya said, walking in on their conversation. Jiraiya, what are you doing here, you old pervert? She asked. Jiraiya-sama, it's a pleasure to see you again, the girl said next to Tsunade, who Jiraiya now recognized. Hey Shizune, growing up I see since I last saw you. Glad to see that, and as for what I am doing here, perhaps we should find somewhere to talk. It's a long story. This better be good. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune soon found themselves in a tavern not too far away from the gambling den. Jiraiya was now on his second drink while Tsunade was sipping on her sake. Shizune quietly sat in the corner, watching the two drink. I suppose I should get started, Jiraiya said. Konoha wants me back, don't they? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya laughed loudly at this and then sniffled. He looked at her and took on a serious look. He breathed and said, Minato and Kushina are dead. Tsunade and Shizune both gasped visibly, which surprised Jiraiya not on Shizune's end but Tsunade, but not for long as she suddenly took on a visible smoke and said, I knew the job was cursed. No way a fool like Minato should have taken it. You didn't even ask how you baka. Jiraiya shouted. This got Tsunade to shut up. He would never call her baka, but seeing his angry face made her realize that he was serious about this. She took a sip of her sake again before gesturing Jiraiya to continue. Jiraiya, now having her full attention, looked at the two and said, I can only tell you part of the story, because the rest is a SS class secret and can only be heard back within Konoha. I do need you to come back with me, but not for the reason you think. Are you willing to listen? They both nodded at Jiraiya, who smiled at his small victory. He cleared his throat and took a final swig of his drink and said, here's what happened during the Kyuubi attack. To say that Hiruzen was angry was an understatement. He was furious. He just got finished with a council meeting and they demanded to know the condition of Kyuubi container. The civilian council wished for the child to be eradicated altogether, while Danzo, who Hiruzen knew was the leader of an underground group called Root, wished to take the child under his wing to be raised as a weapon. The shinobi council all offered to adopt the child formally, and raise him under their wings, but Hiruzen denied all of these requests, saying that the will of the Yondaime told him to do otherwise. Thank God he had that to fall back on. He was still assaulted by Danzo and the civilian council no less. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was sleeping in his crib now. He sighed at the sight of the child and looked outside at the moon falling behind the forests and mountains. He was now wondering what Jiraiya was doing and what was taking him so long. Please hurry, Jiraiya. I can't keep the child hidden much longer. Tsunade and Shizune were far from shocked from what they had heard from Jiraiya. They were appalled at what the child Naruto had already gone through in his short life in this world. Tsunade was nearly brought to tears at the thought of a child so innocent was given things like this, while Shizune was shedding tears silently. "Why are you telling me these things?" Tsunade asked. "I think you know Haim. I want you to come back and meet Naruto, and then decide whether or not you will raise him," Jiraiya stated bluntly. "Raise him?" Tsunade asked, shocked. "Can't someone in Konoha do it?" Shizune asked. "Because he is the son of Minato and is the Kyuubi container, this makes him a target for any assassin or captor. He would be swept up by any hidden village as soon as the opportunity revealed itself." Tsunade nodded in understanding. Shizune wiped her tears up on her sleeve and then looked at the two seated in the table. Jiraiya was sitting back against his bench with his arms crossed and his eyes closed in thought. Tsunade was taking a small drink and considering everything that she was told. "Tsunade-sama, I think we should see Naruto. He needs a family, and honestly, I always wanted a little brother. Can we at least see him?" Tsunade looked at Shizune and after a moment of thinking, she nodded. It didn't take her long to think about it. She wanted to see the child herself, and if what Jiraiya told her was true, she wanted to test something. She gave a smile to reinforce the nod and Shizune smiled a little herself. "We'll go with you, ya pervert. Let's just get a good night's sleep first and then we will head out tomorrow. If we travel fast enough, we can make it by the end of the day tomorrow," Tsunade said. Jiraiya nodded, accepting the answer easily. He stood up and went to get himself a room. Once he grabbed one, he went back and said, "Get a good sleep. We're traveling at high speed tomorrow. I already fell behind as it was." The next day, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were walking out of the town slowly, not arousing attention to themselves. Jiraiya chatting idly with them while looking around. He felt an eerie chill, like something bad was going to happen, but he didn't know what. "Are you two ready to go?" Jiraiya asked with finality. "Yeah, let's get going," Tsunade said. "Excited to see Konoha again, Haim?" Jiraiya asked and burst out laughing. "Hardly," Tsunade said. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, stamping paperwork swiftly, looking over the documents. A request to send shinobi out of the village for an escort of goods to a border town. The goods were all unnecessary. He sighed and stamped it with a denial and went to the next when the door to his office suddenly opened and in walked Danzo. "Good day, Hiruzen. I hope I am not interrupting your work," the man said. "Hardly, Danzo. Please come in," Hiruzen said. Danzo closed the door and sat in the chair in front of the desk where Hiruzen was seated at. Hiruzen gave the man a good look over. He seemed as he was every day. He was bandaged all over and was surprised to say he still never showed any pain if there was a reason for it. He was wearing a kimono of a lighter blue shade and wore the cold stare he always had. "I hope that you are well. Caring after Naruto and being Hokage is a tough load after all," Danzo said, smiling slightly. "I am just fine, thank you, Danzo," Hiruzen said sternly. "I hope that Naruto is doing fine as well. I haven't had the chance to see him at all," Danzo said. "He's sleeping currently, Danzo. In the crib there. He is always under my watch or under Anbu watch," Hiruzen said, irritated, hoping to get Danzo to back down. "Glad to hear that, Hiruzen. Danzo started. "While I am Hokage Danzo, you will address me as Hokage or Hokage-sama," Hiruzen said, gritting his teeth. "Why, even an old teammate cannot call you by your name?" Danzo asked. "You were crossing dangerous lines the past few days, Danzo. Spit out what you want because I have a village to run," Hiruzen snapped in reply. "I was hoping you would reconsider my offer to raising Naruto," Danzo said. "My decision is final." "Denied," Hiruzen said. "But you have no say over Naruto and the jurisdiction he lies in. He is shinobi." "Not yet." Danzo stood abruptly and pointed at the child, saying, "He is an orphan and will gain much by being in my organization. By turning him into a mindless, emotionless ninja. What you teach him I allow because you do much for the village's sake, but I will not hand you the son of Minato-kun. You are making a huge mistake, Hokage-sama. I promise you that this is something you will regret. Not if what I have planned for happens occurs. This conversation is over. It never started." Danzo gave Hiruzen a glare and stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him, abruptly waking Naruto. He cried from being waken up noisily. Hiruzen sighed and picked up Naruto, calming him. He grabbed a bottle from the desk and started feeding him. He wondered when Jiraiya would return with Tsunade. Jiraiya and Shizune finally reached Konoha. They were now walking slowly towards the village on the road, taking a breather from their long-distance traveling. They stopped on the edge of the forest and looked towards the village. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jiraiya asked. "I appreciate your concern, but I am positive. I have to do this," Tsunade said positively. "No you don't. Minato wants you to. I want you to. But you don't have to do it." "I want to do it," Tsunade said with conviction. Jiraiya smiled, knowing that she wanted to do this of her own free will, but if he was being honest with himself he would say he was nervous for her. She left Konoha because of what she thought the village had done to her. Her lover Dan and her little brother Naoki died being affiliated with Konoha. They both had the dream of wanting to become Hokage, and because of that dream along with the necklace around her neck she was led to believe that Konoha and that necklace was cursed. Perhaps Naruto could help her get past those two and move on. "Let's go in, shall we?" Jiraiya said with a shit-eating grin. The two girls nodded and they walked out of the forest on the road towards Konoha. Standing watch at the gates were two newly instated chunin, Izumo and Kotetsu, who would be known later as the Eternal Chunin. Izumo looked out towards the road and saw the three walking towards Konoha now, but couldn't tell who they were. He kicked Kotetsu, who was lounging in what sounded like snoring, and said, "Hey, there are some people coming towards the village." "Probably some travelers," Kotetsu said, yawning. "No, they don't look like it. Come on, get your lazy ass up." Kotetsu stretched and stood up, looking out. He squinted and then held an expression of shock. "You're right, those aren't travelers. That's Tsunade and Jiraiya of the Sannin. And it looks like Shizune is along with them, supposedly Tsunade's apprentice," Kotetsu exclaimed. "No shit. Well, it looks like we just let him pass," Izumo said. Kotetsu nodded and yawned, taking a seat back in his chair. After a moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune could be seen passing through the gates, giving a wave to the two chunin. They gave a smile and waved back to the party. Jiraiya took them and led them through the streets, where civilians could be seen gawking at the sight of Tsunade and Jiraiya walking through the streets. "Is that Tsunade? Has she returned? What about Jiraiya? What is he doing here? They never show up anymore." Many more whispers could be heard around Konoha as they passed through the village. They sighed at their antics and kept walking through Konoha. Hiruzen was sitting doing paperwork now. Naruto was fast asleep also. Hiruzen stamped another paper when suddenly an Anbu flickered into appearance, kneeling. "Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama has returned with Tsunade-sama and Shizune, her apprentice," the Anbu said. "Thank you, Boar. You are dismissed," Hiruzen said. The Anbu nodded and flickered away, disappearing completely. Hiruzen sighed and got up, grabbing Naruto. He went and walked out of the office to wait at the base of the tower for the company to arrive. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune finally arrived underneath the Hokage tower. They were walking up when they noticed Hiruzen standing outside smiling, holding a bundle of blankets in his arms and was donning the Hokage robes and hat. Tsunade had to smile at the sight a little bit, while Jiraiya gave him a shit-eating grin that told him, "I told you so." Hiruzen only smiled at his old student's antics and walked up to them. "I'm glad to see Jiraiya brought you back, Tsunade. Thank you for coming and welcome back to Konoha. We have much to discuss." Tsunade gave him a small smile and nodded. Shizune was smiling brightly nearby behind her sensei and was looking on the scene with a distinct eye. Tsunade then noticed the bundle Hiruzen was holding, maternally almost. "Is that Naruto?" she asked. Hiruzen smiled and held out the bundle in his arms to Tsunade. She gave a slightly bigger smile and took the bundle from Hiruzen, looking at the child in her arms now. She smiled at him and how he had the same blonde hair his father did and the face that he had. She pulled the blanket away from the child a little and saw the sealing mark on his belly that marked him as a Jinchuriki. She knew this would go away in time. Almost anyone would know that. She tucked the child in the blanket again and looked at his face and gasped a little. She was shocked not because of Naruto waking up suddenly, smiling up at her slightly. She was shocked because of his eyes. His eyes were forest green. Hiruzen, Tsunade, Naruto, Shizune and Jiraiya were all in the Hokage office, with the silencing and privacy seals up. It was night time now, but they wanted to make sure that no one was going to be interrupting their meeting. Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk. Shizune was sitting in one of the chairs next to Tsunade, who was standing holding Naruto, smiling. Naruto was sleeping in Tsunade's arms and still had a slight smile on his face. Jiraiya was leaning against the wall next to his usual entrance, the window. "If everything went as I thought it would, Jiraiya told you everything about the Kyuubi attack that he was permitted to tell you there," Hiruzen said. "Yes, it's amazing that Minato gave his life for the village like that. It was sad to hear that Kushina had died too," Tsunade said. "The Kyuubi is a formidable foe. Minato did not give his life for nothing. He succeeded in sealing the Kyuubi in Naruto," Hiruzen said. "Right, but the Shiki-Fuin takes a person's soul in exchange for someone else's life. What ended up happening is Minato sealed the Kyuubi completely into Naruto, at the cost of his soul," Jiraiya said. "But the cost is always the soul. What's so different about this?" Tsunade asked. "Minato used the Shinigami as a channel in order to seal Kyuubi into Naruto. Because of this his soul was completely shattered, lost within the Shinigami's world," Jiraiya said softly. He looked down and sighed, knowing that what he did was very risky, but worthwhile. Hiruzen smiled sadly, knowing that the Yondaime had succeeded where many before him had failed. He didn't know what to make of the situation at best, but he knew Tsunade being here was a sign at best. He cleared his throat and said, "There is something that needs to be addressed before we can tell you what I believe should happen." Tsunade looked up at this, and nodded for him to continue. Shizune was also intrigued by this, as she was already having a little difficulty with some of the information. Hiruzen sighed and said, "We believe there to be a mastermind behind the Kyuubi attack." "No, we know there to be a mastermind." Tsunade and Shizune both gasped visibly at this. How could someone put together an attack on the scale of the Kyuubi attacking a hidden village? Shizune stood up at this and said, "Impossible, no one has been able to control the Kyuubi except for Uchiha Madara." "Exactly Sensei's point, Shizune. Madara Uchiha was the one who organized the attack," Jiraiya said. Tsunade gaped at Jiraiya and stuttered with her words for a minute, before shouting, "Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather. No way in the name of all shinobi is Madara alive today. I saw him myself." He evaded both me and Minato for a while, but Minato got a good blow on him before he escaped. Uchiha Madara is alive and well, and we must be prepared, Jiraiya stated boldly. Prepared for what? Shizune asked. For anything. He knew about Naruto and what happened to him during his time in the womb. He has taken an interest into Naruto and will most certainly be targeted by him now that the Kyuubi is sealed within him, which means we must prepare for him to be trained when he is ready. I want him to be taken outside the village to be raised, Hiruzen said. Tsunade let this roll over in her head for a moment. She knew that Naruto leaving the village would raise many problems. For one thing, he was the son of a Hokage, which meant he should be under protection of the village. This could be easily solved by faking his death, but even then there would be some people that knew he was still alive, which left room for leaks. Another thing is the level of protection for Naruto. Sure, a Sannin and probably a Jonin could handle it, but even two people on that level may have no hope of taking on someone such as Madara. She thought that with her and Shizune's way of traveling they could go into hiding relatively easily, making money on the road. They would have to drop a few bad habits, but it would be doable. I find this acceptable, but what about adequate protection for Naruto? Us going into hiding may not be enough, Tsunade said. You're right, while you and Shizune alone are very good shinobi, you cannot take on all threats. Which is why Jiraiya will be with you from time to time along with his assignments for his spy network, Hiruzen said. Plus it allows me to fulfill my arrangement as his godfather. Jiraiya said, grinning a little now. Tsunade nodded, but was still unsure of whether to take this arrangement. She looked down at the child she was holding, still asleep. When she came here she had serious doubts, but already were they dissolving in her arms. Naruto was something she knew would be wrong to turn down. She already wanted to take him and run with Shizune away from Konoha. She knew one day that Naruto would return to Konoha because it was his birthright too. She had much time on the road to get rid of her hatred for Konoha, but she still held some spite for it inside her. Naruto might be her redemption. And the eyes she saw. She only saw those eyes in one other person, and that was her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. She knew what she had to do now. She knew what she wanted to do. I will accept my place as Naruto's mother and protector, Tsunade said declarative. Everyone smiled at her and she gave a big grin back, pulling Naruto closer to her chest. Hiruzen pulled out some papers and started writing away swiftly. Jiraiya got off the wall and walked up to her. She looked at him, narrowing her brows, and said, I swear to God, you pervert, don't make this awkward. Jiraiya only walked up and put his arms around her and said, I'm proud of you, Haim. Thank you. Tsunade stiffened at first, but then she relaxed and nodded. Shizune stood up and said, I'm also proud, Tsunade-sama, and thankful. I always wished to be a big sister. Now I get that opportunity. Of course, it's only right that you do. Jiraiya said, laughing. Hiruzen finished signing papers and stood up. He looked at the small surrogate family in front of him and had to smile at the sight. Everything is ready for you to leave. I will take care of the rest. Jiraiya has already prepared a place in Cha no Kuni, the land of tea. I leave you with a final warning, however. Watch for both allies and enemies. Trust no one. Good luck, you four, Hiruzen said. Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya all gave a nod towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked towards them and knew they were ready to leave. He smiled and motioned for them to make their way out quietly. No one ever saw Tsunade, Shizune and Jiraiya make their way out of the village that night, Naruto in their arms. It was then known that Naruto was assassinated by a foreign ninja. No one ever found out who it was, or how it even happened. Hiruzen was devastated for a while, but soon returned to work. The little family that disappeared soon found themselves at the border of Cha no Kuni. Chapter 4, First Year. 2 weeks later. Tsunade and Shizune were sitting at the table, Naruto in Tsunade's lap. They were currently eating dinner. It had been 2 months since they made it to the border of Cha no Kuni, land of tea. It took them a week to get to Cha no Kuni so that way they could throw anyone off their tracks who might be after Naruto or the group themselves. When they made it through, Jiraiya brought them to a little town near the mid-eastern part of the country, closer to the coast. It was close to a few larger towns and was a good location to practice medicine from all the fishing accidents that happened. That was how Shizune and Tsunade were making their living nowadays. To get anyone that might be tracking down Tsunade and Shizune off their tracks, most likely for gambling debts, Jiraiya made it a point to pay off all of her gambling debts, which had left him grieving a little on the inside, but knew that protecting his godson was more important than his money. He had plenty of it anyways from his Iko Iko series. Jiraiya always had enemies, so he decided it was best if he visited, and didn't stick around for too long. He tried to make it a point to visit at least every weekend, however. This seemed to work out well since he had his spy network to lead anyways. Tsunade and Shizune soon settled into their new place and found it to be quite a homely place. Shizune and Tsunade gave it the touch that they thought it needed, and soon it came to be a nice family home. It was secluded also, away from the village that they were living at, but not too far either. They each had their own room, along 2 large bathrooms, a very nice and expansive sitting room and a small but tidy kitchen. It had a nice yard in the back with some gardens that Shizune took to tending to when she wasn't busy with Naruto, studying or working. Tsunade had grown along with Shizune over the last 2 months, changing him drastically and in different ways. Tsunade turned from her old gambling and drunken persona to a changed motherly and spirited woman in kunoichi. She no longer took to gambling or drinking as often, instead doing it as a hobby every so often, and instead spent her time at home with Naruto or working for the family. She didn't go around boasting her name either, instead taking on a fake persona everyone now in the area knew as Rina. Shizune also changed her name just to be safe, calling herself Sayuri. Tsunade and Shizune did this just to be sure that no one would go after them if they were heard about from farther away. Tsunade had taken time to develop her medical techniques over the past few months now, serious about getting into her work. One of the things she had developed that Shizune called genius was her wet nursing technique that allowed her to be more capable of breastfeeding children even though she wasn't Naruto's birth mother. If this got back to the shinobi world, this would help thousands of people. Shizune had grown also, not only as a person in mentality, but physically also. She had hit another growth spurt and had developed more as a woman. Tsunade had to chuckle at some men's antics in the villages sometimes as they tried to ask her on dates or pull something on her. Sometimes she would leave them in a little more pain than necessary, but she would just smile hugely at this achievement. Shizune was proud of her master also, seeing her develop to become the mother she was now. She liked to help a lot however, giving Tsunade breaks when necessary and working for the three of them. She was proud to call herself a big sister of Naruto already. Tonight, Shizune had made them a quite appeasing fish fillet with some herbs and vegetables from the market. Soon, Shizune would be able to make them from the garden. She had to smile at that thought a little. Naruto was being breastfed while the two of them ate. "How are our allowances this month, Shizune?" Tsunade asked. "We're getting by. We don't overspend, which is nice. We even have a little leftover money from this month from the overtime. We're playing it safe," Shizune said. "Let's keep it that way," Tsunade said, having a sip of water from her glass. "Tsunade-sama, are you worried about Jiraiya? He hasn't been around for the last 2 weeks. He usually makes it a point to visit during the weekend. It's Saturday. That old pervert can take care of himself. If anything, he'll show up saying he was chasing a lead about our old teammate," Tsunade said, laughing a little. "Very close actually, Haim. I was chasing a lead on our mystery masked man and on Kushina's captor," said Jiraiya from the doorway to the house. "Jiraiya-sama," Shizune said, then rose to welcome him into the house. "I'm fine, sit and eat, Shizune," Jiraiya said, laughing a little. He walked in quickly and sat at the table. Tsunade rose with Naruto in her arms, still feeding him, and said, "Thanks for the warning that you were here, you pervert. I'll be taking Naruto to the bedroom to feed him. Next time, be sure to warn me, or else." Jiraiya caught the dark note in Tsunade's statement and nodded quickly, when Tsunade gave him a slight smirk and walked off into the bedroom. Shizune was eating when she saw Jiraiya stand and grab something small from the fridge to eat. He sat down at the end of the table, and when she looked again, she gasped a little, shocked at the new mark on his neck. There was a brand new scar which ran from the front of his Adam's apple to the very back of his jawline, running along his neck. "Oh, this. Don't worry about it. I had a run-in and they got too close to me. It's my own fault really," Jiraiya said, shrugging it off. "You're usually careful though," Shizune said, obviously worried. "What happened?" "I'll explain to you and Tsunade later," he said with a look on his face. Shizune nodded, appeased for now. Tsunade wouldn't look worried, but really she might be on the inside. Shizune was at the moment. Anyone who could get a mark on that like Jiraiya was obviously skilled enough to get in close and do that damage to him. Jiraiya sat comfortably eating some leftover miso, while waiting for Tsunade to come back into the room. Shizune was eating slowly now, watching Jiraiya. Tsunade returned after a few moments of silence and sat down at the table, resuming her meal. She didn't once glance over at Jiraiya, who was sitting eating his soup slowly still. After about a moment, Jiraiya started laughing and said, "What, Haim, no glance over at me? You angry or something? I have to say though, from what I saw, I might have to try to peek in and catch a glance of those heavenly things that you wear we all call breasts." "Not at all, Jiraiya. Just be happy I don't make you any less of a man for intruding on our mealtime while I was feeding Naruto without informing me you were here," Tsunade said with an evil gleam in her eyes. "Tsunade-sama, I believe Jiraiya-sama has something to say to the both of us," Shizune said. And for the first time that night, Tsunade looked up at Jiraiya and noticed the long scar running along his neck. She gave a visible raise of her eyes and even opened her mouth, a little shocked. She didn't really know what to say at that other than, "What the hell happened to you?" Jiraiya laughed at that, and then he sobered up and put a serious look on his face. He looked at the two of them and said, "This story does not make it back to Sensei, do I make myself clear?" "What's with the secrecy?" Tsunade asked. "You'll see why, but promise me first," Jiraiya said. The both of them looked at each other and then nodded at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed and started stroking his chin, muttering something about where to begin. He looked up and said, "Naruto is something none of us could have predicted." "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. "He's your relative Tsunade. He's a senju," Jiraiya said. Tsunade gasped and Shizune's eyes widened at this. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who wore a dead serious look on his face, daring him to tell him he was wrong. When Tsunade and Shizune looked like they were calmed down, Jiraiya sat up straight and said, "About a week and a half ago, I met a contact of mine who gave me information that someone knew more about Konoha than they were letting on. He gave me a location about a secret base in the Land of Fire and told me that this was the best place to look at." "A secret base? Is this one of Orochimaru's old labs?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head no and said, I went there and discovered a clan of people. It turns out they could turn into mist. They are called the Iburi clan. It seems they are followers of Orochimaru and decided to attack me. I managed to capture a man and interrogated him successfully. He gave me the location of a secret base of Orochimaru. I made sure the clan was destroyed after. I don't want Orochimaru getting his hands on that clan if I can help it. Afterwards, I went to the base immediately and found it surprisingly near Konoha. Almost too close for comfort. I went in and found some of his research. It seems that this was an old base for experimenting on children and some other things. After looking through some logs I found out about how he and members of Root kidnapped a woman and gave her an injection, experimental. He said he needed a child of strong ninja in order to perform the injection to increase the odds of survival. He knew his injection had succeeded, but the searches were still going on. He knew he had to leave the woman and hoped to take the child later. Get to the point, Jiraiya, Tsunade said. I already did. If you were listening you would know the same thing as I did, Jiraiya said. Tsunade thought over everything Jiraiya said and then shouted, Root, Orochimaru, they did this to Naruto. Jiraiya nodded, glad that Tsunade finally knew what was going on. Jiraiya was disgusted when he first found out what Orochimaru had done. He was unsure of how Orochimaru got away with it in the first place since he had been a part of the village when the kidnapping had happened, but it didn't matter. There were still questions that Jiraiya had. What was the point of Orochimaru doing this though? And what is with Root being involved? Jiraiya shrugged at this and said, he has always had the support of Root. Danzo may have been backing Orochimaru and his experiments but no one could say. Tsunade nodded at this, but then Shizune jumped in and said, that still doesn't explain the scar on your neck now. Jiraiya chuckled at this and said, I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Let's just say I had a run-in with someone I didn't think I would ever meet. What are you talking about? Shizune asked. Ever heard of the Kagaya clan? Jiraiya asked with a little smirk. Tsunade gasped and Shizune shook her head, clearly clueless. Tsunade was clearly shocked. The Kagaya was wiped out when they attacked Kirigakure, so how did Jiraiya meet one of the members? Did he have it, the Kekai Genkai? Jiraiya nodded and said, it was one of the toughest battles I have fought in a long time. He was clearly high up there on a power scale, but no match for a ninja of my caliber. Jiraiya had clearly underestimated him though and because of that, got the scar, leaving him injured. He had nicked his throat well and was bleeding profusely for a while, but recovered quickly. At least he had found out information about Naruto and what exactly happened to him. He knew that it was worth it for his godson. How has Naruto been? Jiraiya asked. He's been okay. He missed you last weekend. He can tell these sort of things, it's really uncanny, Tsunade said. Oh, Jiraiya said, clearly amused. He cried a good portion of the day Saturday, which is unusual. He's quiet. I think he just missed you, Tsunade said, with a small smile on her face. Nice to know that Gaki thinks of me. They all laughed at that. Everyone was pleasant with each other for the rest of the night, enjoying each other's company and carrying conversation, drinking well into the night. 4 months later. Today, Naruto was 6 months old and Jiraiya was in to visit. He walked in the house to Tsunade and Shizune sitting on the floor, Naruto sitting on his own in front of them. They were laughing at Naruto's antics. It was a nice sight to see, but he wanted to be a part of it. He walked in and announced himself saying, the super uncle has arrived. More like super pervert, Tsunade muttered. Jiraiya laughed in good nature and swooped up his godson, cradling him and tickling him, making him laugh hysterically. Shizune smiled at Jiraiya and his fatherly actions. Although he didn't seem like a father figure, he really had his moments. The scar still laid on his neck. Jiraiya had refused to remove it from medical ninjutsu, saying that he wanted to have it there in memory of Naruto and the time he found out he was a senju. Tsunade admired that Jiraiya wanted to even have the scar, let alone kept it in memory of Naruto and even more likely herself. How's sensei? Tsunade asked. He's okay, he wants to see Naruto. I was thinking we could meet him with Naruto sometime for his 1-year birthday. It would be nice for the both of them, Jiraiya said. And go to Konoha? Absolutely not, Tsunade said sternly. Of course not, he was planning on making a trip over to Suna anyways. He makes a small detour and we meet him midway. We need to move anyways. Move? What do you mean? I've caught wind of rumors going around about 2 healers in Cha no Kuni. That would be you too. People get suspicious. Better to say we move, disappear for a bit and show up somewhere else. I was thinking Kawa no Kuni, Land of Rivers, would be a good place to go anyways. It's quiet and secluded there. Where Takumi village is at. Are you kidding me? Ninja around the whole continent go there. Closer to Hai no Kuni obviously. I think it's a good location to practice medicine. A lot of missions go wrong there and if you guys keep quiet enough, you can practice medicine without pushing it. Things could go very wrong, Jiraiya. I'm concerned for Naruto. And I'm concerned that if you stay here, things could go downhill very fast. At least there it's a more centralized, but still secluded location. It's near the mountainous regions anyways. You will be okay. Tsunade thought over it for a few moments, then said, I'll think about it. I'm not convinced, but if something goes down here, we will move as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded, satisfied with the answer for now. He returned to playing with his godson and they continued their day, celebrating Naruto and how big he was getting and how fast he was growing. 4 months later. Tsunade was in the village today shopping after working diligently on a fisherman who had cut his leg and had lost quite a bit of blood. He was going to be okay, but would have to rest for a few days more than likely. She was grabbing some fresh herbs and meats for the next few days. She had finished paying for everything when something in the corner of her vision caught her attention. Standing across the street from the stall she was at was a person in a cloak, obviously observing her from the way said person was standing. Tsunade grabbed everything and left quickly, moving through the village. The person followed her subtly, but not subtly enough for her eye. Tsunade walked through the forest. Then, she suddenly dashed off and hid her chakra signature, making sure the person wouldn't be able to find her. The person made it inside the forest and was obviously looking for her after losing her so fast. Tsunade was hiding behind a tree. She saw him jump through the branches, looking around. She jumped up and yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are?" and slammed his fist into the person, when said person suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Senju Tsunade, still legendary as always, the person said chuckling, voice echoing around her in the trees. "Who are you?" Tsunade asked. "A person interested in some rumors is all," the person said, now identifiably a man from the voice. "Show yourself." The man stepped out behind a tree and Tsunade jumped down to meet him. The breeze blew around them, catching the leaves making them float on the wind. Tsunade stared him down when the man drew a sword from his cloak. It was a short tanto, but had chakra running through it. She knew it was a simple, but deadly trick if he was experienced with it. "Is it true you have a son Tsunade? I always was intrigued if you would carry on your clan. Why are you so interested in the Senju?" "Just an instinct." Then, the man sprung into action, disappearing in a shunshin body flicker technique and reappearing in front of her, already sword above his head in preparation for a strike. Tsunade sidestepped and threw a punch directly into the man's stomach, making him fly back. He gave a oof, signifying he had lost his breath from the punch she packed. He crashed into a tree, breaking through it and landed into another, denting it. He gave a groan but got up quickly and assumed a stance, but Tsunade was already in action. She sprung immediately on him and charged chakra into her fist, ready to make for a deadly punch. She got there and swung, but he shunshined away and instead the punch went through the tree, breaking it on impact and then making a small crater in the ground. "Impressive. I will need more people to take you on it seems. I will retreat for now, but be warned Tsunade, I will be back," the man said from the tree branches above her. She looked up but he was already gone. He was fast, really fast. Tsunade sprinted home after that, groceries in hand. She arrived and saw the house undisturbed and gave a small sigh of relief, worried before that the man might have been targeting the house originally. She walked inside and saw Tsunade playing with Naruto, who was walking along the sofa, holding on to it. He was smiling brightly, his green eyes shimmering with the achievement he had just made. He had grown significantly and is very healthy. Tsunade had gotten him weaned off of breastfeeding now and he was eating food regularly now. Shizune thought it was early, but Tsunade thought she had been right doing it. He wanted him eating regularly and knew he would develop well for a child like him. "Tsunade, you're back," Shizune said. "Shizune, we are locking down, we're leaving together now." "Understood," Tsunade said sternly. Shizune looked up at her master and saw the look she wore. It was one that wasn't to be discussed at the moment. She nodded and picked up Naruto saying, "Sorry Odoto, we have to get things done." Naruto looked up at Shizune and only looked at her. He still had a small smile that said, "I understand." Tsunade went into the back of the house and started packing necessities. She grabbed some things for Naruto and the rest was clothes and travel supplies. She left the back rooms and made her way to the kitchen to pack some food that was worth bringing while traveling. By the time she was done with the tedious task, Shizune and Naruto were ready to go themselves, fully dressed and travel ready. Tsunade nodded and they walked out of the house, ready to move quickly. Tsunade picked up her son and strapped him onto her back. "Where are we going to go Tsunade?" "We will go to a fishing town Jiraiya planned to send us to as a contingency plan. It will take about a day of traveling with Naruto, so let's go full speed ahead." "Hi." They took off into the trees and while traveling, if you listened close enough you could hear the giggling of a small child in the tree canopies. Tsunade and Shizune made it to the border of Hinokuni. They were traveling swiftly when Tsunade didn't like the feeling of the forest around her. "Shizune, take Naruto. I need a break," she said. Shizune knew Tsunade didn't need a break though, as this was their signal in case something was going to happen. She stopped and took the straps Naruto was sitting in and strapped him to her back. She stood up when suddenly kunai flew in all directions towards them. Shizune gasped, but Tsunade simply gave a HMPH, before grabbing Shizune and dropping to the ground, the kunai all missing. When they made it down, there was a fireball flying towards them from the distance, so they jumped to the side, the fireball flying past them. "Extraordinary. You are something not to meddle with Senju Tsunade," said a man who then jumped down from the trees in front of them. Then, 11 more ninja all jumped down and surrounded the three of them. Tsunade looked around and noticed all of them wearing plain white Anbu masks, decorated in Anbu armor and all wearing tantos. "So this is Danzo's failsafe huh? Take us out and grab Naruto," Tsunade asked with a deep growl. "Danzo-sama has ordered the capture of Naruto. We are sorry Tsunade-sama, but orders are orders. This is for the greater good of Konoha. Greater good. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Suddenly out of the trees came Jiraiya slamming a blue chakra sphere into the man who was speaking. He flew a distance into the trees, breaking a few before finally rolling to a stop. He groaned, but could not get up again. Jiraiya stood next to Tsunade and Shizune and said, "Sorry I'm late. I heard from a contact about Root discovering you too. I came as fast as I could." "How far behind were you?" Tsunade asked. "About a few hours. Only took me a bit to catch up I suppose," Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and cracked her knuckles, getting ready for a brawl. The Root ninja all tensed, but then dashed, all intent at striking as a team. Jiraiya flew through hand seals and shouted, "Doden, Doru Heiki. Earth release, mud wall." He slammed his palm into the ground and the earth rose up underneath the party, shooting him up into the air. Jiraiya jumped away from the pillar into the open air and flew through more seals, before shouting, "Kaden, Enden. Fire release, flame bullet." Jiraiya put his hand to his mouth and made a tunnel for him to breathe through. He breathed out however fire and it came roaring down on two Root ninja. They screamed and died a fiery death. He turned just in time to see Tsunade slam her fist into one of the Root ninja, who had cracked his ribs from the impact. He flew into another ninja and they went flying through a couple trees. Shizune had spat out a couple of senbon, skillfully taking out a single Root ninja, bringing their numbers down to 7. "You made a grave mistake taking on the gallant Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku." Jiraiya shouted, taking on a ridiculous pose. The Root ninja all looked at Jiraiya expressionless, but Tsunade and Shizune had managed to sweat drop at Jiraiya's antics. Naruto only looked at the battle going on with shining eyes, intrigued by what was going on, clapping his hands here and there. Jiraiya shrugged, then swiftly went through multiple hand signs before shouting, "Doden, Dosukyu. Earth release, Earth Dragon." From the earth then shot up a dragon made of the rock and earth itself, turning into a longer serpentine dragon. It flew towards the enemies around him and most were instantly crushed. 3 regrouped, obviously the only survivors. Jiraiya leaped towards Tsunade and Shizune, who was standing off to the side now, guarding Naruto. The Root ninja there stood huddled, then they all consecutively nodded and dashed off, away from the small party huddled. Jiraiya sighed and turned back to the other two. "I'm glad I got here in time," Jiraiya said. "Thanks you old pervert," Tsunade said. Jiraiya shrugged it off and looked at his godson, who was smiling happily and clapping his hands still. He gave him a small smile and a wave, then turned his attention back to the scene in front of him. It looks like Danzo wanted Naruto in his hands. He might have had him too if I had not arrived. These men had relatively high chakra signatures and had I not surprised the leader like I did, they would have been more coordinated, Jiraiya said in relief. "Why did they retreat though? Isn't Root known for no retreat?" Tsunade asked. "Danzo may have ordered it," Shizune said. "Most likely," Jiraiya said with a nod. They shook off the adrenaline and the dust that had gathered on them. Jiraiya looked at the party and said, "We need to move quickly. We will travel in High no Kuni for a few days, losing any tracks. We will get to Kawa no Kuni in the place I told you about. It's a lot safer there." Tsunade and Shizune nodded. They gathered themselves and then they all dashed off into the distance. 1 week later. After many days of laying false trails and investigating rumors, Tsunade and Shizune had completely buried their tracks and were now in Kawa no Kuni with Jiraiya. They were walking on the road, Naruto being held by Tsunade currently. He was giggling, his green eyes shimmering as he was being tickled by Tsunade. "We're almost there, Haim, and I know you're going to love the place," Jiraiya said. "Oh, so positive here, huh?" Tsunade asked with a slight smirk. Jiraiya only gave a cheeky grin and continued walking. Tsunade and Shizune followed behind. Soon enough, they had reached a mountain town in the northern regions of the country. They made it to the outskirts on the other side of the town, and off in the distance there was a house, surrounded by a few trees here and there. Shizune and Tsunade saw it was a clear space and had suitable living conditions. Inside the house, it was almost an exact replica of the last house's layout, except it had another bedroom. Jiraiya stretched out and then walked towards the back of the house towards the spare bedroom and said, "I called a spare. I need a nap." And before the two ladies could say something, they heard a door open and close behind the old pervert. They looked at each other and shrugged. They took off the packs they had and put Naruto down, who was excited to finally be down again. He went crawling over towards the table in the sitting room and started to stand up. Shizune went to observe him and put things away and tidy up in the room while Tsunade worked on the rest of the house, moving with quick precision and necessity. "Tsunade-sama, how long do you think we will be here this time?" Shizune asked suddenly. "I don't know, we're in a nice location since it's farther away from larger towns and villages. I don't predict us having any problems for a while, to be honest," Tsunade said offhandedly. Shizune nodded and sat down with Naruto and started to reflect on the last week of traveling. She knew they were lucky to get away from the Root Anbu without a scratch out them. After they had gotten away, they laid low in a small tavern town. They made some spare cash from small healing jobs they could do. They traveled over that week and even made it over by the daimyo's place, but made it through without being detected. They were off the radar again thanks to Jiraiya. Jiraiya really was a genius at infiltration and spy networking. He knew how to disappear when he wanted to. Tsunade wasn't thinking about that, however. She was working on getting the place locked down into a capable place worth defending if the worst came to be. She knew one thing: if anyone ever came after her baby again, she would destroy them. Everyone says never to piss off a mother bear. She had definitely become one now. 2 months later, Naruto was walking hand in hand with Shizune outside the house. Tsunade was sitting on the porch observing the two while drinking sake from a cup in her hand. She smiled at the sight of the two hand in hand taking small steps. Naruto was progressing relatively normally, and maybe even a bit faster than normal children would. She then thought about the next few days. Today, Jiraiya would show up with Hiruzen, her old sensei, for tomorrow. Tomorrow they were celebrating Naruto's birthday because in 3 days' time it would actually be his birthday. Hiruzen was returning from a diplomatic mission in Sunagakure, which had surprised Tsunade when she even heard about it in the first place. She supposed Hiruzen may have just made it up, but she didn't think so in this case. She knew he was usually honest, and wanted the best for everyone. He was known not only as the Kami no Shinbi but also, the professor, for a reason. She smiled at the thought of the small family being together for Naruto's first birthday. Her little boy was growing up so fast as it was already. She got up and picked up Naruto and said, "Time for your nappy, Naruto-kun." He gave her this look that said he understood and he definitely didn't want a nap. He never cried about it though because he usually enjoyed his sleep once she got him to stay still in the bed. He turned and saw Shizune giving him the hand squeeze wave and he gave one back. She giggled at him and saw him taken inside. She went and started working on the garden while Tsunade walked him back to his room and laid him down in his crib. He started to crawl around, but she tucked him up and he started to calm down. She had figured out this trick before that if she stroked the whisker marks on his cheeks, he would fall asleep quicker and before you knew it, started purring. It would make any girl squeal in delight, but she was his mother so she only smiled at the motion. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. She left him in his room and walked outside in the back again where Shizune was working in the garden. She stepped out and saw Hiruzen and Jiraiya standing around talking with Shizune. In the background she also saw a young Anbu to her surprise. She stepped out and smiled at the group. "So it seems that the three of you finally got here. Took you long enough," Tsunade said. "Could have kept you waiting longer, Haim. Sorry we were running late," Jiraiya said. She shrugged it off and walked up to her old sensei. She gave him a hug and he smiled at her, returning the favor. He looked at her and said, "How is my old student doing?" "Just fine, sensei. We had an incident a while ago I'm sure Jiraiya informed you of however," Tsunade said. Hiruzen frowned and nodded. He knew about everything that happened with the regular check-ins that Jiraiya gave Hiruzen. He knew about Danzo and the mysterious man that had shown up. He was getting nervous at the plays that were being made by the players around the continent. He really was getting too old to be Hokage, but he always knew he was one of the best cut out for the job. "And how is my grandson?" Hiruzen asked. Tsunade smiled and waved him to come inside. He followed her immediately, eager to see the young boy he had left in Tsunade's care and love. He went to the back with her and they stepped inside Naruto's room where he was sleeping inside the crib. They stepped just next to it so Hiruzen could look closely at Naruto. He smiled at how much Naruto had grown over the past year. He could tell Tsunade was already proud to be his mother and had really grown. He looked over her and her new attire. She was wearing a green kimono with the Senju symbol on the back of the top. She was also wearing flat shoes. She of course kept her old battle armor on underneath her kimono and her gambling jacket on, but she still had somewhat of a more relaxed and motherly, yet shinobi-like look about her. She also had her hair down now, a little longer than what she used to keep it at. He looked at Naruto and how he looked now. He was starting to grow out his hair now, getting more hairs than he had. He also had a slender look but looked healthy all the same. "You've taken really good care of him," he said, then reached down and started stroking his cheek. Tsunade chuckled and said, "Stroke his whisker marks. He loves that." He moved his fingers down and to his surprise he started to purr deeply and he had to chuckle himself. He knew this would be a good first birthday for Naruto. Over the day, Tsunade got to hang out a lot with her old sensei and Jiraiya and got introduced to Kakashi, the young Anbu who had come with the two. He was Minato's old student and Hiruzen trusted him enough to bring him along to meet Naruto. He was excited to meet his sensei's kid. When Naruto had finally woken up, it had been fun watching him walk around slowly to meet the people all here now. He had giggled a lot and smiled all the same, making him the lovable child that Tsunade and Shizune knew him to be all the time. Jiraiya had to admit the kid had grown on him over the last year and was excited to have him as an apprentice when he became older. Kakashi had taken to calling Naruto his nephew, which Hiruzen was happy that Kakashi was excited about Naruto and being his uncle. Hiruzen knew that when Naruto returned to Konoha, he would have a large family there and be happy. The next 2 days flew by with Naruto's birthday. Kakashi had actually made Naruto some big wooden blocks for Naruto to play with and stack around. Naruto of course was overjoyed at seeing the blocks that were a decent size. Hiruzen had given Naruto a stuffed animal which was a fox. Jiraiya had the same idea but instead it was a large toad. He had also given him a toad wallet for him to start saving money whenever he would get some. Shizune had gotten Naruto some nice clothes and Tsunade had done the same. Overall, Naruto had enjoyed his first birthday and the family was happy that Naruto was having a good time. They knew one thing: Naruto was an extraordinary child. He was always happy and he had a bright personality. So bright in fact, the forest around him seemed to radiate his personality. Chapter 5, Mokuten. Naruto was walking through a forest. He looked way up, craning his neck to see the incredibly tall trees around him. He always loved the forest and the outdoors. He would always help Tsuneni when she allowed him to. He was looking up though not because of the trees but because of what was above them. He looked up and saw a red sky, nothing like he had seen except this one place. He kept walking now, still looking up when he suddenly felt the need to stop. He looked forward and saw some brushing, but it wasn't green. It was black. In front of him was a wooden post with a tag on it. He read carefully and saw it was a kanji for seal. He shrugged and walked past the post standing just in front of the black brush. He didn't exactly know why but he had a feeling he shouldn't go inside it. That was when he felt it. That ominous presence that he felt every time he came here. He wanted to run away, like every time. He shivered at the hatred he felt coming from this. He felt like he could hide inside the trees at this very second. He never felt this afraid unless Ka-chan really wanted to get him for being out too long. He started to turn, but stopped. He suddenly decided he wanted to see what was causing this. He ran away every other time and knew he had to face this. He had to know what this thing was. He turned back and waited this time. Suddenly, he heard a massive roar that shook the world around him. He covered his ears in pain and saw the trees shaking around him from the impact. Then, the ground shook and a voice screamed around him, "Get out!" Naruto woke up screaming. He thrashed around in his bed, looking around with wide green eyes frightened of the thing that woke him up every night. He looked around in his room trying to find something to cling to. He then found his stuffed fox and toad and gripped them both, hugging them tight to his chest. He felt tears pouring out of his eyes onto the stuffed animals. "Naruto," Shizune asked, knocking on the door and poking her head into the room. "What's wrong, my Odoto?" She walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for Naruto to respond. He crawled over and hugged her, his toad in his arms still, the fox by the pillow sitting nicely waiting. Shizune put her arms around Naruto, comforting him. She and Tsunade had been switching off now for the last 2 weeks since Naruto's nightmares started. They didn't know what triggered it, but it was always the same. "The thing. It talked this time," Naruto said tearfully. "What talked, my Odoto?" Shizune asked, curious. Naruto shook his head, obviously afraid and not sure. Shizune sighed and closed her arms tighter around Naruto and whispered gently into his ear, lulling him into sleep. He finally after a few minutes dozed off to slumber and fell in Shizune's arms completely, his stuffed toad laying on the bed now. She sighed and pulled Naruto back into the bed, tucking him in gently with his stuffed animals on either side of him. She stroked his whiskered cheeks gently and felt him rumble, obviously purring. She smiled and got up, leaving the room. This time though, she left the door cracked open slightly. Tsunade was up making coffee early as always. She saw Shizune walk out at around 6 in the morning, later than usual. She yawned, stretching her arms above her head and looking around. She saw Tsunade standing at the counter, making the daily brew and walked over and leaned over the counter. "What happened this time?" Tsunade asked. Naruto said the thing talked this time, Shizune said. "It's getting worse," Tsunade asked, slightly shocked. Shizune nodded and said, "The Kyuubi is obviously having a large impact on him. We need to get Jiraiya to fix this." Tsunade shook her head and said, "I don't know much about seals, but Minato wouldn't have screwed up something like this. We will have Jiraiya check it, but I think it's something else." "What do you think it is?" Shizune asked. "I don't know. Not much had happened in the last 3 years. Naruto was going to be turning 4 in less than a week now. Ever since the small family had moved to the new place, not a single problem had been cut out for the family. They all loved the new place as much as the old place, giving it the homely atmosphere it deserved." Tsunade still loved being a mother for Naruto. She had finally come to terms with Naoki and Dan's death over the last few years, seeing Naruto being so much like her deceased younger brother and her deceased lover. She had some sloppy medical procedures too which caused her to get over her hemophobia, her fear of blood. Shizune had taken quite a large role in helping her get over herself, but she still gave a lot of the credit to her child now. He would always be her baby and her savior. Shizune had grown as a medical nin in the last few years, getting to a level Tsunade said was prestigious, which was saying something. Shizune was always proud of herself and her master, but over the last few years they had grown so much she had no reason to be disappointed in the family. Naruto had grown so much on her over the last few years too, shooting up like a weed and becoming a lively presence in the household. He was always smiling and laughing, making the days seem brighter. It seemed when he was outside, nature would always respond to him. She had to smile at that thought. Naruto had grown over the last few years as well. He had been adapted to the world around him, knowing the daily routines and always enjoyed everything there was in the world. His mother always called him melodramatic, which upset him to no end. He couldn't even pronounce the word, but he knew what it meant. He gotten into calling people nicknames too, which always made his family smile all the time. He would call his mother Ka-chan of course, because she was his Ka-chan. Shizune was deemed Zuneni and his uncle Jiraiya was called Erooji. He smiled at the nicknames he had called up and the memories that they brought. He remembered one day when his Erooji was peeking and his Ka-chan always told him never to peek on girls or women. He shouted out that name and all the girls screamed when they heard it. He snickered at the memory of his uncle running through the village they were at for hours evading women. Naruto always enjoyed having his other family over too. They were going to be coming soon too for his birthday. They came every year and he was excited to see his Kakashi and Gigi. He was bouncing up and down when his mother told him they were coming again this year. She also told him that this was a big year for him coming up because it would be the start of training for him to become a ninja. He had always wanted to become a ninja like his family. He was practically bursting with and whatever they call it. He was excited was all he knew. Odoto, I need your help, Zune shouted across the yard. Coming Ne-chan, Naruto shouted. He ran across the yard and saw her looking at a tree, frowning slightly. He stopped abruptly behind her and poked her. She turned around and gave a slight smile and said, I think you might be able to help with this. We have an operation to do. Naruto gasped, but she just laughed and said, not a medical operation. The tree here is dying, but we can save it. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and said, we can't let it die. What we need to do. Shizune grabbed a pair of clippers and said, there are dead branches on it. If we clip them off, that will help it. That's your job, now watch. She took the clippers and carefully snipped off the branch at the base of the trunk. He watched, and when he saw what to do he nodded and reached for what he called the clipper snippers. She held them out and said, be careful. Naruto nodded and slipped the clipper snippers onto his fingers and started getting to work right away. He loved the trees in his yard because they were so big. He wished he could be as big as any of the trees here. Big and strong. He wanted to save this baby tree first though, so he got to work, going snip snip at the dead branches. Shizune watched with a careful eye while working on putting chakra into the tree. The tree was a chakra tree that was supposed to be nurtured by chakra dosages. She apparently hadn't given it enough and that was what led to it dying. After a few minutes, Naruto put down the clipper snippers and said, I'm done. Good job my Odoto. Now come here, Shizune said. Naruto walked over where Shizune was patting the ground and sat down. She said, do you remember that trick Uncle Jiraiya was teaching you? About the chakra, Naruto asked. She giggled at his slight mispronunciation and said, that's right. I need you to do that and then put your hands on the tree. Naruto nodded and put his hands together, forming a hand seal his Eroji had taught him called Tora or Tiger. He focused and suddenly felt that warm feeling in his stomach that his Eroji had taught him about. He giggled suddenly as it felt really good, then settled down and focused again. He stretched out his hands now and put them on the tree. He suddenly felt the warm feeling go away and he felt a little tired. Shizune had been watching the whole time meanwhile and had to say she was very surprised. Naruto had chakra reserves the size of an average mid-genin had and that was unusual within a 4-year-old child. She could only imagine what amounts of chakra he would have later on in his life. She felt it all become depleted, but looking at the tree, it looked a lot better just by looking at the roots. She smiled and knew Naruto had done his job well. Good job Naruto, you saved the tree. Naruto jumped up and fist pumped yelling, yes. I did it, we did it. No Naruto, that was all you. You did the work, Shizune said. Really Zune? She nodded and patted him on the head. He smiled at the thought he was a big boy and had saved the tree by himself. Shizune was actually being honest though. All she had done was feed the tree a little bit of chakra while Naruto had cleaned off the suckers on the tree and fed it the remaining chakra it needed. He had done a good job. Let's go inside and celebrate. How about some ramen? Naruto shouted in excitement. Shizune giggled and said, sure, let's go make some ramen. Naruto jumped up again and fist pumped. He ran ahead of Shizune and was shouting excitedly for her to come inside. She went and followed him, but looked back at the tree just once. The tree was brown before, the leaves falling off when it was dying. The tree was now standing tall, all the leaves green already and it seemed to be growing just slightly. Naruto was slurping down his third bowl of ramen when Tsunade walked into the house, returning from her medical duties in one of the outer villages in the mountains. There had been a mining accident and there had been someone who had broken their leg. Another man had been impaled by a chunk of rock in the arm. She had been there already luckily and had gotten all the men out and healed before there were any serious casualties. She had made some good money today. Naruto, what did I tell you about having ramen every day? Tsunade shouted. But Zune said I could have some. Naruto shouted in protest. It's okay Tsunade-sama. Naruto helped me save the tree in the back today all by himself. He deserves a big boy reward, Shizune said. Naruto gave his mother a big shit-eating grin and continued to slurp down his ramen hungrily. Tsunade sighed and walked over to her son and gave him a hug just after he had finished devouring the broth in the bowl. He groaned, but returned the hug sincerely. You know ramen isn't the best thing for you, Tsunade said. Naruto started spilling anime tears however and said, how dare you say that? Ramen is the gift of Kami and should be treated as such. Tsunade laughed outright at this and just patted her son on the head. She walked past him and went outside in the back to sit down on the porch when she saw it. The chakra tree. She had told Shizune the tree needed to be mended today since she knew it was dying. They wanted to use it later on for a project of theirs, but it seemed like that project would be a lot earlier than expected. This tree had grown double the size than it was earlier today. It stood probably around 10 feet now, healthy and blooming branches rather large now. She visibly dropped her jaw straight down, still watching the tree grow noticeably. Shizune, Tsunade screamed. Shizune was outside within seconds, breathing heavy. She was hunched over, hands on her knees and said, "Hi, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade only pointed and it took Shizune a second to realize what Tsunade was pointing at. That was when she too dropped her jaw visibly to the floor. The tree was growing in front of their eyes. "What is this?" Shizune asked. "You said Naruto fixed the tree," Tsunade asked. Shizune gulped and nodded, and that was when Tsunade paled slightly, but smiled slightly also and said, "We have a big problem on our hands." Naruto was sitting at the table with his big sister and his mother. They were looking at him seriously with another bowl of ramen each in their hands, and in front of Naruto was some dirt in a cup. He was slightly confused because his mother never did this. Ka-chan, all you're saying I have to do to get those bowls of ramen is to channel some chakra into this dirt?" Naruto asked, very confused. Tsunade nodded, smiling slightly at Naruto's confusion. It was understandable since Tsunade never allowed her son to have ramen unless it was for a good reason. To Naruto, this would be just plain stupid. "Alright, here I go," Naruto said. He brought his hands in the hand sign he used to channel his chakra like he did outside, and then started to channel his chakra into the dirt. Suddenly, a plant burst out of the dirt and it turned into a fully grown plant, sprouting what smelled like something peppery to Naruto. He frowned at this. "Good job, Naruto," Tsunade said, smiling, and slid the bowl she had in her hands down to Naruto. Naruto put the cup of dirt with the now grown plant to the side and grabbed the bowl. He gave a grin to his mother and started to slurp down the noodles inside. Shizune gently placed her bowl next to the cup set to the side and got up. Tsunade followed her, and when they were away to talk quietly she said, "It's a fact now. Naruto has the Mokuton. What does this mean for us?" Shizune asked. "It means a lot. We know first of all what DNA Naruto was given when he was in the womb. That would also explain Kushina's troubles with the pregnancy. This also explains everyone's interest in Naruto. He is something unique, a Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi and a wielder of the Mokuton. This could be the reason for Naruto's nightmares." "What do you mean?" Shizune asked. "I have a theory. The seal that Minato implemented according to Jiraiya is supposed to slowly merge the two chakras until Kyuubi's chakra becomes one with Naruto. We don't know exactly what this means, but this could be the exact reason. What is the two chakras are conflicting and Kyuubi is trying to gain dominance?" Shizune thought over this for a minute and then nodded, saying, "It's a logical explanation. Naruto's mind isn't exactly developed and this is a good time to gain dominance." Tsunade nodded and said, "That's what I thought too. Which also explains Naruto getting closer and closer to the thing in his nightmares. It's the Kyuubi. He keeps getting closer each time. I believe when Jiraiya arrives we should start his chakra training as soon as possible. This should allow for his chakra to stop being muddled and allow him to have complete control again, relieving him of his nightmares." Shizune nodded and looked at Naruto, who was finishing his second bowl of ramen, and sighed. She hoped her ototo would be okay. Naruto, Shizune and Tsunade were eating dinner at the table that night. Naruto was excited that his birthday was in 3 days now. He could barely contain the excitement that his family was all going to be here again. He missed his uncles and his Gigi. They always gave him awesome stuff and they always played with him too. He smiled at the thought of the fun that they were going to have. Ero-Oji visited often, but Kaka-Oji and Gigi never visited as often. He missed Kaka-Oji's dogs. They were always fun to play with, like Ero-Oji's toads. Gigi let him play with the monkeys one time, but that was it. They had a lot of fun that day. "So Naruto, what do you want to do for your birthday?" Tsunade asked. Well, we could go swimming at the lake," Naruto said. "That sounds like fun," Shizune said, smiling a bit at that thought. "Oh yeah, and I want to play with the dogs and the toads. And if Gigi lets me, maybe the monkeys," Naruto said a little questioningly. "Sure Naruto, we can arrange for that," Tsunade said. Naruto fist pumped, but Tsunade scolded him rather quickly, saying no jumping at the dinner table. He frowned and continued eating, Tsunade chuckling on the inside a little. She had to admit, she was nervous to have Naruto start ninja training, but he had potential already. His chakra reserves were so high, and the fact that Mokuton. It still shocked her to no end. Her grandfather's bloodline awakened in her baby. She had no idea what to even think about this. She knew one day he would be in a lot of danger, not only because of the Mokuton but because of the Kyuubi. There was no way to decipher what would happen in the future. What bothered her more was the people already targeting her and the small family. The cloaked swordsman that had tracked her in the forest was fast and dangerous. Not only that, but Danzo had taken an interest in Naruto. Whether it be because he knows about the DNA transplant or the fact that he was interested in him being a Jinchuriki, she didn't know. She had a theory about the whole thing though. Danzo probably has had secret relations with Orochimaru for a long time now. He wanted him to become Hokage back then anyways. She figured that with Danzo and Orochimaru working together, Danzo would further the goals of Konoha and Orochimaru would gain much more test subjects. Naruto and Kushina just happened to be one of them. Danzo got his way and Orochimaru his. Well, sort of. She didn't want to focus on this anyways. Shizune and Naruto were talking eagerly to each other. She smiled at the way they interacted. She was happy for Shizune and how much she enjoyed her time around Naruto. She thought at first she would get tired of him, but she seemed to have a fountain of patience like Tsunade did. It surprised her at first, but no longer. Knock knock, came a voice from the front area of the house. Everyone at the table turned to look towards the front area and saw standing there Jiraiya with Hiruzen and Kakashi. They all smiled happily at the small family. Naruto shot up from his chair and ran towards them shouting, "It's them! It's them! Naruto, what did I tell you about getting up from the dinner table?" Tsunade asked. Naruto froze in his tracks and turned towards his mother, who was giving him the "sit your butt down before you're in trouble" look. He frowned, looking down and mumbled, "Sorry Ka-chan." Everyone laughed except Tsunade, who had her arms crossed. Naruto walked back to his chair and sat down, continuing to poke at the vegetables on his plate. He sighed, but Jiraiya walked up and ruffled his hair and said, "Cheer up. After dinner, we're all yours." Naruto looked up and grinned at him, and started to dig into his vegetables, eager to play with his family. Tsunade smiled a little bit and continued to eat her dinner. Hiruzen took the final seat at the table while Kakashi and Jiraiya went to find chairs elsewhere in the house. "How has it been, Tsunade?" Hiruzen asked. "Just fine, sensei. As you can see, Naruto here is eager for the next few days," Tsunade said. "I can see that," Hiruzen said. Oh, Gigi, can I play with the monkeys on my birthday?" Naruto asked. "I don't see any reason why not," Hiruzen said. Naruto grinned and finished off the last few pieces on his dinner plate and jumped up saying, "Done. Take your dishes to the sink, Naruto. Then you can go outside and play until we're done with dinner," Tsunade said. "Okay," Naruto said and went to do exactly that. Tsunade smiled that her boy was being good. She looked over at Jiraiya and Kakashi walking in now with some chairs and they sat down. Tsunade watched Naruto go outside before asking, "What's the excuse this time?" Tsunade asked. "Had a diplomatic mission in Kawa no Kuni. Luckily, you guys were just a little out of the way, so I decided to take a little bit of extra time that no one will really know about. Probably shouldn't do it, but I am confident in Konoha and its ability to defend itself," Hiruzen said. "Of course. What's the update?" Hiruzen sighed and said, "The war is hard, but Kumo is finally calming down now. The war has taken its toll on everyone, myself included. Iwa seems to be ready to end this also. This war is just ridiculous," Kakashi offered. "Yes, just that," Hiruzen said sadly. "The last few years, tensions between Kumo, Iwa and Konoha have increased and led to a war. But it seemed that Kumo was ready to come to a peace treaty." Hiruzen, of course, accepted the offer immediately. He set the date to be at the end of the year, December 27th. He was overjoyed that there was finally a ceasefire. "We might have a problem," Tsunade said seriously. Everyone looked at her, seeing her face sunken but at the same time smiling. Jiraiya was confused the most, not really knowing what would that mean. He looked at her and said, "Like a threat problem?" "Not exactly. It's better to show you." "Shizune," Tsunade said. "Hi," Shizune said and got up. She went to the kitchen and grabbed a cup, filled with dirt. She brought it to the table and said, "I caution everyone to cover their ears." 2 seconds later Tsunade shouted at the top of her lungs, "Naruto!" Naruto came scrambling inside not even 15 seconds later. He panted, hands on his knees and said, "Yes Ka-chan." "Sit down honey, we want to show them that special trick we were talking about the other day," Tsunade said. Hiruzen, Kakashi and Jiraiya all had raised eyebrows now, curious what this 4-year-old child had to bring to the table that would pique their interest. Naruto sat down and looked at the cup of dirt in front of him. He frowned and said, "What do I get if I do it?" "The question is what you get if you don't do it," Tsunade said with an evil gleam. Naruto gulped and nodded. He brought his hands in a snake seal, or a me seal this time. Jiraiya looked at this, highly intrigued what would bring the boy to change his hand signs to focus his chakra. Then he saw him put his hands on the cup, and then it happened. A small plant burst through the cup, growing to a full-sized herb plant. "What?" Jiraiya, Kakashi and Hiruzen screamed in shock. Tsunade nodded and ruffled Naruto's hair, saying it was okay to go outside now. He smiled and went outside, grinning slightly at their expressions. Shizune got up and grabbed the cup, putting it by the back door to put in the garden outside. She had been doing this a lot recently. "I thought the same thing," Tsunade said. "But, that's impossible," Jiraiya said. "He has Mokuton," Kakashi said in disbelief also. "It seems mine and Minato's theory was correct," Hiruzen said. Now everyone turned to look at Hiruzen like he had his head on backwards. They didn't know what to make out of the situation now. "What do you mean your theory was correct? You knew this would happen?" Tsunade asked. "If you read the letter a few times over like myself, you would have known yourself," Hiruzen said. Tsunade thought over this and nodded, in subtle agreement. Hiruzen stroked his chin and thought over this while Kakashi just sat there in sheer shock. Jiraiya was mulling this over also. Shizune even seemed lost for words at the moment. Tsunade just let him think this over, but it wasn't long before Jiraiya said, "Well, it just means that we have to train Naruto harder." "Right, because that's the right thing to do. Let us just push the boy to his limits," Tsunade said sarcastically. "I'm serious here, Tsunade. Your son will be in serious danger if he doesn't learn to control this gift. I have a bad feeling about this one." "I don't know why," Jiraiya said. "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya sighed and said, I suppose it's time to tell you two what I found 3 years ago. What are you talking about? Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya only sighed and delved into the story of how he found Orochimaru's secret base through the clan he had found and exterminated. He told them about how Orochimaru was involved in Naruto's DNA transfusion and the other sick experiments down there and how Rude was involved. He could only assume Danzo and Orochimaru were in charge of the whole operation. Hiruzen was gritting his teeth by the time the story was done, fuming on the inside. Kakashi was shocked that Danzo would have done something that low to get what he wanted. Danzo must be apprehended at once. Hiruzen said. Whoa there sensei. We can't. Danzo still has the support of the counselors and has a whole army of Root and Anbu behind him. There are other ways to deal with him and his people, but it will take time, Jiraiya said. What are you talking about? Hiruzen asked. That Gaki outside, Jiraiya said. Everyone turned their heads towards the back door and Kakashi said, You mean Naruto? Of course I mean Naruto, his dream is. Well, I'll let you figure that out yourself, Jiraiya said. Everyone gave him a look and he shrugged. He got up and said, Well, I think we've kept the Gaki waiting long enough. Let's go outside and entertain him. Everyone nodded and got up, heading outside to go play with Naruto. 3 days later, everyone woke up to prepare for Naruto's big day. He was still sleeping as he tended to sleep in late. Everyone had found out about his tendency for nightmares. Jiraiya had been asked to check the seal the day after they arrived, but him and Hiruzen couldn't find fault in the seal. It was laid out perfectly, but everyone thought the same thing. There was something wrong with Naruto's chakra. Naruto stepped into the front area, rubbing his eyes with his fists, tired. He then looked up at everyone who was at the kitchen table, waiting for him to gain his senses. He then realized what day it was and his whole face brightened up. Happy birthday Naruto, everyone at the table shouted. And Naruto knew this was just going to be an awesome day. Everyone was coming inside now that it was sundown. Everyone was talking about the day that they had. And did you see Pakken? He was hilarious when he was floating in the lake, Naruto said laughing. Everyone just smiled as he rambled on about his day, no doubt knowing that this was Naruto's best birthday for him yet. They all had even enjoyed it, taking the liberty to talk and sit idly. It was relaxing for them for once. All right Gaki, time for your presents, Jiraiya said. Naruto turned around with a pout on his face and said, Don't call me that Ero-OG. Everyone laughed at his emphasis on the pervert part and Jiraiya only started shouting about how he was a super pervert, not just a pervert. Sunid went into one of the back rooms in the house and grabbed the pile that the family had gathered and put them on the table in the sitting room. Sunid had told everyone that this was Naruto's big year to start training and everyone was told to get him shinobi things because that was what Naruto wanted. Everyone was overjoyed he was taking it seriously. Naruto sat down in front of everyone and went through the pile like he did every year. He started first with Kakashi. He grabbed the present and had discovered inside a box a full set of kunai and shuriken for him to start training with. He also saw some tags which he had no idea what they were, but after an explanation that Ero-OG would help him with those, he thanked Kakashi, giving him a fist bump, then a small hug. His Gigi was next. He found inside the seal of a scroll a big pile of books and scrolls. He looked through the titles with help from Zuneni and saw that they were all things he would need for shinobi training. He was overjoyed at the large pile that was there and gave his Gigi a huge hug, thanking him also. Ero-OG was next. Like the last scroll, there was a seal but books and scrolls were not inside. Inside was a full wardrobe of shinobi gear for Naruto. The outfits were all the same, but Naruto thought they looked awesome. There were green pants that he saw could be taped from the tape that was in the pile from his uncle. He then saw a tight dark blue shirt with a dark orange stripe on each side of the shirt, running from the bottom of the sleeve to the armpit area and down the side of the shirt. He absolutely loved the color orange, and Jiraiya had known it, so he had got an orange on something with a little orange on it. Naruto also saw some shoes that were perfect for him. Naruto shot up and grabbed his OG in a hug and thanked him ecstatically. Zuneni was next and she had gotten him different books on theory and shinobi practices. He could now learn properly, and although he wasn't as ecstatic as the last few gifts, he was still very happy with the gifts and gave his sister a hug, thanking her. His Ka-chan was last and he was excited the most for her gift. He saw there was a scroll from her, and when he unsealed it with help like the last few times, he saw there was a large pile of dodgeballs. He smiled at this and thought it would be for playing dodgeball. Thanks Ka-chan. You won't be thanking me soon Naruto-kun, Sunid said with a bit of a gleam in her eyes that made everyone else in the room shiver. The next day, Hiruzen and Kakashi left. They had stayed far too long, but were happy to be there for Naruto's birthday. He always loved it when his Gigi and Kakashi came to the house. He was outside now however, getting ready for his first day of training. He was stretching when Jiraiya came outside followed by Sunid. Sit down kid, let's have a talk, Jiraiya said. Naruto stopped stretching after a moment and sat down on the ground in front of Jiraiya and Sunid. They both looked at each other and then Sunid said, Naruto, do you remember the trick that you showed everyone a few days ago? Oh, the plant one? Naruto asked. That's right, well, it's because of something that isn't normal, Jiraiya said. Naruto turned his head at this, obviously confused. Sunid sighed and said, do you remember the stories about Hashigigi? Oh, the wood guy, Naruto shouted, knowing the stories. That's right. Do you know what I told you about him? Tsunade said. You said he was unique. He had a Kekkai Gankui, Naruto asked. A Kekkai Genkai Naruto. It's a special trait, Tsunade said. Right, that, Naruto said. I lied about Hashijiji, Tsunade said. Naruto frowned at this and asked, what do you mean? Tsunade sighed and paused, trying to find the right words, but Jiraiya beat her to it. He breathed and said, you are like your great Jijigaki. You have Mokuten. Naruto frowned for a moment, trying to think about what they said, then said, so I have a Kekkai Genkai. Kekkai Genkai, and yes Naruto, Tsunade said. Naruto fist pumped and said, so that means I'm pretty strong, huh? Tsunade shook her head, which confused Naruto. He put his arm down and looked straight, waiting for her to say something. She thought for a moment before saying, Naruto, you have a long ways to go. You have a lot of chakra for a 4-year-old, which means that you will develop chakra at an obnoxious amount, and your chakra is messed up. You need to work hard in order to become like Hashijiji. Naruto frowned and thought for a moment. Jiraiya started saying, it's not like we were. Then I'll work hard, Naruto shouted, grinning now. Tsunade and Jiraiya jumped at his sudden outburst. They looked at Naruto putting on a giant grin and then saw he was looking at them, and he said, I'll be greater than Hashijiji. I'll work harder than anyone else out there, and then, one day I'll go back to Konoha and become the greatest Hokage. I'll be greater than anyone. I can do this because I want to protect everyone. I want to be able to protect anyone who believes in me. Believe it. Tsunade and Jiraiya both were shocked at his statement. He definitely had a huge dream. He was setting large goals for himself that would take time, but Jiraiya was the first to shake it off and said, then let's get to work, Gaki. Naruto grinned and fist bumped with his uncle, and they both got up, starting warm-ups to start training. Tsunade was still sitting, however, looking at her baby boy and him running around the yard, Jiraiya observing him, writing in his notebook, obviously some sort of smut. She wasn't concerned about that, however. She looked at Naruto and realized just how much he was like Naoki and Dan. She then felt something wet on her cheek, and realized she had shed a tear. She wiped it and looked at Naruto again, who was giving a large smile while running. I believe in you, Naruto. It's my duty as your mother, but I completely believe you. Chapter 6, What We Protect. Hinata was outside training. It seemed like that was all she ever did anymore. She would wake up, train, eat, train, go to the academy, train, shower, train, eat, train, sleep. It wasn't exactly ingrained into her head, but she did it because she had to. No, she wanted to. Her father had high expectations, and she wanted to meet them, yet it seemed like she could never live up to them. It had started back when she was 4. It was her birthday, December 27th. It was a good day overall. At first she had thought. She had spent a good day with her family, her uncle and her cousin Neji included. That would be the last day of peace she would have. In the middle of the night, she was taken away by a Kumo ninja intent on stealing the Byakugan for Kumogakuwa. Her father, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, had come to rescue her, permanently silencing and killing the Kumo ninja. He also happened to be the ambassador of the peace treaty Kumo was trying to organize with Konoha. It had apparently been the Raikage's secret orders, but because Hayashi, her father, had killed the ninja, there were problems raised that she didn't know about until later. The next few days, she was too terrified to leave her room. She stayed locked inside, taking her meals into her room and refusing to visit with anyone. When she finally decided to leave her room, the world hit her with the truth. The ambassador being dead, Kumo demanded recompense. The demand was that her father, the kidnapper's killer, was to give his life over to Kumo. This in turn sparked her uncle to offer his life over because he was his father's twin. This saved the Hyuga clan in many places, but most importantly in keeping the Byakugan safe from others. The clan accepted the offer gratefully, but in turn made Neji cold-hearted and put him into the belief that destiny controlled people's lives. She then was thrust into training by her father. She was to brought up in the clan's teachings, most importantly the gentle first, the taijutsu style used by all clan members. She was pushed to her limits every day in training and was doing her best, but the harsh conditions set by her father brought her crumbling every time. She was soon thrust into her shell that made her the shy, gentle person that she naturally was. She continued to grow up having no friends and no social life, making her regressed and gentle. That was until she entered the academy. She went the first day to find herself in a class full of class heirs like herself. At first, they seemed to be reluctant to go near her. That was until the first day of taijutsu sparring. Flashback. Everyone was walking outside, Hinata and the dead last of the class everyone knew as Shikamaru and Choji, the kid who constantly ate in the back of the line. Her sensei, Haruka, was leading everyone out towards the sparring field in the middle of the clearing. Alright everyone, today is our first day of sparring. I am going to teach all of you the basics of sparring and then we will have you paired off and we will all observe each other's spars. Hi, most of the class responded. Hinata watched as Haruka-sensei went through the basics of sparring and then he heard him pair people off until she heard her name. Hyuga Hinata will spar with Haruno Sakura. Cha, alright, I'll win this for sure. She can't harm a fly. Sakura shouted loudly. Like you can win anything, forehead. Yamanaka Ino shouted. Shut up Ino pig, I'll win Sasuke Kunova after I win this spar. Sakura shouted. Everyone else in the class sweat dropped at their antics. Hinata was even getting nervous, while Iruka scolded Sakura and Ino for disturbing his class. He then continued down the list of names. It wasn't long before the spars started and everyone soon found themselves getting excited to show each other their abilities. There were some civilian-born people in the class, and while this gave them a disadvantage over the rest, did somewhat impressively for 6-year-olds. It got to some of the clan heirs however, one of them being her. When she heard her name called, someone put a hand on her shoulder. She turned around and saw Choji looking at her, holding the bag of potato chips he had been eating in his other hand. Shikamaru was also looking at her. Hey, show her who's boss, Choji said. Yeah, she's so troublesome after all, Shikamaru said. Hinata paused for a second, confused. Then she smiled, realizing what they were saying and opened her mouth to say something, but stuttered. Tth. She turned and walked up to the ring and saw Sakura standing there, cracking her knuckles as if she was the tough nut of the bunch. Hinata stood in the circle at her end and looked over to Shikamaru and Choji who were both giving her a thumbs up. She saw this as a sign of support and smiled back at them. Then she heard someone shout, "Go Hinata! Kick her butt!" "Oi, Kiba, shut it would ya?" someone else shouted. Hinata smiled inwardly at their antics, and walked forward to meet Sakura and make the sign of confrontation. They made the sign and then stepped back when Iruka-sensei shouted, "Hajime." Hinata took her gentle fist stance and Sakura rushed forward only to be thrust back by Hinata. When she hit the ground, she didn't get back up. Hinata was shocked, that she not only did that but injured her like that. Sakura, Hinata shouted. Shusha, Hinata, Iruka shouted. Everyone clapped at Hinata's achievement, but she didn't care. She rushed forward to make sure that Sakura was okay. Sakura got off the ground, groaning. Hinata hadn't even activated her Byakugan, and yet she had still beat Sakura. Hinata stopped in front of the groaning girl and asked shyly, "Hey, why you okay? Why do you care? Leave me alone, Stutz." Then she stomped off, leaving her alone. Iruka scolded her for being rude and not finishing the spar with the reconciliation sign. Hinata was still caught up on two facts. That she had been supported by people today and that she had been clearly yelled at by this Sakura girl. End of flashback. It was after that when she started to come out of her shell a little more. She had begun to become friends with Shikamaru and Choji, who had been her first supports, and she even talked to her what was unknown support now known as Kiba. The three of them were all clan heirs and like her, had been put in the academy by their father or mother, the clan leader expected to represent their clan. Whether or not they had done a good job representing their clan was left up to interpretation. She had even lost her stutter for the most part, only returning to it when she got nervous. Hinata found herself working more diligently on her training after her first success, intent on making her father proud. It was a hard goal she had set for herself, but she was intent on accomplishing it. Hinata breathed and set back to her training, hitting the post in front of her, toughening her hands and legs. Neji Hyuga was watching Hinata at work, and he felt a surge of jealousy. She had a pampered life because of destiny. He knew that destiny had screwed him royally to put it bluntly and didn't want anything to do with the main branch, however he found himself coming in need of a mentor. The thing was, he didn't know where to look for someone to train him further in the Byakugan. He could ask for someone in the side branch, but he wanted to surpass everyone in the clan and become the best Byakugan user there had been known to the shinobi world. Neji sighed and made for one of the training fields in the village. He went to the not frequently used fields often, so he could train alone and away from prying eyes and ears. He found himself at field number 27 and set to work immediately working on the posts in the field, strengthening himself physically and taking out his frustrations. He found word of how Hinata had shown a different side of herself over the past few months at the academy, yet retained her old personality at her home. It was really ironic, that her father would praise her away from her eyes and ears yet would be harsh in front of her. Her father was proud of her, not him. He was further advanced than Hinata and deserved the praise that he gave out about her. He was a true prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and a prodigy of his academy class. He would lead his generation in the charge. This he knew to be true, and he would start by humiliating the main branch beyond redemption. Uchiha Sasuke was home, outside working with his shuriken. He was kinda tired of the fangirls at the academy following him around all the time. That's why he tended to stick home whenever he could unless his brother actually had time to train him. Today unfortunately wasn't one of those days as he was out on a mission. He was going to come back tonight, thank goodness. Maybe after dinner he could train him. He threw another shuriken and saw it hit the post, but missing its bullseye mark. He sighed and went to retrieve all the shuriken he had thrown for the past 10 minutes. He then saw his father walking outside, towards the house. He looked at his son slightly before turning back and walking inside the house. Sasuke sighed when he saw his father. He never made time for him and it disappointed him to no end. He wished his father would just spend even a day training him, but his father always neglected him in favor of Itachi, his brother. He wanted the attention Itachi had. Itachi, when he did train with him, always put his full attention on him. It was nice to have him as an older brother. He remembered the days clearly, working on shuriken techniques, and even learning about his Kaiden affinity. He then learned the fire technique, Kaiden, Gokukyu no Jutsu on the same day. He was pleased to learn he was good at it for his age. When he had shown his father, he had even been impressed enough to give him a few pointers. That was the only attention he had received from him, however, and that was about a year ago. Sasuke thought back then to a weird day not even a month ago. Itachi had taken him one day and taught him something that confused him, yet he knew it was important. Flashback. Sasuke was riding on the back of Itachi, waiting to take him where they were going to go. Itachi was moving relatively fast through the village and soon enough started escalating a cliff. "Hey Itachi, where are we going?" Sasuke asked curiously. "You'll see my Ototo," Itachi said. Sasuke humphed at Itachi's response, which gained a chuckle from Itachi. Soon enough, however, they had stopped and Sasuke slid down Itachi's back. Itachi took his little brother by the shoulders and led him to the cliff and told him, "What do you see, Sasuke?" And for the first time, Sasuke paid attention. He saw the sun in front of him, glaring orange and red because of the sunset. He saw the forest surrounding Konoha, standing tall and firm, hiding the village away from prying eyes. Then, he looked down and saw he was on top of the Hokage monument. He was looking down upon Konoha, the entire village, and its people moving amongst the streets and going on with their lives. "Konoha," Sasuke said. Itachi gave a nod of approval and said, "But what of Konoha?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows, trying to concentrate. This was a test from his brother, but he didn't know what the test was for. Itachi smiled down at his brother's concentration and decided to help him by saying, "The people, Sasuke." "Ha! The people of Konoha. The people that make this village burn so brightly. Me and so many others protect this village. One day you will also protect this village and its people." "But, father always says clan over all else," Sasuke said, remembering the rules of the clan. Itachi shook his head, eyes closed and obviously frustrated. Sasuke frowned at his brother's look, like he had disappointed him. Sasuke wanted to understand, so he asked, "Why do you protect the village, Itachi ni?" Itachi smiled at this, like his little brother was finally getting somewhere. He looked down and said, "Because of people like you." "Ha," Sasuke said again. Itachi only smiled and said, "Because there are many people who love and respect the ninja of THS village like you. You look up to the ninja to protect you from harm, and that is what we do every day. It is our duty as ninja to protect Konoha. That is the will of fire." "The will of fire?" Sasuke asked again. "One day, when you are older, hopefully you will be able to see with the eyes that I have and will be able to understand," Itachi said sadly. Sasuke looked at his brother and how he gazed over the village that he loved so dearly. He looked like he adored the village, admired it even. Sasuke understood those feelings because he had them himself. Sasuke didn't understand, but he swore one day he would. End of flashback. Sasuke grabbed the rest of his shuriken and started to walk back to his spot. He still thought about that what Itachi said every day. He wanted to know what the will of fire was, and he even almost asked Daruka-sensei. His father wouldn't answer him most likely, and he didn't like to ask his mother questions a lot of times. He sighed and got ready to throw shuriken when he heard a voice yell behind him, "Seems like my Ototo is still working hard." Sasuke turned and saw Itachi standing there smirking at his younger brother. Sasuke smiled and ran up to him only to get poked in the forehead by his brother. He grunted when he then shooed him away to go return to training. Sasuke turned away wearing a frown, but then he smiled because his brother was home again and he would spend time with him. After he trained, Nara Shikamaru yawned and continued to look at the clouds. He really wished he was a cloud sometimes. It was too troublesome to deal with people everywhere. His mother was a very troublesome person. The only other person who knew the facts like him was his father. He sighed and started imagining what type of shapes the clouds were when he heard his father shout from the doorway of his house, "Yo! Shikamaru, come play some shogi with me." Shikamaru sighed and muttered something about how troublesome that would be, but got up anyways and went to play his favorite game with his father. He never won against him of course, but he was one of the only other challenging people to play against, and one of the only people who would play against him in the first place. Shikamaru stepped onto the porch and sat in his seat across from his father, who looked dully at the board in front of him, the first move already made. Shikamaru grunted and said, "Why do you get the first move?" "Because I'm your father, that's why," Nara Shikaku said. "How troublesome," Shikamaru said while making his move. They played silently for a while now. Shikamaru had to admit, he kept getting closer and closer to beating his father sometimes, then it would be 3 steps backwards and he would have to figure out how to outsmart his father again. It was so troublesome. He thought about how he could be lounging around with Choji or Ino, or about how he could be up in the sky like a cloud, continuing making his moves. After what seemed like forever, he found himself in a position worth noting. He looked at the board, then at his father. "You're sacrificing your peace?" Shikamaru asked, not understanding. "Sometimes, you must protect King," Shikaku said. "What are you talking about?" Shikamaru asked, taking the piece on the board. Then, Shikaku moved, mating Shikamaru in another game. He smirked at the board and said, "That." Shikamaru was astounded. His father never sacrificed pieces like that. He worked to save every one of them like they were his own men. Why would he do it now? "Shikamaru, you are king. A lesson worth noting and remembering. Remember it well because one day you will realize why you learned this lesson when you did," Shikaku said, standing up and walking away. He then paused suddenly and said, "No matter how troublesome it may be. Shikamaru smirked at his father's choice of words, but then reflected on the lesson his father had taught him. He kept the teaching for clan techniques, but why now? Why in a game of shogi? Shikamaru looked at the board, trying to decipher it like a puzzle when his mother inside shouted, "Shikamaru! Get cleaned up, we're going out with the Yamanakas and the Akamikas." Troublesome, Shikamaru said, but not before memorizing the board in front of him. He got up and walked inside to go get dressed for the occasion at the Akamaki grilling restaurant. Shikamaru slid into the table where his friends Choji and Ino were already seated, along with their parents. Shikaku and his mother Yoshino took her seat at the table. "Yo Shikaku!" Choza, the Akamaki clan head shouted. "Choza, Inoki," Shikaku said in greetings. "How's the day treating you, Shikaku?" Inoki asked. "Just fine, just got done with a nice game of shogi with my son, which I'm sure he is contemplating in his head at this very moment." Which was true. Shikamaru sat in silence, thinking hard about the position of the board his father had led him into and how he had won the game. Shikaku was known for playing cunningly and known for doing things people wouldn't expect, but this was out of the norm for Shikamaru as far as his father goes. He thought hard, furrowing his brow, gaining the attention of his two friends. "Hey Shikamaru, are you alright there?" Ino asked. "Yeah, you look like you're about to think too hard," Choji said. "Yeah, just troublesome fathers and all," Shikamaru said. Everyone at the table laughed at Shikamaru's outburst except his mother, who scolded him over how he was insulting his father over everyone. This continued until Shikamaru was forced to apologize to his father, who shrugged it off, and then Yoshino went and scolded his father. She did that a lot, scolding people. Shikamaru sighed and muttered to himself how troublesome it was to be here. "What are you thinking about there, Shikamaru?" Ino asked. "King," Shikamaru said. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, working on the pile of paperwork that had gathered. The last few years had been a battlefield for him on the political spectrum. When he had learned of Danzo being behind Kushina's kidnapping and working with Orochimaru, he fumed on making a plan to ensure that Naruto would one day succeed and become the Hokage while removing Danzo out of authority. He had been gathering evidence, but not enough to pursue action. He sighed and finished the last stack of paperwork, but not before his paperwork decided to refresh itself with the opening of his door and his secretary walking in with a large pile of paperwork in her arms. He sighed and asked, "When does it end?" "I really don't know, Hokage-sama," she said back. She walked out after dropping the load on his desk and closed the door behind her. He sighed and continued to read the paperwork that had gathered, when he heard a voice sound behind him. "I guess it never does end," Jiraiya said. Hiruzen looked at him and smiled before saying, "It really doesn't." "How's the progress with Danzo?" Jiraiya asked. "Not much progress since last time. Caught a letter this time, but that's about it. Nothing significant. Yourself?" "Actually, that's why I'm here. We have a lot to talk about." "Away from ears," Jiraiya said, emphasizing the last statement. Hiruzen snapped his fingers immediately and the Anbu guarding the room immediately vacated the premises. He then went through a few hand seals and seals around the room activated and the room was silenced immediately. "I'm listening," Hiruzen said. Jiraiya sat down and said seriously, "Naruto's in serious danger." Hiruzen's eyes widened and then he asked, "How so?" "Two organizations. One you've heard about before, the other not so much." "Root?" Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya laughed and said, "That's not even the slightest thing to worry about." Hiruzen paled at that statement and asked, "What are you implying?" "Two organizations. One is unnamed at the moment and I don't have much information, so I'll come back to it. The second we know about quite well. In fact, our old friend Madara is in the organization, or involved in the workings some bit," Jiraiya said. "What?" Hiruzen shouted. "Akatsuki, made up of S-class criminals from around the elemental nations. Their goals are unknown at the moment, but if Madara is in it, then Naruto is involved somehow. However, what is more surprising is the fact that Hanzo is dead." Hiruzen's eyes shot up at this, clearly surprised. He knew that Hanzo had been the only person that had taken on his team in the Second Shinobi World War, which led them to be named the legendary Sannin. How he died was a question to be raised. Someone by the alias of Paran killed him. He then claimed his place as ruler of Omegakure and has secret claims to an organization known as Akatsuki. What this means, I do not know. Hiruzen was shocked. Someone was powerful enough to lead this organization known as Akatsuki, containing S-class criminals and powerful enough to kill Hanzo. He didn't know what this would mean for Konoha at the moment, or for Naruto at that matter. "That's not all. It seems our old friend Orochimaru joined Akatsuki," Jiraiya said. Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk and said, "That's two people interested in Naruto in one organization. This is not a coincidence. We cannot lose Naruto, Jiraiya." "I know, but I have more to say," Jiraiya said, obviously trying to calm the old man. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and calmed himself down, now waiting for Jiraiya to finish. "There is another threat out there. I don't know what exactly it is at the moment, but it was powerful enough to give Tsunade an eye raiser, so I took a looking into it. Apparently, she had a good hunch. Some group is gathering, and I'm not sure what their goals are, but Naruto has apparently gained their interest. They are biding their time however," Jiraiya said. "How long?" Hiruzen asked. "Both organizations are still gathering. It will be some time before they are ready," Jiraiya said. We need to relocate Naruto, preferably back to Konoha, Hiruzen said. No, Tsunade would never let that happen. Maybe when Naruto is 8 years old or so, but not now, Jiraiya said. Then where? Hiruzen asked. To the fire temple, Jiraiya said like it was obvious. Hiruzen sat in thought then. It was secluded, away from prying eyes, and the monks there were sworn to secrecy. Plus, if Hiruzen remembered correctly, Shiriku, the head monk there, owed Jiraiya a huge favor. It could just work out. It works out for both the temple and Tsunade. The temple there has a boy that has a problem. They won't tell me exactly what it is, but apparently it's noteworthy. He's staying with the monks there, away from society. I told them Tsunade would move there as soon as possible, Jiraiya said, confident in his answer. How long until they move? Hiruzen asked. A week. I'll be escorting them there, getting rid of any tracks they might have laid for themselves. Hopefully we won't run into trouble, Jiraiya said. Let us hope not, Hiruzen said. They were silent for moments, each reflecting on the conversation. There was a heavy breath in the room when Hiruzen then asked, who attacked Tsunade that gave her the eye razor? I don't know, Jiraiya said. Kakashi was walking the streets of Konoha. He tended to do this a lot more now, but more with his face stuffed inside Jiraiya-sama's books. He found out about the greatest writing ever a few years ago, and ever since then, Jiraiya always gave him signed copies of his books, and with authored editions too. It was the greatest thing to know Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi giggled internally at one part when he felt a hand clap him on the back. Kakashi, my eternal rival, we must have a competition today. I must reverberate my flames of youth. Join me today, Kakashi. Mido Guy yelled right behind Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and turned around. He looked at the man in the hideous green jumpsuit in front of him. He could honestly say he didn't want to compete with Guy today, but he knew he wouldn't let down until they had their competition. He stuffed his book in his pocket and said, all right Guy, but Yosh, Kakashi, I will regain my youthful pride as #1 rival and show Konoha the youthfulness of Konoha's green beast. Kakashi stood there, then looked up and said, I'm sorry Guy, did you say something? Guy stomped the ground and shouted, curse you Kakashi and your cool hip attitude. After a few moments of back and forth bickering, they finally decided on the best competition for the day. Kakashi and Guy shunshined away to a location overlooking Konoha when they faced each other. They nodded and then held out their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. They both shouted. Kakashi held out the sign for paper, while Guy held rock. Guy roared in defeat while Kakashi had an internal smirk. He had won round 1, but they had of course agreed best out of 3, but knowing Guy, he had already won. Rock, paper, scissors. They both shouted again. This time, Guy held out scissors and Kakashi paper. Guy jumped up and then grinned, giving him the nice guy pose with his thumbs up. Kakashi sweat dropped and then shook his head. All right Guy, this decides it all, Kakashi said. Haha, do not worry about me my eternal rival, I will win this battle surely. Guy shouted. They held their hand out and then shouted one last time, ROCK, paper, scissors. Kakashi this time held paper while Guy held rock. Guy then face faulted into the ground and started shouting nonsense about how he was humiliated once more by his eternal rival and how he now had to run 1,000 laps around Konoha on his hands to make up for his humiliation. Kakashi sighed and said, get up Guy, we're tied now as it is. It's 48-48. Guy sighed and stood up, and gave his eternal rival another nice guy pose and said, you are right Kakashi. I will prevail next time however and put myself in the lead once again. Kakashi sighed and shunshined off before Guy could ask him to compete again. He thought about how outrageous Guy was, and then that led to him thinking about Naruto. He wondered how the little Gaki was doing right now. He had to admit he missed the kid, and desperately wanted to see him. Perhaps he could request a mission where Naruto was located and get some time with the kid. He had to admit, the kid grew well on Kakashi. Then he remembered something about Jiraiya said, about how Naruto was in danger. He didn't know what the deal was, but he knew he wanted to know. He would find out if Hiruzen so allowed it. Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune were packing in Kawa no Kuni. They had been told by Jiraiya that they needed to move, and after some private explanation away from Naruto's ears, they had agreed upon it. Naruto could say he honestly didn't want to move. He enjoyed the house they were at, after working on it for so long. He liked the garden that he and Shizune Eni had worked on for so long, and the people he had met by going to work with Ka-chan and Eni-chan. He wished they could stay longer. On the bright side, the new place they were going to had a boy that was his age that he was looking forward to meeting. He always wanted a friend that was his age that could play with him. Tsunade had told him all about the boy, saying he was like Naruto in some ways. Naruto liked to play a lot, but he also liked to train. Over the last 2, now almost 3 years of training, he had grown to be very successful in his training. He had started physical training first out of anything, and as his mother said, thanks to him being an Uzumaki he had nearly endless stamina. He would keep himself going all day and he soon found himself using weights to get stronger. He was currently at 80 pounds on his legs and 40 pounds on his arms. He found whenever he took them off he was quite faster and stronger. He enjoyed that feeling a lot, knowing he was getting stronger. He soon found himself doing what his mother called dodge training. He shuddered at the thought of it. He soon found out why his mother was known for her super strength and found himself being hit by the dodge balls he got for his 4th birthday multiple times. He had bruises and cracked bones that would last not even a day however, as he seemed to have a great healing rate. He was told it was because he was an Uzumaki. He had to admit, being an Uzumaki had its perks. He found himself having a great agility from doing dodging daily. He did a lot of other stuff too however, some of it boring. He did a lot of lectures and reading with Shizune and sometimes his mother. He learned a lot about the clans he was from and the rival clans and a lot of other clans in the ninja world and about all the hidden villages. There was knowledge packed in his head that he thought useless, but he was told it's better to know than to be sorry. He had to agree on that, because not only was it knowledge, but it made him smarter. A lot smarter. He found himself doing daily exercises with strategy and taking tests randomly. He would sometimes even play shogi with Shizune and Ka-chan. He would always win somehow though, as it seemed he just had a knack for field strategy. He even played Go with Ero Oji sometimes when he was around. Speaking of Ero Oji, he came to help train him a lot. He would work with him either on his chakra control with his Ka-chan or he would work with ninjutsu. He found himself having rather large chakra reserves and because of that, he needed to learn to control that amount of chakra. He learned about the ranks of ninja and how their chakra was at the stages. His uncle guessed he had about mid to high chunin level reserves. Naruto had to admit, that was pretty insane for a 6-year-old of his level. His uncle guessed that his skill level was around high academy level, which he was proud of. He could potentially pass to be a genin at his age already, like all the great prodigies of the ninja world. He learned the simple academy ninjutsu like the Kawami no Jutsu, body replacement technique, and the Henge no Jutsu transformation technique, rather quickly, but he always had trouble making clones. His uncle told him because his chakra was too solid and not to worry about it, because he had a solution for later on when he got older. He accepted this answer and moved forward with his training. His family decided that he had to start elemental chakra manipulation as soon as physically possible. He got started when he was about 6.5. He was given chakra paper. He could still remember his family freaking out. Flashback. Naruto was standing outside in front of Ka-chan and Ero Oji. He had to admit, he was excited for this day. They had been waiting to do this and so had he. He was excited to find out what type of chakra affinity he had. Alright Naruto, here, the paper. Remember what we told you about the chakra paper? Ka-chan asked. Naruto nodded excited and took the paper out of his mother's hands. He took the paper and channeled his chakra into it, waiting for the reaction. When suddenly, the paper split down the middle, one side turning soggy and the other crumbling into dust. What? Ka-chan and Ero Oji shouted. 3. Naruto had 3 chakra affinities. Wind, earth and water. He didn't think that it was possible, but he knew that Kakashi Oji had all 5 affinities through training. It still astonished him for him to have 3 natural chakra affinity connections. End of flashback. Naruto smiled at the thought of his family's astonished reaction. He couldn't believe it himself sometimes, but he worked diligently. He had started with earth, trying to crumple a leaf into dust. He had to admit, it was a difficult task. He knew that trying to use his chakra like this was possible, but the question was figuring out how. His family gave him subtle hints, but had mostly left it to him. Soon enough, after about 2 weeks, he had figured it out. He could do it naturally now, and had done the same thing with his water and wind training, where he had to cut a leaf in half down the middle or to make the leaf soggy. He remembered it took him a month to do the wind training, but only 2 weeks with the water training. One thing that annoyed him was that his family told him to never push himself, because he could suffer from chakra exhaustion and that could never happen. He didn't know why, he just thought it was getting sick. That was why sometimes, he would go outside at night to train when people weren't watching him. After learning elemental manipulation, he had wanted to move on to learning jutsu, but his uncle prevented him from learning any. He said when he was older and more experienced with chakra control he could learn new jutsu. He sighed and agreed with the answer he had been given. Naruto found out soon enough his chakra was just too solid for genjutsu and most healing techniques. He wanted to be like his Ka-chan and Eni-chan. He figured one day when he had his chakra control down more solidly, he would return to healing techniques. He was actually depressed about this for a few days, but his family brought him out of it eventually. He agreed they would try it one day, when he was older. Overall, Naruto already knew what type of ninja he was going to be, and was proud of it. He was going to be like his grandfather, Hashirama Jiji and Hokage Jiji. He smiled at that thought when the front door slammed open. Jiraiya walked into the house, ready to get the heck out of here and get his godson to safety, as well as his Hyman Shizune. He knew there was a threat that was already on its way according to his sources, so they would have to move quickly. Tsunade, Shizune, are you ready? Jiraiya shouted. Hi, 2 voices sounded from around the house. Naruto got up with his backpack and slung it onto his back. He walked up and gave his grandfather a hug. Is everything okay? Naruto asked. Hopefully, Jiraiya said. Chapter 7, The Organization Strikes. 1 week ago. In a dark chamber, there was a throne upon an altar of some sort. In front of the altar was a table laid with papers and maps, and across the room was a wall with inscriptions upon it. That wasn't what drew the attention of anyone, however, it was the people. Seated upon the throne, there was a man cloaked in a white robe with a high collar covering part of his face. He had white hair shadowing his eyes, which were colored red. He also had bandages covering a good portion of his body. In front of the table stood 3 people, looking over the documents on the table. The man on the left side was a man in a cloak and a sword strapped to his side. He also had a sword strapped to his back, shorter and more notable as a shinobi weapon, but he also had the weapon to his side, which was a katana. Not a single person in the room knew what he looked like other than those key features. The person on the right, however, almost any no in the shinobi world would know. He was known as Shanshu no Hanzo, or Hanzo of the Salamander. He had his traditional attire on, his face mask on and long blonde hair trailing down his back. He had a dark blue cloak, along with dark blue pants and a black shirt. What was more notable and recent, however, was the new addition to his attire. He wore his mask covering his face, but on the top of the mask was his new change, the Omegacore signia that affiliated him with Omegacore, now slashed, marking him as a missing nin. Finally, in the middle stood a man who also had a cloak on. He had on his back a large clear vial where sloshing inside was a large amount of water. Other than this, no one could identify what he looked like. The man sitting upon the throne stood and walked down to the table. He was getting impatient at the people at the table, especially with Hanzo. He should be able to do this efficiently and quickly. Do we not understand what the task is? The white-wearing man asked. You want me and Hattori to fend off Tsunade and Jiraiya while Nia here grabs the boy, Hanzo said. Correct, what is the problem? The white man asked. I am not sure how this fight will result, Hanzo said. Come again, the white man asked. Hanzo is trying to say that their skill level is unknown at this point. We could very well end up losing our lives, the man on the left, now identified as Hattori, said. M-Master said that they are strong. Tsunade was able to give M-Master Hattori a good punch, the man named Nia said. Oh, and this changes the task? The white man asked. No sire, Hanzo said. I thought so, do not question me again. I will have the power of the Senju if it is the last thing I do, which it will not be. Once I obtain this power, I will be unstoppable. The Chimera technique is working beautifully as it is. I cannot wait for the power the boy has, the man said. We will leave immediately, Master Hiriko, Hattori said. Come back alive. Even if you lose out on the chance to obtain the boy, it is imperative that I have my operatives, Hiriko said. Hi, the 3 men said at once. Then, they shunshined from the room. Hiriko sighed and walked over to the wall on the far side of the room where his inscriptions were. He looked upon them and the plans he had outlined. The time is coming. I have waited a long time to obtain the peace I wish. It is time to call upon my friends from the lands abroad. When they come back, it is the time when I will send them out. For now, however, I bide my time. Present time. Tsunade, Naruto, Shizune and Jiraiya had been traveling for 3 days now. Jiraiya had to say, he was impressed that Naruto was keeping pace, but they did slow down significantly for the kid. If anything, Naruto was having a blast traveling like this. He had never done it before until now and he seemed to like it. Jiraiya smiled as the kid dug into his lunch. Fire-cooked rabbit. Man, this is good. Where did you learn to make stuff like this, ROG? Naruto asked. Jiraiya laughed hard and then said, time and practice Gaki. Shizune stood up and said, I'm going to do a quick perimeter check. I'll be back momentarily. Tsunade nodded at Shizune as she dashed off into the trees to start her rounds. Naruto kept eating into his food and chatting with his mother and uncle. Naruto had to admit, he was scared of traveling at first, but now that he was actually doing it, he loved it. Tsunade watched Naruto eat and was happy that he loved traveling like he did. She had to admit, she was scared of leaving the house like Naruto was, but it was for the greater good. But it didn't shake the feeling that something was about to go very wrong for all of them. 2 hours later. Naruto was in the front of the group, running in front of them and then stopping to wait for them to catch up. He had to admit, they weren't going very fast today. They were walking and not paying attention to him. It bugged him to no end. He usually was able to strike conversations with them while they traveled, but today was not the case. Jiraiya was extremely on edge, but not that he would admit it. The forest was extremely quiet today around them. He had to admit, it was eerily similar to what would be a bandit attack, but he didn't think that would happen. No, he thought this was something much bigger. He looked around the forest again for what seemed like the 100th time. Tsunade also looked around them in the forest. She didn't like that Jiraiya was on edge as much as she was. She could feel the tension rolling off of him, like he was expecting an attack. She had a weird feeling that today was going to go wrong still. Jiraiya-sama, are you sure you're okay? Shizune asked next to him. Oh, yes, just, watch the forests okay? Jiraiya asked. Shizune nodded and watched around them. He saw Naruto had stopped in the distance, waving for them and jumping, like he did with his normal antics. He then stopped, and looked down. He had felt something weird when he stepped. Under his foot was a piece of paper that started sizzling. Separate, Jiraiya shouted. All around them, explosions sounded. Jiraiya jumped back, Shizune jumping forward and Tsunade being lost in the smoke. Naruto screamed when he saw Shizune dash in front of him and turn, senbon in hands. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew he wasn't going to like it. Shizune, are you okay? Jiraiya shouted across the smoke. Hi, where is Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked. Here, Tsunade said, across the smoke like Jiraiya. Then, clapping sounded and it was coming from the middle of the smoke. Slowly, it cleared until it showed 3 figures standing, one of them clapping. They all had cloaks on, billowing behind them as the wind blew on them. Congratulations, it seemed you lived through that, but I won't let you escape my next technique. A man with a gruff voice shouted. Shizune saw him form a seal of some sort when she heard sizzling. Naruto yelped and she turned to find paper bombs attached to his ankles. Naruto-kun, Shizune screamed. She flew through a sign and used a Kawami body replacement to replace Naruto with a log in the distance. It drained her of a good portion of chakra since she had to use it on someone other than herself. It wasn't normal to do it that way. She dashed towards where Naruto was now standing underneath a tree as the replacement log exploded where the paper bombs were located. Shizune, Tsunade shouted. I'm okay, Naruto is also, Shizune shouted. Little brat evaded my jutsu, the man said. Relax Hanzo, we still have this battle in the bag, a man with a tone-deaf voice said. You, Tsunade shouted. You recognize me already. I guess I should have known that you would recognize me, the man said. The smoke cleared completely and there the 3 men were somewhat identifiable now. Shizune looked closely, holding Naruto close to her now and saw the men. The first man was facing her and Naruto. He had on a cloak and what looked like a large vial hanging off his back. She couldn't see his face underneath his cloak. The 2 other men were facing Tsunade and Jiraiya. The first one was on the left who had a cloak and 2 swords on him. One attached to his side and the other strapped on his back. The final man was the most identifiable out of them all as she knew immediately who he was. Hanzo, Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted. Hanzo started laughing softly at first, then outright burst out laughing. Everyone was looking at him like he had grown a second head, but then Hanzo settled down and said, Yes, I am Hanzo. How is this possible? You were assassinated, Jiraiya shouted. A major miscalculation, some might say minor, but I beg to differ. You see, I was saved by the organization I now work with. They were able to snatch me away before the man known as Pain was able to kill me. Hattori here, Hanzo said motioning to the swordsman next to him, was the man who rescued me, and for that I owe a debt I have not been able to pay back yet. You were always honorable in that sense, but still one sly shinobi, Jiraiya said. Hanzo laughed again and then said, All ninja must be sly. That is the way of this world. Why are you here? Tsunade shouted. Isn't it obvious? We're here for the boy, Hattori said in his monotone voice. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened and looked in fear towards Shizune and Naruto. Naruto was clinging onto Shizune now, slightly afraid. Shizune knew this was a bad situation. 2 ninja of such a high caliber that they were both most likely S-rank nin going on against Tsunade and Jiraiya was a bad situation to be in. We won't let you touch them, Tsunade growled. It's not me or Hanzo here you have to worry about, it's our other friend. Niha, begin, Hanzo said. Hi, Niha said, in a younger and lighter voice. He made an ox hand sign and started muttering under his breath. Suddenly, the vial on his back popped and water started spilling out of the vial onto the ground. Then, it started to form shape and a man took form, looking exactly like Niha. He started solidifying and taking color. Mizu Bushin, water cloned Jiraiya, and Shizune asked. Tsunade was observing closely and felt how the chakra was forming. She then realized it was something much more dangerous and potent. No, this is something completely different. Shizune, keep on guard, Tsunade said. Hi, Shizune said. The water Niha finally solidified and took color and form completely. He settled and started to adjust to the new arrangement of his form, then he took off, straight towards Shizune. Naruto, run now, Shizune said throwing Naruto away. She grabbed her senbon again and threw it towards the water Niha charging towards her. Naruto looked at the scene unfolding, Hanzo and Hattori now charging straight towards his Kachan and Eroji along with Shizune and he fighting the newly formed man. He didn't know what to do other than what Shizune told him to. He turned and took off into the trees, running as fast as his legs could carry him. Hanzo and Hattori took off towards their targets. Jiraiya dashed straight towards them, flying through hand seals already before shouting, Kaden, Enden. Fire release, flame bullet. Fire flew from Jiraiya's mouth straight towards Hanzo and Hattori, but they both dashed, flickering out of his view. Then he got slammed suddenly in the chest, being kicked back. Hanzo came into view, his famous Kusarigama in hand now, ready to battle. Jiraiya grunted in pain, but he still landed on his feet, sliding backwards. Hattori was now charging towards Tsunade who was charging back. Tsunade, Jiraiya shouted in fear. Worry about Hanzo. I got this punk, Tsunade shouted, jumping up into the air. He winced at the amount of pain the cloaked swordsman was about to receive. Jiraiya turned back to his opponent who was standing there, patiently waiting. I won't let you get away with this, Jiraiya said. You already have, Hanzo said calmly. Naruto is more skilled than you believe. There is no way that your friend will capture him. While the solid water manipulation is impressive, Naruto has some impressive skills himself, Jiraiya explained. I know all about him. Our master seeks his Mokuton, and we intend to obtain it, Hanzo said. How do you know everything? Let alone, how are you alive? Hanzo chuckled and said, I told you, I was saved. I joined this organization because they were the people that saved me, let alone has a goal I can respect. World peace through united domination. You're insane, Jiraiya shouted. Peace is something that must be obtained forcefully, and I intend to help further the goals of our organization. Let me show you just what I can do now, Jiraiya. Hanzo bit into his thumb, drawing blood and went through hand seals. Jiraiya immediately recognized what was about to happen and proceeded to do the same thing, and both ended at the same time shouting, Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique. There were two large smoke clouds, and when they disappeared, standing was a giant salamander and a giant toad. They looked at each other, then started looking around. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me here? Gamabunta shouted. I need your help against Hanzo Bunta. Give me some oil quick. Jiraiya shouted. Gamabunta gave a humph and said, Gaki. He then took a breath and spit out oil, all the while Jiraiya was flying through hand signs before taking a breath and shouted, Kaden, Gamayu Enden. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Hanzo, why do you need help against these buffoons? Asked the salamander. This is a Sannin. He is not to be underestimated, Hanzo said. The salamander gave a sigh and then started to heave, then jumped away to avoid the fire, all the while spitting out a poison cloud. Jiraiya looked at the oncoming side and shouted to Gamabunta to retaliate. The toad jumped straight into the air and Jiraiya jumped from the toad straight downwards towards Hanzo, charging chakra into his hand. Then, he saw Hanzo look up and throw his Kusarigama, but Jiraiya grabbed the chain and pulled himself around it and flew towards Hanzo, and shouted, Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Jiraiya slammed the sphere into Hanzo, but then he puffed out of existence and Jiraiya was slammed back towards the poison cloud, but a tongue gripped him and pulled him back towards Gamabunta. He freed himself from the tongue and jumped onto the toad's head. He sighed and looked towards the salamander and the figure on top. This was going to be a heavy battle. Sunad was seething on the inside looking at the man who had attacked her a little over 5 years ago now. She knew exactly what he wanted and was fuming that she couldn't prevent the other water user from taking her son. She had a tough battle to fight and could only hope that Shizune could prevent Naruto from being taken. Are you scared, Sunad? Hattori asked monotonously. Not for me or my son. If anything, I'm frightened about what I'm going to do to your body when I'm done with this battle. Hattori gave a small chuckle and unsheathed his tanto. He channeled chakra through it and took a stance. Sunad gave an evil grin and cracked her knuckles before charging straight up to Hattori, crushing the ground wherever she landed. Fast, Hattori muttered. Then, she drew back her fist in hopes of hitting him, but instead missed cleanly. She saw him disappear and then reappear behind her. She had to give him credit for being so fast, but she could still beat him. I'll make you a deal, Sunad. I will give you 2 more chances to hit me before I start retaliating. If you do not hit me, hope you live through my next attack, Hattori said plainly. Sunad grinned at this and looked at her opponent. She knew he was fast, but what if she caught him off guard? She would have to get close in order for her plan to work, but it was a good plan. She walked forward, Hattori looking up, and from the look in his hazel eyes, she could say he was already surprised by her just walking. She was channeling chakra slowly into her fist, ready to strike. Then, she dashed forward, almost face-faulting towards the ground when she slammed her fist into the ground, creating a giant shockwave and a crater to go along with it. Hattori's face lit up in shock and he stumbled. Sunad grinned and dashed forward, charging her chakra again straight into her fist and slammed it into his chest. He gasped and coughed up blood simultaneously and flew backwards into the trees. Yes, Sunad shouted. But she knew it wasn't over. He had taken one last time and was still able to stand. He wasn't even getting serious yet. Shizune was getting frustrated really fast. Her senbon and poison weren't going to work on the water Niha, and the original Niha had taken off in pursuit of Naruto. She had no choice but to hope that Naruto could hold himself until one of them could get there. The problem was, there was no way to beat this water Niha. She used paper bombs at first, trying to blow him apart, but he would just reform every time. Then she started to use Taijutsu, but even with her med nin Taijutsu she couldn't put him down. This was getting frustrating and knew she would tire herself out. Which was why she had to trap him. You have no hope, just surrender and let Naruto be captured, Niha said. Like I'll let my Ododo be taken by some freaks, Shizune shouted and threw more paper bombs as a diversion. The smoke went up and she threw wire around, starting the beginnings of her trap. She had to hope that she could catch him before Naruto was caught. Naruto was freaking out internally at the moment. Ka-chan and Ero-oji were too busy to help him with their own battle, and if anything told him that they couldn't help him, it was the looks on their face. Shizune had told him to run herself and he knew that there was no help on the way. He was on his own and had to rely on his own training. Naruto had taken to the trees immediately, moving swiftly to a place he knew was good for fighting. He only had Academy ninjutsu and a simple taijutsu style. Along with that, he had no genjutsu whatsoever and no medical ninjutsu. He was utterly screwed unless he could come up with something fast. Come out, Naruto, Niha shouted lightly. Shit, Naruto muttered and dashed off to hide behind a tree, taking out wire to set a trap. Niha appeared in the clearing nearby, looking around. He had kunai drawn and looked ready to fight. Naruto gulped and took out a kunai of his own, threading a wire to it and threw it at a tree quite a distance away. Niha heard the impact and looked to find the kunai lodged in the tree. He turned in the direction it was thrown from and dashed over. He landed on the branch where Naruto was previously at to find he was gone and instead a paper bomb had now activated. Shit, He shouted and the paper bomb exploded. He flew backwards from the explosion, but looked hardly damaged at all. He was burnt in a place or two, but he went into a pouch on his belt and pulled his hand out, now gleaming with water gliding over its surface. He moved the water over the burnt places of his body and saw the healing process work immediately. He gave a small smile at the ingenuity. "Hey, up here you Gaki," Naruto shouted. Niha looked up and saw Naruto standing on a branch, a hail of shuriken flying at him. He cursed under his breath and dashed backwards to find he walked into a ninja wire, which released a hail of kunai. He felt one fly into his leg, making a gash but nothing worse. He felt the sting of the wound, but he dashed into the cover of the trees and knelt. He went over the wound with water and healed it smoothly. He gave a sigh as the sting melted away. Naruto was meanwhile watching the whole thing and cursed as his plan didn't work. He had used half of his supplies trying to do that and now didn't have many options. He was out of wire and only have a few kunai and shuriken left along with one paper bomb. He had to admit he needed a miracle to happen right now in order to live through this. He didn't want to kill the guy, but he might have to. Then, Niha flickered into existence in front of him. "I got you now, brat," Niha shouted, a kunai flying in Niha's hand toward him. Jiraiya had to admit, Hanzo still had some skills. He was getting tired rather fast, trying to fly through this battle so he could help his godson, but he could easily see this wasn't going to happen. He had to think rationally now, and take him out the smart way. Gamabunta wasn't any better, battling the salamander head-on while their summoners exchanged blows every once in a while. Jiraiya was extremely frustrated with the paper bombs and poison already. "You going to fight like a real man?" Jiraiya asked. "Like you're any better, hiding behind ninjutsu," Hanzo shouted. Jiraiya gave a humph and decided to think about it realistically. Hanzo had lived because of this organization, and he was taking some hits like a real person, so he was very much alive. He was being honest from what he could tell. Jiraiya sighed internally at the dilemma that he was facing. This wasn't the same Hanzo that everyone knew. He believed in a solitude way of life, not this peace-seeking way of domination. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes considerably when he realized something. "How do you know about Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "You asked me before, and I will say it again. My organization knows everything," Hanzo said. "No, that's not what I mean. How does the organization know about Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. Hanzo chuckled and said, "Now you ask a right question. You see, our leader is a powerful man, and is still seeking power. In order to complete his goals, he needs the power of the Mokuden. He hopes to obtain it from Naruto, and lead the world into peace. He learned about Naruto from an old acquaintance of his. As for finding Naruto, we left that to Hattori. He did his job well." Jiraiya was now really confused. Who would know about Naruto and his genetic alterations? There were the obvious people that he knew about, but then there were the people that did it. Danzo or Orochimaru. He seethed even thinking about more people knowing about Naruto. He looked up at Hanzo and gave a determined look. "You give me no choice but to end you now," Jiraiya said. "It will be an honorable battle. Come," Hanzo shouted. Jiraiya leapt from Gamabunta and Hanzo his salamander, and they both clashed in midair, exchanging blows with their fists and weapon. Jiraiya finally got an uppercut in that stunned Hanzo and kicked him back to send him flying to the ground. Hanzo crashed straight into the ground, creating a giant crater and shaking the area. Jiraiya was falling, but he flew through hand seals and shouted, "Kaden, Enden." The fire then flew from Jiraiya's mouth towards the crater, igniting the ground. Jiraiya smirked at the small victory he had. Then, someone kicked him from behind. He took in a breath and felt himself flying faster towards the ground, but again landed soundly. Hanzo landed across from him, already flying through hand seals. "Kaden, Hibashiri. Fire release, running fire." "What?" Jiraiya shouted. Then, a stream of fire appeared and flew in a circle around Jiraiya, a huge pillar of flame surrounding him. Jiraiya couldn't get out of it, so he did the only thing he could think of. He flew through more hand signs and shouted, "Kuchio's no jutsu." Jiraiya slammed his palm on the ground and a plume of smoke appeared. Once it dissipated, the smoke revealed a toad just 2 feet taller than Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood on top, looking down and shouted, "Gamariki. Water gun." "Right," the toad shouted. Jiraiya flew through hand signs and shouted, "Suden, Mizudepo. Water release, water gun." The toad jumped up into the air and spit out water from his mouth. Jiraiya channeled his chakra into the water blast, and as soon as the stream hit the ground, it exploded outwards, hitting the circle of fire. The steam rose from it immediately, and the fire was quelled, but it was still hot. Then, Hanzo's Kusarigama flew through the steam attempting to hit them. Jiraiya jumped and dismissed the toad, allowing the toad to evade the incoming weapon. Jiraiya then saw Hanzo flying towards him and prepared to fight him into jutsu. "Your faith is misplaced, Jiraiya," Hanzo said. "We will see," Jiraiya said, determined. Tsunade was barely holding out now. She was constantly evading Hattori whenever he dashed towards her. It seemed like she would get no rest for a while, hoping to tire him out. She had to call him out and make him lose confidence. "You can only last so long. What happening to your friend Niha anyways?" "My son is probably wiping the floor with him," Tsunade said. "I do not doubt Niha's ability to deal with your son," Hattori said calmly. "Shizune will rescue him then," Tsunade said. Hattori shook his head calmly and said, "No, that is impossible at this moment. She is too preoccupied." Tsunade gritted her teeth. It seemed that no matter what she said, he shrugged it off like everything was planned. She was worried about her son more than anything at the moment and had to stop this guy. "I gave you your chances it seems. Now it is my turn," Hattori said. Tsunade gritted her teeth in anticipation and watched as he dashed in one movement towards her, trying to catch it with her eyes. He was so fast it was surreal. Then, she saw the movement, the sword being removed from the sheath and flicked. She pumped massive amounts of chakra into her hands and blocked the sword, gripping the blade and getting ready to break it. Hattori flew backwards and fell to the ground, the tanto he had drawn now in Tsunade's grip. "How?" he shouted. "I am not a med nin for nothing. I pumped chakra into my hands to stop the blade from penetrating anything. I then grabbed it and stopped the flow of chakra in the blade," Tsunade said. Hattori stood up and shrugged off his pain and said, "Impressive. I give you credit for thinking like that, but now you are forcing me to use my real weapon." Tsunade looked on as he saw him grip his katana and unsheath it, taking a stance. Tsunade cracked her knuckles and started charging chakra. She smiled heavily and said, "You're going to regret ever facing me. I'm an angry mother bear right now." Shizune backpedaled quickly, moving to avoid the strikes the water clone was throwing towards her. She found that he shifted his body to make his fists or fingers sharper whenever he would attempt to strike her, and it was impossible to destroy the body, because whenever she managed to do any damage, he would just recover from it like it was nothing. Even explosive tags did absolutely nothing. It was extremely frustrating. "Face it, you cannot win. I am an entity of chakra and thus will win this. You will run out sooner or later," the water Niha said. Shizune gritted her teeth and threw senbon at him, shouting, "Shut up." Then, it hit her. He said he was an entity of chakra. She had to be sly about this, otherwise it wouldn't work. She dashed forward, evading the palm strike he was sending her way and charged chakra into her palm, using a variation of the Shosen Jutsu mystical palm technique. Then, he tapped him on the arm and saw the arm fall clean off, dissolving into water. "What?" he shouted. Shizune grinned and said, "You're an entity of chakra you said, so what if I blocked off your chakra? You fall apart. That's why the Chakura no Mesu chakra scalpel is the best technique." "Bastard," the water Niha shouted. "Now it's an equal battle again. Let's see who wins," Shizune said, dashing forward to engage again. Naruto was frozen in shock. He stood in a forest, the sky black as night, but a dark red moon gleaming down on him. The trees around him seemed to be quivering, but the larger ones stood resolute and frozen, as if the pillars of a structure. He then realized that this time, the ground was damp, unlike the other times he was here. Naruto realized where he was, and knew this was at this time. He walked forward slowly until he finally reached the pillar with the seal kanji. He looked upon it, and then shrugged, stepping inside the boundaries. Then, the figure that he saw in his nightmares appeared before his eyes. "So, it seems the little kid has arrived," the nightmare said in a growling voice. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "You do not know of me. I am the Kyuubi no Yoko. I am fear itself." Naruto shrugged and said, "Look, I don't know who or what you are and why you're here, but I'm here for a reason." The nightmare laughed at him and finally took form in front of Naruto. There, towered above him, a giant nine-tailed fox. The fox had the deepest red eyes that had slits for pupils, and his teeth were what started to make him a little frightened of the presence in front of him. Naruto then shook it off and gritted his teeth. The fox laughed and said, "So it seems the little brat has some courage. You're sure lucky the Yondaime Hokage sealed me into you, otherwise you would be dead right now, because I'm about to save you." "Wait, what are you talking about?" Naruto asked. "All in due time, as some might say. I won't explain it to the likes of a brat like yourself. The fact is, if you die, I die. I have to save you. Curse you, Yondaime. Look, if you're sealed in me, I expect Renso pay up." Naruto shouted. The demon fox laughed in front of him and said, "You have got courage. I suppose I can't fault you. Very well, as a reward for making it this far, I'll lend you my chakra." Then the scene Naruto was in faded around him as he felt empowered. "Die," Niha shouted, the kunai now only inches away for Naruto. Naruto's eyes then turned into slits and he shouted, "No." Then, the ground around him exploded, wooden spikes flying through the ground and impaling the Niha in front of him, his arms now bound by the spikes, legs trapped by multiple spikes and a large spike protruding from his chest. The blood was now flowing all over and falling on Naruto. Naruto looked up, still in control somewhat, and saw what he had done. "Impossible," Niha gasped. Then, he gave his last breath and died in front of Naruto, wide-eyed in fear. Naruto looked at the kunai and the wooden spike that were inches away from his face. He looked down and suddenly realized that he had formed a seal, the snake seal. He then knew he did it. And then he fell into chaos, screaming out loudly as chakra pumped into the air around him. The fox stood in the forest, watching the scene unfold in Naruto's eyes, and then grinned. He saw Naruto falling into despair as his own chakra was taking over Naruto's body. He knew this was the time to strike. "I finally beat his tricks," the fox said calmly. Jiraiya was standing on a field across from Hanzo. Hanzo was twirling his kusarigama in his hand, ready to throw. Their summons had disappeared after their short battle. That was when he felt it, the chakra pump into the air violently. Jiraiya felt it too, as he gasped in realization at the familiar chakra. Naruto, he shouted in fear. So, it seems Nia has failed, Hanzo said, then laughed. Jiraiya was freaking out internally. Naruto had never had an outbreak like this before, and he must have made contact with the Kyuubi in order to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto must have had something happen to him. It seems that this is my time to fall back. Jiraiya, I hope you realize that there is no hope. Our organization would profit from you joining us, but the odds of that happening are probably close to none. I had to have it beat into me. Maybe one day I will do the same to you, Hanzo said. Jiraiya looked at Hanzo as he dashed off, away from Naruto's direction and sighed in a little relief, but he now had a bigger problem to stop. He had to stop a rampaging Naruto on Tailed Beast chakra. He took off, moving as fast as he could towards Naruto's direction. Tsunade felt it immediately. Naruto had succumbed to the demon's chakra and was letting it loose. Hattori felt it soon after and sighed. He looked over in the distance as the water near her fell apart, dissolving into the ground. Shizune gave a sigh and looked over at Tsunade, but then her eyes widened as she then felt Naruto's chakra change. It seems that Nia has failed. How unfortunate, Hattori said dully. My boy, what happened? Tsunade asked. I do not know unfortunately. Nia is dead because his clone fell apart as it did, evidently. It is unfortunate that this had to happen. I was looking forward to beating you into joining our organization. Perhaps next time send you Tsunade, Hattori said before dashing off swiftly. Wait, Tsunade shouted. Tsunade-sama, not now. Naruto is in danger, Shizune said. Tsunade looked over at Shizune and her eyes widened in realization that she was right. She nodded and said, let's go. Then, they dashed off together towards Naruto's direction where hopefully Jiraiya was already at work. Naruto was curled into a ball, one tail curled closely around him. He still maintained a snake hand seal. He was pumping chakra around and wildly. Wood flew from the ground broken, splintered and spiked. It took form and curled into a defensive shell around Naruto, but at the same time aiming at him, poised to strike. It was almost as if it was in conflict. Naruto, Jiraiya's voice shouted. Jiraiya landed on a tree a safe distance away from the emerging wood coming from the ground. He saw it was slowing down, but he wanted to play it safe, making sure not to be hit by the wood. He then looked at the scene in front of him, trying to analyze the situation. On a tree not too far from Naruto was Nia, impaled by multiple spikes gorily. His arms were impaled, obviously as if trying to hold them in place, as well as his legs, only by multiple spikes instead of one. Then, he saw the largest spike, impaling the center of his chest, blood still falling from the spike. He sighed and thought how sad it was for Naruto to have his first kill like that of all ways. He had probably been traumatized and fell into the Kyuubi state. He had to think fast, otherwise this was going to get out of control fast. He had sealing tags developed a long time ago in case something like this were to happen, but he would have to get close. He could bust his way through, but that would only anger Naruto most likely. He would have to act on instinct. Naruto, Tsunade's voice shouted. Stay back Heim, Naruto is dangerous and unpredictable. I have to seal off the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya looked to his left and saw Tsunade and Shizune appear next to the tree where Naruto had killed the man at. They then looked and Shizune gasped and visibly shuddered. Tsunade then looked and a hand flew to her mouth and knew exactly what happened. She then looked at Jiraiya and nodded for him to do what he had to do. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Jiraiya shouted. Jiraiya created 3 clones next to him and dispersed them around Naruto, then snapped his fingers. They created a rasengan each and flew towards the spikes. They then lashed out, but the chakra sphere crushed the wood and the defensive sphere around him. Jiraiya grinned and dashed forward, pulling out a sealing tag. Then, wood flew at him from all sides. He swore under his breath and replaced himself with a clone, finishing the charge and landed next to Naruto. Nighty night kid, Jiraiya shouted. He slapped the tag onto Naruto's forehead, and the red chakra surrounding Naruto immediately receded back into his body. Naruto fell asleep immediately, and his eyes returned to their normal forest green color. Jiraiya sighed as that threat was done. The wood, however, still retained some of the Kyuubi's chakra. He sighed at the sad sight in front of him, not exactly sure how to proceed. Get out of the way Jiraiya, Tsunade shouted, jumping in front of him and already running medical ninjutsu on Naruto, trying to find out what was wrong. Shizune appeared next to Jiraiya and sighed. How could this happen? Shizune asked. I was careless, that's how, Jiraiya said. We were as careful as we could be Jiraiya. These guys are just good. The fact that Hanzo was with them says something. They must be worthy enough for Hanzo to be with them, Shizune said. Jiraiya sighed and said, I guess you're right as always. I can't believe my godson had to kill someone already. No one should have to do that so young. Shizune nodded and said, and how he did it. I bet he didn't even intend on doing that. Tsunade stood up looking rather pale. She stared at the two of them before she started crying and said, Naruto fell into a self-induced coma. He was traumatized. Shizune gasped and looked at Naruto before she started tearing up herself. She knelt down next to Naruto and hugged him into her chest. His head fell into her arm, his eyes closed and his face wore a frown of sadness. Jiraiya stood on the side, watching everything and sighed. He didn't want for this to happen to Naruto. Couldn't you just wake him up using medical ninjutsu? Jiraiya asked. We would, but using it on Naruto at such a young age would harm him variably. It's better to be safe, Shizune said. How could this happen? How did the wood even get so tainted? Tsunade asked. It's a theory, but the most probable one I could think of. Naruto having those nightmares must have been a sign of Kyuubi attempting to gain control of Naruto, or overpowering the Mokuden. The Mokuden may have been suppressing Kyuubi down enough to where it felt it needed to fight back. Naruto may have been near death in that fight, which may have triggered contact with the Kyuubi. Because of that contact, he may have obtained enough chakra for the Mokuden to run rampart, truly activating it. The Kyuubi's chakra infused with Mokuden may cause for a more wild version of Mokuden to run rampart. The Kyuubi's influence on Naruto in that fight may have led for him to kill Nika and therefore cause a Kyuubi incident. He must have succumbed to the chaos of the chakra and allowed his mind to be pulled into a comatose state, allowing Kyuubi to take over. Shizune nodded and said, it makes sense. Tsunade nodded and said, we have to take him somewhere safe. We can reach the fire temple in a day if we travel at a good speed, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and said, top speed, let's go. Kyuubi roared at the sky, which was now cloudy, the sun tucked behind the clouds. The sky replied back by sending down rain onto the forest. The forest itself seemed to be dead, void of emotion. The sky was the only thing that told you something. It was a sad day for Naruto. Kyuubi was angry himself however at how once again someone had foiled him. All he wanted was to be free and to be left alone, but it seemed it wasn't to be. Curse you Naruto, curse you. 16 hours later. Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade didn't stop at all except for water and one snack. They moved swiftly through High no Kuni, land of fire, until they reached the fire temple. Now, they were ascending the steps that led up to the temple. Outside stood two monks who took in their appearances and immediately saw they were distressed. Get Chiriku now, Jiraiya demanded. One of the monks ran inside the temple gates to get Chiriku while the other monk led him inside, moving quickly. The monks walking around the courtyard were now looking at the ragged party moving quickly through the courtyard. Then, Chiriku walked out of the temple onto the courtyard, dashing across to meet them. What happened? He asked. We were attacked. Naruto fell into a self-induced coma. He awakened the Kyuubi's power and the Mokuden. Jiraiya, Tsunade shouted. He needs to know Tsunade. He can help, Jiraiya shouted back. Enough, Jiraiya's judgment was right. I can help the boy. I take it upon myself as a monk of this temple, Chiriku said. He held out his arms towards Tsunade who was currently holding Naruto, who was still asleep in her arms. She looked down at him and how grim he looked, then at Chiriku who had a serious look on his face. He wore a white robe like all the other monks and was bald like most of them also. He however wore a sash on his side, signifying he is a previous member of the Guardian Ninja 12. She sighed and handed him over, trusting him to do his work as a monk. Chiriku took the boy and cradled him in his arms and said, follow me. They all quickly moved inside the temple and closed the doors behind them, denying access to any visitors. Naruto was laying on a bed now surrounded by candles and his family along with Chiriku. Chiriku was muttering calmly and applying chakra to his forehead where a green seal was on his forehead now. What is that seal? Tsunade asked. That is Chiriku's tailed beast suppression seal. He's using it to calm the chakra and hopefully cure Naruto of his problem, Jiraiya said. He knows about it, Tsunade asked. Now I do, Chiriku said before sighing. He got up and said, the good news is that his chakra is now balanced and no longer will be a problem. He should have never had the chakra sealed within him the way it was. I'll need you to check the seal, Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, but Tsunade shouted, what is the bad news? Chiriku sighed and said, Naruto has repressed himself, locking himself away in his mindscape. He will have to heal naturally over the next few months, or have someone draw him out. What? Tsunade shouted. Chiriku-sama, perhaps there is something we can do. We could wake him up and with your help, perhaps he won't be damaged, Shizune said in hope. Chiriku shook his head and said, I'm afraid there is nothing I could do that would help. Fortunately, I know someone who might be able to help, but first I want the seal inspected. Jiraiya. Jiraiya stepped forward and slid Naruto's shirt up. He then started channeling chakra into his belly and the seal appeared. Then, a knock came from the door and the door swung open. In its frame stood a child, who was the same age as Naruto. You called for me, sensei? The child asked. I told you to call me Chiriku. I am not your teacher, the other monks are, Chiriku said. But you will be one day, the child said. Chiriku chuckled and said, I suppose you are right. Come here, Sora. Sora stepped forward so everyone could see him. He wore a traditional robe like the other monks of the temple but had somewhat long dull bluish-grey hair. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm. Sora, these people here are Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune. Jiraiya and Tsunade are both Sannin and Shizune is Tsunade's apprentice, Chiriku said. So, Sora asked rudely. Chiriku sighed and then said, Sora, they need your help. Sora looked up at them all, strangely as if questioning himself. He then looked at Chiriku and said, my help? Yes Sora, you are the only one that can help Naruto. Sora then looked at Naruto who was sleeping on the bed. He looked at his face and immediately winced, as if in pain. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand and looked nervously at Naruto. Why do I have to do it? Sora asked. Because you two are more alike than two peas in a pod, Chiriku said. Sora looked down again and saw the seal Jiraiya was inspecting. He then gasped in realization at what Naruto was and backed up a step. He then stopped and looked again at how sad Naruto looked. He sighed and stepped forward and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Chiriku, the seal is okay, but there's a new kanji here. I'm not sure what to make of it," Jiraiya said. "What does it say?" Chiriku asked. "Wood," Jiraiya said. Chiriku sighed and said, "It looks like the chakra leveling is complete. Naruto's chakra was unbalanced before, but now it will be completely balanced. His awakening of the Mokuden allowed for the Kyuubi's chakra to be suppressed. Because of Mokuden now being awakened, Naruto's chakra will be able to be utilized normally. He'll be a prodigy before you know it." Jiraiya nodded in understanding and amazement. Tsunade's eyes raised in surprise when she heard Chiriku's statement. How could Naruto be a prodigy just by his chakra being normally utilized now? What was he hiding? Shizune was thinking the same thing. "Sora, Naruto here is troubled. He needs a friend," Chiriku said. "A friend?" Sora asked. "Yes, my boy, he needs someone to comfort him. I want you to go into his mind and comfort him." "But how?" "Your arm, Sora. I need you to touch his forehead and imagine yourself entering his mind." Sora looked down at his bandaged arm and nodded. He started to unwind the bandages and let them fall to the ground. Everyone in the room visibly gasped other than Sora. Chiriku was the quietest, but it never ended to shock him. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune all looked at Sora's arm and felt sad for the boy. It was disfigured and red and beastly. They didn't have anything to say. Sora placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and closed his eyes, his breathing heavy at first. Then, it calmed into a quiet pattern. Chiriku's eyes closed and nodded. "It is done." "What is?" Tsunade asked. "You will see. If you hope for Naruto to have a swift recovery, our hopes are on Sora." Chapter 8, Friend, Training, Departure. Lost. 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 That was how he felt right now. He didn't remember who he was, let alone where he was or why he was even here. All he wanted to do was lay down and sleep, but he couldn't in this place. This place wouldn't let him sleep. He was so tired, so all he did was lay down and curl up. He didn't feel the need to respond to the voice calling out. Wait, a voice was calling out. "Naruto," a confused voice shouted. "Naruto, was that who I was?" Yes, it was. He remembered everything and why he was here, slowly and surely. Then, it hit him all at once. He screamed in fear, tears now pouring from his face. Then, he felt someone nearby. "Naruto," a child's voice asked. Don't come near me," Naruto sobbed. A child then walked out of the woods. Naruto saw it was a boy who wore a robe and had some dark blue hair. He was a little shorter than Naruto, but what put Naruto off was his arm. He gasped at the sight of it immediately, recoiling. "What's wrong?" the boy asked. "I'm a monster. I'm seeing things and I killed someone," Naruto said slowly. The boy looked at Naruto strangely, before giving him a sad smile. He stood by the edge of the clearing Naruto was in, trees surrounding the clearing. Naruto knew then he was in his mindscape, from the distinct feeling around him. "Can I sit down?" the boy asked. Naruto shrugged and turned away from the boy. Naruto felt the trees quivering around him, almost as if they themselves were sad, just like Naruto. He didn't really understand this, but he didn't really care. "Why do you think you're a monster?" the boy asked. "I told you," Naruto said sullenly. "That you killed someone and that you're seeing things, but how does this make you a monster?" Naruto sighed and turned back around. He looked at the boy who had a curious expression, like he himself had so many times. Naruto sighed and said, "I understand people kill, but the way I killed him. It was like, my body reacted like I wanted to kill him and I did. I didn't want to, especially the way I did. It was awful." The boy nodded and said, "It was your first." Naruto nodded. The boy looked at Naruto sadly when he said, "I have never killed, and I don't exactly worship or resent you for it, but I do feel sorry for you." Naruto looked up, curious. He didn't understand why someone could feel sorry for him. He had wanted to do it. Was it in self-defense? The boy asked. "Well, yes, but then that is all that matters. You did it to save your life, and that is what matters most." "But he was. The blood fell on me after I killed him. He had so many wounds in it. Was awful," Naruto said, choking on his words. The boy was noticeably closer than he was before. Naruto figured he must have been inching his way closer to himself and thought nothing of it. The boy looked at Naruto thoughtfully and then said, "Why are you seeing things then?" "Your arm. It's hideous. I get that a lot," the boy said. Naruto looked at it and then asked, "So I'm not crazy?" "That's the way it is. It comes with the job. I'm a chakra container and the chakra is vile. It transformed my arm into a beastly, disfigured version of a limb." Naruto looked at it and felt bad for the boy. He didn't know exactly how to feel for him, because he might be the same. The fox that he had talked to said he was sealed in him after all. He didn't know what that meant. "I'm sorry," Naruto said. The boy shrugged and inched forward again, sitting just in front of Naruto now. They were face to face and both wore different expressions. Naruto's was one of confusion and the boy's was one of curiosity. Naruto didn't really know what to do in the situation except just look down now. I don't think you're a monster, the boy said. Naruto looked up in shock then. He didn't know how he wasn't a monster at this point. He saw the boy now wearing a smile, instead of that curious expression. He was being completely honest. Naruto could just tell. His hands were shaking and his whole body was quivering slightly. Naruto looked at the boy who kept smiling when he suddenly said, Naruto, right? I'm Sora. Naruto looked at Sora who was still smiling brightly at Naruto, and it became contagious not too long. Naruto started smiling back, and the entire forest seemed to brighten. Sora looked around at the forest and saw how it reflected Naruto's innocent emotions. It was phenomenal, but at the same time astounding and weird. Naruto's eyes were shut with a smile, reflecting just how hard he was smiling. Sora's smile seemed to curve just a little bit more before he said, friends. Naruto's eyes opened in shock when he heard Sora say friends. He hadn't really had any friends in the past, other than his family. They all said they were friends and Naruto may have been family, but they were friends. They said one day Naruto would have real friends though. Naruto was genuinely happy now, and he rushed forward from his sitting position and tackled Sora. Friends! Naruto shouted. Sora was laughed as they were roughhousing with each others, when the sky itself opened up and the sun revealed itself. Naruto looked up and said, maybe we should go outside. Are you going to be okay? Sora asked. With you as my friend, of course, Naruto said simply. They both smiled as the sun seemed to brighten by the second, the trees rustling around them and the wind picking up into a gentle breeze. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune and Chiriku were all gathered around Sora and Naruto who were in the mindscape of Naruto. Naruto was still wearing his expression of sadness, when suddenly, it shifted. It was a confused look. Everyone looked at Sora who was now wearing a curious look. Do you think they are talking now? Tsunade asked. So it seems. Sora must have made contact within the mindscape, Chiriku stated. What now? Jiraiya asked, interested. We watch. If there is any sign of disturbance, we break their contact to draw Sora out of his mindscape before he is harmed, Chiriku said. Then, they watched the scene unfold before them, and not too long, both children started to smile. First Sora gave a sort of small smirk, then Naruto had this bright smile on his face that all the adults had to admire, then both children were like this and soon enough, Sora's eyes opened. Everyone stepped back to give him room as he was still shaking off the feeling of going into the mindscape like he did. He blinked his eyes rapidly, before he looked down and saw Naruto slowly stirring. I did it, Sora shouted. The adults in the room smiled and Shizune knelt down next to Naruto. Soon enough, he started to blink his eyes open and look at the room around him, light making its way into his eyes. He yawned and stretched out and saw everyone looking at him. What? He asked innocently. Everyone then looked and started laughing, crying and gushing over him, everyone having different expressions. He was slightly overwhelmed, but started complaining about the attention he was receiving from everyone. Ka-chan, stop crying. I'm okay, really. Ne-chan, I'm really okay. Stop laughing at me, Naruto shouted. Jiraiya was wiping tears of laughter from his eyes and said, you really are a gaki. Tsunade was now standing over him scolding him and saying, if you ever scare me like that again I'll ground you for months. Do you understand me, young man? No training for months. Shizune was crying herself in happiness and relief that Naruto was okay. Chiriku himself was even smiling in relief before he clapped his hands and said, Naruto, as glad as we are that you are okay, you still need to rest even after that sleep. You're mentally exhausted from sleeping the way you did and now need normal sleep. I am going to grab food and drink for you, then bed for you. Naruto looked up at the monk and nodded, thanking him silently. He saw him leave and looked toward where Sora was now walking out. Sora! Naruto shouted. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, Sora being the quickest to look back and see his new friend. Can you stay here? I would like that a lot. Sora looked at Naruto with a curious expression before he nodded and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. He looked at Naruto and saw him looking at everyone, somewhat confused. Naruto, you know what happened, right? Sora asked. Sort of. I know you came and talked to me, and about the attack. I just don't understand the big deal anymore, Naruto said. Tsunade looked at her son and said, Naruto, you killed someone, and you're okay now. You went into a coma. Naruto looked up at his mother and said, I'm fine, thanks to Sora. He's a good friend. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she glanced over at Sora who was smiling at his new friend. Tsunade was a little shocked to say that these events all happened at the speed that they did. Naruto just seemed like a magnet for this kind of trouble, but he also seemed to have incredible luck turning out in bright situations like these. It was astounding to think that Naruto could be that lucky. As much as I'd like to fret over Naruto, we have bigger problems, Jiraiya said, frowning slightly. Everyone looked up at him, seeing his concerned frown, and Tsunade asked, what do you mean? I am talking about the seal. He needs to know what exactly happened so we can prevent it from happening ever again. The Mokuden is powerful, but it also relies on his will to suppress the Kyuubi, Jiraiya said. The giant fox. He's the one that gave me chakra, Naruto said. He gave you chakra? Tsunade asked. Yeah, he said something about a weak container and about being sealed. Ka-chan, why did he say he was sealed in me? That's impossible, right? I mean, you can't just seal someone into a person. Right. Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade exchanged looks, but Sora beat them to it. He looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, my arm," he held it up and continued, "is a result of sealing chakra inside of me. To be more specific, the Kyuubi's chakra. That was the reason why I could reach out to you, Naruto. We share chakra to a point. That's why he," Tsunade started. "Never mind that, Naruto, he is right. That is a reasonable answer and I have to thank you Sora for helping my godson." Sora shrugged and started to bandage his arm again, before he stood up. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, "So what does this mean?" Jiraiya looked at him straight and said, "Naruto, you're a Jinchuriki." "A what?" Naruto asked. "Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. What is that?" Tsunade said, "It means, power of human sacrifice. The Yondaime Hokage had to seal the Kyuubi inside of you when it was released upon Konoha almost 7 years ago now. You were just a baby back then, but a newborn and therefore the most likely for the fox to be sealed inside of." "The Yondaime," Naruto shouted with glee. The Hokage had been his idol since he started training and had learned about him. His uncle had even trained the legend and said he was a prodigy, and if he was anything like him, he could far surpass the Yondaime. Naruto made it his goal in life to surpass the Yondaime then. "Did he die from that?" Naruto asked. The adults all nodded sadly towards Naruto. He sighed and said, "He was a hero. A true hero. I just don't understand why he would seal this in me." Jiraiya sighed and said, "Naruto, we all need to realize that there is much more danger than we originally knew about. We have to step up your training to prepare you." "Jiraiya, he's just a boy," Tsunade said. "A boy being targeted by two of what are probably the most powerful criminal organizations around the shinobi nations. Naruto cannot take risks anymore. Too many people are targeting him for various reasons. If he even hopes to stand a chance, he will have to surpass even his father," Jiraiya said sternly. "When do we start?" Naruto asked with a grin. "What?" Shizune and Tsunade started. Jiraiya looked at Naruto who has a smile gleaming on his face and grinned himself. He had to admit the kid had guts. Sora looked on at the scene and realized just how strong Naruto could be. He was a strong kid to get over everything that he had just learned and did, but to want to push forward like he did, it was astounding. "As soon as you're rested up. We start tomorrow. You better be ready kid, because you're going to be pushed to your limits from now on." "You mean to tell me that you let the boy get away?" "And Nia died," Hiriko shouted from his throne. Hanzo and Hattori, both standing at the table before the throne said unanimously, "Hi." "I can't believe that the brat killed Nia," Hiriko said. "He is a powerful individual. There was something we weren't expecting from the kid. He has the power of—" "Well, we're not sure," Hattori said. "You're not sure?" Hiriko asked. It was as if hatred itself entered his chakra system. A second form of chakra emerged. "My theory is he is a Jinchuriki," Hattori replied. "If this is true, he is going to be a lot more trouble than he is worth," Hanzo said. "No, he isn't. When the time comes, I will deal with him. We still have a long time before that happens however. I was hoping to obtain Mokuden to help more easily with our goals, but we can put it behind us. For now, we continue on with the plan as if this never happened. We will gain allies and push our goals forward. Do you understand?" Hiriko asked. "Hi," both men said. "Dismissed." "And that's the whole story," a white figure said. The display of chakra was impressive for a child, a black figure started. "Of his caliber," the white figure finished. "It seems that little Naruto-kun has become more trouble than he is worth," said a man with a snake-like voice. "Naruto will be guarded constantly by the likes of Jiraiya and Tsunade constantly. There is no chance for us to take him without setting off a chain of events that will leave us vulnerable. I suggest we wait until we set out to capture the other Jinchuriki," said a man with a deep, old voice with a hunchback. "I have to agree with Sasori here, although the money on Jiraiya and Tsunade would have been more than pleasurable," said a taller man with a deep voice. "Enough. I make the decisions here. I am God in this realm. Naruto will be dealt with at a later date by some of our more reliable members. For now, we will continue with what we were doing, getting money and keeping a low profile," said a phased figure. "Hi," everyone in the room echoed. 1 week later. Hiruzen was sitting in his office with Kakashi, both waiting patiently for Jiraiya to show up. They were nervous because Jiraiya had sent a message saying to meet here and it was urgent. They were worried that it involved the little guy they had warmed up to. Kakashi didn't like to show this however, so he continued to stand against the wall. He usually didn't read his favorite book at the moment, which so happened to be authored by Jiraiya. Hiruzen meanwhile continued to swiftly work on his paperwork. "Glad to see that both of you are already here," Jiraiya said. "Already here? You're 3 hours late," Hiruzen said. "I got here 3 hours late for Kakashi's sake. He's always late, by 2 to 3 hours, Jiraiya said. Kakashi shrugged and said, 2 hours and 40 minutes today. I got lost on the road of life unfortunately. Jiraiya shook his head while Hiruzen's sweat dropped. Jiraiya then stood straight and leaned against his favorite wall before saying, Naruto made it to the fire temple with Tsunade and Shizune. Everyone is safe for now. For now, Hiruzen asked. I fear there may be an attack, but I'm not sure. We already had one, Jiraiya said. What? Hiruzen and Kakashi said. And it wasn't a normal one, Jiraiya said before delving into the details of the story. As they listened, they were already hooked by the fact that Hanzo is still alive, let alone attack them with the man now discovered as Hattori. Then they were even more shocked by the fact that Naruto already had his first kill. Kakashi sighed sadly at this fact, as it was as early as he had first killed someone, if not earlier. He sincerely felt for the kid. Hiruzen was meanwhile trying to control the rage that he felt that this new organization attacking his surrogate grandchild. He didn't really know what to do in this position, but had to figure out how to keep Naruto under his eye. What then shocked the two of them further was the fact that he awakened his Mokuden and his awareness to the fox sealed within him. They didn't know what to feel at this point, until Jiraiya informed them of how he fell into a coma. They weren't shocked, but sincerely saddened by the fact that he fell into the coma. Then, Jiraiya informed them of the events at the temple. They smiled at the fact that Naruto now had a real friend to have fun with, but when Jiraiya told them of his plans to train Naruto heartily, they agreed fully. They had no choice but to prepare Naruto for the coming threats, and knew Naruto was one of the very few, if not the only person that could stop them. "What are your plans to train him, Jiraiya?" Hiruzen asked. "Because his chakra is stabilized, but much larger now, we are working on reteaching him chakra control. He will redo all of his exercises until he can do them as well as he did before. Then, we will work on affinity manipulation. After that, I intend on using the 5 elements seal to further increase Naruto's chakra control again, and even his pulls." Jiraiya-sama, that's genius. The disturbance in chakra flow will allow Naruto not only to overcome that obstacle, but any obstacles similar to thus in the future. Along with that, the idea of using it to increase his chakra pool is unique. Kakashi said. Jiraiya nodded and said, while he is learning chakra control, we will be teaching him the fundamentals for Fuinjutsu. He's already picking up to it like a fish in water, since he is an Uzumaki. The monks actually are helping too, surprisingly. They have taken to teaching him and Sora Taijutsu, along with Tsunade, who still drills him. Everyone shuddered at the thought of Tsunade's dodge training with Naruto, but knew it would benefit him in the long run. They then let their thoughts mull over in their minds for a few minutes, but not long before Hiruzen asked, Jiraiya, what about Naruto's chakra? You said it changed. Ah yes, when Naruto fully awakened the Mokuden, the domination between the Kyuubi chakra and the Mokuden nature finally ended, allowing his chakra to fully settle. His chakra is very solid and astute, which won't allow him to use genjutsu like we wish he could, nor medical ninjutsu unless he somehow comes up with a way of doing it on his own. His chakra, however, is perfect for ninjutsu, as it allows him to form solid attacks easily. He'll no doubt be a specialist in it along with Fuinjutsu. He'll also be heavily trained in Taijutsu and different Bakujutsu thanks to the monks. Kakashi and Hiruzen nodded. Jiraiya sighed and said, I'm worried about the different organizations, so I will be going out for a while. I need to check with my sources and do some infiltration. I'll return before long. They nodded and saw Jiraiya leave. Kakashi knew that this was the time for him to leave and said, with your leave, ho. Not just yet, Kakashi. I have something I want you to do for me, Hiruzen said sternly. Kakashi sighed and turned around. He saw Hiruzen having a gleam in his eyes like he just came up with a good idea. Kakashi knew this was either a good or a very bad thing for him. 1 week later. Focus, Naruto. Sora, again. You are not allowed to stop until I say so, Chiriku said. Sora was panting, while Naruto was fuming in rage. They had been practicing all morning while Tsunade and Shizune were working with the monks out in the villages. Today, Chiriku had Naruto working on his bojutsu, while Sora worked on his father's techniques but easily found himself exhausted. Naruto had taken to working heavily on Taijutsu and Bakujutsu while everyone was away, and he was left with Chiriku. He got up and started to attack the post he was worked on earlier with the wooden staff he had been handed. It was rather heavy, but only because of the extra weight he had deemed to start using. He had doubled the amount of weight he had previously, putting him at almost 200 pounds on his legs and almost 100 on his arms. He felt seriously weighed down, but constantly pumped chakra into his arms and legs to keep himself going. He already felt serious improvement over just the last 2 days. Sora meanwhile knew he had to work hard to get where he wanted to. Chiriku working with him personally now meant he had to work twice as hard as before. He thought it was a lot easier with Naruto because he had someone to rival him, but Naruto would always outlast him. It made him mad, but he was always too tired to act on it. Break, Chiriku shouted. Naruto dropped the staff immediately, rubbing his hands and moaned, geez. That staff is way too rough. Sora was already on the ground and rolled onto his back, looking straight at the blue sky. He was like this every time he trained and worked to his limit. He knew he improved every time, lasting longer, but he wanted to be lasting longer than Naruto. He sighed and got up, still breathing heavy. Chiriku-sama, there is a guest at the gates. He is requesting to see you. He says it's regarding our guests, a monk said, approaching from behind the kids. Chiriku nodded and said, while I am gone, work on meditation. It is important to be able to focus. Naruto and Sora nodded, Naruto getting on the ground and sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He found the training frustrating sometimes, trying to memorize the forms the katas required him to do, and the different stances. However, he always loved meditation. For some reason, it made him calm down tremendously and he connected well with nature around him, sitting around and feeling the forest. He didn't really understand, but Erooji told him it was something to do with his Mokuden. PST. Naruto. Sora whispered next to him, meditating still. Naruto asked, eyes still closed. We should ditch this and go play, Sora whispered. Not right now, Sora. Maybe in a little bit, Naruto said. Come on, I promise it will be fun, Sora said, a little closer this time. Naruto opened his eyes and Sora was right in front of him. Naruto fell backwards and crawled back a few inches and Sora laughed. He had gotten Naruto to open his eyes to his little joke. He then sat down and went to meditate again, still giggling a little. Naruto gave a humph of frustration before returning to meditate, but not before cracking an eye open. He gave a smile at Sora, who on instinct smiled back at Naruto. 5.5 years later. Naruto and Sora were currently sparring. They had both grown physically and mentally over the last few years. Naruto was now a lot taller and sporting a different outfit. Jiraiya had gotten it for him on his last birthday, which was just a few months ago. He was 12 now and a lot stronger and still the same bright person people knew him to be. He wore black pants with orange stripes down the side, a black t-shirt with an orange swirl and on top of it a dark blue jacket with an orange swirl in the same place on the back. He also wore traditional shinobi sandals with the outfit. He had his hair down longer also, the back of it reaching the lower part of his neck and the bangs just over his eyes. He tended to like this so no one could look at his eyes unless he wanted them to. Jiraiya asked him why and he shrugged, saying it was about the connection. Sora meanwhile, still wore a temple robe and had his hair the same, long and a bang going down the middle of his face. He had a brown sash where he kept his triple-bladed claw. He cut off the sleeve on the left side of his robe, but kept the sleeve on the right side, instead extending it to cover his entire arm because of the bandaging to conceal it. He found himself cut off more with people, but he kept a strong relationship with Naruto and his family along with Chiriku. They had both trained well over the years also, Naruto learning to fully control his chakra pool, which now was as large, if not larger than Akage's chakra pool. He also learned to manipulate his 3 affinities well, now having a handful of jutsu in his arsenal. His only problem with his ninjutsu elemental manipulation was using his Mokudan. He found that he had absolutely no way to develop his Mokudan. He didn't have the natural talent for it, so he couldn't do anything about it until he found something that would help him. He had decided it was for the best, since they had agreed he should hide his talent for the Mokudan until he knew he could properly defend himself. However, he had taken to Fuinjutsu and was quite far in his studies, already on level 4 out of 10. He constantly read about Fuinjutsu whenever he had free time. He had progressed far in his Taijutsu studies, learning the traditional defensive forms of the monks at the temple and even the Senju traditional style. He had learned immediately he was not really suited for any of the styles he had learned, so instead he had modified each style into one he called his own and took it on as his own. Everyone had been impressed that he took to learning his own style and even mastered it. A lot of the monks at the temple had a hard time beating him as it was. Naruto took to using grapples and his own speed and agility to enforce his strength. Speaking of strength, his training regimens had been a lot heavier, but still took the same amount of time. Naruto had increased his weights to a large amount he didn't even count anymore, just increasing them when he felt he needed to. He took to taking off the weight 1 day a week and increasing it thereafter, testing the weight then increasing it again as a schedule. His Bakujutsu also helped him out a lot, also like his Taijutsu, making forms of his own with staffs taking on his own form of Bojutsu. He had talked to his uncle and mother a few weeks ago, and when he asked, they both had said that they gauged him at high Chunin to low Jonin skill level. His family had all been impressed by his skill level, even with his secret. Jiraiya had given him the ability to train faster with a forbidden technique called the Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto had picked it up immediately and worked with it since he was 8 years old. It had accelerated his training dozens of times over. Sora was a lot more behind Naruto, instead working on his Taijutsu and Bakujutsu a lot more than Naruto tended to. He had become a close-range specialist immediately, and took to enhancing it with his wind affinity. He had learned about it when Naruto had learned his now traditional Kage Bushin no Jutsu with help from Jiraiya. He had given him chakra paper and had learned from it he had a strong wind affinity. He had a few wind jutsu to use, and learned to use chakra to enhance his weapons, but could never get the hang of learning how to use wind nature chakra efficiently. He would have to talk to a specialist about it. He had over the years gotten enough skill to possibly be deemed a chunin, which he found a feat in itself for someone his age that was raised in a temple. Hey brats, haul your butts inside, Jiraiya's here, Tsunade shouted from the front of the sparring room. Naruto and Sora stopped sparring and noticed that the 2 monks in the room had turned their heads to look at the commotion. Naruto sighed and walked up to his mother. She never called him brat unless he did something wrong, so he assumed he must have. Tsunade watched her son and his friend walk inside. She had taken strongly to Sora like she did Naruto, and would call him her son any day. Sora had become a strong member within their little surrogate family, Naruto building a strong relationship that could even be called brotherly with him. She had taken to seeing him eating dinner with him regularly, and even Chiriku joining him once in a while, and even some of the other ninja monks. Naruto had a good relationship with the ninja monks here at the temple. When Sora and Naruto stepped inside the hallway, their Kakashi and Jiraiya were standing by the end of the hallway leading outdoors with packs on their backs, each holding a smaller pack for the 2 boys. Chiriku, Tsunade and Shizune all stood ready to send them off. They had agreed a long time ago that the boys needed to go out and explore. Jiraiya had convinced Tsunade to finally send Naruto to Konoha to go be a ninja, like all of his family. He needed to make his own decisions as a young adult. Sora had also requested that he could join in, and everyone had agreed for Sora to go along and be a ninja with Naruto. Jiraiya had agreed to take him along. Kakashi had been sent to watch over Naruto at the temple a long time ago, back when Naruto was almost 7. Kakashi had enjoyed the assignment, since he could watch his surrogate nephew while on S-ranked assignment. He had to admit it was a sweet deal, especially since he could train often. He knew he had gotten somewhat stronger while he was at the temple. "You kids take your time. You aren't going to see the three of them for a long time," Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded and the two of them turned and stepped outside through the front door area. Naruto and Sora walked up to Tsunade, Shizune and Chiriku, who were now waiting, all of them smiling. "You have both grown up so much," Chiriku said. "We have to though, right?" Naruto said with a grin. Chiriku sighed and said, "Just remember to be a kid every once in a while. Don't forget your friends and family." Naruto nodded and Sora walked up, giving Chiriku a hug. Chiriku was silently shocked at first, but then he gained a small smile and hugged him back. Naruto looked up at Tsunade and Shizune, who were looking down at him, both smiling sadly. "I'm going to miss you, my Odoto," Shizune said. "Don't worry, it won't be long before you see me again. If anything, I'll take the Chunin exams when they come up," Naruto said. "Don't be a brat, I raised you to be better," Tsunade said. "I know, Ka-chan, geez." Everyone laughed, but Naruto rushed forward and gave them both a tight hug. They smiled and gave the Chid they raised a hug back, welcoming the sign of affection. Tsunade even felt her eyes starting to tear up, but she kept a straight face. Shizune was however openly spilling tears. Sora even came up and gave them a hug, which caused the two of them to smile and tear up even more. "Take care of my son. He seems to be a magnet for trouble a lot of times," Tsunade said. "Yeah, my Odoto is too important to lose," Shizune said. Sora nodded and said, "Thank you for being there." They smiled and nodded at Sora, who then walked down the hallway, Naruto following closely behind him. They stepped outside and found Kakashi and Jiraiya talking quietly, but then they turned and saw the kids. They held out the packs that had been packed earlier. Naruto and Sora shouldered the packs, then they turned around, seeing the people that had raised them wearing sad but happy looks. "Don't worry guys, it won't be long before we will be impressing you," Naruto shouted. Chiriku smiled and nodded for him to go forward. Tsunade rushed forward however, and gave Naruto one last crushing hug and said, "I love you." Naruto smiled and said, "I love you too, Ka-chan." Sora smiled and grabbed Naruto, pulling him back towards the group. Jiraiya and Kakashi were walking away now, both wearing their own smiles. Naruto ran forward, Sora following close behind, both yelling, "Wait up." Chapter 9, Genin Exams. 3 days later. "Come on Ero OG, you gotta tell me what it's like," Naruto pleaded. "Gaki, I told you not to call me that," Jiraiya shouted. Kakashi and Sora both stifled laughs which got them glares from Jiraiya. Sora turned back to humming to himself and walking with his hands behind his head. Kakashi had taken to reading his book on the trip. They traveled at quite a leisurely pace and figured they would reach Konoha when they reached it. In reality, Jiraiya was really holding off so the kids wouldn't have to wait around too long to take the Genin exams. Naruto was excited to finally become a ninja, while Sora was really ready to do his job and explore the world at the same time. Kakashi was happy to see the two were so eager, but he knew that when he returned, he wanted to be sensei to Naruto and even Sora if he could. He realized the potential in the two and especially wanted to teach the son of his mentor and sensei. "Wait, is that it?" Naruto asked, shouting. In the distance was a wall rising over the trees. Naruto was jumping up and down, pointing now, eager to get inside. The forest literally seemed to reflect his emotions all day, Jiraiya and Kakashi were noting. They were blooming and rustling around, even with a breeze that was so little. Sora looked around and saw the trees fully blooming fast now, surprised at the speed that they did so. "Yeah kid, that's it," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto jumped in joy and started doing circles around them. Jiraiya said, "Look kid, we have to go in as a group, so no running ahead." "But isn't Gigi expecting us?" Naruto asked. "He'll be in the office. The guards expect me and some kids, not just a kid." "Stick with me and we're fine," Jiraiya explained. Naruto's smile dimmed down, but he nodded and they progressed forward towards the gate, taking the road at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, two Chunin were sitting on their butts, reading or watching the road for any sign of people entering Konoha. Kodetsu was actually laying back and reading, about ready to fall asleep while Izumo was watching. Izumo then saw travelers approaching Konoha. It looked like two shrimps and two older guys. "Hey, Kodetsu, wake your sorry ass up. There are some people coming," Izumo said. "I'm sure they're just passing by," Kodetsu replied sleepily. Izumo slapped Kodetsu on the head and dragged him up, going on about how it was an honor to guard Konoha's gates and how Izumo was disrespectful until the 4 people showed up. "Yo," Kakashi said now in front of them. "Kakashi, where have you been?" Izumo asked, surprised. "Yeah, you've been gone for a while," Kodetsu said. "Sorry, was on a mission. Long term and all. Came back with Jiraiya and his crew," Kakashi said, gesturing to the crew. "Jiraiya-sama," Izumo and Kodetsu shouted. Naruto and Sora both looked at each other and snickered at the exchange going on. Jiraiya looked at him and scowled, then returned his attention and said, bringing in some visitors, hopefully permanent residents. We'll be going now. They bowed respectfully, allowing them to pass, but not before the two Chunin glanced at each other and knew each other's thoughts about the whole situation. Jiraiya, Kakashi and the kids proceeded inside the village, deciding to take to the rooftops to avoid attention. Hiruzen was sitting in his office doing paperwork when two Anbu appeared before him. He looked up to see that they were bowing and ready to give a report. Hokage-sama. 4 people entered the village just now. 2 of them are Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-senpai. The other 2 are unknown, but appear to be traveling with them. Hiruzen's eyes widened at this. He knew exactly what this meant. He stood up and prepared himself for their arrival. He then waved the Anbu out of the room, watching them all shunshun away, dismissing them. Hiruzen then activated the privacy seals around the room, only allowing the party of 4 he was expecting inside and out. Hiruzen looked towards the window where Jiraiya was bound to show up, and sure enough, not a minute later Jiraiya entered, followed by Kakashi, Naruto and what looked like a monk in training. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto. It has been too long. And who is our young friend? Hiruzen asked. Gigi, this is Sora. He was a monk in training at the Fire Temple, but he wanted to come to Konoha with me. Chiriku-sama said it was okay for him to come and be a ninja monk here, Naruto said excitedly. Sora looked up at Hiruzen and gave him a small smile, still not trusting all the way, but nonetheless inviting. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled knowingly and gave him a small nod. He then turned back to Kakashi and Jiraiya. Mission successful, Hokage-sama. The watch was uneventful. We believe the organizations to be in hiding, on the low, Kakashi said. I've been watching them. They are both acting as organizations for hire, and exploring many places. Unfortunately, this doesn't warrant them to be wanted by us yet, but Itachi has also joined Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. Itachi? Hiruzen asked, shocked. Hi, he was found by Uchiha Madara. He took Itachi back to Akatsuki. They seem to be growing slowly, as well as the other organization, Jiraiya said. Have we any more information? Hiruzen asked. None. They are acting on the down low. It seems they don't want anyone to know about them unless they are hired by them, Jiraiya said. And we won't let them near Naruto. We are not hiring them. What of Orochimaru? He left Akatsuki a while back. He is in hiding currently and I know nothing of his current whereabouts, Jiraiya said. We will find him, Hiruzen said. Naruto and Sora meanwhile were talking quietly, sharing small jokes and laughing. Hiruzen turned when they decided to laugh too hard and loudly. He smiled at him and said, it seems you two are having quite a lot of fun. Too much, Naruto said, still shaking off a bit of laughter. And you believe them to be ready for the Genin exams? Hiruzen asked. More than ready. If anything, I'd ask for them to be implemented as Chunin, but I know that's impossible. They need to work with teams, Jiraiya said. I see. Kakashi, you are dismissed. I will be giving you a team assignment within the next few days, Hiruzen said. Kakashi sighed and said before shunshining away, hi. Jiraiya turned to Hiruzen and said, we need to talk about the kids. Hiruzen looked at the 2 kids now looking at the discussion going on. He sighed and said, should they be here? For the first part, after that they can leave and explore the village, Jiraiya said. Then talk, Hiruzen said. Jiraiya sighed and said, Naruto cannot utilize his gift. Hiruzen looked up and said, but I thought he had awakened it. He did, but he cannot naturally use it. I believe it to be because of the fact that he isn't a direct senju, but the DNA says otherwise. The DNA is Hashirama's if our hypothesis stays true. If so, then it has probably manifested into something completely different because of being injected. It could be stronger, or weaker. Because of Naruto's resident, I would say that it is stronger. What do you have to say, Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Naruto thought for a moment, then looked up and said, I don't want to say that I have no natural talent for it, but I believe it is because of my chakra. Your chakra? Hiruzen asked. Jiraiya was now curious too, wondering what he thought was the issue. I think my chakra is too solid. We all know Hashirama was able to utilize his chakra and fully connect with nature, making him a formidable sage to go against. He could collect nature chakra even while moving. How this is possible, no one knows. I believe it is going to take a certain amount of focus before I am able to utilize Mokuden. But the Shodame's chakra was also solid. This is an invalid point, Hiruzen said. Not necessarily. If he discovered it by accident like we did, then there's a chance that it took a serious amount of training. We all know he went off somewhere to train, but no one knows where at. I believe he learned to focus to a great point to be able to fully utilize Mokuden the way he did. I need a mentor. Hiruzen and Jiraiya let this mull over in their heads, before Hiruzen finally said, I think you two can leave. We have a lot to talk about. Naruto nodded and gave both of them a hug, Sora smiling at the 3 before he and Naruto left through the window. Hiruzen then looked at Jiraiya and said, I think we can fix this if his theory is correct. Naruto and Sora were walking through the village now, exploring the sights around them. The villagers would sometimes glance over at the pair conversing on the streets, and they even caught the eyes of a few ninja. Naruto felt the eyes on him and felt slightly annoyed, but he continued on his way. I'm getting hungry, Sora said. I could eat myself. If only they had a ramen place, Naruto said longingly. You always think about ramen, Sora said rolling his eyes. Hey, it's the gift of Kami himself. Ramen is to be respected. Naruto shouted. They both looked at each other seriously, then burst out laughing at each other, Sora wiping tears from his eyes from laughing. They continued on their way for a few minutes before they ran into a stand that Naruto's eyes wandered to. Ramen Ichiraku. Oh Kami, thank you. Naruto shouted. He grabbed Sora's wrist and dragged him behind him to the stand. They walked inside when they saw an old man making ramen and a teenage girl standing at the counter. Welcome to Ichiraku's, she said. Naruto and Sora sat down at the counter and looked at the menus. Sora sighed at what he knew was going to be an expensive bill for them. He ordered 1 bowl of miso and saw Naruto already ordering 5 bowls, astonishing the girl. I'm sorry, are you sure you can eat 5 bowls? She asked. I wouldn't worry about Naruto here. He can pretty much clear you out if he wanted to, Sora said sadly. The old man turned around and saw the two sitting at the counter. He frowned slightly then said, I don't think we've ever seen you around the village before. That's because we're new here. My name's Naruto. I'm Sora. The old man chuckled and said, well my name is Chuki and this is my daughter Ayame. Nice to meet ya old man. Naruto shouted. Naruto, Sora shouted, trying to correct him. What, Ka-chan isn't here to bug me. I think I can have a little bit of freedom, Naruto said as if it wasn't a big deal. Chuki chuckled and said, it's quite alright. I appreciate people like Naruto. Ayame giggled at the conversation as Sora continued to chastise Naruto about him being rude as Naruto just shrugged it off. Chuki returned to cooking and soon enough, 6 bowls appeared on the counter in front of Naruto and Sora. Alright, itadakimasu, he said, tearing apart chopsticks and digging into the ramen. Sora muttered a silent thank you and dug into his single bowl of miso. Naruto was already finished with his 4th bowl in 2 minutes when Sora had just finished his bowl, satisfied. He looked over to see Naruto working on his 5th bowl and said, "One think that's a new record." Naruto looked up, ramen stuffed in his mouth and said, "Huh." Ayame giggled again and printed out the bill. Naruto finished his bowl and grabbed his frog wallet he was gifted from Jiraiya. He turned and said, "I got it Sora. This is the best ramen I've ever had." Sora nodded and said, "I have to admit, this is genuinely good." Chuki turned around and said, "So I'll be seeing you both again." Sora smiled and said, "You'll be seeing plenty of Naruto. I actually have to eat normally unlike this gaki here." "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Naruto shouted. Sora smiled and said, "I said you are a brat and you have no taste for real food." Naruto grumbled and paid for the ramen, thanking them before him and Sora left the stand. Chuki and Ayame glanced at each other and smiled. They knew someone exciting had come to Konoha. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were both sitting now, talking about the current academy students when they finally got to Sora and Naruto. Jiraiya was trying to convince him that Naruto needed special attention and Sora should be placed in a higher-up team. "I cannot give favoritism to Naruto and Sora. As unfortunate as that is, there has to be a special reason. I have to be able to explain it to the council," Hiruzen said. "Then give them subtle hints that Naruto is progressed further. Tell them about him being a Jinchuriki, anything to throw them off the trail. He should be trained by Tenzo," Jiraiya said. "And what about Sora?" Hiruzen asked. "Place him under Kakashi's team. Kakashi is familiar with him and he can get private training on his wind manipulation with Asuma or someone," Jiraiya explained. Hiruzen thought about it for a moment when there was a knock on the door and Hiruzen's secretary poked her head in through the door. "Sir, Tenzo has arrived. He is rather confused as to why you asked him to enter formally." "Send him in." "Thank you," Hiruzen said. Then, a man walked in through the door, in full Anbu gear. He closed the door behind him and knelt. Hiruzen sighed and said, "There is no need to kneel Tenzo. If what Jiraiya here is planning goes through, you'll no longer be an Anbu." Tenzo stood and said, "Hokage-sama. Take off your mask Tenzo. No need to be formal right now." "Hi." Tenzo grabbed his mask and his face was now visible. He was a pale man, with wide, black eyes. He didn't wear a smile right now, his face set straight. He looked and nodded to Jiraiya and then stood at attention. "Tenzo, we have something we need to inform you of, and it's a long story. Perhaps you would like to take a seat," Jiraiya said, gesturing to the chair next to him. Tenzo looked at the two and sighed. He took a seat and prepared himself for what he knew would be a very long story. Naruto and Sora were now walking through one of the public parks where they saw some older children playing. Naruto looked at Sora and they exchanged looks. Sora shrugged and walked towards them, Naruto following closely behind him. "Come on Hinata," a boy who was chubby said. "I gotta get Shikamaru," said a girl with blue hair and a white jacket. "Hey, hold on," Naruto shouted. The crowd of children all paused and looked at the two boys now approaching them. Sora and Naruto walked up and saw now they were all getting up, or walking towards them. "Hey, we were wondering if we could hang out with you guys," Naruto said. "And who are you?" asked a boy rudely. He looked slightly feral and had red markings on his face. A small white dog on top of his head barked at them as if he was in agreement with him. "I'm Naruto. This is Sora here," Naruto said, now walking in front of Sora. How troublesome, a skinny boy with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle said. Hey, don't be like that, Shikamaru, said a very skinny girl with a long blonde ponytail, now walking forward. She held out her hand and said, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Naruto grinned and shook her hand, which caused her to blush slightly. Sora noted this and looked around at the crowd of 6 children. They were all walking forward now to greet Naruto and Sora. Ino shook his hand, while Shikamaru, the boy with the pineapple hair, greeted Naruto. The chubby boy was apparently named Choji and the blue-haired girl was the girl named Hinata. A girl with pink hair walked forward and greeted him warily, her name being Sakura. Kiba, the feral boy, was the last to greet them, roughly shaking both of their hands, but then smiled at the end as his dog apparently liked them. Hey, is that a Ninken? Naruto asked. Sure is. His name's Akamaru, Kiba said. I read about them. Apparently you can't ask for a better companion, Naruto said. Kiba grinned at that and said, sure can't. Akamaru barked in agreement and they all started chatting idly. Sora and Naruto talked about where they were from, as they all asked questions. Sora was watching the crowd as Naruto easily chatted up with the group of children. Sora was especially careful around people because of his past, but he saw that they were a genuine crowd. He knew immediately from watching Ino and Hinata that they both were sorta shy around Naruto. He suspected that they were crushing on Naruto big time. He sighed at their antics and turned to his conversation with Shikamaru. So how are you two friends? Shikamaru asked. Sora's eyes widened as he thought about this. He knew he shouldn't reveal their secret, so he thought for a second and said, we met through our training. Naruto went to the fire temple to train and live there. Shikamaru nodded, but inside he didn't buy it. It took just a few seconds too long for Sora to reply to him. He looked at Naruto conversing with the larger group and said, Naruto is a friendly person. Yeah, he has a way with people, Sora said. The village even seems brighter, Shikamaru said. And it was. The forest as always responded to Naruto's emotions and reflected his happiness, the plants in full bloom and the trees rustling, even with just the small breeze there was. Shikamaru didn't really know what to make of it, as the bloom was early. Naruto is a magnet for this kind of thing, Sora said. Shikamaru nodded and mulled his thoughts over in his head as him and Sora watched Naruto converse with a larger group of kids. Hey Naruto, are you going to be in the academy now? The Genin exams are tomorrow and we're all participating, Choji said. Oh yeah, that's why we came here. Ero Oji brought us here for the exams. Naruto shouted with excitement. Ero Oji, what kind of nickname is that? Kiba asked as the girls giggled at the nickname. Oh, that's for my uncle Jiraiya, Naruto said. Everyone then gasped and looked at each other. Shikamaru even bolted up at this and Sora's eyes widened in shock at his revelation to the group. He probably shouldn't have shared that yet. He thought quickly. Naruto, did you say the Jiraiya is your uncle? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, like a surrogate uncle. Sora shouted, trying to get Naruto from revealing too much. Naruto looked at Sora and immediately saw his play. He nodded and said, yeah, he just knows me from my mother. They worked together a lot and he decided he wanted to bring me to Konoha instead of my mother. I just like to call him my uncle, but he's still a pervert. Pervert? The group asked. Naruto looked at him and said, you want to know a secret? They all nodded. Naruto scooted forward and went to discuss how his uncle was in reality the biggest pervert the world has ever known. Tenzo was sitting in shock, now realizing the situation he was about to be put in. He looked at Jiraiya and Hiruzen, who both had serious looks on their faces. He then looked down at himself and thought about this for a few moments and then said, Hokage-sama. I mean no disrespect, but are you sure I'm the one that should be put up to the task? Tenzo, you are the only one that is up to the task. You are a user yourself and may be able to help Naruto. He needs to be able to use his Mokuden and you are the only one alive that knows of its abilities well. Tenzo sighed and said, what is your plan then? Naruto will be implemented as an elite genin. This will involve him being under a mentorship under a Jonin sensei, which will be you. He will work hand in hand with many of the genin teams, but will be working on a lot of individual skills. He has the smarts, skills, and ability to do it, Hiruzen said. What about team missions? Tenzo asked. That is easy to resolve. Naruto will go on assignments with different teams each day whenever you deem he should go on a mission. He will also work with different teams in their instruction and training. He will be mentored by all of the Jonin instructors you work with as well as yourself, Hiruzen said. So it's more of a hands-on approach? Tenzo asked. Precisely, Hiruzen said. Tenzo thought about this for a moment, as Jiraiya and Hiruzen watched him. Then he nodded and said, I'll accept this appointment. Excellent. Naruto will be under your command then, so long as he passes the genin exams, Hiruzen said. Ha, he doesn't have to worry about that. I'll bet all my money that he passes with the highest marks, Jiraiya said lawfully. The other two men in the room shook their heads, easily knowing that under Jiraiya's instruction, they'd lose the bet easily. Tenzo, before you leave, you were dismissed from Anbu and are promoted to Jonin rank. You may revert to using your old codename Yamato. Hi, Hokage-sama, Yamato said. You both are dismissed. I'd find the kids and make sure they get some good sleep. The next few days will be quite a bit for them to get through. The whole group of children were laughing, cracking jokes and sharing stories. Even Shikamaru and Sora were engaged with the group and smiling easily now. They were listening to Naruto talking about a time at the fire temple at the moment. We had stolen the pig and hauled him up to the fire temple. We didn't realize how difficult it'd be, but between me and Sora we had done it. So of course, we dragged him around and then we had finally gotten inside. We let him loose in the lower levels and let me say that the monks were not very happy, Naruto said now fully laughing. Oh, and how Chiriku found the pig in the kitchen eating through the feast they were preparing, Sora said. I think Chiriku about killed us, Naruto said now shedding tears from laughing too hard. Everyone was laughing at the silly story when Jiraiya landed on the ground next to them. Naruto looked up and said, I think it's time to go, Sora. Sora nodded and stood up. They looked at the group who were now all standing up to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at the academy, right? Choji asked. Of course, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. We're really curious to see how good you guys are, Ino said now sporting another blush. You'll see, Sora said knowingly. Naruto waved goodbye to them and rushed over to his godfather. He and Sora both looked at him and said, we didn't do anything. Jiraiya laughed and said, I'm sure you didn't. Your mother might kill you otherwise. Naruto smiled and they all took off into the rooftops, the two boys following Jiraiya back to the place they had arranged for them to stay at. The next day, Jiraiya, Naruto and Sora were walking through the streets today, making their way towards the academy. Naruto was practically bouncing with excitement waiting to show off while Sora calmly walked, but was excited inside. He tended to get excited sometimes, but knew when to keep calm. Jiraiya could feel the excitement and tension rolling off of Naruto while he walked meanwhile and finally decided to turn around. Naruto, I can practically feel your excitement. Tone it down, would ya? Naruto sighed and looked down, apologizing. Jiraiya turned around and they continued walking. After a few minutes, they finally reached the academy building. Jiraiya turned to them and said, all right Gakis, listen up. When you get inside, go to the first classroom on the second floor on the left. Go inside and hand the instructor this scroll. His name will be Iruka in case you can't find it. He will know what to do. After that, follow his instructions and you'll be done with this in no time. Naruto and Sora nodded. Jiraiya handed them a scroll from his pouch which Sora took and they walked inside, following the crowd of kids. They went upstairs and found the classroom that Jiraiya was talking about and stepped inside. There, stood a Chunin instructor in front of a class full of kids. The Chunin was a tanned man with a scar over his nose and had a pineapple hairstyle much like Shikamaru. He was wearing normal ninja attire and had a headband over his forehead. They all looked towards the door where Naruto and Sora stood. Are you Iruka? Sora asked. The Chunin instructor nodded, and the two boys sighed in relief, thinking they went to the wrong class. They closed the door behind them and Sora walked up. We were told to give this to you. Iruka took the scroll and started to read over its details. Meanwhile, the class started to converse with each other, most likely about the new people. Naruto looked up and saw there was the group of kids he and Sora had met. Naruto waved and the six waved back. Sora meanwhile was watching Iruka whose eyes seemed to get bigger as he read the scroll. He then closed it and called for the attention of the class. They all quieted down immediately. It seems we have two new arrivals to our group. Let me introduce to the class Senju Naruto and Chiku Sora. The class all gasped and one kid stood up shouting, impossible. The only Senju alive today is Tsunade, the Sannin. You will sit down. This is a message directly from the Hokage. Iruka shouted at the student. The kid looked at the two boys still standing in the front of the room and abruptly sat down angrily. Naruto looked around and saw the group they had met the day before had wide-eyed looks on their faces. They wouldn't have guessed him to be a member of the Senju clan. Perhaps some introductions are in order. Naruto, why don't you go first since the class seems to be interested in you, Iruka said. Naruto looked at Iruka, then the class and shrugged. He knew he didn't want to reveal too much, but he had to give them something. He stepped up and said, my name is Senju Naruto. My mother is Tsunade. I have no father unfortunately, but I do consider Jiraiya of the Sannin my uncle. He's my godfather as well. I was raised for a long time at the fire temple with Sora who I consider my brother. The class all exchanged looks and started muttering to each other about Naruto when Iruka shouted, quiet. The class all shut up and Iruka looked at Sora before saying, why don't you go next? Sora looked up and said, my name is Chiku Sora. I come from the fire temple where I was raised by Chiriku-sama. I have no mother or father. But he's part of my family. Naruto shouted. Yes, Sora said, sighing before going on. I came here with Naruto and we both want to be ninja here. Well, that was enlightening. Thank you. Why don't you both take a seat, Iruka said. They both saw there was only 2 seats left, each at different desks. Sora saw a seat next to Hinata and Kiba who were waving him over. He shrugged and went over there. Naruto saw a seat next to Sakura, the girl he met yesterday, and a boy who looked like he was quietly brooding and had black spiky hair and black eyes. He also had an insignia on his shirt he didn't recognize yet. He went and sat down next to the pale boy. Now, as you all know, today is the Genin exams. You all will be tested in various areas. I will be one of the proctors and wish you luck. Now if you all will follow me to the first examination room. Everyone got up and followed Iruka out. Naruto looked at the insignia on the boy and then finally recognized it as the insignia for the Uchiha clan. He had heard something from his uncle about an extermination though, and wondered how he was related to the Uchiha. They made their way out and into a windowed room where inside were quite a few chunin. They stepped inside and they all sat down, each taking a desk, where there was a pencil and a pile of papers on each. This is the written portion of the test. Everyone has 60 minutes to complete the written portion. There are 50 questions. If there are any questions you may ask any of the proctors posted. Good luck and your time starts now, Iruka said. Naruto flipped over the pile of papers and took the pencil, immediately setting to work. Everyone seemed to be doing the same thing, but Naruto wasn't paying attention. He looked at the questions and saw they were simplistic, from types of weaponry to history to backgrounds on certain people or clans. He knew all the information and flew through it. He didn't take long to write down all the answers and put his pencil down. When he looked up, he saw everyone was still working furiously, others taking their time through it. Naruto smiled and leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head. He saw Shikamaru sleeping on his desk, making him curious. He was obviously very smart or very lazy. Little did he know he was both. Naruto looked around and saw Sora was working hard on the test, furrowing his brow. He probably had some issues with some of the background questions on clans or history questions. He then looked up and saw Iruka giving him an odd look, to which he just returned a smile. Iruka had watched the crowd of kids in front of him take the test, well, most of them. Shikamaru put his head down immediately when the test started. He knew the kid was insanely smart according to his IQ test he tricked him into taking. He knew he would get every single question right. He had gotten the tip-off from Hinata, who said that he was just incredibly lazy and saw no point in taking the tests, as well as staying awake in class. He thought then to give him an IQ test, tricking him into thinking it was a required test and if he didn't take it, he would get his mother on his case. Shikamaru had taken it and Iruka found he had the second highest IQ in the entire village, only being beaten by his father. Not that it was surprising to him after a while, but at first he nearly choked on the water he was drinking. He had looked over the rest and saw most of them working diligently on the papers, Naruto included, but only after 10 minutes he stopped. He had put down his pencil and laid back in his chair. Iruka looked at Naruto incredulously and thought he was probably done. Naruto of course gave him a knowing smile that said differently. He would definitely look at his test first when the exams were done. The exams passed the rest of the time with no surprises. The time went off and the exams were collected. He made sure to collect Naruto's and place it on the top without being discovered. He then instructed his co-instructor Mizuki, who was a pale man with long white hair, to take him outside to complete the second portion of the exam. He then took Naruto's exam and took to grading it immediately. He flew through the questions, knowing that each answer was correct and no question was left unanswered. When he was done, all 50 questions had been answered and correctly at that. He put the exam down and let this mull over in his head before he started chuckling and said, "You are something that we have to look out for, Naruto." Mizuki was watching the kids closely, but Naruto more closely. He had been waiting for this day to come. He was in secret working for Orochimaru of the Sannin. The snake apparently had his sights set on him and a particular Uchiha, but more so on Naruto. He didn't know exactly what it was that he had his eyes set on Naruto for, but he gave him an exact description and surely enough, he showed up. Mizuki knew that he had to test the kid himself. "Alright everyone, this is the physical portion of the exam. We are first doing the weapon portion where you all will throw shuriken at the targets. Any questions?" Naruto immediately raised his hand. Mizuki looked at him in curiosity and said, "Naruto, can we use our own weapons?" Mizuki looked at him strangely and said, "If you are more comfortable doing so then you may." Naruto nodded and went to his pouch where inside he felt his kunai. He nodded and waited for his turn. He watched as the various students went up and watched the various reactions to certain people. Sora had gone up as one of the first and hit many of his marks, only missing one. He especially watched his newly formed friends go up. He saw Shikamaru was somewhat accurate as well as Sakura, Ino and Hinata, but Choji and Kiba weren't all the great on accuracy. "Uchiha Sasuke," Mizuki said. Naruto turned his head at that and saw the pale boy with the blue shirt that had the Uchiha insignia on it go up. "Good luck Sasuke," Sakura shouted. "Sasuke." Many other girls shouted. Naruto groaned internally at what he knew to be the fangirl sensation going up. He watched as he smugly took the shuriken and threw them directly at the posts, all of them hitting their mark, making him the first to get a 10 out of 10 on precision. All the girls applauded and screamed out his name, congratulating him, while some of the boys groaned or gave a half-hearted applause. Mizuki sighed and moved on when Iruka walked outside. "I'll take over from here, thanks Mizuki," Iruka said. "We're on the last one actually. Senju Naruto," Mizuki said. Iruka then sighed internally as he knew Mizuki intentionally left him for last for whatever reason. Naruto walked up and went into his pouch, pulling out his kunai. Iruka noted that and said, "Naruto, are you sure you want to use kunai?" "I'd really prefer to use kunai," Naruto said. Iruka shrugged and watched him carefully. Naruto weighed them in his hands. He had them made specifically for him, weighted on the metal more so than the handle. It was special metal that was used to make the kunai. He channeled his chakra carefully into the kunai, making sure to not reveal the coating to anyone. Sora knew what Naruto was doing and knew it would take a lot of focus on Naruto's part to do it, and sincerely hoped he did. Naruto nodded and threw the kunai all in succession one at a time, twirling and dancing about each time he did it. He then saw the kunai hit their marks, but cut halfway through the post each time they hit, splintering the wood. He knew he had a perfect score. Iruka watched the whole thing and each time could hear the kunai piercing the air, the whistle of the air. He then saw how they impacted the wood and knew from that Naruto had charged chakra into the kunai and they were weighted. He was impressed that Naruto used such specialized weaponry and had a small smile growing on his face. Good job Naruto. And that is everyone. Let's move over to the sparring area, Iruka said. Naruto turned around and saw that many of the children were still gaping over him and how he had practically broken the posts. Sasuke was fuming from what Naruto could tell. He didn't know why, but he suspected a superiority complex. Naruto sighed as many of the girls were gossiping with each other. The group of kids moved over to the sparring area and Iruka said, "Alright, the next portion we will have everyone paired up to test their prowess into jutsu. We will start from the bottom of the list this time. Naruto and Sasuke, would you two please step up?" Sasuke smirked and stepped forward, Naruto following behind him. They both took their spots on the sparring circle. Naruto made the sign of engagement, which surprised Iruka and Sasuke, but Sasuke only smirked and made the sign himself. Iruka stepped forward and said, "Hajime." Sasuke dashed forward immediately. Naruto decided he would let Sasuke play his game before he took him down swiftly, not giving anyone time to analyze his movements. Sasuke went to get in a few kicks, twirling and jumping in the air, but Naruto would only skirt around the circle, backpedaling. Sasuke found himself getting frustrated, so he stopped with the kicks and went in to start throwing punches, which Naruto continued to block until 3 minutes into the battle. He gripped Sasuke's forearm and kneed him in the stomach and flipping Sasuke over his own shoulder. Sasuke gave a grunt when Naruto held out a hand for Sasuke to get up. Iruka had watched the whole battle, analyzing both of their movements. It was obvious Sasuke was talented in jutsu and would do well as a genin, but he was far outclassed by Naruto. Naruto must have been training for years, and because Sasuke's Uchiha style requires the Sharingan, Naruto's style couldn't be analyzed, let alone tracked. Naruto must have invented the style himself because Iruka didn't recognize the stance or style, let alone what it relied on. He kept his talents hidden well. Sasuke was fuming on the ground. He looked up dazed at Naruto, who was holding out a hand for him to get up. He wanted to reject it, but he was sure he felt a crack in his chest area. He grunted and took the hand, letting Naruto pull him up. "Sorry about that, I don't realize my own strength sometimes," Naruto said, half laughing, half embarrassed. Sasuke shook off the hand, but Naruto made the sign of reconciliation. Sasuke felt his eyes go up at this and saw Iruka was even impressed by the display. He didn't want to be on bad terms, especially after what he had learned over the years. He made the sign himself and the two were joined. "Shusha, Naruto," Iruka shouted. The class broke into multiple reactions, all varying from cheering to subtle applause to no response. Sora simply smiled at Naruto. The 6 newly formed friends were all stunned that Naruto had stomped the floor with Sasuke the way he had. No one was able to beat Sasuke, let alone destroy him like he had, but it seemed everyone was proven wrong. Naruto was going to be something to watch. The rest of the matches went off without a hitch, and it was finally time for the final portion. The ninjutsu portion. The 3 Academy ninjutsu this year was the Henge transformation technique, Kawami, body replacement, and Bushin no Jutsu, clone jutsu. Naruto frowned slightly when he heard about the clone technique and knew he would have to negotiate with the proctors. He didn't want to reveal his cage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, but he knew he might have to. Naruto waited as everyone went, everyone receiving a headhand signifying they were now genin of Konoha. Naruto smiled as each one of his friends went in, and even giving Sora a brotherly hug when he got his. He was sitting and waiting when finally his name was called by Iruka. He noticed he was the last one and sighed as many seemed to be waiting on him. He would make it quick. Naruto stepped inside the classroom where 3 proctors sat. Iruka sat in the middle, where on the left Mikuzi sat and on the right was another man who looked much like Iruka except no scar. Naruto took the center of the floor in front of them. Naruto looked up, prepared. "Alright Naruto, here's how this will work. You will show us the 3 techniques and we will give you the results of your exam straight away," Iruka said. Naruto nodded and waited as they each had a paper in front of them. Naruto looked over at Mizuki, who seemed to be interested especially, much like Iruka was. Iruka cleared his throat and said, "Alright, why don't you show us the henge? Transform into whoever or whatever you wish." Naruto quickly made the seal and transformed into Iruka. The Chunin all took quick notes and then Iruka said, "Now Kawami please." Naruto quickly made the seal and replaced himself with a chair in the back of the room. The Chunin all took notes again as Naruto walked to the front of the room. "Alright Naruto, now the Bushin no Jutsu." Naruto frowned slightly and said, I have a problem." Iruka's eyebrows raised at this and said, "What is it?" "My chakra is too solid to form regular clones, and quite too large. I would have to estimate my chakra is at least the size of a cage's reserves. I would like to know if I can replace it with my own version of the Bushin no Jutsu." Iruka and the other Chunin whispered amongst themselves for a moment, Naruto looking around nervously when Iruka looked up and said, "What version?" Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto said. Impossible, that is a B-ranked Kinjutsu, the third Chunin proctor said. Naruto simply humphed and made the seal and shouted, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. There were puffs around the room and the room was suddenly very crowded by what was more than 36 clones. The Chunin all stood up abruptly at this and Iruka shouted, how? Naruto shrugged and said, I told you how. Did I pass? The Chunin quickly conversed in hushed tones when Iruka went into the desk and pulled out a headband. He held it out and said, congratulations. You passed the exam with what seems to be the highest marks. I don't know what this means for you because unfortunately you tie for the dead last in the class with Sora because you haven't been in the academy at all, but we shall see. Naruto quickly thanked him and tied the headband onto his left arm. He didn't want to wear it on his forehead for some reason, not really liking the way it had felt, so he put it onto his sleeve. He walked out and saw everyone immediately cheer for him, Sora walking over to him and returning the brotherly hug he had given him earlier. Good job Naruto, Sora said. You too Sora, Naruto said smiling. Hinata was sitting in the garden at her clan home, quietly reflecting over the last 2 days. She had to admit, she was very intrigued by Naruto and Sora, more so in Naruto. He seemed to have so much energy and was always happy. She already liked him, developing an immediate crush for him. He even seemed to crush her somewhat developed confidence. She knew that was her weakness as her friends had helped her build it up, but she was always nervous around Naruto. She was excited by the possibility of Naruto being on her team. She really hoped he was on her team. She had watched Ino and many other girls and noticed they were moving on from Sasuke and started crushing on Naruto. She wanted to do something about it, but was too nervous. She hoped that she would get a chance with him. Ino and Sakura were walking through the village back to Ino's family flower shop. Sakura was currently bragging about Sasuke and how good he was today, but Ino knew the case wasn't true. She had to admit, Naruto was impressive and kinda cute. Sakura, I'll give it to you. You win, Ino said. Ha, Sakura asked. Dark and mysterious is old. Naruto is just the new thing, Ino said. Naruto, are you kidding me? He's too loud and outgoing, Sakura said. That's the point, he has a bright personality and is very cute. Did you see his whisker marks? I can bet that those are wanting to be scratched, Ino said fantasizing. I don't know Ino, Sakura said. I'll make a bet with you. First one to get a date with their crush get to make the other do something. Anything they want, Ino said. Sakura turned and then her eyes lit up with the possibilities. She grinned and said, deal. Shikamaru and Choji were at the Akamaru barbecue restaurant with their fathers, celebrating the two making genin. Shikamaru was currently thinking quietly while the other three talked and ate. Shikamaru however hadn't joined in their conversations and barely touched his food. It was about 10 minutes into their meal when Shikaku finally turned and saw his son silently sitting there. Hey, you okay there Shikamaru? Shikaku asked. Shikamaru looked up, stunned for a second then said, oh, yeah. I'm okay. What you thinking about? Choji asked. Shikamaru sighed and said, it's too troublesome to explain, but to give you a hint. Naruto. Shikaku and Chose's eyes both widened at this. They hadn't heard about this Naruto, but there had been rumors of a boy with that name passing around the ninja. What about Naruto? Shikaku asked. How does this kid, a senju, just come into the academy and join the ranks of Konoha just like that, let alone pass the exams? If he was really a senju, he would have been in Konoha and everyone would have known about him, Shikamaru said analyzing the situation. Shikaku and Choza exchanged looks again and immediately recognized what was going on. Shikaku looked at Shikamaru and said, I wouldn't dwell on it too much. As troublesome as it is, I want to know. This kid is much more than anyone will ever anticipate or consider. He could become something great. Chapter 10, Teamwork. Naruto was just waking up in his new apartment. Eroji had taken him and Sora here 5 days ago and had told him they now lived here. He said the first 3 months of rent were covered, but after that they had better start paying for it themselves. Sora and Naruto had taken the last few days to get their ninja registration done and to get some well-spent training in. Naruto was currently working on developing his wind affinity more, seeing how he had perfected his earth and water affinity training. Sora was taking to doing the same thing, except trying to channel wind chakra into his weapon. Naruto knew he could do it with water, allowing for an extended range, so he hoped he could do it with wind chakra for a better result one day. Naruto walked into the kitchen area and saw Sora already cooking up food. It looked like eggs were on the counter and a pan was sizzling. Naruto smiled and started making coffee. It seemed to be a regular routine between the two. Naruto makes coffee and Sora makes food. You're late this morning, Sora said. You're just early, Naruto said simply. Sora chuckled and shrugged at the comment, continuing to cook. Naruto had the drink brewed up quickly and poured it into 2 cups, bringing himself to sit at the table and sip on his drink. He was trying to stay calm inside. Today was the team assignment day for the genin. This was when they found out what team they would be on and who their Jonin sensei was. Kakashi said he had received a team, but wouldn't tell them who he had on his team. Naruto groaned while Sora simply smiled as Naruto pleaded with him to tell them. Sora brought the food to the table and sat down, eating his own eggs. Naruto was plowing through his eggs and chugged down the rest of the coffee after he was done eating. Then he stood up and went back to his room. Sora smiled and shouted, excited. You know it, Naruto shouted. Sora smiled and knew that was one of many outbursts Naruto would give today. Naruto came back into the room wearing his normal attire, but slightly different. Today, his gear was taped, which was about time. Sora had told him that he should get his wrists and ankles taped down so the clothing didn't get in the way as much. Naruto had finally gone through, it seemed. Naruto also had his headband tied on his arm still, it seemed. Sora sighed and got up, grabbing his headband on the kitchen table and threw his dishes into the sink. Naruto grabbing the rest of his gear, but Sora only put on his headband around his waist and walked to the door, waiting for Naruto. Yosh, let's do it, Naruto shouted, running towards the door, Sora opening it for him. Naruto dashed out, already sprinting over the rooftops, Sora closing the door and then turning to see him already far off. Hey moron, wait up, Sora shouted, sprinting after him over the rooftops. Hinata was walking through the streets, near the academy, when she saw something blurry in front of her. Then, someone landed in front of her and saw it was Naruto. Hey Hinata, geez, you're the first person I've seen today. Where is everyone? Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked. Hinata realized she was blushing slightly and then heard shouting from a distance. Naruto, you baka, Sora's voice shouted. Sora landed in front of her and bashed Naruto on the top of his head, causing him to scream in pain. I told you to wait up, Sora shouted. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in shame and said, sorry, about that Sora. I could have just shunshined over here. Baka, Sora said, punching him in the face, slamming him to the ground. Naruto crashed and groaned at the pain before getting up and giving his trademark smile. Hinata's sweet dropped slightly, but inside she was laughing and smiling at their antics. She had to admit, Naruto was a pretty funny and cute guy. Hey, Naruto, Sora, Hinata, a voice shouted behind them. They all turned to see the rest of the group gathered, waving them over. Naruto grinned and ran over to them. Sora and Hinata followed more slowly. Hey guys, excited for the team assignments? Naruto asked. You bet, Choji said. Yeah, I just hope we get some cool team assignments where we can stay together, Ino said, looking over at Naruto especially. Hopefully I'm paired with Sasuke, Sakura said, blushing a bit. Everyone groaned at that statement except for Sora and Naruto, who just looked at her with a strange expression of curiosity. Naruto knew she was a big fangirl of the boy. He groaned internally at the thought of having to face his fangirls. Sora had the same thoughts except not so much of his own fangirls, but more of satisfaction at the torture Naruto would face today. Come on, let's go to the academy, Kiba shouted, Akamaru barking in agreement. They all walked off to the academy, chatting about the team possibilities. Iruka walked into the classroom with a few papers in his hands. He looked at the assembled genin in front of him and felt a little pride in his chest at the group assembled. They had done well to get where they were, but hoped they would all pass the second part of the exam that they didn't know of. Before I give the assignments, I want to say congratulations to each and every one of you. You all have worked hard to get where you are. Shikamaru coughed at this statement, earning a glare from Iruka before he continued. I want you to know the value of working as a team. You will be working with a Jonin sensei and 2 other genin. They are now your comrades and deserve to be treated as such. Become a team worthy of Konoha. Show them how strong you all are. Now for your team assignments. Iruka went down the team assignments, going through the first teams, all mostly from civilian families. No one notable from Naruto's perspective. His friends were all whispering to each other or paying attention, but he just sat there waiting for his name to be called. Team 7 will consist of Uchiha Sasuke, Shiku Sora and Haruno Sakura. Your Jonin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Cha, no one will get between me and my Sasuke, Sakura shouted. Naruto looked over at Sora, who seemed to be having conflicting emotions. Naruto would probably have the same. He got stuck with 2 people he would never wish to be put together and work with, but on the bright side he got Kakashi. However much that would improve the situation, Naruto didn't know. Naruto in all honesty wish he had gotten Kakashi as a Jonin sensei though. He knew there must be a good reason for it. Team 8 will consist of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru. Your Jonin sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai, Iruka stated. The 3 all had smiles on their faces as they nodded and smiled at one another. Naruto smiled and knew that the 3 of them would be a good team to work together with. He didn't know anything about their Jonin sensei however and hoped they got a good sensei. Team 9 is in rotation as of the moment, so finally Team 10 will consist of Akamaki Choji, Aburame Shino and Yamanaki Ino. Your Jonin sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma, Iruka said. Naruto's eyes widened for many reasons. First, their sensei was a Sarutobi, like his Gigi. He was subtly surprised, but knew they would be in good hands. Also, the fact that this team composition was odd if not abnormal was different. He knew however they might work together well, seeing them all exchanging wary but happy glances at each other. He knew it was a good match for the 3. What surprised him the most however was his name wasn't called. Hey, what gives? My name wasn't called, Naruto shouted. Everyone turned to look at him and started laughing. Even Sasuke had a smirk and turned to say, what dope? Surprised you didn't get a team. You probably got demoted back to the academy. Quiet, Iruka shouted. Everyone looked at him and sat back down, turning their laughter down. Haruka cleared his throat and said, I was getting to you, Naruto. It seems the Hokage has a different thing in mind for you. He has given me the privilege of announcing your rank. Congratulations, Naruto, for making elite genin. The room was so quiet then that you could hear a pin drop. I'm sorry, Haruka-sensei, could you repeat that again? Naruto asked. You're an elite genin, Naruto, Haruka said. Well, what in Kami's name does that mean? Sasuke shouted, fuming in anger. Quiet, I was getting there, Haruka shouted again, before clearing his throat. He then looked at Naruto and said, Naruto will be under the command of a single Jonin sensei and will work hand in hand with each of the genin teams, rotating through the teams, but at the same time will be under the tutelage of an experienced Jonin. He is to be a role model to all the genin teams out there, as he is a leading example of what a genin should be about. Naruto had to admit, the deal didn't sound bad. He was basically given a private tutor to hone his skills, while he got to work with every genin in his year, giving him good opportunity to become friends with everyone. He then smiled because he knew that this would also be good opportunity to get help from all the Jonin senseis out there to hone his skills further. I assume you like the decision? Haruka asked. Naruto nodded, but then frowned and said, who is my Jonin sensei? Your sensei is Yamato. He should be here shortly, asked a man in the hallway. He entered the classroom and looked at the group of genin before setting his eyes on Naruto. He knew he was early, but he had much to talk with him about and much to do with him today if he hoped to set him out tomorrow. You're early, Haruka said plainly. I apologize, but it's the Hokage's orders that I show up early, the man said, not lying. Haruka looked and said, you're welcome to take your student then. The man looked up and said, Senju Naruto, you are to come with me. Naruto felt all the eyes of the genin on him as he got up and walked towards the front, only to be stopped by Sora. He looked down and saw him looking up at him. Good luck, Sora said. Naruto only smiled and said, you have a lot to do, Sora. I'll catch ya later. Naruto ran forward and met the man standing in the front of the room, and the two exited the classroom. When they exited, Naruto inspected him top to bottom. He had short, spiky brown hair and wore a forehead protector similar to that of the Nidaime Hokages. He also noted his attire was different from most Jonin. He didn't have the Uzushiogakure crest on his clothes, and his flak jacket neckline went up to just below his chin. He had big black almond eyes that seemed to be too large for his head, but was otherwise relatively normal. Senju Naruto, it seems we have a lot to do today if I hope to understand your problem, the man said. Please Yamato-sensei, call me Naruto. In fact, I think we should do introductions. Nothing like a good start, Naruto said. Yamato was sincerely impressed. He knew the kid was mentally and physically advanced for his age, but he didn't question as to how far. He was thinking like a team member already. Yamato had to admit, he'd be a good role model for the genin that made it through the second exams. How about at lunch? Where do you want to go? Yamato asked. Naruto looked at Yamato and smiled before saying, ramen. Yamato chuckled, knowing he would say that according to his file, and said, why not? Let's head over to the stand and we can talk there. Naruto grinned and they set on their way through the streets. Naruto and Yamato were seated at the stand waiting on the ramen to be given to them. Yamato was still impressed by Naruto just by walking. He was very quiet when he wanted to be, but he knew he was a very energetic kid when he wanted to be. He would be a respectable ninja one day. He already had a touch of respect for the kid. So Naruto, perhaps our introductions are in order. I'll go first so you know what to tell me. My name is Yamato. I like gardening, architecture, training and working with my comrades. I dislike destroyers of nature and traitors. My hobby is growing trees and other plants. My dream is to help someone become a great shinobi. Naruto looked at his sensei with a new sense of respect. In many ways, Yamato was like himself, but knew that they also had subtle differences. He smiled and started his introduction. My name is Senju Naruto. I also come from the Uzumaki clan according to my Ka-chan, but I use my Senju name because Tsunade is my Ka-chan and no one is my father. I like gardening, ramen, being with family and friends and training. I dislike ramen withdrawal, cold-blooded killers and cowards. My hobby is working on jutsu. My dream is to become Hokage of this village and restore it to its prime that my great Jiji Hashirama led. Yamato looked at Naruto with a sense of pride. Naruto had ambitious goals and carried a sense of purpose. He knew he would do well training Naruto and Naruto would learn well under him. Well, now that introductions are over, perhaps it's time to eat. Tsuki then carried over a few bowls of Naruto, setting one in front of Yamato and half a dozen in front of Naruto, which made Yamato sweat drop at the amount of ramen that Naruto would eat. Alright, itadakimasu, Naruto said, breaking chopsticks and digging into his first bowl. Yamato chuckled slightly, scared that Naruto might have a stomachache. Sora, Sakura and Sasuke were the only ones left in the classroom now, and Sora was getting frustrated. He knew Kakashi was late, but this late. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Sakura shouted. Sora groaned internally because he had been stuck with Sasuke. Sakura he didn't mind, but when the two of them were put together, there was no stopping her from being annoying. He hoped she would tone it down after a few missions, but he would have to see. Sora was about to put his head down on the desk when the door to the classroom finally opened. Sora stood up and said, finally. Kakashi, my first impression of you all, he said, confusing Sora before he finished, you're all boring. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke, probably sitting on the roof reading his smut. Sora looked at the smoke for a moment before shouting, "Did he just call me boring?" He stomped off ahead of the other two genin who were looking at Sora strangely before they followed him up to the roof. Naruto and Yamato were standing across from each other in the training field. Naruto was stretching, getting ready for his first training session with Yamato-sensei. He had to admit, he was excited for this. He wanted to show off his range of powers and get advice where he could. "Alright Naruto, I believe that is enough stretching. Today, the goal is simple. Try to defeat me. I will be holding back slightly because of my skill caliber, but come at me with the intention to kill, otherwise you won't be able to do anything to me," Yamato said. Naruto nodded and furrowed his brow in concentration, figuring out a plan before Yamato shouted, "Hajime." Naruto took off into the trees, hiding himself carefully to make sure Yamato-sensei couldn't detect him and set to work laying his trap. Yamato meanwhile stood in the middle of the training field, impressed by the speed Naruto went to hide himself subtly. He had to admit, if he wasn't a trained ninja of his caliber, he would have a hard time finding Naruto, but he had already made the mistake of staying towards the ground. He observed him and then noticed Naruto hadn't moved an inch. It was almost as if Naruto was waiting on him to make the first move. It was odd, but he decided to go along with it. Yamato clapped his hands together into the serpent seal and shouted, "Doden, Doruzo. Earth release, earth flow spears." Naruto was then instantly skewered by the earth spears, only to go up in a puff of smoke, making Yamato realize it was a shadow clone and he had lost track of Naruto already. "How?" Yamato asked out loud. Then the earth underneath him broke and two hands gripped his ankles, pulling him under. Naruto then shot up as Yamato was in the earth up to his head, his neck and body buried beneath the ground. Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Impressed. Yamato chucked from the ground and said, "Not good enough," before he crumbled into the earth. "Damn, an earth clone," Naruto muttered before taking off into the trees, finding himself a new place to hide. He thought quickly on how to counter Yamato before he turned to a noise he heard to the right and saw water bullets flying towards him. His eyes widened and he jumped backwards doing a flip to avoid the water bullets, before he was slammed toward the ground by a force drop kicking him. He flew and smashed into the ground making a crater. Naruto was dazed for a moment before someone landed in front of him and said, "Is that all you got?" Naruto groaned and stood up, but not before puffing out of existence again. Yamato's eyes widened again at the second shadow clone trick and felt himself being trapped by ninja wire. He looked towards his left and right and saw a clone on each side of him, both using the serpent seal. Doden, Ganbin Q. Earth release, bedrock coffin. Naruto caused the earth to rise up in two different sections, surrounding Yamato completely while moving the ground beneath Yamato, taking his balance away before the two sections of earth smashed into him completely. Yamato was crushed, which caused the real Naruto to land in front of the flattened earth and check to see if his trap had worked. He walked forward but gasped as he looked down and realized what had happened. Moku Bushin. Mokuden, Daijuran no Jutsu. Wood release, great forest technique. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched Yamato jump out in front of him and how his arm morphed into trees at a cellular rate, Yamato's tree arm now extending towards Naruto. Naruto jumped back, cursing himself for putting himself at a vulnerable state. He slammed his hands together again into the serpent seal shouting, "Doden, Doruheki. Earth release, earth-style wall." Naruto watched as the ground in front of him then rose up to give him form to a defensive wall that rose many feet into the air, thickened by the natural earth around him. He sighed in relief, but then realized his sensei had used Mokuden. How did his sensei have Mokuden? He was the only person alive who should have Mokuden and the only other user other than his great Gigi. He looked and saw Yamato smirking as he knew he had given Naruto the secret behind why he was training him. "So, it seems we have more to talk about," Yamato said, smiling sincerely. Naruto nodded, confused. Naruto and Yamato were sitting across from each other at a dinner table at a restaurant. Naruto and Yamato had trained for the rest of the day physically before Yamato decided it was time to call it quits for the day. Yamato had been impressed by Naruto's stamina and his focus, even though he had revealed his secret early on. He had to admit, Naruto almost had him with the coffin technique, but he had substituted quickly enough with his wood clone in the sidelines. Naruto certainly had the makings to be a strong shinobi one day. Naruto was currently eating through his vegetables and pork he had ordered for dinner when he paused, slightly full, and said, "I want some answers." Yamato sighed and put aside his plate and said, "Ask and I shall answer. How do you have Mokuden?" Yamato sighed and said, "I was an experiment when I was a child along with 99 other children. We were all injected with Senju Hashirama's cells and were put in test tubes to see the results. I was the only one that lived through the experiment, and was able to use Mokuden. I am certainly not as strong as your ancestor, but I believe myself to be a capable Jonin." Naruto nodded, but then pondered and said, "Is this why you are my Jonin sensei? I'm sure you know my secret if you are a Mokuden user." Yamato nodded and said, "Hokage-sama thought it best to inform me of your condition and your story. I then realized they would request my assistance with training you and I accepted the job immediately. We are alike in many ways, Naruto, but you have the capability to be so much more powerful." Naruto sighed and said, "But that's the problem. I can't use it. Yamato's eyes widened and said, what do you mean? I'm sure you've been informed of my condition currently with the Mokuden. I cannot use it at all, except for the one time when I was connected with my tenant. I believe it to be because my chakras were synced fully. Now, it seems my tenant has been reduced to nothing but a prisoner within me. I need to balance it out to where my tenant can fully channel his chakra, therefore balancing my chakras once again for natural growth. Yamato nodded and said, a logical explanation, but how do we do this? I'm still not sure. To be completely honest, I almost want to go inside my mindscape, but I'm afraid to do so. An interesting idea. Perhaps we will try it after our meal, Yamato said. Naruto looked up at him and asked, what? Are you crazy? Yamato looked at Naruto and said, I will help suppress your tenant in order for you to solve your problem. If this works, you will be able to use Mokuden. I will help you train in it through your genin career. Naruto smiled at this and said, it's a deal. After this, we do it right away. I don't want to delay. Yamato nodded and said, it is a thing we should do as soon as possible. They smiled at each other and continued with their meal. Sora was walking through the village now, looking to eat somewhere. He had a long day and was already frustrated with his team. Sasuke was ambitious to give him credit, but he had a dark goal and had an attitude of a dark emo. Sora groaned as he thought about how Sakura could like this brooding team. Sora looked over towards a restaurant and in the window he saw Naruto sitting across from the man who had picked him up earlier. He looked and saw Naruto, his brow furrowed in concentration. Sora was curious, but he knew better than to interrupt. He kept walking, trying to find another apartment. He then thought about Naruto. He wasn't in concentration, but in conflict. He was obviously confused. He hoped Naruto was okay. Naruto and Yamato were back out at the training field again, this time settled near the lake. Yamato was standing in front of Naruto who was meditating on the ground. Naruto found himself confused about whether or not to do this. Naruto, Yamato asked. Naruto looked up and said, I don't know if I can do this now. Yamato sighed and sat down in front of Naruto. He looked at him and asked, have you met the Kyuubi before? Naruto nodded and said, only one time. It was probably the scariest experience of my entire life. It with a bunch of different things caused me to go into a coma. Yamato's eyes widened and he asked, what exactly happened? Naruto sighed and said, me and my family were going to the fire temple for safety and refuge. We were ambushed by a group of people. I ended up getting separated from the others and soon found myself in a near-death situation, where a man was about to stab me with a kunai. I found myself pulled into my mindscape and talking to the Kyuubi. I asked. No, I demanded chakra from him. He of course gave it to me to prevent my death, but it cashied me to kill the man who was about to kill me. Yamato looked at Naruto sadly, but he knew he had to ask a question nagging at his mind. How old were you? Naruto looked at him with regretful eyes and said, 6. Yamato's expression didn't change, but inside he was shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to have faced something like this. It seemed life had a cruel path for him to take, but it would make him strong if he could take it all the way. Naruto, I have nothing to give you except my full sympathy. I know it isn't something I can resolve however. The Kyuubi is a force that isn't to be trifled with easily. The Kyuubi gave you his chakra knowing it would influence you. It isn't fully your fault. But I wanted to kill him. When I had the chakra, I acted on instinct. My body told me to kill and I did. I didn't realize what it was at first, but after I had killed him, I realized exactly what had happened. Yamato sighed and said, Naruto, even if you have killed him because you wanted to, it was in self-defense. Along with this, it is part of our job as shinobi to kill. We must kill to protect the people and village that we love so dearly. We do it to protect people that are precious to us. That is the will of fire. Naruto's eyes widened. He looked up at Yamato and said, Ero-oji told me about the will of fire. He never elaborated what it was, but he told me one day I would understand. Do you? Yamato asked. Naruto was in thought now, going over everything his sensei had told him and trying to feel exactly what he felt. Inside, he was in turmoil over confronting this issue now, but he knew that his sensei was right. He had a job to do and he had people to protect. He wanted to become Hokage one day to protect the people most precious to him, and to do that he knew he had to kill sometimes. He felt himself relieve his tension slightly, knowing exactly what the will of fire was now. I think I do, Naruto said. Yamato smiled and said, then you can confront the Kyuubi and settle this issue once and for all. Naruto gave a grin and nodded, settling back into his meditative stance on the ground and closed his eyes while Yamato channeled chakra into Naruto, shouting a jutsu, but Naruto was already fading into his mindscape. Naruto stood up, looking around at the sunny forest around him as the trees themselves welcomed Naruto back. They almost seemed desperate to have him back. Naruto smiled at this and looked around, noticing the ground beneath him was cracked and flooded slightly from water. That couldn't have been right, because the ground was always solid before. Naruto frowned and made the serpent seal, molding the earth beneath him solidly. The ground solidified, but stayed soggy from the water. Naruto smiled and continued on his way as he somehow felt better from doing that. Naruto soon found himself in front of a pillar with a paper that had the seal kanji written upon it. So, it seems the Gaki has come back, a deep voice growled from behind the barrier. Naruto smirked and said, it's been too long, Kyuubi. Sorry to leave you, as I'm sure you would have appreciated my company. Come here Gaki so I can rip you to shreds. The Kyuubi growled, appearing in front of Naruto behind the barrier. No can do. I prefer myself alive, Naruto said. What do you want? I want my chakra to be normal. You have tampered with it far too long and I would appreciate the ability to use the Mokuden. The fox laughed and said, what makes you think I would do it so willingly? Come now Kyuubi, can't be civil, Naruto asked. Gaki, I am an immortal being composed of chakra and I've been sealed within a petty human a good portion of my life. I do not consider being civil with humans like yourself. You're obviously all talk and no bite, Naruto commented and chuckled to himself. The fox roared and yelled, do not test me. Then return my chakra to its original state. Do not make my chakra a battleground. The fox humphed and said, it is obvious you will not relent. I will work it out then. Naruto smirked at his victory and said, I'm glad that is settled. Now I will leave you to be. You're lucky I'm sealed within you Gaki. I hate weak containers. I hate people who tell me I'm weak. I am anything but, Naruto said before disappearing from the mindscape. The fox looked at the spot where Naruto had disappeared from and said to himself, this Gaki is actually interesting. What shall I see of you Naruto? Naruto looked around as he opened his eyes back in the real world, night settling into its phase. Yamato looked at Naruto as he shook himself out of his long meditation. How did it go? Yamato asked. Naruto stood, looking around before looking at his sensei and smirking at him. He then noticed something was off. He could feel chakra coming from his sensei. Sensei, is everything okay? Naruto asked. Yes Naruto, why? Yamato asked. Because No, you're not. I can feel your chakra, Naruto said. Yamato's eyes widened and he looked at Naruto. You can sense my chakra? Yamato asked. Yeah, pretty clearly. It's nowhere near my level, but still pretty good for a jonin, Naruto said smiling at his knowledge. Yamato sighed and looked at Naruto, then asked, can you sense anyone else? Naruto furrowed his brow in concentration as he extended his newfound sense and felt the chakras of many people. He knew them all to be coming from the village as he felt the large quantities coming from familiar people. He didn't know how he knew the chakras already, but it had to be a dormant sense he had for a long time but never knew about it. I feel the chakras from people in the village, Naruto said. Yamato nodded and asked, anything else? Naruto focused again and felt how easily he connected with the forests around him. It was almost as if they recognized him for what he was and helped extend his senses. He could feel practically anything for 2 kilometers and could picture it quite clearly, but after that he could sense out for another 3 kilometers. It seems I can sense for about 5 kilometers, the first 2 I can picture clearly. I'm sure after training and refining my senses I will be able to detect farther, Naruto said. Yamato was impressed at the new sense Naruto had and nodded. It must have come from Naruto's Mokuden. Hashirama had always been an excelled sensor nin according to the records. He wondered how Naruto would fare at medical ninjutsu now that his chakra was under control, as well as his Mokuden ninjutsu. Let us see if you can use Mokuden now, Yamato said. But how? I don't think I know a single jutsu, Naruto said. I will teach you quickly. The first jutsu you will learn is a very good defensive technique. Yamato went through 3 hand seals slowly before shouting clearly, Mokuden, Mokuyoheki. Wood release, wood locking wall. Naruto then watched as Yamato was covered instantly by wooden pillars rising from the ground to curve and make a dome around Yamato as a defensive wall. Naruto was impressed, already eager to try it himself. Yosh, let's do it, Naruto shouted. Naruto was deadbeat tired walking home. He had to admit, trying to mold Mokuden chakra like that on his own at first was draining because of putting both elements together, but he would get it down within a few weeks and be able to mold the chakra a lot easier. He saw his apartment just across the street now and walked over, going up the steps and in through his front door. You're late, Sora said. Naruto yawned and said, sorry, had a long day. It seems like it, what happened? Naruto closed the door behind him walking in and slipped off his shoes before saying, can we talk about it tomorrow? I'll see you tomorrow anyways for your real test. Our test? Sora asked. Naruto yawned and walked past him into his own bedroom. He was being honest. He would show up to help Kakashi with his test tomorrow, to show his team the value of teamwork. He had suspected they may have problems and asked for Yamato's help. What he had in mind, Naruto couldn't even say. All that mattered to him right now was sleep and eating tomorrow. He fell asleep that night dreamless, waking up the next morning to find Sora already gone. He yawned and stepped out to brew himself some coffee. He realized Sora was already gone, heeding Kakashi's orders from the previous day or doing his own thing until Kakashi would actually show. It never shocked Naruto that Kakashi would be so late anymore. H grabbed his level 5 Fuinjutsu book and sat down to drink his coffee and read the book, poring over its contents. Soon enough, he had finished and grabbed a piece of fruit on the way out to the training field Kakashi had called him to. He decided to take the time and run there as a warm-up for the day. When he arrived half an hour later from his apartment after the job, he was surprised to see his sensei Yamato there already with Sakura and Sasuke there. Sasuke was running through his taijutsu form and Sakura was admiring his form. Yamato waved him over and Naruto ran to meet him. You're late, Yamato said. You know Kakashi is always 3 hours late, so technically I'm 15 minutes early, Naruto replied smirking. Yamato shook his head in subtle agreement and then asked, how was your sleep? Disturbed at all from yesterday? Naruto shook his head and said, my residence seems to have calmed down. I would call it safe to assume my chakra is perfectly in balance now until I fully utilize the power of the Mokuden. That will be when my chakra can be fully balanced and able to be fully channeled. Yamato nodded and said, I talked to Kakashi-senpai yesterday. He seemed to agree with your theory and our way of going about resolving it. He said you were responsible for doing it the way you did. Naruto smiled at his surrogate uncle's praise when he felt Sora approaching behind him from his sensor skills. He turned and waited when after 5 minutes Sora finally showed up walking down the street. He was a lot farther than Naruto had thought. Naruto knew he would have to work on his sensor skills. Hey Sora, Naruto shouted. Sora only grunted in annoyance and sat down next to a tree, cleaning his three-pronged claw. Naruto frowned slightly and walked over, sitting down in front of him. Sora, are you okay? Naruto asked. No, I'm not. I got a shit team and you were ignoring me last night, Sora said in anger. Naruto sighed and said, I was exhausted Sora. I used up quite a bit of chakra last night before returning to the apartment. Yamato-sensei and I had something we had to tend to before we could call it a day. Sora looked up curious but Naruto beat him to it and whispered, my Mokuden. I can use it now. Sora's eyes widened in realization and he smiled, but then frowned immediately after. Naruto knew what he was upset about and grabbed his shoulder and said, it's okay. I forgive you. Nothing to forgive. Sora smiled and said, I'm proud of you. Naruto grinned, causing Sora to grin back before a plume of smoke appeared in the center of the clearing everyone was in. Out of the smoke stood Kakashi, reading his smut book. Oh, hey everyone, Kakashi said reading his book. You're late, Sakura shouted. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and said, sorry, there was a black cat and I had to take the long way around. Sakura, Yamato and Sasuke all sweat dropped at the poor excuse, but Sora and Naruto snickered to each other, knowingly that Kakashi was just naturally a late guy. Yo, Yamato, Naruto, Kakashi said. Kakashi-senpai, Yamato said. Hey Kakashi OG, Naruto replied in joy. Hey, you say their names, but not mine, Sora shouted in frustration. I play favorites, Kakashi said shrugging. Sora fumed anger and stood up and asked, so what's the stupid challenge? Kakashi sighed and said, today is a survival challenge. The goal, Kakashi started holding up 2 bells, is to get these 2 bells from me. The person who doesn't get a bell goes back to the academy. What, but that's not fair. Sakura and Sora shouted. Sasuke only humphed in annoyance. Ah, but that's not all. The person who doesn't get a bell also doesn't get lunch. I brought along 2 boxes of a healthy lunch for you to eat for whoever does get a bell. Well played Kakashi. Naruto had to admit he was picking them apart little by little. Sora and Sakura were already fuming over the fact that one would be sent back to the academy when in reality all 3 of them would be sent back. Naruto just didn't know exactly what he was here for. Perhaps it was the fact that I was a singular genin under a jonin as an elite genin. Naruto knew Kakashi was doing it right. Alright, you have an hour and a half until time is up. Oh, and before we start, I thought I'd give you a statistic. There is only a 33% chance of passing this test. Your time starts now, Kakashi said placing a clock on top of one of the training posts in the clearing. The 3 genin each went their own ways, Sakura and Sasuke both moving quickly to the bushes while Sora stood in front of Kakashi, a few feet away. Kakashi looked up from his book now, slightly amused. You do know part of being a ninja and surviving is to hide like one, Kakashi said. Sora pointed at Kakashi and said, I'm not like the others. I was trained differently and can handle myself just fine. Now I'm going to get my bell. Naruto looked on and face-palmed himself. He had to admit, Sora had balls to go on against Kakashi like that, but he should know after training with Kakashi just how strong he is. You do know how strong I am? Kakashi asked. But Naruto here was asked to help. This exercise is all about teamwork if I'm correct. I'm assuming he is a spectator, but if I asked him to help, you would let him, would you not? After all, a shinobi is resourceful. Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto had to admit, he didn't think Sora would get it that fast. He was probably outraged at the fact that Sasuke and Sakura would have to do a teamwork exercise with him, because Sasuke had a superiority complex of adult and Sakura would follow Sasuke no matter what, which meant Sora was fresh out of luck when getting people to follow him. So you figured out part 1 of the exercise, but can you figure out part 2? Sora scratched his head, but Naruto was already ahead of him. The bells were the mission target and the question was whether or not you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the mission. If you had to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the mission, would you do it? Naruto stepped forward, moving to help Sora, but Sora had retreated into the bushes now. Naruto smiled, knowing exactly what Sora had done. He had knocked out 2 birds with 1 stone, hoping to get Sasuke and Sakura to help him with the exam while confirming his suspicions. Sora was pretty clever sometimes, and ruthless. Sora had found Sasuke and Sakura and all 3 of them were now huddled around each other. Sasuke had to admit, Sora had a way of going about things that he could somewhat respect, but he was still better. Sakura had to give Sora a little credit too, but knew that Sasuke would carry the team for them. So, we need a plan, Sora said. Just follow my lead, we can take him, Sasuke said. Sora shook his head and said, me and Naruto can't take him, just us two, and Naruto is stronger than the three of us put together. I know we need his help, which is why he was brought here. There is no way Senju is stronger than me, Sasuke said. Then let's do it on our own the first time, team, and then we'll see just how strong you are against a fully trained Jonin, Sora said, giving a humph of annoyance. Then let's go, Sakura shouted. Naruto was sitting now meditating, focusing his chakra while Yamato observed him. Kakashi was reading through his book and wondering where the three genin were at. It was then that kunai flew from three different directions towards Kakashi. Kakashi dashed out of sight and Sora landed next to Naruto. I am pretty sure you're supposed to help us, Sora said. Naruto nodded as Kakashi appeared behind the two, no longer holding his book. He sighed and said, I don't think that's necessary. Naruto clapped his hands together into the serpent seal and a spike of earth shot up from the ground, impaling Kakashi but instantly puffing him out of existence. Naruto shot forward and landed in the middle of the clearing. Kakashi would be underground, so Naruto channeled his chakra carefully into his hands. Sora watched him curiously and then Naruto shouted into the sky, slamming his fist into the ground, destroying the ground. Kakashi flew up through the now rubbled ground, flying everywhere, and looked at Naruto. He had never been able to perfect that technique before, but he had always been close. How the heck was he able to do it now? He had to admit, he was his mother's son for being able to use chakra-enhanced punches. I have to admit, Naruto, I'm impressed, Kakashi said. Naruto grinned and assumed his taijutsu form stance, looking straight at Kakashi with a determined look and shot forward. Kakashi took his own stance and started engaging in a taijutsu battle with Naruto. Sora looked on and planned his next move. He suddenly grinned and shot through the trees. Naruto kept fighting with Kakashi when suddenly he felt a chakra build up and knew exactly what was happening. He dashed backwards and flew through hand signs before shouting, Doden, Doruheki. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The ground shook and then three walls shot up, all connected surrounding Kakashi when Naruto dashed out of view as a fireball shot out of the trees towards Kakashi. Sasuke can use that jutsu? Kakashi asked with surprise in his voice, before the fireball impacted the wall behind Kakashi. Naruto looked to see if Kakashi had been burnt, but not to his surprise he was gone. He looked and saw Kakashi standing by the lake instead. He jumped down and landed in front of Kakashi. It seems they finally caught on, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and said, they're using me as the arrowhead, but Sora will be that with enough training. Kakashi nodded and said, so now what? They win, Naruto said before puffing out of existence and the ground beneath Kakashi crumbled to reveal two hands shooting up to grab Kakashi's ankles, pulling him down. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as Sora shot up through the ground and yelled, success. He then opened the fist of his hand to reveal two bells in his hand. Kakashi sighed, knowing he had gone way too easy on these genin. He had hoped Naruto wouldn't have to be used at all, but Sora had done a good job being a ninja in his own. Naruto appeared, pulling Kakashi out of the ground and saying, you went way too easy. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and said, yeah, I sure did. He then looked at the three genin who had assembled in front of him. Sora was grinning and Sakura looked hopeful while Sasuke was indifferent at the moment. Kakashi sighed and said, well Sora, I guess you did get them to work together. You all pass. Yes, Sora shouted, fist pumping the air while Sakura cheered and even Sasuke had a smirk on his face. Kakashi shook his head and said, teamwork is vital to any shinobi team. That is why I gave you this task. Any shinobi should know that in order to accomplish a mission, you need to do it as a team. That is why if you cannot look underneath as a team, you will fail any mission. I told you that you have a 33% chance of passing the test, the three of you put together is 99. That is sure to increase your odds exponentially. Kakashi then led them to a stone and said, this stone here is where all the shinobi who gave up their lives to our village have their names engraved. My teammates' names are on here. Naruto looked on solemnly as Kakashi paused and then said, I believe that in the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Everyone's eyes went up in realization at what Kakashi was saying. Naruto even had to smile at the philosophy that was simple and clean. Kakashi turned around and said, Yosh. Now everyone get some sleep and Team 7 will report tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Team 7 celebrated as Naruto and Yamato left the training field to return to their normal schedule. Naruto had the feeling of respect going through his mind still for Kakashi. He had to admit his uncle had a good philosophy in mind, and he intended to carry that philosophy with him. Chapter 11, Teammates Mission. Naruto and Yamato had progressed into a routine throughout the last 2 weeks. During the morning, they would either do their own exercises or go train with another team, and in the afternoon they would carry out D-rank missions, which was just Naruto creating Kage Bushin's shadow clones to carry out those missions while he either read up on Fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, theory or history. Yamato had to give Naruto credit where it was due. In just the past week alone they had carried out over 20 D-rank missions, and Naruto's training was impossible to believe sometimes. He carried himself to heights that even Guy and Lee would find what would be deemed as extremely youthful. Naruto was determined, however. He now had a mission with all of this training. Yamato and he had been working on his other talents, but now he wanted to work on Mokuten. He was determined to do it, but Yamato still held him back. When he had asked him, he sat down and said, the release of that kind of energy around Konoha would raise suspicions. We will do it while away on C-rank missions and maybe even B-rank missions. Naruto had nodded in agreement, completely understanding. Instead, he tried to work on developing his senses along with Fuinjutsu. He had just finished level a week ago and turned to his level 6 book, which he had gotten from his Gigi, telling him it was from the Yondaime, who just happened to be Naruto's idol. He said that after level 5, a lot of it was implementing your own theory and creating your own style of Fuinjutsu, a lot of it clan-related. He then handed him a second book saying that this was a booklet on Uzumaki Fuinjutsu theory, saying he was of Uzumaki descent and to treat the booklet like a treasure. Naruto realized this was one of the few things that he would receive that was part of his descent and was grateful. He had then pored over the contents of the two books while they were on D-rank missions for a good portion of the time. He had started developing the theory for seals that were meant for chakra storage, almost acting like chakra pills but without the drawbacks that came with them. He knew some existed already, but he wanted to make more use for them, such as ones with elemental affinity chakra or other types of chakra. He also wanted to increase the amount that they could store as well as the size of the seal to be smaller. He also had started to develop the theory for different types of paper bombs, such as weapons impaling a target followed by a large explosion or a type of gas being released that was poisonous. Yamato had observed the process even though he didn't know any of what Naruto was doing, but he had to admit the kid had a lot brains when it came to this stuff. He knew Naruto knew what he was doing, and even if he didn't, Naruto would probably be frustrated not getting the way he wanted done. One day, he asked why Naruto had spent so much time on the theory unlike any other task he put before himself, and he had responded saying, if I mess up even once, it could have disastrous results. Naruto was excited for today however. Today, he would be going to the mission hall with teammate and would be receiving his first C-ranked mission, pairing up with him for the task. It meant leaving the village, working on Mokuten and being with his friends. He had to admit, the possibilities were great for a lot of development and fun. He had remembered working with teammate earlier on the past week. Flashback. Naruto was walking with Yamato to training field 8 where teammate did their daily training exercises. Yamato was curious to see how Naruto would work with this team and their sensei. He had talked with Kurenai 2 days ago and they had agreed it would be a great idea to have a sparring exercise today between Naruto and teammate. It would bring together their team as well as work Naruto's ability to work against teams. Yamato and Naruto discussed the three, coming to an agreement. Shikamaru was incredibly lazy, but would do work when he was told to. Kiba had a superiority complex that was somewhat minor, but he was brash and yet friendly. Hinata was different however. She was determined to do her work and was very friendly, but shy and somewhat evasive of hurting others. Naruto was determined to change Hinata that day from his findings. They arrived to see the three genin Shikamaru, Kiba and Hinata running laps around the training field, Shikamaru obviously not happy about the arrangement. Naruto walked up to where Kurenai was standing observing the group followed by Yamato. Kurenai-senpai, Yamato said in greetings. Yamato, how are you? Kurenai asked. Just fine thanks. Naruto, while we wait on the others to finish their training, up the weight on your seals and start doing your morning exercises. Already? Naruto asked. I want you to be working at the speed they are at, so up it as much as you think it will take, and I will know, Yamato said. Naruto grumbled for a moment, taking out an ink pen and drawing on the seals that were on his arms and legs. He had switched to weighted seals after completing level 5. He wanted to develop a more advanced weighted seal that would allow him to turn them off with just the right amount of chakra being burst into the seals. While Yamato thought it was inefficient, Naruto thought it was ingenious because of the small amount of chakra it took and the seal-less release of the Fuinjutsu. Naruto waited someone to pass him and as it was, Hinata was running by him so he joined her. They continued running when Naruto started talking. Hinata-chan, how are you? Naruto asked. Oh, hello Naruto-kun. I'm doing good, Hinata said, already blushing a little. So, how has Kurenai-sensei been with you guys? Oh, she's been great. We've been doing a lot of teamwork kind of stuff, but we've had some individual training and she's been helping me improve my taijutsu. That's awesome. Yeah, but how about you? Are you upset that you didn't get paired up on a team? Naruto thought before a moment before shaking his head and grinning. He looked at her and said, if anything, I should be happy. I thought of it as first as special treatment, but now I know it's for a different reason. Yamato-sensei has been helping me a lot and I already know so much so it's been great. Hinata nodded, smiling slightly and they turned back to running. After about 10 laps Kurenai stopped them and had them gather around, Yamato standing by her side. Today, we are going to be doing sparring. A 3-on-1 scenario to be exact. Naruto here will be sparring our team, the goal is to be a takedown. No lethal force is to be used but you are to use any force necessary to take him down. Naruto's goal is the same, except he has to take down a whole team. Or come on Kurenai-sensei. Naruto may be a senju, but he can't take on a whole team when he's just a genin, Kiba shouted. Just watch me dog breath, Naruto said with a grin. Hinata giggled at Naruto's nickname and Shikamaru even cracked a smile while Kiba stood there flabbergasted for a moment before shouting curses at Naruto, earning him a head slap from Kurenai. Enough, Naruto, you have 30 seconds to hide yourself before I send my team on you. The exercise starts now, Kurenai said, Naruto already taking off into the trees speedily. Just to give you a warning, I don't know if Naruto will go all out or not, but I'd be careful, Yamato said. Go all out, he'll have two against us, Kiba shouted. Shikamaru was thinking meanwhile about the possibilities. He had no information on Naruto, which was what bothered him. He knew this was the most troublesome task they could have been assigned only because of the confidence Naruto gave. Shikamaru had no idea what this boy was capable of. Teammate, go, Kurenai shouted. They all then took off towards the direction Naruto went, Hinata activating her Byakugan. She led them towards where Naruto was hiding, behind a tree. She led her team, then stopped letting everyone assume the formation. When it was time, explosions suddenly went off all around them. Paper bombs, Shikamaru shouted. Naruto came through and pummeled Kiba to the ground, and dashed away. Shikamaru gritted his teeth while Hinata helped Kiba up. Kunai then flew towards Hinata and Kiba, but they were able to avoid the rain of weapons and return to their formation. Got to do better than that, Naruto shouted from the trees. They turned to the left and saw Naruto standing there along with two clones. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he started his Kichmain no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, while Kiba dashed forward followed by Hinata. Naruto's clones dashed forward to engage them, Kiba fully fighting while Hinata tried to not hurt Naruto seriously. Hinata, you are a kunoichi, so start acting like one. Right now I am an enemy trying to hurt you and your comrades. Protect the people precious to you, Naruto shouted from the trees. Shikamaru noticed the clones that his teammates were fighting were completely solid. He sighed and realized it was the Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, which was a Kinjutsu and a Jonin-level technique. Of course Naruto of all people would know it because he was just too troublesome. He decided that he had to capture them with his jutsu, stretching his shadows forward. Hinata meanwhile didn't want to hurt her friend. She knew that this was an exercise and should go all out, but like other times when she was sparring with whomever she found to be someone precious to her, she couldn't and didn't want to hurt them. Naruto however told her otherwise. She then decided to take his word and fight back. She went into her Juken stance and started to fight against the clone, dancing around him and the clone around her. It looked like it was a rehearsed dance instead of a spar. Then, the clone froze and Hinata landed a strike against the clone, dispelling it. She looked over and saw Kiba had done the same thing. They looked at each other and grinned. Shikamaru was breathing heavy. He had stretched his shadow far and then Naruto's clones had almost been able to break them, but Hinata and Kiba got to them first. Shikamaru stood up and saw Naruto there smiling. It's over Naruto, Shikamaru shouted. Hardly, Naruto said before going through hand seals. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Kiba, Hinata, get back, Shikamaru shouted. Suden, Tepidama, water release, gunshot. Naruto inhaled, then expelled 3 water bullets straight towards the 3. Hinata thrust her palm out, chakra exploding from her palm and shouted, Hakakusho 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. The chakra rocketed forward and collided with the water bullets and they exploded. Naruto then dashed forward and engaged in a taijutsu fight with Kiba and Hinata, dancing around them and striking when he could. Hinata and Kiba kept trying to land a hit on them while Shikamaru started using his Kichmain no Jutsu again, trying to land his shadow on Naruto. They kept dancing around the trees, Naruto avoiding the shadow while slowly wearing down the 2 genin. Geez Naruto, when did you learn to hit so hard? Kiba asked, gritting his teeth as the punches Naruto threw at the 2 were blocked continuously. Comes with practice, Naruto said, continuing to move around the 2. They moved, weaving through trees, Kiba and Hinata keeping Naruto on the defensive while the shadow tried to capture him. Shikamaru sighed as he saw his shadow was at its limit, so he retracted it and moved to a new position, hoping to catch Naruto off guard with his new plan. My turn, Naruto said suddenly, dashing forward. He swiped at Hinata, causing her to backpedal, which then allowed Naruto to sweep kick Kiba, making him fall. Naruto dashed forward and grabbed him by the neck, grabbing a kunai and pointing it at his neck. Ouch, Naruto, what gives? It's over. I got your teammate at knife point and there is nothing you can do about it, Naruto said. Kiba grunted while Shikamaru sighed. He knew Naruto was too good to be just a genin, but here he was training with him as an elite genin. Just how much did Naruto know and how much did he know? Hinata had watched Naruto in awe the whole time. Naruto dropped Kiba when Yamato and Kurenai showed up. It seems Naruto won, Kurenai said. Shikamaru and Kiba both nodded, Hinata still staring at Naruto. Naruto was looking back at her at the same time, contemplating what to do about her problem. He then walked up to her, making everyone look at him and her. Hinata, fight me, Naruto said. What? Hinata asked. I need you to fight me. You aren't taking yourself seriously and if you can't do that, then you cannot protect your friends as a kunoichi. Fight me. Naruto, the exercise is over, Kurenai said. Kiba and Shikamaru came at me with intentions to do harm at the start, but Hinata held out the entire time. She became more determined after I told her to, but she still did not come at me with the intention to finish the exercise properly, Naruto said, still looking at Hinata. Kurenai was conflicted about what to do. She wanted to help Hinata properly, but at the same time this was one thing that Naruto should do as a role model. She looked at Yamato who looked at her back. They both were thinking the same thing. Naruto-kun, I can't do it, Hinata said. Naruto sighed and walked up to her. He took her hands and looked at her straight in the face and said, I don't know why you think of me as a precious person, but I have the same ideals as you do. I want to protect my precious people, but in order to do that, you can't be afraid to have a harmless spar between friends. It's what makes you stronger physically and in bonding with your friends. Now Hinata, spar with me. Hinata listened to Naruto's words wholly, understanding exactly what he said. Shikamaru and Kiba had watched, or that Naruto carried the wisdom to make Hinata understand. They had tried for years and they had watched Hinata's reaction to see it had finally clicked in her head. Hinata nodded with a smile and took her Juken stance again, determined to fight Naruto equally. Naruto smiled, finally getting her to understand. Hinata looked at Naruto with a new admiration in her eyes, one that was determined to let him be hers. Naruto smiled brightly at Hinata, proud she finally understood and happy that she was ready to take steps to become more confident. End of flashback. Naruto smiled at the thought of Hinata becoming more serious, and admired her for it. She had a lot of personality and she was even cute. He had thought about her sometimes while he was training and had smiled, but he thought it was just a stupid crush and would get over it. Morning Naruto, Sora said, yawning. He walked into the kitchen and grabbed himself a cup of coffee from the kitchen. Hey Sora, Naruto said. What's your day like today? Sora asked. I'll be leaving Konoha for a while. I'm going on my first C rank with Team 8, Naruto said. What, Kakashi has us doing stupid D ranks? It's part of every ninja to do D ranks. I do them solo. But you have cage bushins. Naruto shrugged and continued eating his breakfast, consisting of oatmeal and coffee. Sora groaned internally, knowing Kakashi would just assign him either more physical work or more D ranks today. It was getting annoying, and he hadn't taught him a single thing. Naruto, can I ask you something? When you get back, can you help me with my wind training? Sora asked. Naruto thought for a moment before he remembered his training time with Team 10. He knew that Asuma was one of the few wind users in Konoha that was actually trained in his element. Naruto looked at Sora and said, actually, I know someone better who can help you. I'll stop by and ask him today before I leave. He'll find you after you're done with your team today. Really? Sweet, thanks Naruto. Naruto smiled and finished the remnants of his breakfast, then deposited his dishes in the sink before grabbing his gear and yelling goodbye leaving the apartment. Naruto made a clone really quick and sent it to find Asuma-sensei and he then went on his way to the mission office to meet Team 8. Naruto arrived to find Yamato-sensei and Kurenai-sensei waiting there. He walked up and nodded in greeting and then took out his copy of the bingo book. Yamato looked over curiously at Naruto's choice of reading, but shrugged and continued to converse with Kurenai. Naruto was reading when he felt the memories of his clone return to him and he knew that Asuma had agreed to mentor Sora on his wind affinity training. He had said as long as Naruto went to their training exercises for the next week he would help Sora. His clone had eagerly agreed, knowing it was a simple price to pay. Naruto went back to reading his book when Kiba showed up first out of the 3 genin from Team 8. Yo, Naruto, Kiba shouted. Naruto smiled and gave a wave in his direction, returning to his reading. He had nearly completed studying the bingo book. He had gotten in 3 days ago in preparation for leaving the village. He had 4 scrolls also prepared for traveling where he kept his supplies for traveling, more than enough for himself and 2 other people should the need arise. Where's your stuff for traveling? Kiba asked. All in my scrolls, Naruto said patting a scroll on his side. Kiba looked at Naruto strangely, then shrugged and took to playing with Akamaru. After a few moments Hinata showed up next. She walked up and greeted Kiba then walked up to Naruto. Hey Hinata-chan, Naruto said. Hi Naruto-kun, Hinata said. You ready for the mission? Naruto asked. Hinata nodded and stood by Naruto, her arms hugging her chest while they waited. She peeked over at what Naruto was reading silently until Naruto opened the book a little more for Hinata to read it along with him. She smiled and leaned against him reading the book along with him. They read until their last teammate Shikamaru showed up, hands behind his head and yawning. Alright, teammate and company have assembled. We are receiving our first C-ranked mission today. We will not complain about whatever type of mission it is. Let's go, Kurenai said. Kurenai and Yamato led the team inside the building and there sat Haruka. Naruto looked up from his book he was reading while walking and asked, Haruka-sensei. What are you doing here? Don't you work at the academy? Well Naruto, the mission office needed some help today so I volunteered to come distribute missions today. Plus, it's a nice break from teaching all the time, Haruka said. Naruto nodded in understanding and watched as Kurenai reported. Teammate and elite genin company here to receive a C-rank mission, Kurenai said. Haruka looked at the team and thought for a moment before nodding and pulling out a scroll. He gave it to Kurenai who opened it and looked it over, then nodded herself and said, we accept the mission. Fallout team. Kurenai led the team outside into the nearby park where everyone sat in a circle where Kurenai took out the scroll and cleared her throat. Everyone looked at her and she said, we all know the regulations for missions correct? Everyone nodded, Naruto included. Yamato and Naruto had gone over them the previous day in case of something going wrong. Kurenai nodded and said, good. The mission we have been handed is a case involving a large group of thugs and bandits in the eastern part of Hinokuni. Our objective is to investigate the group and to take them out by whatever means necessary. We will be departing now and will arrive by nightfall. Let's head out. Everyone stood up and started to run through the village to leave through the gates. Today was going to be a long day of running. Everyone had been traveling when Kurenai finally called for a break. The Genin teammates seemed to drop in relief as this kind of traveling tired them, but Naruto just took a breath and grabbed his bag to get out his lunch. Yamato wasn't surprised. Naruto didn't seem to mind this kind of pace for traveling. He sat down against a tree and started to open his snack bar and eat it. Hinata looked over at Naruto and decided to go sit by him. "Can I sit here, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. Naruto looked up smiling and said, "Of course." She smiled back and sat down next to him and pulled out her own lunch consisting of a salad and different fruits. Naruto looked over curiously and then shrugged, continuing to eat his travel-sized lunch. Hinata went and dug into her lunch, eating at a moderate pace, watching Naruto. He had taken out his bingo book again and had started reading it again. "Why do you read that book all the time?" Hinata asked. "Ha," Naruto responded. "You're always reading that bingo book. Every day I see you, you're reading the book." "Oh, this. I don't always read the same book. I've been reading this one especially though because we are going outside the village and it's dangerous. I need to know all the missing nin out there so I can protect my precious people should the need arise." Hinata looked at Naruto fondly and smiled at how he wanted to protect his people. She said, "Then I should probably read that too." Naruto smiled and opened the book wider for her to read, so she scooted closer to him like earlier in the morning and read along with Naruto. Naruto smiled at how Hinata had the same idea as him and continued to read. Yamato and Kurenai had watched the entire exchange and looked at each other knowingly and smiled. They would be having some more team practices if this continued. Shikamaru and Kiba had watched also while chatting, and Kiba had snickered at the scene while Shikamaru smiled internally. Naruto was becoming more and more interesting, the Hyuga princess now hanging around him. He could see the obvious crush, but Naruto just seemed to be oblivious in his eyes. They were nearing the eastern side of Hinokuni after traveling for the rest of the day, only stopping one more time to take a short break. They were moving through the trees when Kurenai called a halt. The group stopped in formation, Kiba and Hinata in the front followed by Yamato and Naruto and Kurenai and Shikamaru taking the rear. "We're going to be stopping in the village ahead. Our presence is to be made known. The people here expect ninja to show up and protect them, and that is what we will do. Yamato will take Shikamaru and Naruto with him to get in rooms while myself, Hinata and Kiba talk with the village leader." The group nodded and went off with each other. Shikamaru and Naruto ended up walking behind Yamato while he led the way. Shikamaru sighed and said, "I am deadbeat. I just want to cloud watch or play some shogi or something that doesn't require me doing much. Troublesome. Hey Shikamaru, when we get a room, we can play shogi. I always carry some sort of board game with me. It's usually Go I carry with me, but I figured with you here that I could get some good matches in," Naruto said. "You play shogi?" Shikamaru asked astounded. Naruto nodded smiling. Shikamaru thought this over and knew that Naruto was surprising, so let's see if he could surprise him in shogi. Hinata and Kiba were chatting up while Kurenai led them back to the inn. Hinata was eager to get back to Naruto and hopefully read more of that book with him. In truth, she was reading the book eager to learn more like Naruto, but at the same time she enjoyed being close to Naruto. If she wasn't given so many confidence raises in her history, she was sure that her shy nature would prevail and she would pass out from even being in contact with Naruto. She sighed contently knowing that she had a chance with Naruto. Kurenai stopped and looked around the village, then said, "This place is being watched." "Kurenai-sensei?" Kiba asked. "The bandits, Kiba. They are watching. I can feel their eyes," Hinata said, now acknowledging the watchers. "Hinata, how many?" Kurenai asked. Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned around subtly before saying, 3 in the back alley, 4 in the main streets and 4 on the roof. Kurenai nodded and said, "Kiba, take the ones on the rooftops. I got the ones in the main streets. Hinata, you got the alley cats." Kiba and Hinata nodded before they all three jumped away from each other towards their target positions. Hinata landed in front of the 3 bandits in the alley who jumped at her presence. She dashed forward and struck one of the bandits with her palm, causing him to fall forward in pain, clenching his chest. She then kicked at another, causing him to fall back, but the other bandit went forward and attempted to bash her with a club, but she struck the palm away and turned quickly to strike him in the chest again. He fell backwards and laid on the ground squirming in pain. The other bandit then looked at his 2 friends and ran away from Hinata. She smirked and went back out into the street where Kurenai stood standing, already done. Kiba was finishing up on the rooftops with the other 4 bandits, 3 already taken out. "Good job Hinata," Kurenai said. Hinata smiled as Kiba landed in front of them and grinned at the 2 and Kurenai nodded, the 3 of them continuing towards the inn. They walked for 5 minutes before they walked inside and looked around. There at one of the tables was Yamato, Shikamaru and Naruto huddled around a game board. Shikamaru seemed to be focusing extremely hard while Naruto looked at the board with a furrowed brow and Yamato looked on smiling. "You were sitting here playing a game?" Kurenai asked. "I said it was okay Kurenai Taiko," Yamato said. Kurenai looked at the 3, then nodded, frowning slightly. She went to the inn counter and ordered a meal for all of them. Hinata and Kiba sat down while Shikamaru made his move, Naruto instantly moving a piece right after. "Geez Naruto, can you make this game any harder?" Shikamaru asked. "Sorry Shika, I guess I've been gifted with what you can call battle genius." Shikamaru sighed and returned to his hard thinking when Kiba huffed and said, "I don't see what the big deal about a stupid board game is." "It increases your intelligence dog brain," Naruto said. "I take that as a compliment," Kiba said. "It's meant as both a compliment and an insult." "You should," Naruto said shrugging, returning back to his game, watching Shikamaru. Hinata smiled at Naruto's actions, seeing him watch Shikamaru and the board carefully, but relatively relaxed. There were just too many things about Naruto she was finding out and she liked all of them. The next day, everyone woke up and met in the room downstairs in the inn. They ate quickly then went outside to discuss their plan. "We need to find out where the bandit camp is at," Kurenai said. "I can scout out where their camps are at relatively simply," Naruto said. "How so?" "Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto shouted, forming the hand sign. There was a large cloud of smoke all around him and it dispersed to reveal 100 clones. Naruto looked around grinning then shouted, "Disperse in groups of 4. "Hi," the clones shouted back and they all went off into many different directions. Shikamaru, Kiba, Kurenai and Hinata looked at Naruto amazed at the fact he just formed 100 Kage Bushins without so much as sweating or even breathing hard. He wasn't even fazed by it. He just looked up and said, "Now, why don't we explore the village for clues?" They all nodded, and went off. Yamato looked at the group and smiled at their shock. There were a lot of secrets that Naruto has that they didn't know and it made him proud to have such a good student. They went out and after an hour, Naruto stopped the group, looking up for a few moments while the group watched him, then he said, "Found them." "What? Where?" Kurenai asked. "Hold on, we have a problem," Naruto said frowning now. "What do you mean?" Kurenai asked. 3 missing nin, one of them AB ranked nin and 2 C ranked. 3. But the report said that it was just bandits, Kurenai said. Naruto shook his head and said, "It is bandits, but they nin have gathered the bandits under their control through a Kekkei Genkai. It's a binding through dark release and Fuinjutsu. It's smart really, my clones watched the lead nin do it to 3 people before my clones neutralized one guard and interrogated him." "It's sick," Yamato said. "It's life. Missing nin will do whatever they can to get their way," Naruto said shrugging, then stated, "You know how it is Yamato-sensei. You're a jonin and should know." "Sadly I do," he replied sullenly. Naruto looked up and said, "By my guesses, the missing nins are Ru Wisari, B rank nin from Takigakure, Ari Tally, C rank nin from Iwagakure and Tally Wisari, C rank nin from Takigakure." Kurenai and Yamato looked impressed at Naruto at how he made the assumption with the knowledge he had. Kurenai looked at Yamato and said, "The B rank nin is our problem. The bingo book could be inaccurate about his skill. We need to worry about him the most. Yamato, are you up to the challenge?" "Hi Takeo," Yamato said. "Good, I'll take Tally. Ari is going to have to be handled by you Naruto," Kurenai said. "Hi Kurenai-sensei," Naruto said. Kurenai looked at the other 3 genin and said, "As much as I hate to do this, the camp is left to you 3. We are going to be caught up in a different battle and may not be able to help you, so you must be careful." The other 3 genin nodded, Shikamaru now in deep thought. He then looked at Naruto and asked, "Do you have a model of the camp memorized?" "Yeah, I can get it drawn out. You got a plan Shika?" "Maybe. If we draw the nin battles away from us, we can blow up the entire camp if we're careful enough," Shikamaru said now in deep thought. "It could work," Yamato said now thinking. "The camp blowing up will be safer for our genin and could reduce casualties or increase them all the same." Kurenai nodded and said, "Draw it out Naruto." "Shikamaru, the floor is yours." Naruto stood on the treetops, close to the 3 genin who were looking at the bandit camp nervously. In reality, it was more a mini-fortress, but Naruto wanted to downplay it. He could see now just how nervous they were. He sighed and made a Kage Bushin and sent it over to them. They looked over and he just smiled at them. Kiba looked at the clone and then grinned at Naruto. Shikamaru and Hinata smiled at Naruto after a moment. Then, the signal was given. There was an explosion that rocked the west side of the camp where Yamato was at. Naruto shot forward and landed on the ground in front of the camp. "Intruders!" the guard shouted on the wall, preparing to fire an arrow at Naruto. Naruto flew through hand seals, ending and shouting, "Doden, Doskuryu! Earth release, earth and stone dragon!" The ground erupted to find a dragon head shooting out of the ground, a serpent-like body following the head as it crashed into the wall, destroying the section it rammed into along with all the guards there. Naruto winced as the impact hit, but he moved into the fort and stood among the rubble. He made a hand seal and shouted, "Kage Bushin no Jutsu." There was a cloud of smoke and 10 clones appeared. He signaled them and they moved across the village, planting paper bombs. He smirked, but then jumped away suddenly as he felt something move to his left. He looked and saw 3 kunai land where he was standing before. Their standing was a large man, bulky in his build, but was wielding larger-sized kunai, like the ones that were there before. "Ari Tally, it's a pleasure to meet you," Naruto said. The man furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" "Senju Naruto, genin of Konohagakure, and I'm going to kick your ass." The man laughed and said, "You're but a genin." Elite genin actually, but classifications don't matter. It's all about skills. The man smirked and said, you're right about that. You might want to know I wasn't classified right. Then, he formed a single hand seal and shouted, Koden, Mukunuroi. Steel release, impervious armor. What? Naruto asked, shocked. He then saw the man's body change before his eyes, turning into a darker color, being steely colored. He then saw him smirk and say, this is my true talent. I am a juggernaut. Shit, Naruto muttered. Yamato and Kurenai were beating away bandits left and right as they ran up to the two. Yamato saw one come from his left wielding a sword and threw a kunai his way, killing him instantly while fighting two on his right. Kurenai was moving through the crowds using genjutsu and killing them silently. Enough, a voice shouted, pausing the battle with authority. Two people stepped forward from the rubble that Yamato and Kurenai had produced and they stood on top of it. The first man wore a cloak and had long black hair that shadowed his face, while the second stood behind him wearing a robe over her. All of you, there are intruders at the east side of the camp. Deal with them. Hi, the bandits shouted before moving to follow their leader's orders. The man chuckled and said, beautiful. The art of Fuinjutsu. It amplified my Kekkei Genkai so much. You wouldn't know however since you use Mokuden. Yamato's eyes narrowed and said, Ru Wasari, today you go down. I think not. Your students are facing my friend Ari and he's quite the problem. He has a Kekkei Genkai of his own, did you know that? He didn't discover it until he went nuke. No one has lived to tell the tale. Not many would go seeking him then, Yamato said. Ru shrugged then said, but you're here seeking us. Yamato sighed and said, surrender and it will be painless. Maiden, Judgmento. Dark release, judgment, Ru shouted holding out his hand. Then, flames burst from his hand, the color blue and racing towards Yamato and Kurenai. Yamato flew through hand seals and shouted, Mokuden, Mokuyoheiki. Wood release, wood locking wall. The ground burst out and wood formed a perfect half-dome around Yamato and Kurenai protecting them from the flames that the wood was impervious to. Yamato dashed back and flew through more hand seals before shouting, Doden, Doruzo. Earth release, earth flowing spears. The ground erupted underneath Ru and what was most likely Kali and impaled the two of them with earth spears, before the two turned into black ooze and melted away down the spears. Then, they appeared, coming up from the ground, Kali making a hidden hand sign in her robes. That was impressive. Kali, take the woman over there. I will handle the captain, Ru said. Kali made no sound or movement to suggest that she acknowledged him, but Kurenai's face paled and she immediately made a few hand signs, starting a battle between the two that could not be seen. Yamato looked at Kali and said, Genjutsu. You're going up against the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha. Kali is not to be underestimated, he said. Yamato sighed right as Kali started to move in her robes. Then the robes flew off and everyone looked to see Kali wide-eyed and pale. Her long white hair was hanging down behind her. She also had an all-white kimono on. She looked at Kurenai, then fell back in shock. Kali, Ru said. She messed up, Kurenai said sadly and looked at Ru. She then made two hand signs and started to mutter under her breath. Yamato nodded and flew through his own hand signs when Ru rushed forward to meet the two in a hopeless battle. Shikamaru, Kiba and Hinata were now fending off the bandits from Naruto when they saw his eyes widen. Hinata looked at the man and gasped, her Byakugan active. What Hinata? Shikamaru asked. The man. His chakra is dark and massive. Not as big as Naruto's but enough, Hinata said. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed, then said, we have to leave it to Naruto. He was made an elite genin for a reason. Focus on the bandits and wait for his clones to take care of the explosives. Then we help Naruto. The other two nodded and returned to neutralizing the bandits coming towards their way. Naruto meanwhile tried to formulate a plan as large kunai flew towards his way while he dodged. Ari finally stopped throwing his kunai and said, you're fast for a genin. It seems we will have to do this my favorite way. He flew through hand signs before shouting, Doden, Doruzo. The ground exploded from underneath Naruto whose eyes widened. He jumped away from the spikes now flying out of the ground towards his way. He kept flipping away as the ground continued to explode, spikes protruding to impale him. Ari simply stood there grinning. Naruto knew he had to deal with him or at least throw off his concentration. He started moving towards his direction, avoiding the spikes still exploding toward him. Ari saw what he was doing and smiled. He flew through more hand signs, stopping the first jutsu and shouted, Doden, Dorukatsu. Earth release, earth flow divide. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, almost like an earthquake. Naruto fell over, stumbling over himself and couldn't get up. Then, the ground started to crack and split. Naruto then saw the ground rise up and grab him, trapping his arms and legs. He hadn't seen Ari activate the second jutsu. Naruto looked around and thought fast, trying to figure out a way to get out of this situation. Then, the camp went wide and exploded, the explosion rocketing towards his direction. Shit. Shikamaru fought off the last bandit in his group before he saw more bandits charging across the camp. He panted and said, troublesome group of idiots. A clone landed in front of Shikamaru of Naruto's making and said, explosives were planted. Shikamaru looked at his teammates and said, plan is ready. Move out. Then they dashed out of the camp, Naruto's clone following. He made a half-tiger seal and suddenly, the camp rocketed, an explosion flooring the entire camp. He looked around and grinned, but then felt the ground shake beneath his feet. He stumbled and fell to his knees. It was almost like an earthquake. "What the?" Shikamaru shouted. "What is that?" Kiba asked. "The ground," Hinata shouted. Hinata looked towards the camp as the explosion died down. She noticed there was a huge crevice now towards the direction where Naruto was fighting, and it was still growing. Then she saw something fall into the crevice, looking oddly like a person covered with earth shackles. "Naruto-kun," she shouted. Yamato and Kurenai had Ru on the retreat, moving him away from the camp through the forest. He kept on firing off fire-style attacks while attempting to use his Fuinjutsu and Dark Release to capture them or finish them, but Kurenai would always counter the attack and Yamato would unleash his counter-attack. They finally had him cornered, however, and in wood bindings from using Mokuten. "That didn't take too long," Yamato said. Kurenai smiled and nodded when suddenly an explosion rocketed from the forest, making a boom that imploded even from a safe distance. They looked towards that direction and suddenly, the ground started shaking. "What is this?" Yamato asked. "An earthquake," Kurenai asked. Ru started laughing all of a sudden. They looked back at him and he said, "This is the beginning of the end for your genin." Yamato's eyes widened and he said, "Kurenai, I got him. Go help them." She nodded and started to run towards where their team was fighting at the bandit camp. Naruto was falling in his earth bindings, no way to escape. Then the ground started to close up. He was going to be trapped down here, unless he could figure out a way out. He closed his eyes and he started to channel his chakra. He had been working on this but he hadn't put it to the test yet. He drew in his chakra then started to channel it into the earth as quick as he could, and suddenly the earth fell off. His trick had managed to work. He smiled and shunshined out of the crevice, and knelt down panting. "How the hell?" Ari asked. "I don't give up, that's my Nindo after all," Naruto shouted. "You brat," Ari shouted. Naruto gave himself a once-over and knew he was in trouble. He had burns covering his body from the explosion and he was feeling a little weak from the chakra exertion he put on himself to get out of the earth bindings. He looked up just as Ari started to move and saw him dash towards himself. Fast. Naruto exerted chakra on his training seals and felt himself get immediately lighter exponentially. He smirked and launched himself towards Ari, engaging in a taijutsu battle of speed against strength. Hinata, Shikamaru and Kiba watched as the crevice started to close, but Naruto suddenly appeared at the top of the crevice after falling in, now free of his bindings but badly burned and looking tired. "Naruto-kun got out," Hinata shouted. "That idiot scared the crap out of me," Kiba said. Shikamaru watched as Naruto seemed to shake off his tired state and stand. Then Ari charged towards Naruto rather fast, but Naruto suddenly went faster than he could see. "Where did he go?" he asked. "Naruto-kun's there, but my Byakugan can't even trace him. He's moving so fast," Hinata said in awe. "What? How can he move so fast?" Kiba asked. Hinata stayed silent and watched the fight take place, Ari standing in place, deflecting an invisible opponent's attacks while making his own. Shikamaru grunted and said, "That's it, we're helping him." Kiba nodded and ran towards Naruto's direction, already throwing a pill towards his ninken and forming a seal. Shikamaru formed his own seal and a shadow stretched out towards Ari's direction and caught him in the trap since he was standing still. Kiba twisted then, still running towards Ari, and shouted, "Gachuga! Fang passing Fang!" Kiba and his ninken, now a man-beast clone, twisted and two spiraling vortexes went towards Ari and collided, causing him to take many hits. Ari grunted, his chakra running out. Once the technique was released, Ari's armor jutsu faded and Naruto went in for the last few hits. He moved swiftly, faster than the genin could see, and finally finished him with a knockout punch to the face. Ari flew backwards and roughly landed on the ground. Naruto's eyes darkened and he stormed over to Ari, pulling out a kunai and put it to his throat. "Enough, Naruto," Kurenai shouted, gaining the attention of everyone awake. She walked over to Naruto and Ari and pulled the unconscious Nin away from Naruto and looked at the team. They were all worn out, and Naruto looked injured, but otherwise they were most likely okay, but that wasn't until she saw it out of the corner of her eye, a hail of kunai flying towards Hinata from the forest. "Hinata!" Kurenai shouted. Naruto turned and his eyes widened. He jumped up and dashed over to where Hinata was in what was less than a second and took the hail of kunai just before it could move past him to hit Hinata. Shikamaru and Kiba had turned, their eyes widened in shock at Naruto's act. He had taken kunai straight to the back, some looking like it was close to hitting an organ. Hinata had turned when Kurenai shouted her name, but didn't see Naruto move in her way of the kunai. She turned as soon as she heard the impaling of the kunai and her eyes widened. Naruto looked at her with a smile for a moment before passing out. "Naruto-kun!" Hinata shouted. Kurenai had immediately taken action, detaining the nuke nins and the bandits who had thrown the hail of kunai. She had Yamato assist in putting them in shackles made of wood. They had Hinata and Shikamaru do first aid on Naruto immediately and got his bleeding to stop, but they didn't know the extent of the damage. Kurenai had sent a hawk to Konoha to ask for medical assistance and now they could only wait. Yamato was extremely proud but worried for his student. He had heard what had happened and was surprised to find out he had taken on such a skilled nuke nin and had saved Hinata. He of course went into immediate action as soon as he found out his student was injured and moved to assist as soon as possible. Now, he sat by his pupil's side, watching him sleep silently with a smile on his face. It was as if he wasn't in pain. Yamato was surprised as he watched the wound from the kunai and the burns heal slowly. There was a knock on the door that alerted Yamato of the medical nin's arrival. He got up and opened it to find 3 shinobi from Konoha here. Yamato led them to Naruto and 2 of them worked on Naruto while the 3rd observed the process. After a few moments, one of them went to work while conversing quietly with the observer and the 3rd nodded. He went over to Yamato as the other man went back to work and said, "Naruto is going to be just fine." He took a deep wound that was very close to hitting his lungs, but he got lucky. He did good it seems. The other wounds weren't as deep. Yamato nodded then asked, "What about the burns?" "1st and 2nd degree burns. Painful, but it has mostly healed. The signs are there to suggest so, but it all has moved quickly. Your team did well with his first aid administering." Yamato smiled and nodded, thinking of how Hinata had taken such care of Naruto, Shikamaru helping her when needed but otherwise observing for the most part. It was obvious Hinata had deep feelings for Naruto which were continuing to expand, especially after that life-saving experience. Naruto was up within the end of the day moving around. He had shrugged off any worry and said they needed to get back to Konoha. They along with the med team went back to Konoha with prisoners in hall and had reported to the Hokage's office. Kurenai reported the mission as a success with a minor casualty, giving the details. Hiruzen had then classified the mission as a high B rank mission and paid them all for their duties done and thanked them for doing well, keeping Naruto and Yamato behind. Naruto and Yamato now were seated in front of Hiruzen as he cleared his throat. "Naruto-kun, it seems you have done well again, saving a comrade as well as stopping a highly skilled nuke nin," Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded and said, "He gave me a lot of trouble. He almost had me but thanks to some training I had done privately, I had a technique that allowed me to escape." He then went into the details of how exactly the battle played out until the end, then said, "I would do it again if I had to. I saved a precious person even though I had taken harm." Hiruzen nodded and said, "I'll have to tell your mother and Jiraiya about this, you do realize." Naruto's eyes widened at the thought of how pissed his mother would be when she found out what had happened to him. He sighed and nodded in defeat. "I am proud of you however," Hiruzen said. Naruto looked up and smiled. He nodded and he along with Yamato left, making plans for the next few days. Chapter 12, Mission to Wave. The next 2 weeks passed by speedily. Naruto spent much of his time training to make sure something like the incident on Teammate's mission never happened again. Yamato and he had taken 3 more C ranks by themselves for the training as well as the experience. Naruto had progressed well into his Mokuden because of the C ranks they had gone on by themselves. Yamato had taught him a handful of jutsu, 2 of them powerful enough to tame biju-tailed beasts like his Jiji had done. He found his control becoming better with the bloodline and because of thus could fluctuate his chakra better with the element and use Mokuden whenever he deemed necessary. He and Yamato had both agreed that he shouldn't reveal it until Naruto desperately needed it or until Naruto could protect himself decently. Naruto had also trained with Team 10 that week immediately after he had gotten off. He had found himself interacting with Asuma frequently. The team itself was interesting to work with. He talked with Asuma and learned about how he had wanted a team that wouldn't fit together like puzzle pieces, so he requested some team that wasn't the Ino-Shikacho trio that people are used to. He had taken on Shino instead of Shikamaru and found that it was an interesting group to work with. He had worked on teaching him individual skills that complemented each other and found the team to be extraordinary. Naruto had even taken a C rank with him the 2nd week and found the team to work well together. Ino was surprising him the most. She had paid much attention to him all week which had annoyed him, but on the C rank, she was quite serious about the mission. It seemed she knew when business was called for. He had taken well to training with Asuma. Asuma had been pleasantly surprised he had a wind affinity as well as Sora having a wind affinity. Asuma had loved the opportunity to teach them something useful. He had taught him much about his wind affinity that he didn't know about before and even learned a jutsu because of him. He had also learned to channel his wind affinity chakra a little better, learning to use a minor version of it for his kunai. He had learned it was quite better than just charging chakra into his kunai, but found the kunai to be not quite resilient to the wind chakra. He then decided to try and implement the idea into his bakujutsu that not many knew about. That was the first time he had talked with Yamato about it. Flashback. Naruto was sitting down with Yamato while Asuma did individual exercises with his team. He looked around before looking at Yamato and saying, "As you saw, my wind affinity is not exactly keeping my kunai in tip-top condition." Yamato nodded and asked, "Have you thought about chakra metal kunai? There are some specially made for such things as elemental affinity and fusion." Naruto shook his head and replied, "The thing about it is those weapons are made for people who specialize in using the chakra. While I would like to learn and master it, it's not the way I should go. I would rather try to implement it another way since I have a theory." Naruto got up off the ground and took off his jacket, revealing his arms to be covered with seals. Yamato was shocked to say the least, but Naruto held out his left arm and unsealed a seal on his wrist that a plume of smoke covered. When it dissipated, in Naruto's hands were 2 short staves made of wood. "Naruto, what are those?" "Short staffs. I have trained in using these since I was at the fire temple, although I haven't done it in a while. I kept this as a secret weapon, but now I think would be a good time to reveal it to you considering I need something to use my wind affinity for." Yamato was shocked and confused. His apprentice still had things he was keeping up his sleeve from Yamato, but the wood would be vulnerable especially to the wind affinity chakra. He then saw Naruto focus and the chakra immediately began to run through the staffs. Yamato's eyes widened considerably after this. How? That's wood and wind affinity chakra should destroy the wood. Naruto looked up and said, simply put, this is not ordinary wood. Shizune Ne-chan and I had a special project. We took a chakra tree and grew it to a considerable size. We then took 4 of the branches and made staffs out of them. I have 2 sealed in each wrists. The staffs are useful for the range they supply while giving me the short range that I like to have. They are also useful for throwing and stunning an opponent, but now I may be capable of killing one with the wind infusion. Yamato nodded, impressed at Naruto's idea of using a chakra tree for making staffs. He had to admit, he wouldn't have thought of using that in a million years, nor would he have thought Naruto had the training or want to use staffs such as what he had. He kept on surprising him every time something new came up. End of flashback. Naruto had also taken to training with another team. When he had asked Yamato for a Taijutsu trainer, he knew just the person and had taken him immediately the next week after training with Team 10 to Team 9 that was still in circulation. He could still remember the first day he went to train with them. He first saw the Taijutsu master replica, then their sensei. They looked so similar it was hilarious to Naruto, especially with their green jumpsuit, but that was until he saw their sunset genjutsu that was unbreakable. He had an internal freakout as soon as he saw it, trying to break the genjutsu, but found it was impossible to not see Bushy-brow and Bushy-brow sensei hug in the sunset. He groaned at the thought of it. He had to admit however that Bushy-brow sensei was a great Taijutsu master. He had taught him all the flaws in his self-taught style and had helped with his form. He had taken to doing light spars with Bushy-brow and found that he had someone he truly struggled against in Taijutsu. He also had a good time sparring with the other team members Neji and Tenten. Neji was from the Hyuga like Hinata and therefore had the Byakugan. He was a known prodigy in their class much like Naruto and Sasuke apparently. They had sparred and Naruto was impressed at the Hyuga's Taijutsu, but found him to be extremely arrogant. He had attempted to correct it, but he went on about fate and how he was destined to lead the charge for all genin. Tenten however was another story. She was a remarkable kunoichi for her age, using different weapons through scrolls. She had used minor fuinjutsu to accomplish this task and was a deadly opponent. Naruto had recommended she learn some form of fuinjutsu after she had explained her little knowledge on the topic and she had agreed to take Naruto's advice, taking his old level 1 manual. He had shown her where he was at as far as his fuinjutsu was at and she was impressed at the different things there were to do with the art, but she still would stick to weapons as her main specialty. Naruto today was going to work with Team 7. Kakashi was waiting for them to ask to take AC rank and asked Naruto for help on getting them to engage actively on taking AC rank and Naruto had agreed. Sora was bound to get impatient and all Naruto had to do was give him a push in the right direction and it meant more teamwork exercises. Today they would do just that and hopefully they would all go on AC rank together. Naruto had to admit, he was excited by the possibility of going on AC rank with Sora. They had been hoping to be placed with each other from the beginning and he had known Sora was a little bummed, but now that he and Sora had the opportunity to work together, Naruto would make the best out of it that he could. He was sitting in the kitchen waiting for Sora to wake up. He had gotten used to knowing Sora would sleep in because of Kakashi being late all the time and had taken to having a cage bush and wait here for him to wake up. Morning Naruto, Sora groaned in the doorway. Morning Sora, Naruto replied more awake than the other. Is it just another cage bushin? Sora asked taking a seat at the table while Naruto fetched Sora breakfast and a drink. Naruto got up and started to make Sora something to eat and said, no. I am the real one. I've been meaning to ask you by the way, how is your training with Asuma-sensei? Oh, it's been. What's wrong? He was from the Ninja 12. Like Chiriku-sama and my father. Naruto frowned. He knew this was an issue from the ragtag white cloth with the red circle and black kanji in the middle that Asuma always wore. It signified his service done in the Guardian Ninja 12, the people who protected the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. Naruto sighed and brought Sora's breakfast to the table. What exactly happened? He told me. He had nearly killed my father. What? It was a coup of some sort. It's all complicated politics. Just explain Sora. It can't be that hard. Alright, well, Asuma told me that there was at one point a time when the group split, one group believing that the daimyo should be the only one to rule Hai no Kuni and attempted to assassinate the Hokage. My father was part of that group. Asuma stayed loyal to the other group along with Chiriku-sama. It looks like the 3 of them were the only ones that survived the ensuing battle. Asuma had set out to kill my father, but failed to do so. He got away and was marked a nuke. Naruto thought for a moment on all of this and felt bad for Sora. He got up and gave a hug to Sora, muttering his apologies for him. Sora simply hugged him back, and said, it is no one's fault. I remember my father barely. I know of his memory and I have a few of him, but I don't know how to respect him if that is true. I even asked Kakashi-sensei about it and he had told me it was true. He even gave me a history book about it. Naruto nodded and backed up. He scratched the back of his head and said, we got a long day ahead of us. Let's get ready and head out. Sora nodded, ready to move on. Naruto and Sora showed up 15 minutes before Kakashi would, Sasuke and Sakura just arriving. Sasuke nodded towards the two and the two nodded back. Sakura simply swooned over Sasuke more. Yamato was standing off towards the side, so Naruto went to join his sensei. Morning, Yamato-sensei. Naruto, you're late. Simply on time today, sensei. Kakashi-sensei has a knack for being 3 hours late. Yamato sighed and nodded sadly that his senpai would do such a thing. He sat down and said, why don't you meditate until he arrives and work on your sensory skills? How far along have you gotten into training them? I stretched out another kilometer. I think I can do it somewhat without focusing, also for a few hundred meters. I don't have a specific, but I'm getting close to a kilometer without focusing, Naruto said in deep thought. Yamato nodded and left Naruto to do his work. He saw the other 3 genin interacting subtly, Sasuke and Sora actually having a somewhat mutual conversation while Sakura listened on, giving her input when she deemed necessary. He saw a few insults thrown from each side, but Sora would simply calm down and continue the conversation as if nothing had happened, surprising Yamato. He was pretty mature for his age, acting the way he has. Finally, Kakashi puffed into the training field, no one yelling about how late he was. Morning. Oh senpai, it's sad when your students are just as late as you are, Yamato said sighing. Ah, well you see. I had to help an old lady across the street with her groceries. Simple tasks sometimes take a while. Yamato sighed while Naruto got up, stretching. Kakashi eyed Naruto then said, today, we are going to do teamwork exercises. Again, Sora asked, fuming now. Sasuke humphed in slight anger while Sakura ranted on with Sora about how unfair it was. Kakashi held up his hands and said, I didn't say who would be leading him, however. Today, Naruto will be leading your exercises. What difference does it make? It's all teamwork to you. Sora shouted. Ma Sora, we simply need to work on all of your skills as a team before we can focus individually, Kakashi said. Sora grumbled and looked at Naruto, who was still stretching in thought. Finally Naruto stopped, everyone looking at him. Naruto looked up and asked, what did I miss? You're leading the exercises today, Naruto, Kakashi said. Ah, Naruto said in thought. Naruto looked at the 3 and saw Sakura as the weak link in the team. He needed to push her to do something, so he figured that sparring would be in their favor today, but at the same time he needed to get them to work on an actual training exercise today also. He figured 2 separate exercises would work, one of them testing to see if they could follow orders from a team leader. Alright, today, we will be learning tree climbing, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sakura simply jaw dropped while Sora groaned and said, I already did it. Kakashi and Yamato's eyes widened a little, but weren't very surprised given the kid's background, but Naruto held up his hand and said, but the other 2 haven't. Which is why you are here. Sora asked. Today, Sora will be teaching you tree climbing. Naruto watched in slight amusement as the other 2 got angry at Sora, the bickering going on and on. Kakashi had to admit, it was a clever way for Naruto to train the team in both teamwork and individual skill. Sora would teach him the tree climbing, attempting to lead and steer the team in the right direction, but the other 2 seemed reluctant to take advice from the kid. Kakashi sighed and looked over to Yamato, who was off training to the side. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was reading, and his curiosity piqued. Naruto, what are you reading? Kakashi asked. Fuinjutsu, Level 6 Theory, Naruto said. Kakashi's eyes widened and asked, you're that far already? It's not that hard, I just get it, Naruto said. Kakashi grumbled and thought about how it wasn't that much of a surprise given who his parents were. They were the greatest Fuinjutsu geniuses Konoha had seen in a long time. He looked at the team that was finally progressing. Sakura was still not willing to do anything further since she had mastered the exercise, and Sasuke was still having trouble getting farther. Naruto sighed and pocketed his book, standing up. As much as it's fun to see you all bicker amongst yourselves, perhaps I better give individual advice to each of you bigots. Sora shouted some obscenities to Naruto, which he simply ignored until he stopped. Sora sighed and lowered his voice, grumbling under his breath. Naruto then looked at Sakura and simply said, you're the weak link. Sakura looked up, eyes wide, and asked, what? I said you're too weak. You aren't training right now when you should be. You think you have tree climbing mastered. Can you stand on a tree using only chakra for half an hour while fighting? I don't think you can. Your chakra reserves are too low, and although this makes for good chakra control, you need larger chakra reserves in order to start learning jutsu that will actually be of benefit to you during combat. Sasuke, is this true? Sasuke sighed and said, you're too weak. Naruto sighed and said, I can guess because of you being a fangirl you probably died when you shouldn't be dieting. Being a ninja, you will burn off any calories you take in if you do it right. It's important to eat properly. Start taking care of yourself and I guarantee you will be able to do more. Sakura nodded, tears slowly forming in her eyes. Naruto sighed and said, there is no reason for you to be upset. This is simply a wake-up call for you. I know about damn crushes and I can say they are the most annoying thing to watch, but I can't control what you do. I simply hope you will take into consideration what I have asked of you to do. You're smart enough to realize I'm right. Sakura nodded. Naruto then looked over at Sasuke and said, you are too arrogant and have too large of a superiority complex. Sasuke growled and gave a death glare at Naruto. Naruto held up his hand and said, my point exactly. You have to prove you are the strongest person that there is when really I could kick your ass with both my hands tied behind my back. It's not going to help you when you have to take orders from others on your team. Sora here is trying to assist you in learning an exercise and you can't take advice from someone who is the same rank as you yet knows the technique. You want power. What do you know of it? I know your issues, Uchiha. I know exactly what happened to your family that made you the way you are and I apologize for it, but I will not hesitate to put you in your place if you should step out of it, even once if you should go out of line against me. Sasuke glared, but after a moment softened and nodded, understanding what he had said. Naruto looked then at Sora and said, your problem. When people push the right buttons you get too angry. Sora looked at Naruto calmly and sighed. He knew it was an issue and Naruto had the right intentions doing this. Naruto sighed and said, I'm not picking on any of you, but you need to realize your issues and come together as a team, putting behind your problems and working towards a common goal. This is the power of teamwork. That was the whole point of this exercise. But what about the tree climbing? Sakura asked. While I could have had you two do it alone and simply spar with Sora or something, it was more beneficial to do this to improve your team relationship. Kakashi looked at Naruto, impressed he had taken care of the situation the way he had. Naruto was making his way to be a team leader and definitely had diffused a situation that was bound to get worse. Yamato was also now standing off farther away watching Naruto chastise the team like a bunch of children, but was impressed at Naruto's display of authority yet compassion. Naruto was now giving them tips on how to handle the tree exercise individually, leaving Sora to lead the team again. It was impressive to say the least. Naruto and the others were finishing up lunch while Naruto figured out what to do for the rest of the day. The team was obviously getting frustrated doing the same thing over and over again, so maybe individual training was necessary while informing them of a D-rank mission tomorrow. He knew this would send them over the edge and they would demand a C rank. Naruto smiled and stood up. Yosh, we are going to work on individual skills for the rest of the day. You all did well with the tree climbing exercise. I'll be taking Sasuke here personally while Sakura works with a cage bushin of mine. Sora, you work on what you've been working with Kakashi here to supervise you. Sora nodded while Sasuke smiled, knowing Naruto was going to personally work with him, not even assisting Sora. Sakura seemed to smile herself, knowing Naruto was going to help her get stronger. Naruto puffed and after the smoke dissipated, a clone was made, the two high-fiving each other and the clone walked off, leading Sakura to a distant corner of the training field. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, well, I must say you're a dilemma. What was that? Sasuke asked. Well, you see, I could work on ninjutsu with you, but the problem is I don't know your elemental affinity and I have a feeling you don't share one with me. I have 3, but I have a feeling yours is fire because of your clan affiliation, but due to my affinities, I don't have fire. Which leads me to genjutsu, but I suck at genjutsu. Finally we have taijutsu, but my style is self-taught and you have a clan style. Which then means we're back to the basic. Chakra control and physical training. What do you recommend? Sasuke asked, intrigued slightly. I have seen you fight and it's impressive, but you need more speed, which leads me to believe weight training would be the best for you. Weight training? Sasuke asked, watching Naruto take off his jacket and looking at his arms. I use gravity seals to improve my strength and speed. I haven't had to unseal my seals in a while, but I would be more than willing to show you. The point of the seals is that they weigh down your entire body, allowing you to train all of your muscles simultaneously. My gravity seals are special, however, because of the many levels you can input onto them as well as the way to deactivate them. I want them, Sasuke said immediately. Naruto nodded and said, that's what I figured. Not even Sora uses them. Instead, he uses weighted robes when training privately. Not as effective of a training method, however he has proven it to be effective. Sasuke nodded as he watched Naruto unseal a seal on his arm and brought out an ink brush as well as 4 tags that he started to draw on. After about 20 minutes of watching Naruto, he finally finished and sealed away the pen. Naruto put back on his jacket and said, alright, this is level 1. Whenever you want to increase the level, ask Kakashi and he will assist you. It's not that hard to figure out. You'll put these on your wrists and ankles. The gravity seals then transfer all over your body and link up. They look like normal weight seal, but I assure you they are better. Sasuke nodded and put the tags on underneath his bandages, ankles and his armlets on his wrists. Then, the Fuinjutsu transferred all over his body, seals sprawling all over and then disappearing like nothing ever happened. The transfer is complete. Now, put a burst of chakra into the 4 tags and the seals will activate. It's going to take a minute for you to get the right dosage. When you want to deactivate them, you do the same thing, Naruto said. Sasuke nodded and did exactly what he told him to do, and soon found himself weighted down immensely, his knees wobbling. Naruto smirked and said, tough even for the Uchiha. I'll give you the suggestion of channeling chakra through your body to assist in keeping your motion the same until you no longer need to use chakra to assist your movements. Then proceed to train yourself normally until you've reached your previous level. Once you do that, move on to the next level. Make sure each time you go up to deactivate the seal to get adjusted to the new speed as well as to train your eyes on registering that type of speed. Sasuke nodded and asked, how fast are you? Naruto frowned and said, I won't reveal that information. Sasuke sighed and nodded. While Naruto worked with Sasuke, his clone was working with Sakura. He worked on getting her to exercise and told her to do a certain routine until she could do it normally, then continued to improve herself. He then sat down with her and said, now to figure out what to make you learn. Wait, you mean ninjutsu? Sakura asked. Naruto shook his head and said, you still have to low of chakra reserves. The tree climbing will help you immensely, but you will not have the reserves for ninjutsu for a while. I wish my mother was here. Why? To teach you medical ninjutsu. That would be a good place for you to start. What now then? Sakura asked. I think the best thing to do is to go back to tree climbing as much as I know you hate it. I have no skill in genjutsu and no skill in medical ninjutsu, both of which are ideal for you. I'll have to talk to my mother, he said, shivering at the thought. He still hadn't heard from her about that C rank turned B rank with teammate. He sighed and looked at Sakura, who was eager to get started. Let's do it, I have to get better to impress Sasuke. Naruto sighed again at the thought of her being such a fangirl. Naruto had trained the team for the rest of the day without any problems. They had all even gone to dinner together courtesy of Kakashi that night. They had went to an Akamaki grill and had eaten well, even though Naruto was disappointed there was no ramen. They went to bed that night and woke up the next day, ready to report to the mission office. Naruto and Sora were walking together when they saw Kakashi was actually early today. He was reading his smut book with a slightly amused expression on his face. He turned and saw Naruto and Sora approaching. He sighed at the satisfaction of knowing Naruto would be scared shitless today. Morning, Kakashi shouted. You're early, Sora asked. Kakashi nodded and said, can't miss today's mission after all. Another D rank to the list. Oh hell no, if I have any say, it will be a C rank, Sora said, nearly shouting. Sasuke and Sakura were walking up from different ways, Yamato appearing near the others, and Kakashi nodded. He closed his book and said, all right team, let's go get our mission. They walked in, and when they opened the doors, sitting at the mission counter was the Hokage and someone Naruto thought he wouldn't see for a long time. Ka-chan, Naruto shouted in disbelief. You idiot, Tsunade shouted, jumping up and crushing Naruto in a hug that cracked his bones in many places. Naruto groaned and she released him. She looked at him and said, you almost got yourself killed. Tsunade-sama, I have to apologize as his Jonin-sensei. It was my responsibility to watch him, but I was caught up myself. We clearly misjudged the mission. You're right, you should apologize, Tsunade said, punching Yamato through the mission hall doors, breaking them on impact. Kakashi was smiling internally at their downfall while Team 7's Gen and all were sweating furiously at the killing intent Tsunade was releasing. Naruto was slowly backing away towards a window before Tsunade grabbed him and shouted, don't you even think about leaving. That was when she proceeded to chastise her child right in front of the entire team, earning snickering from all of them, Kakashi smiling at Naruto's groaning and mumbling of how sorry he was. When she had finally finished, she gave a harumph and said, you should care about your Ka-san more. I do care, I couldn't let my teammate get hurt. Tsunade nodded and hugged her son, only more gently this time, and said, next time, just don't risk your life doing that kind of thing. Naruto nodded and she released him, taking her seat behind the mission desk again. Hiruzen cleared his throat after that entire mess and said, now that we are calm, Kakashi, are you reporting? Hi Hokage-sama, we are reporting for a D rank today. No, not another D rank, Sora and Sasuke shouted together, shocking Kakashi somewhat that Sasuke would outright yell like that. I have to agree sensei. It's time we have something else. A C rank, Sakura said, shocking Kakashi said even more. Naruto smiled that he had clearly accomplished his task and watched as Kakashi simply nodded and said, A C rank. Hiruzen nodded and said, bring in the client. A secretary nodded, and after a minute, an older man who had a hat hanging on his neck and had glasses along with a decent amount of facial hair and a pack on his back walked in. He groaned and said, are you kidding me? A bunch of brats protecting me. Naruto sighed as Sora started yelling at the man about how he knew nothing about them. Naruto stepped in and said, I think you've been worked up enough in one day, Sora. Let's calm down a bit. Sora nodded, clearly trying to calm himself down. He would get worked up sometimes for the stupidest reasons, but sometimes he could keep calm quite well. Kakashi sighed and said, I assure you sir that you have a well-equipped team protecting you. You have our elite genin here protecting you as well as 2 jonin protecting you. The man nodded, although was clearly unconvinced. He looked at the team and said, my name is Tazuna. Your job is to protect me while we return to Nami no Kuni and I and my crew build the bridge there. Naruto nodded, but on the inside he had watched the old man. He knew he was hiding something, and whatever it was, it wasn't good. Kakashi nodded also and said, team, we meet at the gates in 1 hour. Grab whatever you need for a 2-week-long mission and we will depart. Everyone nodded and left the mission hall, Tazuna included, but Naruto and Yamato stayed behind with Kakashi, surprising everyone that Naruto would stay behind. You all saw him, right? Naruto asked. The adults in the room exchanged glances before nodding. Naruto sighed and said, I guess that means we have something to look forward to this mission. Just be careful, Naruto. I can't lose you, Tsunade said. I know, I will. If anything, this mission turns into a B rank and we handle it like last time except without me getting hurt and all. Kakashi nodded and grabbed the mission scroll from Hiruzen. He nodded and left with Yamato, leaving Naruto in the room with the 2 sitting behind the desk. Where is Shizune? At the hospital working today. She and I have returned to the village for the time being. I figured that since I have to be here to keep you in line that I should just stay here for a while. Do you need a place? Naruto asked. She shook her head and said, you need to be independent, but still get yelled at by your mother every once in a while. Stay with Sora. Me and Shizune have a place of our own. Naruto smiled and nodded. Then he looked at her and said, what if I told you that I think you might have material for a new apprentice? A new apprentice? I would say you're insane. She is pretty bright when she isn't obsessing over boys. She has potential. That Sakura girl. Naruto nodded. Hiruzen was slightly surprised that Naruto would throw out his suggestion like he had. He was very impressed with Naruto over the past few weeks that Naruto had been training and working with teams like he had. He would make out to be a very good shinobi of the Leaf Village. Tsunade was thinking like Hiruzen was and sighed after a moment and said, I'll think about it. Naruto nodded and turned to leave, but Tsunade stopped him. He turned and waited for her to think before she finally said, we need to talk when you get back from your mission. I and your godfather. Naruto's eyes widened, but he nodded, satisfied for now. He was curious, but he didn't let it dominate his thoughts. He turned and left the mission office, going to stop and see Shizune at the hospital before he left, since he always had a month's worth supplies on him sealed away and was ready to go. Naruto was up against the wall of a building near the gates leading outside Konoha. He was reading a book on Uzumaki Fuinjutsu theory and waiting for his team. He had found Shizune to be busy, so he left to get to the gates and left her a message instead. He now was sitting against the wall waiting for the others. The first to show was Tazuna, who was walking quite quickly. He looked at Naruto, who was packing away his book and standing. You the elite genin? Tazuna asked. Naruto nodded, looking at the old man. Tazuna sighed and said, what is your job even? I'm the same as all genin, except I basically get a mentorship program that's different from other genin. It's weird how it works, but it's a system. Tazuna nodded and waited patiently for the others to show up. The next to arrive was Yamato, followed by Sora and Sakura. Sasuke soon followed up, and finally Kakashi arrived, all within the span of about 10 minutes. Yosh, we are leaving the village. The mission starts now, Kakashi shouted. Yes, we get to leave the village finally. Sora shouted. You just got here not even 3 months ago, Naruto said, pointing out the obvious. But I left to explore the world too. This is a chance to do just that, and I intend to take it full stride. Naruto sighed and took up the rear with Yamato, while Sora and Kakashi took the front, Sakura and Sasuke taking the sides of Tazuna. They moved out in this formation, conversing idly with each other for hours while they traveled. They had taken a break for lunch and continued walking when Naruto spotted something off in the distance. He looked down at the puddle on the ground, frowned slightly before looking up at the sky and sighing. He could sense the two ninja inside the puddle. He looked at Yamato, who was giving him a look, and they both nodded. They were thinking the same thing. Naruto looked at the others to see if they had spotted it, but they didn't give off any obvious signs. Naruto was alert but still walking the same. They kept walking, and then that was when he heard it. Chains rattled behind him and captured his sensei, tearing him to shreds. Yamato-sensei, Naruto shouted. Everyone turned, shocked at the turn of events, Kakashi stepping back to unleash a jutsu, but Naruto was already on top of it. He leaped forward and cut the chain connecting the two in half with a chakra-enhanced kunai and saw Sasuke rushing to his side. Sasuke nodded and took the one on the right while Naruto took the one on the left, rearing his fist back quickly and slamming it into the guy's face, but not before being cut by the claw of his. Naruto winced as he knew that the blades were poisoned. He rushed forward to finish it, grabbing ninja wire and tying the guy to a tree. He turned and looked to see Sasuke had done the same thing. Naruto sighed and looked where his sensei had fallen, only to realize he used a Mokubushin wood clone. Naruto face-palmed himself as his sensei shunshin down in front of him. Naruto grinned while Yamato smiled back. Yamato-sensei, I thought you were dead, Sakura shouted. He replaced himself with a clone Sakura, Naruto said simply. She smiled and nodded at his tactic. Naruto turned back to the two and immediately knew who they were from his reading in the bingo book. The Demon Brothers of the Mist. Why am I pleasantly surprised? Naruto said. He turned and looked at Tazuna, giving him a death glare added with a bit of killing intent. He saw Tazuna gulp in fright and dropped to his knees. You better explain everything right now, old man, or you're going to find yourself in a harsh position. Naruto, he is the client. We cannot kill him or cause harm to him, Yamato said. At this moment, he has endangered every single person on this team by misinforming us on the parameters of this mission. The Demon Brothers are both B-ranked Newton in the bingo book, and by this makes the mission a B-ranked mission. Kakashi's team is hardly prepared for such a threat, Naruto said. Sasuke handled himself well, Kakashi pointed out. Only because I took out the real threat of him having that chain, Naruto said, then turned his attention back to the old man. He released his killer intent to have Tazuna explain why he had lied to them. First of all, I want to apologize, but we have a long story ahead of us. Please let me explain and then you can decide what to do. So Tazuna dived into his story on Gato and how he had shut down Nami no Kuni and turned it into a private empire for the businessman. Tazuna's hope was to build the bridge to connect the island to the mainland to restore the nation back to prosperity, but Gato was against this fully and because of thus sent assassins after Tazuna and his family. Naruto had to admit, he felt bad for the guy but didn't know what to do. He looked at the team and saw they were all in deep thought themselves. He decided to speak up and see if anyone would follow him. I want to help him. I say we continue this mission, Naruto said, already plotting out his argument. Are you insane? Yamato asked. I know my mother will kill me, but damn it, this nation needs us. Look at it this way, the nation will owe Konoha a great debt if we help him take down this tyrant. Not only that, but it's good training for these guys, Naruto said, pointing to the others. But they aren't prepared, Yamato said. They will be under my protection. I will not let anyone harm them, Naruto said. Sasuke gave a heavy breath as if Naruto could protect him, but Sora had to admit, this mission was really out of his league and he didn't know what to do. He saw Sasuke then put forward his vote of confidence, Sakura following. Naruto then looked at Sora and said, this is an all-or-nothing vote. If you are not confident, we can turn back and no one will blame you. This has potential to turn into something none of us would expect. Sora nodded and decided then. He looked up and said, we will continue the mission. Kakashi nodded and said, well, let's continue then. We will leave these blokes to get arrested by whatever ninja passes by. We don't have time to deal with them. Naruto nodded and looked at Yamato, who was nodding that he was proud of Naruto's decision, although a little nervous for Naruto and himself that they had to deal with his mother. He knew Naruto carried a strong will of fire that Hiruzen spoke of all the time. Everyone had taken a boat across the strait to the island of Nami no Kuni. They saw the gigantic bridge under construction and were impressed at Tazuna's architectural genius. Naruto had decided to ask Tazuna about helping with his cage bushins when he got a chance. They were now walking through the forests to Tazuna's house outside of a local town when Naruto felt something was off. Too off. Kakashi-sensei, is this fog a little too thick? I'm not sure. I haven't been here in ages. Tazuna. It's a little thicker than I would expect it to be. Then Naruto looked over to his right and saw a white rabbit. He saw Sakura then screech a fangirl screech and said how cute it was. Sakura, stay away from that, Naruto said. Ha, but it's too cute, Sakura said. It's not a native rabbit here. Something's wrong, Naruto said. Everyone get down, Kakashi shouted, tackling Tazuna to the ground. Naruto dived and tackled Sakura to the ground. Sora, Yamato and Sasuke all dived to the ground when Naruto saw a gigantic sword spiraling in the air towards them land with a thunk in a tree behind them. Then, a man appeared on top of the tree. Naruto frowned that he hadn't picked him up on his sensory skills. He was a talented assassin and by the looks of it. Momoki Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What a pleasant surprise, Naruto said. You know of me, brat. I'm surprised that a genin would know of me, Zabuza said behind his bandages. Naruto looked him up and down and saw he was incredibly tall and muscular. Along with that he had spiky black hair and pale skin. He was wearing a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants that had a matching waist guard. He also had kiri wrist and leg warmers. Naruto is not your typical genin, Kakashi said stepping forward. Ah, Kakashi no Sharingan. A pleasure, Zabuza said. He's mine, Kakashi said. Confident are you? Zabuza asked before forming a tiger hand seal. He sighed and said, I was hoping to just kill the bridge builder and leave you all alone, but that won't happen now, will it? Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hidden Miss Jutsu. Suddenly, the fog thickened to the point where everyone could only see 2 feet in front of them. Naruto started to feel then killing intent clouded around all of them coming from Zabuza. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration as he knew that there was little chance they could defeat someone of his caliber when using the jutsu. Naruto realized he had to calm down his teammates and sent out a burst of chakra, releasing the killer intent around them. Naruto, that's enough, Kakashi said. I will protect my comrades, Kakashi. You handle Zabuza, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded while Zabuza laughed heavily through the mist and asked, what is this? A little genin can dissipate my killing intent. My mother gives off more killing intent than you do, Naruto said. Not wise words to tell me, Zabuza said. Zabuza then appeared in front of them and took a sword swipe at them, but Kakashi got on front of them and blocked it with a kunai in each hand, Sharingan now revealed. Naruto watched as Kakashi then drove him back to the water and fought him there. He looked for a way to help Kakashi, but this was a close-range Jujutsu and Bakujutsu battle. He sighed knowing that Kakashi wanted to handle the situation alone. He watched as Kakashi then stabbed Zabuza, but he dissipated into water, signifying it was a Mizubushin water clone. Naruto then saw Zabuza appear behind him and trap him in a sphere of water. Yamato's eyes widened as well as Naruto's. Kakashi-sensei, Sora shouted. Run, you stand no chance against him. Kakashi shouted. No way, we're not leaving you. Naruto shouted, Sasuke and Sora nodding in agreement. Sasuke, fire off a fireball. I'll supply it. You too, Sora, Naruto said. What about me? Yamato asked. Take out his clones. We'll free Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke flew through hand signs and shouted, Kaden, Gokuku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. At the same time Naruto and Sora both flew through hand signs and shouted, Futon, Renkuden. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Sasuke released a fireball from his mouth while Naruto and Sora drilled out a wind bullet which combined with the fireball to create a high-speed fireball that was gigantic. Zabuza's eyes widened and released the water prison to evade the technique, both Kakashi and Zabuza evading the technique now. Yamato was dispatching of Zabuza's clones rather easily, moving swiftly and using the Mokuden to suppress them. Naruto smiled at their accomplishment and Kakashi's now obvious rage at Zabuza. This ends, Kakashi said. The two nin flew through hand signs at exactly the same time before they both shouted, Suden, Suruden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. Suddenly, the water around the two nin started to explode upwards and create the shape of two giant water dragons that spiraled around each other, fighting for dominance before they both collapsed. Kakashi and Zabuza both leaped backwards to give each other room. Kakashi was getting close to his limit now. He knew he had to finish it, otherwise Zabuza would kill him and move on to the others, but he could tell the man was also reaching his limit. Kakashi glanced back at the others, seeing they were all okay. Kakashi looked back at Zabuza. You're just a monkey, you keep copying my movements, Zabuza and Kakashi both said at the same time, making Zabuza's eyes widen. Zabuza then started to fly through hand signs at the exact same time as Kakashi, but then the water rumbled around Kakashi first, who shouted, Suden, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. Zabuza was swept onto the shore where Kakashi appeared ready to finish him off, but then, a second person appeared out of the woods, throwing senbon at Zabuza to finish him off. Naruto's eyes widened at how that person too had evaded his sensory skills. He knew he had to get better because of today with his sensory skills. I thank you for taking out Zabuza here, I've been tracking him for weeks. I assume you were to dispose of him then, since you were a hunter nin? Kakashi asked. The nin nodded. Naruto looked closely and saw the mask the person wore was white and red, and their hair was drawn back into a bun. She wore some pretty heavy clothing also for whatever reason. Naruto then saw her take the body and leave, making Naruto frown slightly. Naruto then looked over at Kakashi, who was falling down, ready to pass out, but Yamato was already there, catching Kakashi and hefting him over his shoulder. Kakashi is down. We need to get to your house fast, Tazuna-san, Yamato said. Tazuna nodded and said, follow me. We aren't far. Let's hurry for your sensei there. Tazuna led him back to his house, where his daughter Tsunami immediately ushered them in, and Naruto set to work with Yamato to get Kakashi comfortable. After half an hour, Naruto and Yamato were able to confirm that Kakashi's only issue was chakra exhaustion. They went downstairs and joined everyone for dinner, in relief for now, but Naruto was still on edge about that hunter nin from Kiri. He sighed and figured he would talk with Kakashi and Yamato the next day. He was tired at the moment from the stress of the day. The next day, everyone had gotten up and sat down for breakfast, joined by Kakashi. They were sitting when Kakashi looked up, his eyes wide with realization. You figured it out? Naruto asked. He nodded and asked, why didn't you say anything, Naruto? I didn't think about it till after the nin took Zabuza away. What the heck are you two going on about? Yamato asked. You should know since you were Anbu. That hunter nin is an imposter working with Zabuza. He didn't kill him, he saved him, Kakashi said angrily. What? How? Sasuke asked. Yeah, we all saw Zabuza was dead from the senbon, Sakura said. Naruto shook his head and said, my Eni-chan uses senbon as a weapon as well as poison, but it is hard to kill people with senbon. Instead, you can hit vitals and other veins and nerves to make it look like someone is dead. That is what our imposter did to Zabuza. I should have realized it as soon as the senbon hit their target. Kakashi shook his head and said, I didn't figure it out till just now, and obviously you were ahead. I'm surprised. Naruto thanked him silently while Sora freaked out and asked, so Zabuza isn't dead? Kakashi shook his head, making the three genin sigh. Naruto looked up and said, if that's the case, he will be back with help. We need to train, those three especially. I have a bad feeling. Me and Naruto will train privately. I think it's fair if we switch off guarding the bridge each day, Yamato said. Kakashi nodded and said, I am in no shape to guard the bridge. Give me 4 days and it'll be good to do some light guard duty. 5 days and it'll be good as new. Naruto nodded and said, I think we should get those three going on water walking. Water walking, like how Kakashi and Zabuza did when they fought? Sakura asked. Naruto nodded and said, it's great for chakra control and chakra reserve building. You three will benefit greatly from doing this exercise. Even Sora doesn't know it yet. Sora grunted and said, only because Chiriku-sama said I wasn't ready. You weren't, Naruto said simply. Sora smacked Naruto on the back of the head, earning a groaning Naruto and a laughing audience. Tazuna and Tsunami walked in to see the group smiling and talking, but somewhat shaken. After an explanation of the current revelations, Tazuna knew that they could do their job but was worried still. Naruto got up and swore he would protect them with his life, which made Tazuna and Tsunami all the more confident. Chapter 13, Showdown in Wave. Naruto had been working hard the last 3 days. He had taken to doing exercises constantly to improve his potential for the coming battle. He looked over at the other genin on Team 7 and felt slightly scared for them, watching them struggle with the water walking exercise. Sakura was past the walking part and was now attempting to do laps around the coast area, struggling to keep herself going while the two boys focused more on controlling their chakra to walk on the water. While they hadn't exactly mastered the tree climbing exercise, Kakashi agreed that they needed to step up their game and learn this exercise. The coming battle was sure to push them to their limit, and Naruto didn't know if he would be able to protect them like he promised. He didn't know what to expect the coming battle. He took meditating and stretching his senses and doing exercises while sparring to pick up on enemies by being blind during spars. It tended to be difficult, but he had picked it up slightly and found he was better at doing it without actually thinking about it, the sense becoming second nature. Yamato and he had talked about the previous battle and Yamato had been proud of Naruto taking charge like he did. Yamato was ready to come up with a plan immediately but had followed Naruto's lead, knowing he had thought of only doing the right thing. Naruto thought about the coming battle and asked about his role. Yamato had agreed with Kakashi that they would take Zabuza together while Naruto deals with any new enemies and the genin from Team 7 would deal with Zabuza's hunter nin associate. Naruto nodded, appeased with the plan for now, but he still felt something was going to be off about the coming battle. He had also improved on his Mokuton, training his chakra reserves and control. After he and Yamato had done a test yesterday, namely Naruto entering his mindscape, Naruto had found he had chakra reserves larger than a high S-class nin. Naruto had nodded impressed with himself and had discussed with Yamato on how to control his chakra further. Naruto had focused immensely on his chakra control because he hoped to do medical ninjutsu one day like his mother. Along with all of this, he continued to work on Fuinjutsu, hoping to work out something he could use for the coming battle. When he thought of the poison, he thought of a poison-purging Fuinjutsu seal he could use and had started to develop the theory behind it. It wasn't exactly the greatest thing, but it would counter common poisons. Naruto sighed and got up, moving to go to the village. Today, he had promised Sanami he would go to the village and get groceries for Sanami and their family for the next few days. He walked through the forest until he finally reached the town where he felt his eyes widen looking upon the town. Everyone was walking around sullen and sad, children sitting by building corners, begging for food or money and adults looking like they were in poverty. Naruto sighed and walked through the village and stopped near a stall, buying out the stall completely of all its food using all of his money he had obtained from Sanami and much of his own money. He took the food he collected and stopped near some of the children, handing out food to them and watching them eat it eagerly. Naruto sighed and thought about how there were many people like these children around the world but he could do nothing about it now. He left the village after an hour of helping the different beggar children to return to Sanami to give her the groceries he had promised her. He returned to the house to find Kakashi sitting at the table reading his book while talking idly with Sanami. Kakashi looked up when Naruto entered the house and said, "Ah Naruto, we were wondering when you were going to come back." "Sorry, the village was just," Naruto muttered. "You saw it all didn't you? The children and the many adults?" Sanami asked. Naruto nodded and said, "That bastard is going to get it when I get my hands around his throat." "I know dear," Sanami said. Naruto smiled slightly, Sanami reminding her of his mother slyly. He sat down at the table across from Kakashi and pulled out his own book and the piece of paper he had been drawing on for the last few days and began his work again on developing the poison counteractive seal. Kakashi looked up, slightly curious at what Naruto was working on. "Say Naruto, what are you working on?" "It's a seal designed to counter common poison ingredients. I saw that hunter nin use senbon and figured that he or she could be a poison user and I decided this would be beneficial for everyone to have." Kakashi nodded and said, "Mind if I take a look?" Naruto shrugged and slid over the paper, returning to his book of theory and began to think about the next stage when Kakashi said, "It's a simple fix. You alter this seal like this." Kakashi grabbed Naruto's brush and drew on the side of the paper and Naruto looked at it and saw immediately what he was talking about and nodded. "I would agree with you there sensei. Thanks." Kakashi nodded and returned to his reading. Naruto made the altercation to the seal and read over and saw that it was perfect. Kakashi and he exchanged a look and they smiled at each other knowingly. The coming fight was going to be different. Haku was walking into the cave where Zabuza was keeping them at. Haku had taken care of Zabuza for the last 3 days, and had fended off Gato when he had come, but could say Haku was getting annoyed. Haku walked into Zabuza's chambers and saw a man standing to the side talking to him. Haku walked up and sat down. "Zabuza-sama, who is this man?" Haku asked. Zabuza looked up and said, "Haku. This man is going to help us take down that bridge builder by taking out the most dangerous threat. He was just telling me about that brat that foiled us last time." "A pleasure Haku-san. Perhaps you know of me," the man standing at the side said. Haku looked closer and gave him a once-over. He had long hair as well as a face mask that seemed to be protecting him from poison. He also had some sort of sickle hanging at his side and had an arm protector. Her eyes widened as she said, "Impossible. You're dead." "I was thought dead. I was saved by a good friend of mine." "A pleasure Haku-san once more. My name is Hanzo." Naruto was sitting at the crowded dinner table with everyone eating, discussing plans for tomorrow's guard duty. "I'll guard Tazuna-san while you all take to training then," Naruto asked. "Hi, I'll come with you also since I can do light duty now," Kakashi said smiling. Naruto nodded and looked towards Tazuna and asked, "How has the progress been?" Tazuna frowned and said, "Not so well. Many people on the crew have been quitting and not returning to assist. I am afraid that the bridge may not get finished at all." Naruto frowned and said, "Maybe I can help." "How?" Tazuna asked. "You'll see tomorrow. If you like what you see, I'll stay at the bridge today and tomorrow and we should get a lot finished," Naruto said smiling slightly now. Tazuna smiled but then a small boy spoke out and said, "What makes you think you can take down Gato? You're all going to die." "Inari," Sanami shouted. It's true. No one can stop Gato. He'll find you and kill you, then come after us. You should have better faith, Kakashi said, trying to smile at the kid. No one can have faith. He'll kill you. You know, kid, you're acting spoiled, Naruto said viciously. Naruto, Yamato shouted. No, he needs to hear this. I don't care about the punishment. You want to know what some of us have to go through, Inari? I killed someone when I was 6 years old and am constantly hunted because of who I am. My dad died protecting me and I have to work hard to get stronger every day to protect the people I love. Sasuke lost his whole clan and his parents to a murderer that he knows as his brother. Sora doesn't know his parents at all because he never had a chance to really know them. He's an orphan. At least you have your mother, much like myself, and a family that cares for you and a roof over your head. You and I are so alike, it's unbelievable, yet all you do is whine and bitch. Inari looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes and stood up, slamming the table, and ran upstairs, crying. Naruto sighed and stood up himself, walking towards the front door. He turned back and said, I apologize for hurting your kid like that. A lot of people in this world need a wake-up call. I did at one point. Naruto looked at Sora and smiled sadly, then walked outside and left the train, leaving everyone at the table silent for a minute. I apologize for Naruto's behavior. It was uncalled for, Yamato said. No, it's not his fault, Gato. He killed Inari's father a few years ago and made Inari lose all hope, Tsunami said. Everyone's eyes widened at the table except for Tsunami and Tazuna. Kakashi cleared his throat and asked, what exactly happened? So Tsunami dived into the story of Gato and Kaiser and how Kaiser was murdered in front of the entire village by Gato's men. When she had finished, Sakura was shedding silent tears while Sora was gripping his fist so hard he thought he'd draw blood from cutting into his palms with his nails, and Sasuke even seemed slightly irked. Kakashi stood up and said, perhaps I should go talk to the boy, and left. Kakashi walked upstairs and into Inari's room where Inari was sitting by the window, holding a picture and crying silently. Kakashi sighed silently and walked in, taking a seat on the edge of the window in front of Inari, making him look up. Kakashi looked at him and said, I am sorry for Naruto's behavior. I take some responsibility for it. He has had a rough life much like yourself. Yeah, like what? Inari asked. You heard some of it, but that's hardly enough. Naruto was not normal even before birth. Someone messed with him and because of that, Naruto is not normal. He is hunted by many people because of this, and he even has something that would make people hate him inside of him. Naruto is hunted for so many reasons, and that's why he has had to move around for a long time in his early life. He also lives up to expectations of a clan heir that he shouldn't have to live up to. Naruto is strong, but inside he is emotionally troubled. Inari's eyes somewhat widened at this and he asked, why does he fight then? To protect the people he loves. He doesn't want to be a burden. Inari looked down in shame then. He knew exactly what he was now, and that was the opposite of what Naruto was. Naruto exuded authority and patience and knowledge beyond his years. Naruto could also be seen as a happy person sometimes also. He had seen it the past few days. He frowned knowing that he had failed his father Kaiser. I'll leave you alone for a while, Kakashi said, getting up and leaving the room. Naruto stood in a clearing away from people, practicing using his Mokuden. He had learned quite a few jutsu, but this one jutsu he couldn't use because of the widespread damage it would do. He knew only to use it in dire places. He had used it once with Yamato, who had witnessed his power with it. Naruto made the serpent seal and shouted, Mokuden, Jukai Koden. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. The ground rumbled and out of the ground came many branches, starting small and then growing in size, multiplying rapidly. Naruto poured his anger and frustrations into the jutsu, powering it with chakra to make it a rampant force not to be trifled with. Naruto! Yamato shouted behind him. Naruto immediately released the jutsu and turned around to look at his angered sensei. Naruto sighed and sat down in front of his sensei, ready to take the punishment he would dish out for him. I'm ready, sensei, Naruto said. For what? Yamato asked. For your punishment. Yamato's eyes widened, then he frowned and sat down in front of Naruto and said, I understand your frustration. Naruto looked up at Yamato and asked, why is it me? I understand the Kyuubi being sealed within me, but I didn't ask to be hunted down because of a stupid bloodline. I mean, you aren't hunted down by people. Why does it have to be me? Yamato sighed and said, that is something you have to ask your mother and godfather. I can't tell you. Naruto nodded in understanding and laid back on his back. He sighed and said, sometimes, I wish I could be normal. Have a normal shinobi life and work my way up to become Hokage without having special expectations for me. I love everyone in my life too much, however. I wouldn't change anything. Yamato smiled and said, that's the way it should be. We all wish for a normal life sometimes, but we can't have everything we want. Naruto smiled to himself and said, Shikamaru can have a normal life. He's too lazy to do anything. Yamato started to laugh as well as Naruto. They laughed for a few moments before Naruto got up and started to shake off the grass he got on himself. He yawned and said, I think I'm going to turn in. Yamato's face suddenly took on a creepy expression, his eyes wide and his paleness highlighted when he said in a darker voice, not before you do your 50 laps for using the jutsu I told you not to use. Ah! Naruto shouted in fright, then running to do his laps. The next day Kakashi and Naruto left early with Tazuna to go to the bridge. When they arrived, they saw a crowd of about 20 workers gathered, ready to do work, but there were 4 off to the side conversing with each other, and when they looked up and saw Tazuna, they walked forward, one of them taking the lead. Tazuna, we can't do this anymore. We are trying to protect our families and don't want to get hurt. Tazuna sighed and said, is this how many of you feel? If so, you need to leave. Naruto sighed and said, I know this may not change your opinion, but maybe I can help. The workers and Tazuna turned to Naruto, curious. Naruto made a cross-hand sign and shouted, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. There was a large cloud of smoke behind Naruto and Kakashi, and the smoke faded to reveal over 100 clones, shouting cheers of being here. Naruto looked at Tazuna and said, these clones can do work. Give them a job and they'll do it right. The workers all looked at each other and cheered, ready to get back to work with a new sense of morale about them, knowing they would get the bridge done in just a few days now. Tazuna was astounded that Naruto could do such a thing as making copies of himself like he did. Kakashi smiled at Naruto, proud of what he had done. All right, you all know what your job is. Get to work while I get these bunch of guys going. Tazuna shouted. Hi, all of the workers shouted. Tazuna was proud of his crew and of Naruto. Naruto had rallied all of his workers and gotten them to work diligently today, and they had completed a good portion of the bridge today. Maybe this would give hope to the people that had quit and they would return. He smiled at the prospect of that happening. He had watched the real Naruto running laps around the entire bridge on water, making his eyes widen at how he went like that the whole day. Kakashi had stood by keeping watch reading a book of his. Tazuna was extremely exhausted, however. He sat down at the dinner table being the first one and waited patiently for his daughter to finish up supper. His daughter walked inside the room and sat down next to him. She looked up and said, you look tired today. It was well worth it. Naruto, this kid is amazing. What did he do now? He is simply amazing. Naruto made these clones of himself. There must have been over 100 of them. He rallied my remaining workers and got them all to work harder than they have all week. 4 of them were going to quit today, but he convinced them to stay. Tsunami smiled at the story and said, Naruto is something else. Tazuna looked at his daughter and said, he can free us. We can finally be free of Gato. Naruto, Yamato, Kakashi and the other genin were all standing outside, discussing the dilemma of the mission at hand. Naruto was pondering over the new information presented by Kakashi. He had apparently gotten a bird carrying a letter from Konoha. It was rumored that Zabuza had unknown help, but Naruto might know who it was. In truth, he had no clue what that meant. Are you sure you don't know who it is? Kakashi asked. Naruto thought for another moment and shook his head. He looked at Yamato and Kakashi and asked, what exactly did the letter say? It said that you met this person before, when you were little. Naruto thought for another moment and then said, it could be a few different people, but some of them are secrets I cannot divulge. If he or she is someone I think it might be, we're in trouble. What do you recommend? Kakashi asked. Naruto thought for another moment and then said, these people cannot be fought except by my mother or my godfather. They are too skilled. I might be able to hold them off with my abilities while you deal with the other 2. Kakashi nodded and looked at the team and said, here is the plan then. Tomorrow they plan on attacking, I'm positive. Sora and Sasuke will handle the masked nin while myself and Yamato handle Zabuza. Naruto will guard the house with his Kage Bunshins while he will be on the bridge with us. If there are any unknowns we aren't considering, we will take things differently. Everyone nodded. Naruto got up and said, if I may, I am going to go meditate for a while. I have a feeling I will have to use my abilities tomorrow. Naruto, just what are your abilities? Sasuke asked. Naruto thought for a moment and looked at his Jonin sensei, who looked back at him, and they both nodded. Naruto sighed and said, this is an S-class secret that no one may know about. If you divulge these secrets to anyone, I have no choice but to execute you on sight. Sasuke and Sakura both widened their eyes at the realization. Sakura started asking, is this why you're an elite genin? Naruto nodded and sat down in front of them and said, I have a bloodline limit that no one thought would be possible to see again. A Kekkei Genkai? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded and looked at Sora, who was waiting patiently. Naruto had shared his bloodline with him a long time ago, and Sora had been surprised but happy for Naruto. He sighed and said, you remember the stories of the Shodai? He was called the Kami no Shinobi. He had the Mokuten, Sakura said. Sasuke's eyes widened and he asked bewildered, you have the Mokuten? Naruto nodded and said, it is an S-class secret because of the threat I pose with the bloodline. Konoha was established because of this Kekkei Genkai. It was built from it. Imagine the power to be able to tame Biju. Sasuke and Sakura both knew exactly what he was talking about and nodded. Naruto sighed and said, this is why I am training under Yamato-sensei. He had the Mokuten and can help me understand it. I am a special case, however, because of my chakra. What do you mean? Sakura asked. That is an S-class secret by itself. I cannot tell you that part until the time presents itself. How many secrets do you have, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Many. Naruto was standing outside with Tazuna and everyone while talking with Tsunami and Inari. He looked at him and said, I have clones around the perimeter of the house. No one is getting in or out without me knowing. Inari nodded and said, be safe, Naruto ni. Naruto's eyes widened before he grinned and said, I can kick anyone's butt. Datbayo. Everyone looked at him with a weird expression except for Yamato and Kakashi, who smiled slightly at Naruto's antics. Naruto stood up and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. There was a plume of smoke and 30 clones appeared, all moving into various positions around the house. Naruto smiled and said, We're good to go, Kakashi-sensei. Be prepared, team, Kakashi said. And they all left with Tazuna to the bridge. When they arrived, they found the bridge to be empty. No one was there. Naruto was slightly confused as there was always a crew waiting for them. Tazuna himself was confused. Naruto stretched out his senses and felt the signatures immediately. Sensei. 2 threats in front of us, 1 behind. Identify chakra signatures and quantity. Kakashi shouted. 2 in front of us seem to be the hunter nin we met before and Zabuza. The one behind us is someone I've met before. Naruto said, confused. Who? Yamato asked. I'm surprised the brat remembers me, said a gruff voice from behind them. Suddenly, mist started to pour in from all sides and 3 people appeared on their sides. 2 of them were the hunter nin and Zabuza standing side by side, but the other appeared behind them, wearing a cloak. Show yourself, Yamato shouted. I don't think you would want it, the man said before tearing off the cloak, surprising Naruto and the jonin in the party. Naruto shivered at the prospect of having to fight this man, let alone survive the fight against him. Shanshu no Hanzo, Naruto shouted. Senju Naruto, we meet again, Hanzo said. Naruto, what is going on? Kakashi asked. He was sent to abduct me when I was on the way to the fire temple. He fought Erooji while my Ka-chan fought Hattori, his companion. Speaking of which, where is he? He's on an errand, Hanzo said. Enough talk, hand over Naruto and the bridge builder, Zabuza said. First you want the bridge builder, and now you want Naruto too? Kakashi asked with a narrowed eye. Payment for getting in our way the first time, Zabuza said, shrugging. I don't think so, Kakashi said, pulling up his protector covering his Sharingan. You are sure you can handle this crew, Zabuza? Naruto is mine, Hanzo said. Too many things to do, but so much fun to have. Haku, you handle the brats of Kakashi's, Zabuza said. Haku, Sora asked. You know him, Naruto asked. I met him, after training. I woke up after passing out from training to find him getting herbs. I never thought this was what it was for though, Sora said. Sora, you have to fight him, Kakashi said. I know. Enough talk, Hanzo shouted before flying through hand seals and shouting, Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. There was a huge plume of smoke and there appeared a giant salamander that everyone who knew Hanzo knew as Ibuse, the Lord of Salamanders. The creature looked around before setting eyes on a slightly frightened Naruto. Sensei, Naruto asked. Zabuza disappeared, then appearing in front of the jonin and taking a hack at him only to be blocked by Kakashi, Yamato firing off his own shuriken at Zabuza who evaded them and returned to push them away from Naruto and the other genin. Sasuke and Sora both stepped forward however to confront Haku. We got him, Naruto, just be careful. Naruto nodded and looked towards Hanzo who was standing there with a determined look in his eyes. Naruto knew this was a fight for his life and drew a determined look, flying through hand seals before landing on the serpent seal and shouting, Doden, Yomi Numa. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Ibuse, move, Hanzo shouted, prompting the giant summons to move before becoming trapped by the giant mud pile that appeared beneath the summons. Naruto focused, expanding it before the creature jumped, but Ibuse got away from the mud. Naruto then saw the creature spit out a giant cloud of poison which prompted Naruto to fly through more hand seals before shouting, Futon, Daidoppa, wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto channeled a great deal of chakra into the jutsu powering the gigantic wind wave to push back the poison. Hanzo looked on, impressed by the display, but he grabbed his Kusarigama and jumped down from his salamander, rushing at Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed up his left sleeve slightly to unseal 2 of his staffs, both of them appearing in his hands in a plume of smoke. Hanzo looked at Naruto's ability to seal and unseal things on his body, slightly impressed. You're not bad for a brat, but you cannot defeat me, Hanzo said before clashing with Naruto in a heavy bakujutsu fight. Kakashi and Yamato meanwhile clashed with Zabuza, moving to finish him quickly to help Naruto and the others, however Zabuza was making it difficult using his silent killing technique attempting to kill the 2 swiftly. Kakashi would move to engage him in close-range combat while Yamato supplied support from a distance, but Zabuza would always evade before it's too late. I have you now, Zabuza said through the mist before appearing behind Kakashi, but a wall appeared in front of Zabuza, blocking his sword strike. Zabuza turned when Yamato went through more hand signs and shouted, Mokuden, Daijuran no Jutsu. Wood release, great forest technique. Zabuza's eyes widened as wood branches sprung from Yamato's arm and leaped out towards Zabuza, attempting to restrain him, but Zabuza leaped back, cutting any branches coming towards his way with his blade. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza and kicked him down, making him crash into the water. Zabuza groaned and got up quickly as Kakashi appeared in front of him, both clashing again, kunai against his giant sword, Yamato now using the water to fire off small water jutsu to help Kakashi. I won't allow you to get away. Especially after threatening Naruto, Kakashi said, swinging his kunai around. I don't intend to let you kill me, Zabuza said, taking a heavy swing at Kakashi, dodging a water bullet going his way. Sora and Sasuke meanwhile worked back and forth trying to drive Haku back, but he would always push back, using his senbon and water senbon jutsu to drive them back. Sora was getting worried and was ready to call out the big guns. "I have had enough," Haku said. "Please forfeit while you can. I do not wish to harm you." "Yeah right, you're going after Naruto. I won't let you hurt him," Sora shouted. "As much as I hate to admit it, this dope is right. I won't let you hurt a comrade," Sasuke said, surprising Sora slightly. Haku sighed and said, "Your death." He then started forming one-handed seals, alerting Sora and Sasuke while surprising Sakura who was defending Tazuna before he said, "Hyoden, Makio Hyosho, ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals." All around Sora and Sasuke, ice mirrors sprung up around them, making a sphere that surrounded them completely, not allowing them to escape. Haku stepped back into a mirror and said, "This is my bloodline, the ice release. You are trapped now and cannot escape. I ask once again for you to forfeit, otherwise it will end badly for you." Naruto looked back to see their Jonin-sensei working hard to end Zabuza, but Sora and Sasuke now trapped. He gritted his teeth and decided to pull out the big guns. He had been getting his ass handed to him by Hanzo, who kicked him around like a rag doll. He leaped back into the water and flew through hand signs, surprising Hanzo, but he leapt back to his salamander and shouted, "Gas abuse." "Hi!" the salamander shouted, Hanzo flying through hand signs when both ninja shouted their jutsu. Suden, Suruden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon jutsu. Kaden, Kashanshu Enden, fire release, fire salamander flame bullet. Naruto generated a water dragon which charged at Hanzo and Ibuse, but Ibuse unleashed gas which was ignited by Hanzo, whom used the fire he created to generate larger flames from the gas, clashing with the water dragon. The flames and water fought for dominance, pushing back the dragon slowly, making Naruto realize he would lose the clash, so he flew through more hand seals before landing on one and shouting, "Suden, Suijin Heki, water release, water formation wall." Naruto created a giant wall from the ocean water which then blocked the oncoming flame bullet, but then he felt something wrap around his ankles. Looking down, he saw explosive tags attached to his ankles. He swore under his breath as they ignited and blew up not even 3 seconds later. Kakashi, Zabuza and Yamato turned to look towards the explosion, the cloud of smoke reaching high up. Kakashi saw Hanzo standing there with his arms crossed looking satisfied. "Naruto!" Kakashi and Yamato shouted. "Keep your eyes on your battle," Zabuza said, leaping forward to attack him again. Kakashi deflected the attack and Yamato fired off another round of water bullets, pushing Zabuza back more. Kakashi knew Zabuza was buying time for Hanzo to finish off his opponent and help him with their task, but the question was, would Zabuza actually get the help he was hoping for? Sora and Sasuke had heard the explosion too, Haku even pausing to figure out what had happened. They were now considerably worried for Naruto, who was getting pushed back by Hanzo. Sasuke remembered vaguely about the legend, but he didn't exactly how powerful he was. Sora knew the story about the man, but still didn't know the extent of his power. They turned their attention back to Haku, who was poising to throw senbon. Sora flew through hand signs and Haku launched the senbon at a high speed when Sora landed on a hand seal. Futon, Kami Orochi, wind release, godly wine from the mountains. Sora aimed the jutsu at the ground, creating a spiral vortex that deflected all of the senbon, surprising Haku and Sasuke somewhat, before Sasuke recovered and flew through his own set of hand signs and shouted, "Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique." Sasuke inhaled, then exhaled a giant fireball which was reinforced by the wind jutsu and flew towards the ice mirror in front of them, hitting it directly. It started to melt, causing the two genin to smile, but then it stopped and started to reform. Haku sighed and said, "It is hopeless. I have told you that you cannot escape. Forfeit before I must kill you." Sora gritted his teeth and said, "Naruto told us never to back down and to never let down another comrade. We will fight you and defeat you." Naruto meanwhile was on the coast, slightly burned and breathing heavy from that near-death experience. He hadn't expected that explosive tag attack that Hanzo had been able to pull off and was now burned majorly on his legs, and he had to take off his jacket which was ruined from the explosion. He was lucky he hadn't lost his legs, but he had channeled enough chakra to shield him from the explosion's most fatal effects, but still managed to get burned from the massive heat. His pants were now singed all the way up to his lower thighs. Naruto gritted his teeth looking down at his very red and brown legs. "You were lucky to have survived that brat. Not even the Rinnegan brat was able to escape without losing the ability to use his legs," Hanzo said. "Rinnegan?" Naruto asked. Hanzo simply shrugged and readied another jutsu, but Naruto had enough. He flew through 4 seals before landing on the serpent seal and charging a massive amount of chakra. He looked at Hanzo, who was drawing upon a large amount of chakra himself, Fuinjutsu tags rising off of the ground. Naruto swore and shouted, "Mokuden, Jukai Koden." Naruto focused his chakra into the forest and the ground around him and outshot massive tree branches, sprawling out to attack Hanzo. Hanzo looked on, impressed, but prepared the wave of Fuinjutsu tags. When the two techniques clashed, the tags started a huge series of explosions, starting the destruction of the wood, very slowly pushing Naruto's technique back. Fuinjutsu, Gojo Kibiku Futa. Sealing technique, mutually multiplying explosive tags, Hanzo shouted. The explosions kept ringing out against the giant wood forest, both techniques multiplying themselves as a battle of dominance. Zabuza, Kakashi and Yamato once again turned heads towards the clash and saw the two techniques battle against each other. They all stood there in a calm of battle and simply stared in amazement at the giant wave of tags and the giant expansive forest. Amazing, Yamato said, awed by the power flowing from the two techniques. Sora, Haku and Sasuke had even stopped their battle to turn and get a glimpse of the techniques. Sora's eyes widened in fear for Naruto, seeing the two techniques clash and the power exasperated by the techniques. Naruto, Sora shouted in fear. Naruto is fine, that guy has more power than I've ever seen, Sasuke said in respect to Naruto. He turned his head back to all the ice mirrors where inside Haku was still watching the battle. She sighed and said, that power. Naruto is not whom everyone believes, Sora said in an emotion-filled voice. He turned around, moving to face all the mirrors he could and said, Naruto is my brother and he needs help. Please, forget your mission. This is something greater than just a bridge builder. Haku stood there for a moment and then said, I'm sorry, but I must protect Zabuza. Protect him? Why, he's a killer and cold-hearted. What has he done for you? Zabuza saved me when I was young. I was an orphan after my parents were killed. I traveled around for a long time from place to place, trying to find a home to sleep in. One day, I almost froze to death but Zabuza found me and brought me in. I am his tool to be used as a protector. Sora gritted his teeth and said, no one is a tool. Haku's breath hitched when Sora went on and said, I have something sealed in me that shouldn't be there because of someone. I don't know who, but they thought of me as a tool. I shouldn't be the way I am, but it helped me save my friend and for that I am grateful. Sasuke immediately knew he was talking about Naruto and had a new sense of respect for Sora, but Haku quickly moved to her senbon and said, then I apologize for what I must do, and threw the senbon straight at Sora who was unprepared. Sasuke started then to move quickly. Naruto meanwhile, continued his battle, pouring chakra into what seemed like a never-ending battle of power and control. Hanzo simply stood there with a determined look. He had the advantage of a summons, but Naruto did have the power that exceeds a normal cage. Then, he heard some sort of tapping. Naruto frowned, but looked up towards where the sound was. Up in the sky was something small, tapping against something. Then, there was a plume of smoke and out of it came a giant toad, flying down and landed straight on Ibu's sending Hanzo flying. The explosions of tags stopping and the forest technique itself stopping, Naruto in shock. Ero Oji, Naruto shouted. I got this Gaki, go now, Jiraiya shouted. Naruto nodded and dashed off to help the others while Jiraiya dealt with Hanzo and Ibus. Hanzo groaned and stood up, looking furiously at Jiraiya. I see you've come to help your nephew, Hanzo said. This ends today Hanzo, I, the gallant and great Jiraiya will end you. The Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku says so. Jiraiya. On that remark, I believe I shall make a tactical retreat, Hanzo said tactfully before disappearing altogether with Ibus. Damn it, Jiraiya shouted before kneeling down exhausted from trying to get to Wave so fast. He had traveled all the way from the borders of Suna and had barely made it in time, even using Bunta for a while. Zabuza looked at the new turn of events and gritted his teeth, slightly unsure of what to do now when he felt something crawling up his feet to his legs. He looked down and saw it was a bunch of wood. What? Zabuza shouted. It's over, Yamato said capturing him with his technique. Yamato, hold him. I'll prepare my technique, Kakashi said slowly going through 3 hand seals. Naruto appeared outside of the ice mirrors, looking at Sasuke who was now impaled by a bunch of senbon looking much like a pincushion laying in front of Sora. He had a faint chakra signature, but he would otherwise be okay. Sora meanwhile looked conflicted with himself, ready to go into a rage. Naruto had to end this now and save him while he could. He flashed through 3 hand signs, landing on the serpent seal and shouted, Mokuden, Mokusupaiku, wood release, wood spikes. Then, a bunch of wood spikes protruded themselves out of Naruto and found themselves traveling at high speeds toward the ice mirrors, shattering them when impacted. Sora looked up and saw Naruto taking control and smiled, relieved that he was okay but utterly destroyed that his teammate had sacrificed his life. Naruto looked at him and smiled brightly and Sora instantly knew that he knew Sasuke was going to be okay. Haku stepped out of the mirrors, leaping backwards to get away from Naruto's technique, all of the wood spikes now returning inwards towards his body. Haku sighed and said, I never expected to see such power against myself. It's incredible. I have to pull all the stops at the moment, Naruto said. Haku's head turned and said, yes, I see this. You fight like me, for your precious people. Naruto nodded and said, I have many people I wish to protect. Haku nodded and said, keep this up and you will go far. Naruto again nodded and watched as Haku turned and said, I must go save him. Then, Haku took off her mask and dropped it on the ground. He turned around to give Naruto a glimpse of her sad but happy face. Naruto frowned and knew that she wasn't a bad person. He shook his head and said, give me a minute. He disappeared in a shunshin and reappeared in front of Kakashi and Yamato, reaching out to grab Kakashi's fast-moving hand. He gripped it and threw him away. He then turned to Zabuza and said, you're pathetic. Kakashi went flying while Yamato turned and shouted, you stopped him just to say that. No, I stopped him to say this. Haku is a good person yet you have her follow you. Why? Zabuza simply blinked and said, she is a tool to my advantage. Bullshit, what if she had died? She was about to dive in front of you to save your life from Kakashi's technique. Naruto said, shouting now. Naruto grabbed him and Naruto used a kawami to bring them to the bridge area where he then punched Zabuza in the face, sending him sprawling towards Haku, who was standing there watching Naruto. She calls you her precious person, yet you throw her away like trash. Tell her that, Naruto shouted. Everyone watched in sheer shock as Naruto exuded serious killer intent and anger at Zabuza for doing such a thing. Naruto even had the galls to say, and don't test me. I just fought a cage-level nin who felt like toying with me until I went all out. Then there was a clack on the bridge of something wooden being put down on the bridge. Everyone turned to see a horde of bandits and a small man with a cane standing there. The midget stepped forward and said, I see that you failed to kill these ninja and capture the bridge builder. Why am I not surprised? Who the fuck are you? Naruto asked, getting angrier by the minute. Gato, the Empire businessman, Zabuza said. That's correct, and you're all fucking dead, Gato said. I've about had it, Naruto said, his teeth extending and his whisker marks becoming more protruded. Kakashi and Yamato's eyes widened and they looked at each other, unsure what to do as they were both nearly out of chakra. Sora's eyes widened also in fear for what he felt was his brother. I have stood by watching my precious people get hurt today. Sasuke was nearly killed because of my foolishness. Today, you all die. First one to bring me that brat's head gets 1 million ryo. Gato shouted, getting a cheer of excitement from the bandits. Naruto then started pouring red chakra all over his body, signifying the fox's chakra entering his body. Naruto then disappeared in a flash, no one able to see his movements except for Haku, Kakashi, Yamato and Zabuza. Naruto reappeared and started reaping through all the bandits, killing them instantly with his claw-like nails. He would slash their throats or some other part of their body while moving towards Gato, who was now running in fright, but Naruto was faster. Naruto finally got close enough and disappeared in a flash of red to reappear in front of Gato and grab him by his throat, the red chakra starting to burn his skin, making Gato scream in agony. Tell me why I shouldn't outright kill you right now, Naruto growled. I have money. Please, I'll give you whatever you want, Gato shouted. Money can't buy what I want, Naruto said before squishing the little man's throat and then punching the man's face in, splashing blood all over Naruto, surprising everyone and turning the bandits' emotions into fear. Sakura and Tazuna had stood by watching the entire scene, Sakura feeling more helpless than she ever had before. She promised herself to get stronger, but she had to watch this first. She had watched Sasuke and Sora battle Haku, getting trapped in the ice dome while Naruto fought the legendary Hanzo. She had heard about him in school and could remember tales of his power and how he fought against all three Sannin of Konoha before. She watched Zabuza, Kakashi and Yamato fight. Tazuna would ask her questions she would quickly respond to, but when Naruto exhibited the power he had, both their jaws dropped. Naruto. Amazing, Sakura said. How can one kid have so much power? Tazuna asked. I don't know, Sakura said. They had watched on, from the clash of tags battle and Kakashi and Yamato trapping Zabuza to Jiraiya showing up, surprising the two. That guy better be on our side, Tazuna said. He is. That's Naruto's uncle and our Toad Sannin, Sakura said. Finally some good news, Tazuna said. They continued to watch as Naruto saved Sora and Sasuke, then went and saved Zabuza, surprising the two further. Then they watched him beat Zabuza to a pulp and finally Gato showing up, making Tazuna wince. There's no way they can take on all of those bandits in the state they are in now, Tazuna said. That was what surprised them the most. Naruto turned to them and shouted at them and red chakra took over his skin, surprising the two. What is that? Tazuna asked. I don't know, Sakura said. That is something we will be telling you about. After I deal with it, Jiraiya said from behind the two. The two turned to see Jiraiya quickly scrawling something onto a small square of paper. Then, they all watched Naruto appear and grab Gato after killing all of those bandits. They then proceeded to watch him squish the man's throat, and then punch the man's face in, smashing blood all over Naruto. Done. Now I can help my Gaki, Jiraiya said before disappearing. Sakura and Tazuna looked at each other, pale as can be, and Sakura went over to the edge of the bridge and retched. Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto and put the tag on the sole of his neck, causing the fox's chakra to recede into Naruto and have him pass out. Jiraiya then turned to the bandits and said, unless you all want to die right now, I suggest you run and find a new boss. Everyone then scrambled to dive into the ocean or get back to the boat they arrived on. Kakashi, Yamato and Sakura all rushed forward to their prospective people they wanted to see if they were alright. Yamato and Kakashi ran forward, briefly checking on Sora and Sasuke, who were both soundly okay before Sakura showed up and slowly started to remove the senbon, which after a moment revived Sasuke. Sora got up and ran forward with everyone else to check on Naruto. Naruto, he shouted. He's okay Gaki, just needs a good rest and some meditation, Jiraiya said. Sora nodded and looked at Yamato, who was already using his leftover chakra to infuse some Mokuta-natured chakra into Naruto, but Sora didn't recognize it. Yamato sighed as he felt himself getting more tired and said, I'm going to need you to carry me back senpai. Hi, Kakashi said. Zabuza and Haku both walked up and they said, we have no business attacking the bridge builder anymore. Kakashi turned around and glared at them. He looked and said, I hope your opinions have changed. Naruto went out of his way for you, which isn't something I would have done. Haku nodded while Zabuza narrowed his eyes and said, that brat will become something greater than all of us. Jiraiya nodded and said, he's vulnerable however to emotion and influence. We learned one day that an emotional outbreak can cause the fox's chakra to come up. Naruto has done well in keeping himself suppressed in the past, and I can hardly say I'm surprised that this happened like it did today. What are you talking about? Tazuna asked. S-class secret, sorry, Yamato said before falling over with chakra exhaustion, passing out. Kakashi sighed and picked Yamato up, slinging him over his shoulders and said, we should return to the house and discuss things there. That includes you two also. We can't have you running on your own yet. Everyone including Zabuza and Haku nodded. Kakashi sat down in the dining room with Haku, Zabuza, Sora, Sakura and Tazuna. They were trying to agree what to do for the remainder of the mission. We cannot let you go without some sort of consequence. What are even going to be your plans? Kakashi asked. I may just go back to Kiri. May, the leader there needs people like me to help. I want to take down that cage anyways, so might as well do it properly, Zabuza said, shrugging. Why choose differently now? Kakashi asked. Haku, she's been following me for too long. She needs somewhere that she can be normal and have a normal shinobi life. Respectable, Tazuna said, gritting his teeth. I do want to apologize to you, old man. It was nothing personal, just a job, Zabuza said. Right, Tazuna said. Do you agree with this, Haku? Sora asked. I do. I will follow Zabuza wherever he may go, and this may be a good decision, Haku said. Sora smiled and said, I'm glad. What did I miss? Jiraiya asked, stepping into the room now, sitting down. We were discussing Zabuza's plans. It's respectable enough, Kakashi said. I'm not one to lie, Zabuza said. I'll believe it when I see it, Jiraiya said. I intend to go to Kiri, Zabuza said. Oh, interesting. And what about the remainder of the mission? I now have to worry about all of you, Jiraiya said. We will stay until the bridge is finished. With Gato dead, people will return to finish the bridge, Kakashi said. Tazuna nodded and said, his tyranny has finally ended. No thanks to Naruto, Sakura said, silencing the room. You don't know nothing, girl, Jiraiya said in a dark tone. What should I know? Sakura asked boldly. Nothing. You should know nothing. This mission has gotten out of hand. It should be declared S rank for Naruto because he had to fight Hanzo. He had to fight Hanzo. Jiraiya-sama, it isn't your fault, Kakashi said. I should have just flat out said it. I knew he would show up, but I was afraid the letter would be intercepted or something. I don't know what I was thinking, Jiraiya said. We did get your warning and tried to prepare for it as best as we could, but we figured if Naruto had met him before, he was the best option. Obviously that wasn't to be, Kakashi said. I know, it's no one's fault. I'm sorry, Jiraiya said. We will worry about Naruto when he wakes up. I'm not sure how he'll react, Kakashi said. He's killed before. First kill was when he was 6. It was gruesome. If you're saying it, I'm sure it was. What will we do with Yamato-sensei then? Sora asked. We will let him rest with Naruto. They are both going to be exhausted from their battle. Even though Naruto has very large chakra reserves, it was impossible for him not to have wasted his reserves. I was talking with Yamato and he said that after his first battle with using the Mokudan, his control will be a lot better. I'm hoping this proves true in the future, Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded and said, well, let's rest and we will start finishing the bridge tomorrow. Everyone nodded, getting up to go off to bed. Naruto sat in his mindscape, staring at the barrier that separated him and the Kyuubi. He sighed and stood up. Then, he walked forward to the barrier and said, you can come out, Kyuubi. You are different, the Kyuubi said, stepping forward. I try, Naruto said, shrugging. No, it is your Mokudan that makes you different. You remind me of Hashirama, but more reserved. My chakra is a battleground I must control through my emotions, Naruto said. Kid, I hate you, but I'll give you a hint. My form is of rage and anger and hatred. Expel those thoughts and become a happy-minded idiotic fool. Naruto laughed a little and said, I'll keep that in mind. Why have you called me? Your chakra has suppressed me again. So, isn't that what it's supposed to do? The seal is wearing down. Because of the type of seal it is, my yin and yang chakras being together wear down the seal. However much for both of our benefits, it is not helping me. Normally, it would release me, but the seal to be destroyed naturally would result in both of our deaths. What? Naruto asked. You have a time limit, kid. How long? Give or take 3.5 years. What must I do? Master the Mokudan, farther than Hashirama ever could have. How? Your mother will have the answer to that. Talk to her. Naruto stood there for a minute, thinking. Then, he looked up and said, I don't know why you are helping me when you can just reform, but thank you. The fox roared and shouted, I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, I need no thanks. Naruto scoffed and walked off, disappearing from the mindscape before Kyuubi calmed down. He sighed and said, You're welcome, kid. Chapter 14, Trials and Inheritance. Naruto shook awake in the middle of the night with a silent gasp of air. He shot up, sweating through his night clothes someone had put onto him. He felt himself having raised eyes, in fright and shock. He looked around and realized he was in the same room as Yamato-sensei and some other person, as there was a third unoccupied role in the room. He sighed and attempted to stand up, only to find his breath hitched as he felt the burns on his feet preventing him from standing up. He felt them healing faster than normal, but still relatively slow. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration and started to cry silently. He hadn't felt this way in forever, just a pit of sadness and anger overwhelming him. He had been told he had 3.5 years to live unless he could somehow master Mokuden within the timeline. How was that even possible, and what was the point of mastering Mokuden if the seal would deteriorate anyways? What was Kyuubi trying to tell him? He looked up in silent desperation, feeling the tears streaming down his face. He hadn't let his emotions take control of him for a long time, and now look what happened. He fought internally with himself and realized it just wasn't working. He needed to vent his emotions better. He decided it would be better to think on it when he could talk to someone in the morning, so he laid back down and tried to go to sleep, but found himself wide awake all night, left with his thoughts and emotions. Naruto got up the next morning at sunrise to find all of his wounds had healed over nicely, but he was extremely exhausted now. But he knew he had to put on an act for everyone to make him seem better than he was, but he found himself irritated at the moment. He got up, stretching, and turned to see Yamato paler than usual and still asleep. Naruto grabbed some normal clothes and took another glance at Yamato. He shrugged and left the room, walking downstairs. He entered to see Kakashi and Yamato sitting at the table with Zabuza, Naruto's eyes widening in shock. "Looks like your brat's awake," Zabuza said, taking notice out of a side glance. "Calm down, Naruto," Jiraiya said, getting up. "He is sitting in this room in Tazuna's house?" Naruto asked, astounded. "I have no business killing him anymore, and I think your word did loop me around," Zabuza said, shrugging. Naruto looked at the three and shook his head, sitting down at the table. Jiraiya went to the kitchen and after a minute, brought back a cup of coffee and a plate filled to the brim with food. He put the breakfast in front of Naruto and took a seat himself, watching him eat silently, but slowly. The adults all looked at each other, gesturing to Jiraiya to take the initiative, Jiraiya cursing to himself silently. "What happened, kid?" Jiraiya asked. "What do you mean what happened?" Naruto asked. "On the bridge," Jiraiya said. "Oh, I don't know. I almost got killed by AS rank nin because Kakashi and Yamato had to fight fucking Zabuza here. Then, I decided I was too pissed off to give a shit and killed Gato," Naruto said, earning a guilty glance from Kakashi and Zabuza, but Naruto could care less. "Don't take that tone with me," Jiraiya said. "Oh right, like you can be a role model," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "Naruto, we just want to make sure you're okay," Kakashi said. Naruto turned on him and said, "Because I wasn't okay when I got my ass handed to me by Hanzo. I almost got killed because of that explosive tag jutsu he used. Luckily, I got away from the explosion before any permanent damage could be done. I'm sorry, kid. It was my responsibility to protect you and I failed. I tried to get here as fast as possible, but sooner is farther away than Konoha is to here," Jiraiya said. "You didn't fail, you were just late," Naruto said reluctantly. "What's the problem?" Kakashi asked. "Nothing," Naruto said when he realized he shouted. He paused for a moment before quickly finishing his breakfast and said, "I'm going to meditate. No one disturb me for the next hour." Naruto stood up abruptly and walked outside, brooding internally. The three adults at the table all looked at each other with different expressions. Zabuza looked up and said, "That kid has a problem. He's hiding something." "I know, but I can't force him to reveal it. He can make his own decisions," Jiraiya said. "Yamato and Naruto have a different relationship. Maybe he'll share with him," Kakashi said with hope in his voice. "I don't think that's going to happen," Jiraiya said. Naruto sat down in a clearing in the forest and returned to his sad emotions. He needed some place where he could release and just be himself for a few minutes. He had always lived behind a mask, Shiraku-sama always telling him that he should live behind a mask to hide the Kyuubi. Naruto didn't like the prospect of that, but he did it anyways. He had found it worked until now. Why didn't it work? Did he bottle his emotions in too long? What could he do? He took to meditation then to find his answer. Sakura, Sora and Sasuke meanwhile all were up and in the kitchen with Kakashi, Jiraiya and Zabuza. Haku was still sleeping in for whatever reason. They had been called by Kakashi and Jiraiya and they sat down at the table with them. They sat in silence for a few minutes until Sakura finally burst out and asked, "What is this about?" Jiraiya sighed heavily and said, "Naruto. It's about Naruto. I need your help." "What? Why?" Sakura asked bluntly. "He's hiding something. Something big. I've never seen him like this before," Jiraiya said, Kakashi nodding in agreement. Sora looked at the two and asked, "Is he meditating now?" "Yes," he said, not to disturb him, but knowing him he's probably in a clearing in the forest somewhere, Jiraiya said. Sora stood up abruptly and walked out of the house swiftly, moving to console his surrogate brother. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at each other and shrugged, moving to get up, but Jiraiya grabbed them and said, "Let him have some alone time. This may be what we need to do." Sora moved quickly around the forest in the surrounding area and after about 10 minutes, found Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating. Sora walked up quietly and soon discovered he was shedding silent tears. Sora's eyes widened, realizing Naruto was crying. Something he never really does. Sora jumped down and kneeled down in front of Naruto, pulling him in even though he never liked anyone disturbing him. Naruto's eyes opened in shock. No one sneaks up on him during meditation, but he knew he wasn't really focusing. He then realized Sora was here and it was him only. He relaxed into his hug and cried openly, releasing for the first time in a long time. Naruto didn't know what to do and he knew he would need help, but he didn't know how to ask for this type of help. It was an impossible task that the stupid fox set up for him. "Naruto, tell me what's wrong," Sora said. Naruto nodded and slowly calmed down his crying. He finally calmed down and pulled back, looking at Sora for the first time in a long time with his eyes. He never looked at anyone with his eyes fully because, as he had learned, the eyes were the portal to the soul. Sora looked at him and saw the sadness and sorrow and hopelessness in his eyes. Sora didn't know it was this bad at all. Naruto was really good at hiding his feelings. "Sora, you can't tell anyone," Naruto said. "But. No buts. It's too much for anyone to handle right now and I can only trust you to not overreact." Sora thought for a moment on the possibilities. Naruto wasn't a victim of something outrageous, was he? He wasn't dying, unless he didn't know something. He nodded, determined to find out what his friend and brother was hiding from him. Naruto sighed and told him about his battle with the Mokuden and how he had finally calmed his chakra to the point of balance. He then told him about his rage at the world around him and then about his conversation with his tenant. Naruto then explained to him that his seal was deteriorating, meaning that his tenant's chakra would practically implode within Naruto and cause his death, and the only way to save himself was to master Mokuden in 3.5 years. He told him about the conversation with the Kyuubi also. Sora sat in silence for many minutes, trying to process all of this information. He hadn't known the first part, but he knew about Naruto's constant struggle with his emotions. He knew that meditation had helped him, but it wasn't a permanent solution. Naruto needed real happiness in his life, and this was the meaning of hopelessness. His struggle with his emotions was due to the fox's influence, because Naruto had both Kyuubi's yin and yang chakra halves, and Naruto mastering the Mokuden in 3.5 years. Naruto was faced against an impossible task, but he had known Naruto long enough to know Naruto could face the impossible. Sora looked at Naruto, contemplating what to say. "Naruto," Sora started after a moment, "I have known you long enough to know you can do the impossible. That stupid fox has messed around with your life for long enough. Show him that you can do the impossible." "But how? Master Mokuden farther than Hashirama Gigi ever had. How do I do it, Sora? Yamato can't teach me everything and we lost all knowledge Hashi Gigi ever had. Not even my mother knows where it's at." Sora said, then he looked at Naruto's crystal forest green eyes, brimming to the brink with sadness. Sora reached forward and pulled him into a hug and said, "I will help you wherever I can, but for now we cannot worry about it. We can worry about it later." "Ka-chan is going to kill me," Naruto said, laughing a little, then started to choke up. "I know, but we will deal with it," Sora said, hugging his brother closer and tighter. The next few days at Wave passed by uneventfully. Sora and Naruto stuck to each other like butter to bread. Yamato had woken up after another day. Naruto had discovered he was passed out for a full day, which really meant half a day since Naruto woke up in the middle of the night. Naruto spent much of the week catching up with Sora and just talking with him, avoiding his Jonin-sensei and the other adults like they were the demons chasing him. Naruto only sat down with them at mealtimes and ate in silence, Sora sitting next to him. Naruto had discovered Jiraiya had bunked with him, but Naruto immediately moved out of the room, taking to sleeping outside, even though he never really slept. Whenever he tried, he found himself woken up by his nightmares. He found himself awake constantly, thinking and disturbed about the task that he had to face. After 5 days, people started to notice Naruto sagging around, not his usual focused self. Jiraiya had started to take it hard that Naruto was avoiding him and set out to talk to him during mealtimes, which Naruto simply ignored. Kakashi had even tried to follow him and Sora through the forests one day but found that they quickly evaded his eye. Kakashi had given up after the 3rd time and took to simply guarding the bridge and attempting to talk to them at mealtimes. Zabuza said to give the kid some space, but he was getting worse and worse. Sasuke and Sakura had noted Naruto's change in attitude, going from his put-together form to a more sullen and withdrawn form of himself. Sasuke and Sakura had attempted to follow Naruto one time after dinner, but he had disappeared without a trace, leaving the two confused. Sora was the most worried about Naruto. He had to force him to eat at mealtimes and he never could find him at night time when he would go off on his own in the forest and find some place to sleep. He had even asked Haku to help him track him, but to no avail. Sora was fighting with himself whether or not to talk to Jiraiya or even Kakashi-sensei, but he wasn't sure what to do because he had promised Naruto he wouldn't talk. It wasn't until the 6th day that all the adults had gotten together and talked about the dilemma of Naruto. It was the last day until they left since Tazuna was finished with the bridge now and everyone was celebrating. Everyone on the guard team was allowed the day off, but the adults got together after watching Naruto and Sora go off into the forest together again. "Naruto has a serious problem," Jiraiya said, rubbing his forehead. "I know, and it seems Sora knows the issue," Kakashi said. "We could interrogate him for the information," Zabuza said, shrugging. "No, I am not forcing my godson to give up the information. It has to be of his own free will or he will never forgive us," Jiraiya said. "We corner them tonight at dinner then," Yamato said. As much as I hate to, I agree, Kakashi said. What happened to make Naruto like this? Zabuza asked. I don't think it was because of the bridge, Yamato said. No, this is something completely different, Jiraiya said. Everyone was seated at the dinner table, eating in silence. Tsunami and Inari were out in the village celebrating because Inari had wanted to stay later. Tazuna had come back to eat with the group and he himself had noticed Naruto's sudden change in attitude. He had gone from a put-together ninja to a withdrawn child. He looked at everyone and slammed his fist on the table, raising everyone's attention. I have a house to run and I hate to admit it, but I'm worried about you, kid. I think everyone is. Why don't you tell us the problem? Tazuna said, staring directly at Naruto. Naruto sat there, wide-eyed and scared. They had finally come together and decided to interrogate him. Naruto stood up abruptly, ready to leave, but Sora grabbed his wrist. He looked down and saw Sora with a wide-eyed pleading look. You're siding with them, Naruto shouted. Naruto, please. This isn't something you can do alone, Sora pleaded. What do you know? Naruto asked, his voice still raised. I know you're hurting. You told me yourself. Please trust them, Sora said, his own voice raising. You know my reasons, Naruto hissed, turning to leave, but Sora stood up and said, I'll tell them. Naruto wheeled around and glared at him, shouting, you wouldn't. I'll do anything to protect my brother, Sora said. Naruto stood there, wide-eyed and pale. Everyone saw the frightened and cornered look in Naruto's eyes and the changes that had happened to him over the past few days. He looked so pale compared to the tan skin he usually had, and his golden hair had drooped and gotten greasy, showing he hadn't taken care of himself the last few days. He even showed his eyes, not caring at that point, and everyone saw the glassy look in his green eyes. Then, suddenly he broke down, getting on his knees and curling into himself. He then started to outright sob in front of everyone, shocking everyone at the table. Jiraiya stood up and pulled his godson into his arms, carrying him upstairs while everyone watched shocked at what just happened. Sora himself even started shedding silent tears, muttering to himself. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura asked. Yeah, Kakashi asked, not paying much attention. What just happened? Sakura asked. I don't really know, Kakashi said. Jiraiya carried him to the room he and Yamato had slept in the past few nights, waking up to find Naruto not in the room and his bedroll unoccupied. He closed the door behind him and set down Naruto in his lap and just hugged the frail boy, trying to calm him down. It wasn't even 10 minutes later when Sora walked into the room with red eyes, gently closing the door behind him and sitting down in front of Jiraiya where Naruto was now asleep in his arms. Jiraiya looked down sadly at Naruto, then looked up and said to Sora, if you truly care about Naruto, I suggest you tell me everything. So Sora did tell him. He had debated with himself over the past week and had decided it was the best course of action and vented to Jiraiya everything about what Naruto told him from the beginning. Jiraiya was to say shocked at the things Naruto had been hiding from everyone. Naruto acted like everything was okay, but in reality, he was hiding all of this. No one could have suspected it, and maybe even Naruto was in denial himself. It was the only logical explanation. When he heard about the seal deteriorating, he had set Naruto down flat and ran a check over the seal and had found the very thing to be true. Naruto's seal was slowly weakening and it would be to the point where it would be gone, the housing mechanic destroyed, meaning the fox's chakra would practically destroy Naruto from the inside out without a constraint, but at the same time destroying the fox. His old student really did a good job with this seal, but at the same time doomed his son. Sora, I have to thank you for this information. You may have just saved his life coming to us, Jiraiya said. Sora shook his head and said, he was adamant about keeping the information away from you and everyone he loved. He was afraid you all would overreact or... I know, I will handle everything, Jiraiya said. The next day, Naruto was still asleep, but Jiraiya had agreed to carry him while they traveled back to Konoha. He had seen Naruto pass out in his arms from exhaustion and had known it was from sleep deprivation. Kakashi and his team met up with Yamato, Jiraiya, Tazuna, Tsunami, Inari, Zabuza and Haku at the bridge. Tazuna walked up to Kakashi and shook his hand. Thank you for continuing to assist us. Our nation owes Konoha a huge debt and a huge debt to Naruto here. He single-handedly took down Gato, Tazuna said. Kakashi smiled and simply said, it was no problem. In reality, it had caused many problems that no one knew about now except for Sora and Jiraiya. Jiraiya had told everyone that he would discuss this back home in confidence with people he knew he could trust, getting a subtle nod from everyone. Zabuza walked up next and said, me and Haku will be going to Kiri when you all leave. I wanted to thank you again, Kakashi, even though I should be thanking that sleeping Gaki over there. Kakashi nodded and shook hands with Zabuza in respect. Haku had stepped forward and swept Naruto's hair with her hand, muttering a silent thank you before stepping back with Zabuza. Inari came forward next, choosing to grip Naruto's hand and said, be better soon, Ni-san, surprising many people. Tsunami even came and gave her respects to Naruto and smiled at his sleeping face, stroking the whisker marks on his face, getting him to purr, raising a few eyebrows and earning a few chuckles around the group. I hope your kid gets better, Zabuza said. Yamato nodded and said, when he wakes up, I'm going to kick that Gaki's ass back in shape just for keeping secrets from me. Zabuza chuckled and everyone from Konoha departed, crossing the bridge, leaving behind a small group standing by the side of the bridge where Tazuna said, you know, we still have to name the bridge. Oh, what about the Great Naruto Bridge? Inari asked, jumping up and down. Zabuza chuckled and Haku even giggled while Tazuna thought about it and nodded saying, I like it. The Great Naruto Bridge after our nation's savior. Thank you Naruto. Everyone then knew however his victory did not come without a price. One day later. Everyone returned to Konoha swiftly and reported immediately to the Hokage. They were all worried about Naruto's safety, Sora and Jiraiya especially. Naruto's life was on the line and every moment to Jiraiya was important. They soon arrived, entering the Hokage's office where Tsunade was sitting with Shizune, making Jiraiya's life a little easier since they didn't have to wait for them. Hokage-sama. Team 7 and Elite Genin team report back with a mission success, however we ran into many complications, Kakashi said. Hiruzen and Tsunade both exchanged glances and for the first time, Tsunade looked to where Jiraiya was standing in the back and saw Naruto sleeping in his arms. Naruto-kun, Tsunade shouted, standing up abruptly. Shizune also looked towards Naruto, alarmed slightly. Hime, please. He hardly needs to be woken up and interrogated. We will talk in a little bit. Please listen to what happened first. Tsunade gritted her teeth, but nodded reluctantly and sat back down. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said, I suggest you make it quick since Tsunade here will for sure want to know what happened to her son. Kakashi nodded and dived into the details of the mission, starting with the ambush on the road, then the battle with Zabuza. Hiruzen was disappointed to know that everyone had agreed to continue with the mission, but couldn't necessarily blame their sense of safety seeing how they had two Jonin on the team. It was when they got further into the tale of the battle on the bridge that Hiruzen and Tsunade were both astounded. Shizune even was gawking at the tale. Hanzo showed up. Tsunade shouted. Hi, I found out while I was in Tsunade doing some investigating on Orochimaru's movements. I sent a bird as soon as I found out and followed soon after, Jiraiya said sadly. Naruto engaged him in battle since we were hoping to finish Zabuza-san quickly to help him. Sadly, Zabuza-san kept us much busy much longer than necessary, Yamato said. Kakashi continued the tale of the battle, about how Jiraiya had shown up and how Naruto had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle stopping Zabuza and Haku, then Gato showing up provoking Naruto to release a certain chakra, but the adults knew it was the Kyuubi. Kakashi explained that Naruto killed more than half of Gato's men and Gato himself, not going into specifics on how it had happened but by the shudder of the team, the three people sitting at the desk could imagine what had happened if not by that sign. Kakashi then explained that the rest of the mission went by without a hitch. They had led Zabuza and Haku returned to Kiri and had been in terms of friendship, but there was a more personal problem. Naruto seems to be troubled by something. Sora and Jiraiya-sama both seem to know the issue so I think it best to let him explain the issue. If I may however, I would like to discover the issue myself. Perhaps I can offer my assistance. I want to find out what the issue is too. He is my student after all, Yamato said. Jiraiya looked at the two and said, we may need you two more than anything. You can stay, but the other two brats have got to go. Did you just call Sasuke a brat? Sakura asked. My point exactly, Jiraiya said. I am afraid Jiraiya is in charge of the situation since he is the eldest one who knows of Naruto's current situation. Sora-kun you may stay, but Sasuke-kun and Sakura-kun, you both must leave, Hiruzen said with a look towards the two. Sasuke nodded respectfully and said, make sure that Dobe is awake and back on his feet before long. He's too strong to be down too long. Hiruzen nodded and said, I'll be sure. Sasuke left, Sakura following behind him closely. Jiraiya walked forward with Naruto in his arms and gently laid him in Tsunade's lap, Naruto curled up frowning in his sleep. Shizune looked at him and saw his disheveled appearance. Hiruzen even turned and took notice to this and frowned at this. What exactly happened? Is it to do with him killing Gato and his men? Hiruzen asked. Not at all Hokage-sama. If I may, Sora said, slowing down gradually. Go ahead Sora. You know the situation better than I do and he was the one that told you, Jiraiya said. Tsunade looked up at Sora who was looking downwards with a little shame. He was obviously upset about Naruto's situation, but he finally looked up and said, I need to tell you this simply, then explain in detail. I don't think that's a good idea kid, Jiraiya said. Tsunade will have too many questions if I don't explain it this way, Sora said. Fine kid, I trust you, Jiraiya said shrugging it off. Sora turned around and faced everyone in the room. He sighed and said, before I go on, I ask that you hold any questions until the end. What is this about? Tsunade asked, fear-laced in her voice. Sora again sighed and said, He's dying, not th. My son is dying, Tsunade asked, Naruto now stirring and groaning. Everyone looked to see Naruto now waking up in his mother's arms and he looked around groggily before he looked up and saw his mother looking down at him. Oh shit, Naruto said before covering his mouth in realization. Oh shit is right young man. What did you do? Tsunade asked. Naruto looked around and he cowered and curled into himself, afraid. Sora sighed and said, please listen, I'll explain everything. And Sora went on to explain everything that happened after the battle and what Naruto had done and what he had been told. Naruto listened to Sora say everything and it was exactly what Naruto had told him. Everyone in the room was to say shocked that Naruto had been shouldering so much. Tsunade hugged her son tighter to her every time she heard something else was wrong to the point where Naruto was having a harder time breathing but he didn't say anything. And that's the end of it, Sora said. Everything he said about the seal is true. I checked it myself and it's deteriorating by itself. What the seal is doing is slowly eating away at the restraint permanently, so it cannot be restored unless someone knows the key well enough to reconstruct it. Unfortunately, I can't and won't learn how to do it in fear of messing up the seal and hurting Naruto, so we have to hope that Naruto can fix this before it's too late. Naruto-kun, Tsunade asked, whispering in her son's ear. What? Naruto asked sullenly. Why didn't you tell us about the other stuff? About your emotions, about your seal? Tsunade asked desperately. Because I was in denial. I didn't want to admit I was having a hard time with my emotions. The seal I didn't know about until a week ago when Kyuubi told me. Everyone flinched at the mentioning of Kyuubi, but paid attention to Naruto still. He didn't say anything after, choosing to sit in silence still. Tsunade sighed and took him up in her arms and said, I'm taking him back to his place. Sora, can you please come with and watch him for the rest of the night? I'll send Shizune when we are done to stay the night also. Sora nodded and Naruto flinched internally, knowing he had to be watched over by people. He was sick of it, but he knew he wasn't going to argue about it. He just didn't have the energy. He let his car-chan carry him out, followed by Sora, whom followed him back to their apartment. Naruto soon fell asleep again in Tsunade's arms. Everyone waited until Tsunade and Sora had left the room with Naruto when Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and said, Wow. That's all my sensei, the professor has to say. Jiraiya asked with a laugh. This isn't funny, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi said, also having a troubled look in his eye. I know, I'm worried about my godson as much if not more than you all are. But to master the Mokudan in 3.5 years? Yamato asked. I am not sure how we are going to do it, Jiraiya said. Whatever the case, it will be his top priority after the Chunin exams, Hiruzen said. You want him to take the exams the way he is now? It's only a month away, Jiraiya said. I expect him to. He needs to have something to motivate him and make him feel better, and this may help him, Hiruzen said with a pointed look. You can't be serious, Hokage-sama. After what we saw in Wave, he's going to be devastated, that everyone knows, Kakashi said. It's for the better, Shizune said. He will take the Chunin exams per my request. We all need to talk with Naruto and reinforce the ideal that there is hope. We will do everything in our power to find out the secrets of the Mokudan and the Shodai's power, Hiruzen said with a hardened look. For the first time in a long time, he looked younger and more determined. Everyone looked at Hiruzen and saw his determined look and immediately knew that he wouldn't give up without a fight, and so everyone put on a look of their own and nodded. Tsunade walked in at that moment and saw everyone looking convinced and on a mission. I assume we all are ready to deal with my son? Tsunade asked, now resolved. Everyone nodded, so she closed the door behind her and said, we need to develop his Mokudan. Yamato, obviously you've been teaching him. What have you taught him exactly? I have gone as far as to teach him Jukai Koden, Nativity of a World of Trees, the Moku Bunshin, Wood Clone, and Moku Yoheiki, Wood Locking Wall. Some of the more basic techniques, but the first very draining. Hashirama Gigi would be proud of him for even learning it at such an early stage. What about Sage Mode? Has he tapped into that at all? Tsunade asked. Not at all, Yamato said with a shake of his head. We can solve that easily with summons training, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded and said, but even after that he will have to take it to a whole new stage. Hashirama mastered Sage Mode completely, being able to draw in nature chakra at an incredible rate and use it on a massive scale. Jiraiya nodded and said, we will work on it when the time comes, but you and I should take the time to work with his summons and figure out his familiars for each. Kakashi, Yamato and Hiruzen asked. Tsunade grinned while Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and said, you see, we arranged to have him become the next summoner for each of our summons. He deserves it. Katsuya agreed to share and he talked with the old Toad sages about it, Tsunade said. Amazing, Kakashi said. We will talk with him tomorrow and start his training. Naruto needs something to encourage him and to put him forward on a foot again. Maybe we can give him the strength to go on, Jiraiya said. Everyone nodded, satisfied with the plan set forth. Naruto woke late at night abruptly, his eyes flying open and bolting up into a sitting position. He had another nightmare of himself dying and everyone falling into a depression over his death. He sighed and moved to get up from his bed, but his feet landed softly on someone sleeping on the floor in his bedroom. He looked down and found Sora sleeping soundly. Naruto smiled softly at the thought and got up, dragging his blanket and pillow off the bed and laid down next to Sora. He hadn't done a sleep on the floor together kind of thing in a long time. Goodnight, Sora, Naruto whispered and turned over to fall asleep again, this time on his own free will. Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade all sat around a table back at Swan and Shizune's apartment, drinking tea. They had stayed up all night, talking to each other about what to do with their coming future. They had neglected Naruto's problems too long. It's just hard to believe we weren't there for Naruto that long, Shizune said, shaking her head. Our shortcomings isn't what we need to focus on right now, Jiraiya said. He's right, Shizune. Naruto has a heart that is so strong when he shows it. I think it's time we showed him how to use it properly, and not to hide behind a mask, Tsunade said. I remember when that Gaki used to be a happy and bright kid. Chiriku knew what he was doing when he taught him how to channel his emotions like he did, but was it necessary? Jiraiya said, pondering. No time to dwell on it. We will bring him out of his shell slowly through his friends and family. We'll focus on him using the summoning technique over the next month. I want him to be able to use it if the need arises, Tsunade said. I agree. Plus, it will introduce him to the toads that will help him gain Sage Mode, Jiraiya pointed out. Katsuya-sama said something about a scroll for him when the time comes, Shizune said suddenly. I wonder what it is, Tsunade said pondering. We cannot dwell on it. Katsuya has a plan. Is it true she also has a son now? Jiraiya asked. Shizune nodded and said, she requested that her son be Naruto's summons, but she has agreed to be called on by Naruto should the need ever arise. Jiraiya whistled and said, Gaki's got some serious favor. The other two nodded and they returned to their own thoughts for quite some time, before they all got up and went off to their own bedrooms to sleep, Shizune going to Naruto's to sleep over there in case something should happen. Naruto woke the next morning to find Sora was up since the spot next to him was vacated. He groaned and got up, rubbing his eyes. He felt his hair and realized that hadn't taken a shower in forever. He got up and walked out of his room into the bathroom and tore off his clothes. He stepped inside the shower and let hot water run down his back. For the first time in a while, Naruto could think clearly. He had gotten a lot of sleep, but was still hungry. He felt his stomach growl at him, but he ignored it. He wanted to think about the things that had been plaguing his mind with a clear head. He looked up and let the water run over his face, soothing him. He then leaned against the wall and closed his eyes while he thought. He was tired of everything. He had wanted to give up, but he kept on going because of the people he loved. He didn't know what to do, but he knew he wanted to try. He didn't know how, but he would find a way. Naruto for the first time smiled at the ridiculous thought of mastering the Mokuden in 3.5 years. He even started giggling at the ridiculous and seemingly impossible thought. He quickly washed himself down and dried himself off. He resolved to do many things. He wanted to thank everyone who had stuck around with him that knew. He wanted to also spend more time with Sora and his many friends. Then, he would train as hard as he could. He had to make sure he was ready to face the trials ahead. He had a weird feeling that was coming from his gut. He knew it wasn't a good feeling either. He stepped outside and into the front area of his apartment where Sora was in the kitchen getting coffee while Tsunade, Shizune, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Yamato and Jiraiya all were sitting at the dining table in the front area. They all looked up to see Naruto looking refreshed for the first time in forever. He even had a small smile sported on his face. Naruto? Tsunade asked. Naruto looked at them with his eyes that were sparkling for the first time in a long time. The plants in the apartment even seemed to spring to life a little bit more. Naruto smiled at them and said, thank you and I'm sorry. Tsunade got up and walked over to her son and embraced him in a hug. She looked down at him and said, you have nothing to apologize for, while she thought about how much bigger he had grown while he was gone. Naruto stepped back and said, I know how big the challenge is, and I don't know how I'll do it, but I can do it. I've done many things and this is one of those things that will be done. Everyone smiled at Naruto and were happy that Naruto had finally come to terms with the situation. Tsunade hugged her son around his waist and walked over with him back to the table where Sora brought in a cup of coffee and a bowl of ramen for Naruto to eat, which he happily accepted, making everyone chuckle at the thought of Naruto eating ramen for breakfast. Naruto-kun, we have been discussing a few things, and we want to push you in the right direction, Hiruzen said. What do ya have in mind, Gigi? Naruto asked. The Chunin exams. Naruto's head shot up and he looked at Yamato who nodded in consent. He turned back to his Gigi and asked, are you sure? I'm more than positive. You are more than ready and well equipped to handle the situations that the Chunin exams will bring about. Naruto smiled and nodded. Sora even was intrigued by it and asked, will I be entering it? Kakashi looked up and said, if I deem you three ready. By the way you all handled yourselves in Wave, I don't see why not, but we will train hard over the next month to get you all ready of course. Sora nodded. Naruto looked around at the table and asked, is everyone really here for me? Of course. We want to make sure you're okay my Ototo, Shizune said. Naruto smiled at the surname and said, so, what's the plan for the next month then? Tsunade and Jiraiya both turned to Naruto grinning and Jiraiya said, you're training with me and your mother Gaki. What, really? It's time we brought you into the reason why we are Sannin. You mean? Jiraiya and Tsunade both pulled out a scroll, Jiraiya getting the one off of his back while Tsunade pulled one out of the pocket of her kimono and both were put on the table. Everyone smiled at the sort of coming-to-age ritual that they were about to witness, Sora more confused. What are those scrolls? Sora asked. These scrolls are the summoner scrolls for the Garmuk Toad and Namekuji slug tribes, Tsunade explained. Naruto gets to sign both. Sora asked. It's only right. His father was a summoner for the toads and his mother for the slugs, Jiraiya said shrugging. Really? My dad? Naruto asked. Everyone exchanged glances before Jiraiya said, maybe we should tell you about your dad. I mean, you're ready. He isn't strong enough, Tsunade said simply. Come on Tsunade, you know as well as I do if he can hold off Hanzo that with this training he will be more than equipped to handle himself. It's time. But, Tsunade-sama, you knew this day would come when you. Shizune said trailing off. I know, Tsunade said pausing for a long time before finally saying, I think it's time. So, who is he? Naruto asked. Naruto, I'll give you a hint. Look at the mountains, Jiraiya said. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately at the analogy and then frowned. He thought for a moment before he finally realized it. He looked up and said, the Yondaime Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Hi, everyone but Sora echoed. But, he sealed the Kyuubi within me. Why? Jiraiya sighed and said, there are some things that need to be explained now, such as why you're biologically related to your mother, but not in a birth mother sense. What? Naruto asked. Naruto, I love you more than the world itself, but I cannot lie. I did not give birth to you. Your biological mother Kushina died while giving birth to you. She loved you so much, but she died because of complications. Naruto's eyes widened at what she was saying and he started shedding silent tears in a mixture of emotions he felt. Tsunade hugged her son, which he returned gladfully. He stopped crying after a moment and wiped his face, then said, it doesn't matter that you're not my biological mother. You're my mother because you raised me. I love my mother Kushina and she will always be my mother too, but she didn't raise me like you did. Tsunade smiled at that and said, I am so glad. I want you to love the memory of Kushina and Minato also though. Naruto nodded and looked towards Jiraiya who was restraining himself from talking. He looked at Naruto and said, it's time you discovered the secrets of many usurpers in this village and the traitors that made you the way you are. After Naruto listened to Jiraiya tell him about his altered DNA and the truth of the Kyuubi attack, he was shocked and wasn't sure how to contemplate what to do. And the truth behind the people who had manipulated him and his mother. He would kill Orochimaru and Danzo if he ever got his hands on them. And then Madara still being alive. He looked up and practically shouted the first thing that came to mind, Uchiha Madara is still alive. We don't know that for certain, but we do know that the attacker had a Sharingan strong enough to control Kyuubi which only one person has been able to do before. It's a very plausible theory, Tsunade said. But Hashirama Gigi killed him. Right, Naruto asked. At this point, nothing is certain, Tsunade said sadly. Naruto sighed and looked down at his empty cup and plate of food. He got up groaning and said, I need another cup of coffee. He walked into the kitchen and refilled his cup before he returned and sat down at the table again, everyone silent with their thoughts. Naruto's mind was whirling at how he had inherited his Mokuden powers and how his father defended the village and his family. He was more understanding of his father's situation now than he was before and was happy at the choices his father had made. I think I understand and I am not disappointed. In fact, I am more determined to become Hokage now just to kick Danzo's ass straight out of office, Naruto said. That's what we were hoping to hear, Jiraiya said. I even left him for you to tear apart Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said with a sly smile and a wink. Naruto grinned and said, now can I sign the 2 scrolls? Everyone chuckled at his eagerness and Tsunade held out her scroll for Naruto to open and sign. Tsunade looked at him and said, since you have 2 summons, it's best if you do one on each hand. Naruto looked inside the scroll and saw his mother's name signed in blood, and her fingerprints next to her name. Naruto bit his thumb like he saw his mother and the others do when they would summon and signed his name in blood, then bit his other fingers and scripted his fingerprints onto the scroll, then closed it. That's good. We will do summoning training after breakfast ends. For now, let's have you sign the other scroll, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded, taking the Gamma scroll and signed next to his father's name with his right hand this time. He put his fingerprints underneath his name and closed it up. Jiraiya nodded and said, that's good now. Today you are a toad summoner and as such you take up the scroll as you take up the slug summon scroll. They are yours and as such you will do well to take care of them. Naruto gave a grin and nodded. Everyone got up and started saying their farewells, having to return to work or go to train. Yamato, Jiraiya and Tsunade all stayed behind and got up, Naruto doing the same. You ready to give it your all today, Gaki? It's going to be a long day, Jiraiya said. Of course Ero-oji, Naruto said with a knowing smirk. Jiraiya's jaw dropped and he started to blast off at his godson while they all walked outside to the training field Naruto normally trained at. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, Tsunade and Yamato where he was seated cross-legged on the ground. They sat in front of him and Jiraiya said, alright kid, listen up. Summons bring about a whole new league of jutsu and different techniques that you will learn and master. Today, we are going to have you draw out your slug summons and get to know your familiar. After that is done, tomorrow we will go on to your frog summons. That will take much longer. Naruto nodded and Tsunade instructed Naruto on how to summon the slugs, using his left hand which was the hand he signed with. He listened closely and nodded. He stood up and looked at the 3, taking a step back. He bit his thumb and made the necessary seals, then shouted, Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique. There was a large amount of chakra exerted, Naruto focusing extremely trying to use the right amount of chakra and focusing it, then there was a plume of smoke and there appeared a giant slug that everyone then knew as Katsuya. Tsunade-sama, is there something you need? Katsuya asked. Actually Katsuya, my son surprised you surprisingly on his first try, Tsunade said with a bit of pride in her voice. Naruto-kun, well this is a surprise. Naruto-sama, I see you have signed our contract. Hi Katsuya-sama, Naruto shouted on top of Katsuya's head. Then you should know that I have requested you take on my son as your familiar for the slugs. It would be much appreciated. It would be an honor. I'm glad to hear. If you would be so kind as to summon my son and we can have you to meet. Naruto jumped down from Katsuya's head, landing gently before he bit his thumb and did the seals again, shouting, "Kuchio's no jutsu." There was another plume, but this time it was smaller, and out of the smoke came a second slug. This time it was as large as Naruto. He looked around before saying, "Yo, Katsuga, that is not how I told you to act around our summoner," Katsuya said. "Oh, sorry ma. Hello Naruto-sama, a pleasure to meet you," the slug named Katsuga said. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, "Honestly, I don't like the honorifics. I'd just like to be friends, so you can just call me Naruto. No honorifics is necessary, Katsuga." Tsunade chuckled and said, "It's really okay Katsuya. You and I both know Naruto enough. Alright Katsuga, I'll leave you two alone for now, but before I go, it's time." "Time for the scroll?" Jiraiya asked in turn. "Hi," Katsuya said, spitting out a very large-sized scroll, the size of Naruto and Katsuga. The scroll was placed gently on the ground where Naruto went to pick it up and placed it gently against a tree along with his other scrolls. "Thank you Katsuya-sama," Naruto said. "Naruto, we know of your struggle. Just be sure you are focused when doing this type of training, and I recommend waiting to do part 3 until you have mastered Sage Mode with the toads." Naruto nodded and thanked her once again, where she disappeared, leaving the original group plus Katsuga. Naruto turned to him and said, "Well, the best way to get to know each other's abilities is to train. Let's do it." Naruto had trained with Katsuga and they had talked for a good portion of the day. He had experimented with his acid abilities and using different jutsu to make it larger or travel farther, but only his wind jutsu really helped get it farther. He had also found out about Katsuga's amazing healing abilities, but it was limited at the moment because of how small he was. Along with that, he had a dividing ability that allowed him to evade most damage. He was really like his mother, but he was differently colored. Katsuya had a blue stripe down her back, while Katsuga, to Naruto's joy, had an orange stripe. At the end of the day, the two had become great friends and Katsuga left rather disappointed he had to leave, but Naruto promised he would summon him as soon as he needed him or for more training to see how cooler Katsuga had become. Jiraiya, Yamato and Tsunade all looked at Naruto's training in amazement at how easily he became adapted to his summons familiar, and even had a few laughs at Naruto's antics with Katsuga. Yamato had many questions about the summons with the slugs and Tsunade had been more than happy to answer. Yamato already had plans about the training. When they were done, Naruto smiled and slumped to the ground tired. He had a long day training with Katsuga and still wanted to check the scroll. "Hey Ka-chan, can you get the scroll so we all can read it?" Naruto asked. Tsunade walked over to where Naruto deposited the scrolls and grabbed the one Katsuya had brought. She walked over and set it down in front of Naruto, sitting by his side. Jiraiya and Yamato walked over, kneeling or sitting behind him, and Naruto looked over the scroll. He saw there was a blood seal, so he bit his thumb and flicked his blood over the seal, opening the scroll. When Naruto opened the scroll, all over there were different seals which ended about halfway through the scroll. There were 5 different sections, the first one being the smallest. They all had looked at the different storage seals and were impressed at the number. Naruto rolled up the scroll until there was only a small portion left open, leaving Naruto to unseal the different seals. Each seal revealed a book except for 2 which left a letter. Naruto's eyes opened as he looked at the contents and he looked at the people gathered around him. "It's meant for you Naruto. Read whatever you want," Tsunade said. Naruto nodded and picked up the first letter in front of him and opened it. He started to read out loud. "To the next bloodline user of the Mokuden. I congratulate you on unlocking the power of my bloodline. I am Senju Hashirama and have made this scroll in hopes of someone unlocking the true potential of the Mokuden. I have kept journals of my training process while I was in the mountains at the temple which I trained at." "I didn't know he trained at a temple," Tsunade said. "It makes sense. The monks there probably taught him Sage Mode. It might be ideal for Naruto go up there at one point," Yamato said. Naruto turned back to the letter and continued to read. "As my journals will tell you my problems with training, I am sure you will encounter different problems. Please use my experiences and relate them to your own. The power of the Mokuden is not to be underestimated and taken lightly. It can become something that is a weakness if not trained properly. It took my years to be able to learn it. I wish you luck on your endeavor. Senju Hashirama, head of the Senju clan and Shodai Hokage. P.S. There is a journal regarding my experiences with the Uchiha should the need arise one day. Please feel free to use it. P.S.S. My necklace I gave to my granddaughter Senju Tsunade. If possible, you should obtain it and use it since it enhances your Mokuden powers as well as your ability to suppress Biju chakra." Naruto sat back and let that letter wash over his thoughts, then he looked up and said, "Wow. I know, who would have thought the Shodai had created this?" Yamato asked. "Do you think there is anything you can learn from this?" Naruto asked, turning to Yamato. "No, I have progressed as far as I will be going with my Mokuden training and I have taught you all I can. The rest is up to you to learn, but I will be along to guide you and help you with your training," Yamato said. Naruto nodded, then he stood up and said, "I'll have my clones do reading over the months. It will be the best way to retain this information. For now, we need to focus on my summons." "I think that's the best choice," Jiraiya said nodding. "What about that second letter?" Tsunade asked looking at the red paper. Naruto turned to it and picked it up and turned it over in his hands a few times, before he put it in his jacket pocket and said, "It's for something I cannot explain. I don't know when or for what, but I will wait." Tsunade nodded and said, "It's your choice. It's your scroll. Your grandfather thought Ka-chan. I understand that you're eager," Naruto said. Tsunade nodded sadly and said, "I think my grandfather was right. This necklace belongs to you." "Ha," Naruto said, looking towards his mother who was taking off something around her neck. When he closer he saw it was a crystal necklace, the crystal the color of forest green and the necklace hanging long off the neck. Naruto realized then it was the precious necklace that his Ka-chan wore every day. "Ka-chan, I can't ask you to give that to me," Naruto said, nearly shouting. "Naruto, I'm giving it to you because of all my hopes being placed on you. You carry the dreams of two people I loved and have my grandfather's power. This time, I am positive you won't fail. I used to believe this necklace was cursed, but now I know it's something completely different. It's fair time I move on completely. I give you the inheritance of the wool of the Senju clan." Naruto smiled and nodded, letting his Ka-chan place the necklace around his neck and close it, and he looked down to see it proudly hanging down the front of his jacket. He knew it was something he didn't want to lose, so he put it down his shirt to hang on the skin of his chest, and he swore he could feel it pulsing and a little color vibrate from the place his crystal necklace hanged. "Thank you, Ka-chan," Naruto said. Tsunade smiled, nodding and grabbing her son into a huge hug. Jiraiya had leaned back, watching the whole thing, and smiled softly to himself. Yamato carried a brighter smile, and they both knew that Naruto was going to have a serious power package. Chapter 15, Training is what I live for. Naruto had worked hard over that week with Katsuga before the weekend finally came around. Jiraiya and Tsunade had given Naruto the weekend off to relax and regain his bearings before he went into the Toad Summons training, which according to Jiraiya was a lot more difficult. Naruto had taken that weekend gladly. He had spent a lot of time with Sora, catching up and just enjoying the time that they had. He had a hard time when he was littler getting to have such a close bond with Sora, but today it was worthwhile. He remembered on the last day of that weekend he and Sora were sitting on top of the Yondaim's head on the Hokage monument. They had been staring out at the sunset going over the village when Sora spoke out of a sudden. "Naruto," Sora said, calling out to him. "HM," Naruto asked. "Let's both make it to the finals so we can show them what a bond such as ours can do. How we are the top dogs." Naruto looked over at Sora and saw him pointing at the village and how he stood there, confident in everything he said. Naruto grinned and stood up himself. "Of course, Sora. We will show them exactly what we're made of." The weekend ended on that high note and Naruto returned to training shortly after. Naruto still remembered the frustration behind that entire day. Naruto showed up to the training field where Ka-chan and Ero-Oji had told him to go to. Their Tsunade was waiting there with a grumpy look on her face. Jiraiya was off to the side writing in his notebook. Naruto looked at the two before he said, "Alright Ka-chan, what did he do this time?" "Why is it what I always do?" Jiraiya said with a humph. "Because you usually do something perverted," Naruto said with a shrug. "You're supposed to defend me, kid. I'm your godfather for the love of." "Enough, Jiraiya. Today and for the rest of the week this is your opportunity to teach him, and I swear if I hear anything about you peeping again I will hunt you down and take away what makes you a man." Naruto and Jiraiya both winced or flinched noticeably. Jiraiya silently nodded and Tsunade disappeared in a shunshin. Jiraiya groaned and put away his notebook. He looked at Naruto and said, "Time to get serious." Jiraiya bit his thumb and quickly flew through a few seals before shouting, "Kuchio's no jutsu." Summoning jutsu. There was a seal that appeared on the ground after he promptly slapped his hand on the ground, and there was a large plume of smoke. In the smoke there then appeared a large toad, but not entirely enormous like Naruto knew he could summon. "Alright Naruto, unlike your mother's summons, these summons are more point on and require varying chakras to summon different toads to your aid. Obviously, this requires good chakra control because of the types of toads you could summon potentially." Naruto nodded. Jiraiya released his summons and the toad disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya walked over to a nearby tree and said, "Start small, build big. You're going to have to channel quite a bit of chakra into your jutsu though." Naruto nodded again, this time biting the other thumb for the toad summons, and flew through the seals. Then he shouted, "Kuchio's no jutsu." There a seal appeared and a large plume of smoke appeared, and Naruto hopped around giddily until the smoke disappeared and there was no toad. Naruto stopped hopping and frowning. "Where the hell is the toad I summoned?" All of a sudden he heard Jiraiya laughing so hard he was coughing at the same time. Naruto looked at Jiraiya on his knees crying from the laughter, pointing at the ground in front of Naruto. Naruto looked down and there he saw a tadpole. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Naruto had to admit, after that frustration of channeling so much chakra into just a tadpole, he was pretty confused. He had stormed around for an hour in frustration until he calmed himself down and refocused. He looked at the situation and tried again. After what seemed like forever, which in reality was a few hours, he had summoned an actual toad, but not the one the size of what he expected. He had however made a friend with the toad. Gamakishi was a toad that could sit on his shoulder, but he was a friendly guy. Well, toad. Altogether, he was impressed with his progress the first day. Naruto was determined to move forward and summon giant toads by the time the Chunin exams came around. It had happened at the end of the week however. Naruto had been working on summoning toads and had hit the final straw when one time he hadn't even summoned anything. He remembered exactly how he seemingly screamed at the sky and had gone through one more jutsu, using up nearly half of his reserves summoning the last toad Jiraiya would have expected. Jiraiya watched from the sides as Naruto went through the summons, chuckling here and there, but was mostly impressed by Naruto's reserves. It was good practice for him to expand and control his chakra reserves, but he had to admit, Naruto had double the reserves of himself and his sensei combined. At least. Naruto took a knee for a moment to catch his breath. He even had a bit of a sweat from that last summons attempt. He had gotten Gamakishi again, but he had finally figured out how to summon all the lower-sized toads. This time, he would start going for the larger toads. Or maybe it was the chakra frequency. He was slightly confused. He would figure it out in time. Naruto stood up and went through the summons process again, this time a huge plume of smoke appearing. Naruto had expected something to show up and even Jiraiya had big expectations this time. It was when the smoke disappeared that Naruto's face dropped and even Jiraiya sighed. Are you fucking kidding me? Naruto shouted, flying through hand seals again building up a huge amount of chakra. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he shouted, Kid. Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto shouted. There was a huge seal that appeared on the ground and the smoke appeared. When it all disappeared, Naruto was standing on top of a giant toad smoking out of a pipe and had a large coat along with a huge dagger at its side. The toad looked around before shouting, Where are you Jiraiya? Why have you summoned me? Naruto shouted in frustration, He didn't summon you oily fart. I did. Who dare insult the chief toad? Senju Naruto. The toad turned its eye upwards and thought to himself, so the Gaki finally summoned me huh? After Naruto had summoned Gamabunta, he had discovered he was the chief toad and was issued the challenge of staying on top of the toad's head until the end of the day when the sun fell in order for the chief to become Naruto's personal summons. Naruto had completed the challenge, but passed out immediately after the sunset. When he had woken up the next morning, he was in his apartment being watched by Sora, but he got up and moved on with his day, stating training had to be done. When he arrived, his perverted uncle had reported that he completed his summons training and could focus more on his abilities that he needed to focus on. Yamato was there to take over his training. Naruto moved on to training his sensory skills. He had noted that he could now sense chakra signatures clearly as well as being able to sense anything within a 10-kilometer distance, double what he had when he started his training. He had also worked on his Fuinjutsu. He was getting more formulas done for seals. He wanted to possibly do mass storage seals to unleash a volley of seals, sort of like what Hanzo had done, but not really. He wanted to be better than Hanzo at the next battle and he would make sure that he was prepared for his explosive Fuinjutsu style. At the end of training, Naruto had ended his level 5 training. He had learned more about barrier Fuinjutsu and explosive Fuinjutsu. He had vastly improved on his sensory skills and his attention to it, but still had to focus somewhat on it if he wanted to know exactly where people were. He didn't necessarily like to use it all the time though. He found it annoying. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Yamato had released him to rest and train on his own for the next week until the Chunin exams. Naruto decided to celebrate the end of his training by going out. Naruto was now walking through the village since he had an early day off and everyone else was training. He looked around and saw all the villagers going about their business, but they were friendly with him, waving and smiling at him here and there and he would give a wave back. He knew the direction he was going was inevitable because he could see it in the distance. He smiled at the small ramen shop and stepped faster. Yo, Teuchig-san. Give me a bowl of miso. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs as he entered the ramen shop. Tsuki looked up from the counter of the ramen shop and smiled. He had seen Naruto visit at least 4 times a week, if not plenty more. He had to admit the kid was a huge bundle of energy, but was enjoyable to be around. Coming up Gaki, Tsuki shouted happily. Naruto grumbled at the smart reply, but sat down and looked around for Ayame. He saw her come around the back and walk up to Naruto. Ayame Ne, how are you? Naruto asked. Naruto-chan, I am doing good, are you staying out of trouble? Ayame asked. Naruto groaned and said, of course I am. I haven't been able to do anything with all my training these last few weeks. Oh, training, Tsuki said while making ramen. Yeah, I've been working on some awesome jutsu and having a good time while doing it. Got to work with Ka-chan and Ero-oji, Naruto said pounding his fist into his hand. That's good that you continue to do that. Can always learn a trick or two from anyone, Tsuki said with a smile and finished making the ramen. Naruto nodded as Ayame sat down next to Naruto and said, how was your last mission? Naruto frowned slightly before recovering quickly and said, it went good. We succeeded on the mission of course. Ayame giggled and said, that's good. Tsuki had watched however and saw the slight frown. He knew something must have gone wrong on that mission, but didn't want to press it. He took the now freshly made bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Naruto and said, enjoy. Alright, itadakimasu. Naruto shouted and dug into his ramen. Outside the stand was Team Kurenai walking down the street after having some lunch when they heard the shout from Naruto. They looked to their left and saw the Ichiraku ramen stand and they looked at each other before smiling and walking inside. There Naruto had already finished 3 bowls of ramen and was working on his 4th. Kurenai looked at Hinata, who was conflicted with herself as to what to do, but Kiba seemed to initiate the entire situation. "Hey Naruto, how's it going buddy?" Kiba shouted. Naruto turned around with ramen stuffed into his mouth, half of it being held by chopsticks. He looked like a quite amusing monkey the way his face was stuffed. "Yuf, Kiba," Naruto said through a stuffed mouth before slurping the noodles, causing the whole group to either giggle or give disgusted groups or a mumble of "troublesome" from Shikamaru. "What's going on buddy?" Kiba asked. "Training is done for the week. I got the rest of the time off. My mum can be a slave driver sometimes," Naruto said. "Tsunade-sama is training you?" Kurenai asked. Naruto nodded and said, "It's been a good time." Kurenai had to admit that Naruto was strong, but to be trained by what was a Sannin or maybe two made him compete on a whole new scale. This just added a piece to the puzzle that was Senju Naruto. "What about Jiraiya-sama?" Shikamaru asked lazily. Naruto's eyes looked up as he slurped on more ramen and said, "Yup." Kurenai just sighed internally. Two Sannin training this kid. What kind of monster would he turn into? Naruto-kun, would you mind helping us out maybe this afternoon?" Hinata asked from the side. Naruto slurped the rest of his ramen and slapped down the bowl on the counter. He turned and said, "Of course. It'll be fun." Kurenai looked at Hinata and saw her blushing, but smiling at the thought of training with Naruto. She had to admit, Hinata had a bit of cause for asking Naruto to help train. Shikamaru even looked at Hinata a little wide-eyed at her question. Naruto slapped down some money on the table and hopped up from his chair. "Tsukiji, Ayame ne, I'm leaving, thanks for the kick-butt ramen," Naruto shouted. "Of course Naruto, take care," the two people shouted from the ramen stand. Naruto and Team Kurenai had made it to the training field and had trained for the rest of the day. Surprisingly, Naruto had provided useful tips to each of them on their style of fighting and spent an enormous amount of time with Hinata on her taijutsu. They were now in the village eating dinner. Hinata had enjoyed the time with Naruto. She had to admit that even over the few hours that he spent with them, her taijutsu improved quite a bit from useful tips from Naruto. She had also been told that she can't always rely on taijutsu and because of that should consider learning something in the future such as medical ninjutsu or even elemental ninjutsu. That was something she would have to seriously consider since her father was set on clan tradition. Shikamaru had also worked with Naruto on strategy for a bit. Naruto had talked with Shikamaru briefly about him learning something else, but he was set on his own laziness. Naruto shrugged it off and had worked with him continuously after. Kiba was a piece of work, but he was fun to work with now. They had focused immensely on making Kiba's taijutsu more focused and focal instead of wild and rampant. Now, Kiba planned ahead a little more, but he had also picked up a wind jutsu that was simple to use because of Naruto. Over the day, he and Hinata had made about equal progress. Shikamaru only sighed as he watched the entire thing go down. Kurenai was watching Naruto. According to her fellow jonin, he was troubled these days but was hiding it well. It was the last mission that did it in for him. Today, he had worked hard with her team and she could see how ready he was for the Chunin exams. It was amazing he was working with two Sannin at the moment also. She could only imagine what he was being trained in. Naruto was carefully going over his own thoughts, listening to the conversation going on. They were talking about taking on some D-rank missions tomorrow, but he knew that there was only a week left until the Chunin exams. He was surprised Kurenai-sensei hadn't talked to them about the exams. They were a strong team for it and if he could join alone, then they could do it together. Don't you agree Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Crap, he spaced out. I'm sorry, what? About the other countries. It's impressive that we have 4 of the 5 great shinobi nations coming for the Chunin exams. I was asking if you think that it's a good idea or not. That answered his first question, but he hadn't known about so many nations coming. It was a huge surprise for Naruto to hear this, especially since he was a solo team. He would have to really hone in his skills next week. I think it's good for diplomatic reasons, however for us genin I think that we just gained a serious disadvantage for whoever is entering the exams. Overall however, the needs of Konoha should come first, so I do see how that this could benefit everyone, especially seeing how that we build village relations as well as build bonds and benefits through trading. Kurenai looked at Naruto, astounded by the fact that he thought this deeply and could relate to that all fluently. He really had the knowledge and ability to lead, but he was still too drawn away from everyone. He needed people in his life, not just his family and Sora. He needed a larger family of people, and that would come in the village. She had watched Hinata and the others interact, and they all endeared Naruto into their lives already, but especially Hinata. Everyone at the table had listened to Naruto give his small speech and they all took it in. Naruto looked up at Kurenai and said, speaking of the Chunin exams, I know I am entering. What about your team? Kurenai's eyes widened at the fact that Naruto was entering this year, but she had to admit he had the skill to go through the exams and make it to the finals to become a Chunin. Shikamaru even looked up at the prospect of Naruto entering as well as their team entering the exams. I was considering it, but it depends on them, she said with a smile. Naruto nodded while Kiba groaned and Shikamaru rested his chin on his folded hands. Hinata had looked at Naruto and smiled at the idea of him being in the coming exams. She would root for him entirely even if she entered herself. I think I am going to head on home, but thank you for the meal, Naruto said. Teammate nodded and Naruto got up, but Hinata got up at the same time, causing the rest of the team to look up at her. She looked and saw Naruto looking at her curiously. She looked at him and asked with a smile, "See, can I walk with you? Why, your place is on the way home to my place anyways." Naruto chuckled internally at her stutter, but he grinned and said, "Let's go then." "Thanks, Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai nodded at Naruto's thanks and watched the two walk out side by side. Shikamaru and Kiba were exchanging glances and Shikamaru asked, "Since when did she get so gutsy?" "Troublesome if you ask me." Kiba looked at Kurenai who was palming her forehead and Shikamaru who was thinking too hard and laughed his butt off. Naruto and Hinata walked through the streets of Konoha back to his apartment. He had to admit, he enjoyed the quiet conversation he was having with her as they walked to pass time. It was just a nice relaxing conversation to pass time. Naruto had to admit, it was nice to just relax like this with a friend. When they got to Naruto's apartment, they stopped in front of the building. Naruto looked at Hinata and said, "Thank you for walking with me. I usually come home alone. It's nice company." Hinata smiled and said, "You're welcome, Naruto-kun." Naruto walked up and gave her a small hug, one that made her blush 1,000 shades of red, making Naruto grin. After a moment, he broke the hug and said, "Good night." Hinata watched Naruto walk away but then she said, "En Naruto-kun." Naruto stopped and turned around, giving a questioning look. She breathed and said, "I want to go to the Chunin exams. So let's both make it to the finals to show everyone what we're made of." Naruto's eyes widened slightly at Hinata's boldness. He had worked a lot with her and knew her to be somewhat shy but had her moments of boldness. He smiled brightly and said, "Of course, Hinata-chan." Hinata smiled and watched Naruto go up the stairs to his apartment. She smiled and if anyone watched they would see her eyes smile brightly. "I may not be able to be as strong as you, Naruto-kun, but I will follow you and if I may one day, I'll stand by your side." Naruto continued up to the apartment and when he walked in, he surprisingly saw Sora, Sasuke and Sakura gathered around the kitchen table. Naruto's eyes widened considerably and he said, "So I see we're having a team gathering. Or should I leave?" Sakura gave him a glare while even Sasuke's eyebrows lifted somewhat with Sora shouting at Naruto. Naruto laughed and waved it all off, heading to his bedroom for the night, when Sora called out and said, "Wait, Naruto. Hang on." Naruto stopped and turned around with a slightly amused look on his face and asked, "Yes." "Stop with the look, I'll admit it was slightly funny you. Idiot," Sakura shouted. Sora cleared his throat and gave her a pointed look before turning back around. "But we need your help." Naruto looked at the three and said, "With what?" "Kakashi trains us, but doesn't train us. We were hoping maybe you could take a day out and train with us, possibly teach us some new techniques. As much as it pains our brooding Uchiha to ask, I'm not afraid to ask nor is Sakura." "I'm not afraid to ask," Sasuke said with a deep stare. Naruto grinned and said, "Tomorrow. Your training field at 6 in the morning. Are you going to be on time?" Sakura asked. Naruto sighed and said, "As much as I like Kakashi, I won't be late like he is. And he still can't think of good excuses." Sakura nodded and said, "Yesterday it was because he walked into a black cat and had to go around." 106, Naruto said with a groan. Sora laughed out loud at Naruto's count and said, "You're behind. I've been keeping a more accurate track. It's 127. Naruto sighed and said, "Just be there. I won't be late, but expect a hard day's work." The three nodded and Naruto turned to go to bed for a restless night of sleep, nightmares haunting him still. The next morning, Naruto woke up and ate early, rushing over to the training field to do his own exercises. He did his daily morning routine of 100 laps around the training field, along with 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups with his gravity seals on the highest he could take them and still handle rightly. After the workout was over, he looked up to see Sasuke, Sakura and Sora all standing off to the side chatting idly while waiting for Naruto. He looked down at himself and saw the sweat dripping down his body. He laughed and took off the jacket he was wearing and wiped himself off with it quickly, tossing it to the side. "All right, let's start out," Naruto shouted excitedly. Sora looked at the two other members in his team and shook his head, walking over. Naruto waited for everyone to get over here. Then he looked at each of them and said, "Today, we are focusing on the physical aspects of being a shinobi. You must be in unison, but individually capable at the same time. Sakura, by far you are the worst lacking, so I will have you come here quickly." Sakura stepped forward when suddenly she was grabbed by the arm and pulled forward to feel Naruto tap her neck, and she dropped to the ground fully. "Oh, I didn't expect that. Well, I'll have you figure out how to get off the ground and then you can start your 100 laps, Naruto said. "Naruto," Sakura shouted. Naruto walked off, leaving her to shout while on the ground, complaining about how her body was way too heavy. Sasuke and Sora followed Naruto and Sora asked quietly, "You meant to do that, didn't you?" "Completely. If she learns how to get past that, she'll have learned so many things today," Naruto said. Sasuke snorted slightly, but regained his composure after a second. Naruto looked over, but shrugged his shoulders and moved on. They reached the middle of the training field where Naruto said, "Today, you two are sparring. I will observe and make sure nothing fatal happens, and we all know my capabilities of stepping in, don't we?" The both nodded and Naruto smiled. He looked at the two and said, "The rules are as followed. You will spar with gravity seals of which I applied to Sakura, except you two will have heavier seals obviously. There will be no use of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Only taijutsu and bakujutsu. No, that does not mean you can use fuinjutsu either for whoever is actually good enough to even use it. Also, no lethal shots. This is a spar and is meant to be treated as one. Any questions? How heavy are the seals? Sasuke asked. Naruto walked up and tapped Sasuke on the neck, creating a seal and saw him instantly drop to a knee. Naruto grinned and said, "That heavy. You're next, Sora." Sora stepped forward and waited for Naruto to tap his neck, and when he did, he instantly dropped to the ground on one knee. Naruto said, "This will improve your capabilities in a lot of ways. I'll wait for you all to get up and get moving." Naruto smiled and knew that this day would really be enjoyable. Naruto was watching the two boys duke it out. Sakura had finally figured out the trick to channel chakra through her body to help her move, and she gave Naruto a look of thanks for the trick that she learned. She was running her laps and was currently on her 25th lap. While he was watching, he was having clones read through the books that he had gotten from the scroll from Hashirama Jiji and some fuinjutsu books. He'd never get tired of fuinjutsu. He was standing off to the side watching the two boys move sluggishly when Kakashi appeared in a shunshin behind him. "Yo," Kakashi said. Naruto nodded, but kept his eyes on the two boys. Kakashi looked at the boys and said, "They're moving really slowly." "I put gravity seals on them," Naruto said. Kakashi's eyes widened at that idea and said, "How high seals are they on?" "High enough to have them move like that even with chakra pumping their system," Naruto said evenly. "You plan on keeping them like that?" Kakashi asked. "I'll alter the seals after training today. I put on an auto-adjust seal for them, but I may have exceeded enough chakra in their seals to have the seals apply more pressure than needed," Naruto said with a shrug. Kakashi nodded and watched his pupils train hard, Naruto supervising them. Kakashi had to admit, Naruto was giving them their full focus, but not stepping it. It made him curious as to what his plans were. "What are you doing exactly?" Kakashi asked. "I have clones working on some things while I am observing their fighting style. Sakura has absolutely no skill for close combat at the moment, so I will train her as much as possible in minor medical ninjutsu even though I have no skill for it. At the moment, I plan on increasing her speed and strength enough for her to last evasively in a battle," Naruto said. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Naruto's line of thought for the three. He continued to stand there and read his smut book, secretly watching his team being trained. After an hour, Sakura had reached her 50th lap and was laying on the ground deadbeat tired. Sasuke and Sora were panting, covered in a thick layer of sweat. Naruto sighed and stepped off the tree and said, "You three all did well. Fortunately, I brought snacks for you all." Naruto pulled out a small scroll from a pouch in his pants and unsealed the seal in the scroll. What appeared made the three sigh. 3 steaming bowls of ramen appeared in front of them and Naruto smiled. "My favorite treat. I am not hungry however, so dig in." The three crawled or walked over and started to eat the ramen difficultly. Kakashi chuckled to himself, watching the three eat so thankfully but angrily. Naruto stood off to the side pulling out a sheet of paper, drawing complex designs on it while waiting on the three. When the three had finished, Naruto looked up and nodded. He took the empty bowls and resealed them. He then looked at the three and said, "You worked really hard for the first 2 hours of our session. By now, your strength and speed have already improved. That I promise you. Right now, I want to focus more on each of you individually." Naruto made a seal and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique." There was a puff of smoke and out appeared 2 clones. Naruto pointed at Sora and Sasuke and said, "You two will work with them. You already know what to do. Sakura, you're working with me." Sakura looked up and was surprised at Naruto's statement. What required him to work hands-on with her and not with a clone? The boys walked off with the clones off to separate ends of the training field, leaving Naruto and Sakura in the center of the training field. "Give me a second, Sakura. I have to do something before we start," Naruto said. Sakura nodded, curiously watching Naruto lay out scrolls around him and then release the seals. Out poured chakra that surprised Sakura, making Naruto smile, and then he bit his thumb and flew through hand seals. Kakashi was watching what was going on and saw immediately what Naruto was going to do before he even started. He was immensely surprised however after the summoning happened. "Kuchiyos no Jutsu," Naruto shouted. There was a puff of smoke and once it disappeared, there was a slug the size of Naruto. It looked around and said, "Yo, Naruto-sama." Naruto sighed and said, "I told you no honorifics Katsuga. Ma says I have to you know." "Oi, whatever. Katsuga, this is Sakura. I need your help for today. Going to teach her some things that are important. Medical ninjutsu." Precisely. In truth, Naruto didn't know how this was going to work out. He knew Katsuga enhanced his medical ninjutsu abilities when they joined their abilities together, but teaching Sakura to rely on her own abilities and not a slug's was different. Naruto could teach her the technique, but she would have to learn the control and balance necessary to do it. Naruto just had to large chakra reserves to properly execute medical ninjutsu the way it was designed today. "Sakura, what I am about to teach you is the Shosen Jutsu mystical palm technique. It is an extremely vital part of medical ninjutsu and is perhaps the only technique I can perform myself. It's for minor wounds and keeping a patient stable. Naruto unsealed a scroll next to him and out appeared a dead fish, making Sakura make a gross face. Naruto looked up and chuckled and said, "Our goal is to revive the fish." Naruto started the technique, assisted by Katsuga, supplying his chakra to stabilize Naruto's in order to complete the healing flow of chakra, and in a matter of minutes, the fish finally started flopping, looking for a source of water. Sakura jumped back slightly, but looked on intrigued. The technique is used to accelerate the healing process using a transfer of medical chakra. Doing so requires delicate chakra control. I would have Katsuga help you, but he cannot because the summoning contract is under my discretion only. I can help him heal others through the release of my chakra, but not much more. Sakura nodded and began the challenge set in front of her, Naruto instructing her how to. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted. They had broke for lunch and that was it, but worked continuously through the afternoon. Kakashi had stayed to supervise and was highly impressed by the manner his team worked on their individual skills. Naruto brought them all together for one last huddle. As you work today, it was all on an individual basis. I told you I would build you up as a team. Which you didn't, Sakura said with a humph. Not true at all, Naruto said with a smirk. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. Naruto sighed and said, sometimes, you need a break from your teammates. It can make all the difference in the world. Constantly working together builds tensions. Today was a nice break for you all to be able to take out your frustrations on your own individual training. Keep doing this every once in a while. I guarantee it helps. Also, your skills you need to introduce to each other on the team. You all developed individually today. Make sure to alloy those skills to their maximum benefit. Everyone nodded and Kakashi smiled at his team and said, Naruto did a good job training you all today. Take what he taught you to heart and make sure to stay strong. Take a break over the next few days because coming up in a few days is the Chunin exams and I expect you all to be able to participate. Sora fist pumped, Sakura cheered and even Sasuke gave a genuine smile at that. Naruto walked off, shunshining away after a few steps back to his apartment. The next few days Naruto spent his time fine-tuning many things about his recent Fuinjutsu theories, making sure that he was prepared for the exams, especially if it came down to him facing a whole entire team. He wanted to walk into the exams prepared for everything. He had also run through his Bojutsu and Taijutsu styles for a day to make sure he was refreshed on those completely. He was glad he did, especially with his Bojutsu. That was especially needed. He had also taken to refreshing himself on his complete jutsu list. He felt relieved that he was familiar with the chakra build-ups and rotations still. He wanted to learn something new, but knew he didn't have much time before the tournament. Today, he took to relaxing before the tournament. It was morning when he was walking around the village, hands clasped behind his head, walking around without a care in the world, when all of a sudden he ran into someone. He stumbled as the person was significantly shorter than he was. He looked down and was surprised to see a kid no older than 10 years old. He was wearing a long scarf as a cape and had a helmet on, a hole in it for a length of his hair to fall out behind it. When he looked up he instantly recognized who it was. Konohamaru Sarutobi, Naruto said. Hey, watch where you're going, Konohamaru shouted. I suggest you watch who you are talking to. Just because your grandfather is the Hokage doesn't mean that you can get away with anything you want. And who are you? The kid asked. Naruto poked Konohamaru in the forehead and said, someone with a place to be. Now if you excuse me. Naruto started to walk off when all of a sudden the kid turned around and shouted, hey. Hold on. Naruto turned around and saw Konohamaru looking at him and said, what do you want, kid? Train me, the kid said. Naruto looked around and saw no one was there and laughed immediately at the prospect of training such a demanding kid. He then looked at the kid and said, go learn some manners and come ask me again. Naruto looked at the kid and frowned as he pondered the situation, and then the kid surprised him and said, please. I hate being treated so fragile. It's annoying and I want a trainer who will take me seriously. Naruto sighed now and said, your trainer is doing what he should be doing. You're not even a genin yet and you expect to be handed everything from the way you're carrying yourself. Believe me, I was the same way. Naruto created a clone and then looked at the kid as he started at the solid clone in wonder. Naruto cleared his throat and said, my clone will help you, who knows? Maybe you hold talent. A kid like that. Have talent? A boy asked. Naruto's eyebrows rose in suspicion. He should have detected these people from his sensory skills, but they were hiding their chakra signature. He turned around and saw 3 ninja. He immediately got into a stance and dispersed his clone. One was a boy wearing a black jumpsuit and war paint with a bandaged pack on his back. The second was a girl with blonde hair set in 4 ponytails with a mesh shirt and purple top over it, along with a purple sash incorporated into her outfit around her lower body. She also had a large fan on her back, surprising Naruto slightly. What set Naruto off most was the boy behind the two who had red hair, green eyes surrounded by tanuki-like black shadows. He was wearing a full black bodysuit along with white cloth on his shoulders and left hips and leather in some places. He had a giant gourd strapped onto his back also, surprising him the most. Naruto looked closer and saw they were all from Sunagakure. The jumpsuit boy had his strapped onto his hood, while the girl had hers around her neck and the gourd boy wore his around his gourd from what he could tell. I wouldn't talk if I were you. I can't even pick up a chakra signature from you 3, Naruto said, shrugging, subtly showing off his skill. A sensor ninja, huh? Didn't expect that out of a senju, the female said, smirking. My reputation precedes me, Naruto said, eyebrows raised higher. Wait a second, you're Senju Naruto? Konohamaru asked. My reputation doesn't precede me too far, however. Yes, I am, Naruto said with a smile. The boy with the gourd stepped forward and said, Senju Naruto, my name is Sabaku no Gaara, and I will fight you in the tournament. Mother wants your blood. Naruto looked at the boy with eyes raised and slightly frightened for the boy. He sighed and said, my name you know, but I look forward to fighting you. Gaara frowned and turned around towards the other two. He looked at his team members and said, let's go. Temari, Kankuro. Hi, they both said. The three of them walked off, but not before walking across Team 7 who happened to be passing by. They looked and saw Naruto and Konohamaru standing off, watching the two teams walk in opposite directions. Yo, Naruto, Sora shouted. Naruto waved them over and they walked up. Naruto looked at them and said, watch out for them. They can mask their chakra. I wasn't able to pick up in the slightest how powerful they are, and I think they knew I was a censor. They came prepared. All their eyebrows raised and Konohamaru said, seriously boss? They're that strong. It's boss now. I actually like that. Yeah kid, they're that skilled. How strong they are, I don't know though. What could you tell? Sasuke asked. Their names are Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. They are from Sunagakure as you three saw, but other than that, I don't know anything else about them, Naruto said. Gaara was a creep, Konohamaru said. Yeah, he kind of was. Alright, go on Konohamaru, get going. My clone will train you. I have to get going. Naruto remade his clone and sent it off with Konohamaru. He looked at the others and said, I guess that leaves everything done, except for the three that are hiding in the alley. There was a slight chuckle and Naruto turned his head, looking towards the alley at the three that were hidden there. Sasuke, Sakura and Sora turned quickly but Naruto raised his hand and said, relax. They are friendly. Indeed Naruto-san, I forgot how skilled you are, a soft voice said. Haku, Sora and Sasuke shouted. Hello Sora and Sasuke, glad to see you on your feet and moving around. Naruto looked at Haku and his teammates and saw he wore a very similar outfit, except that he now wore his hair down and had no mask. He chose to keep his hair down to his shoulder blades it seemed. He was also carrying on his back a needle-like sword. Naruto looked at the other two and saw the first was a boy their age. He had a giant sword wrapped in bandage strapped to his back most noticeably. He wore a grey gear suit and had glasses along with grey, short and spiky hair. He looked rather shy by the way he was carrying himself. The other boy was wearing a scroll on his back and had white hair along with pale eyes. He was wearing a dark sleeveless shirt and striped leg warmers. He also had bandages wrapped around his neck noticeably and carried a water bottle in a sash around his waist. It seems we have the next generation of swordsmen here, Naruto said. The boy with the scroll smiled and said, a pleasure to meet you Senju Naruto. I have heard much about you from Zabuza-sensei and Haku-san. I am Mainjutsu Hozuki. Naruto smiled and said, I don't think I have heard about another Hozuki being alive in forever. I thought your clan was nearly wiped clean from the living. Mainjutsu shrugged and said, I've had a lot of close calls. One too close. I'm lucky to be alive today. Naruto nodded, admiring the boy in front of him. He turned back to the boy with glasses and said, you're in training I assume. Yes Senju-sama, the boy said. Please, it's just Naruto. I respect people like you for taking up the sword. Zabuza-san was a great foe and today is a great friend. Speaking of, how is he Haku? Zabuza-san is our sensei. He is here with us actually, Haku said smiling. Has he lightened up any? Naruto asked with a knowing smirk. Haku chuckled and said, he's still as stiff as a board. Not even Mizuguchi-sama can get him to lighten up. Naruto's eyes widened and said, oh, so the war is over. Haku shook her head and said, for now, we have control over much of the country and Mai Terumi has been declared Mizuguchi of the common people. Yagura has however holed up in the city. We're making headway, but Mizuguchi-sama wants to open up to the world and make relations in hopes that one day we may take the city and destroy Yagura. Naruto nodded and said, it's a solid plan. Especially sending you three here as a representative team. It lets the world know how strong you all really are. Haku nodded and said, I'm glad you see my point. Naruto looked at the other two boys and said, it was nice to meet ya, but I better go before I'm tracked down by more people. Naruto stopped immediately, feeling the presence of something he thought he'd never feel. He turned his head and disappeared in a shunshin, stunning everyone around him. Naruto appeared on top of a rooftop, seeing a group of people walk through the streets. There below him was a team of three genin and an older woman walking behind them. The woman was the one radiating power. He looked closer and inspected their headbands and saw all of them were from Kumogakure. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized they were here for the Chunin exams as well. That was 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages coming to the Chunin exams here at Konohagakure. Naruto hopped down onto the streets and followed them discreetly through the streets. He didn't know if they were censors, but he honestly could care less. He was curious how a woman could hold so much chakra like himself. She had to have as much if not more chakra than Gigi. Once he turned the corner of the street however, he found himself in an alley where they were sitting there waiting for him. He walked into the alley and found himself face to face with the genin team along with their sensei behind them. Naruto grinned and said, "So I see it didn't take you long to find me. What are you doing, boy?" the woman asked. "Following you. I was curious about something," Naruto said with a shrug. "I am as well. You go first," the woman said. "How do you have so much chakra? Are you like me?" Naruto asked. The woman's eyes widened and then a slight smirk appeared on her face. He looked her up and down and saw she had long straight blonde hair tied back in bandages. She was wearing a short-sleeved black shirt and purple blouse with black pants. She had purple gloves and blue beads wove around her left hand. "A pleasure it is, Fox. I am Yugito Niai and I am the cat," the woman said. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "My name is Senju Naruto." "That answers my question then. I assume yours is answered," the woman asked. Naruto nodded before looking at the genin team in front of him. There was a boy and two girls, oddly enough. He looked at them all and saw each had some sort of sword, showing they were skilled at kenjutsu. Naruto looked at the red-haired girl and saw she carried herself confidently, staring forward wearing standard Kumogakuo gear along with two yellow earrings. She finally had a white headband wrapped on her head that held the Kumogakuo symbol. He then looked at the blonde girl, seeing her at the center of the three and in front of them. She was wearing a tanto behind her back around her waist. She had on a grey low-cut outfit with mesh covering her entire torso. Finally the boy had a lollipop in his mouth. He had on a grey overlong shirt with a hood and black pants. Along with that, he was wearing handguards and legguard, both of which were red. He also had a black headband with his village sign on it. "A pleasure you four, but I must get going," Naruto said before disappearing in a shunshin. "Tomorrow is going to be very interesting." A silver-haired man with glasses was walking through the deep woods behind Konoha. There, he would be meeting with the team their leader had designated. He kept his chakra hidden also so no one would follow or track him, although he knew because of his skill that no one had picked up on him yet, being a spy. He looked behind him one last time before taking off quickly and landing a few moments later. There, the two other ninja were there waiting for him. He smirked and they waited only for a moment before someone rose out of the ground in front of him. "Orochimaru-sama, it's good to see you," the silver-haired man said. "Please Kabuto, enlighten me, how is my little experiment?" the Snake Sannin asked. Chapter 16, The Chunin Exams. Naruto was standing outside the academy building amongst the trees where he could watch all the genin teams walk inside. He had to admit, there was a large crop of them, but how many would get weeded out by the end of the first exam was unknown to him. He had seen many teams from Konoha, but also from many villages outside. He saw Suna, Kiri, Taki, Oto, Am, Kyuza, and Kumo. Altogether, Konoha was attracting a lot of attention as far as the exams went this year. He hopped down from his spot after an hour of people watching and strolled inside, hands behind his back without a care. He walked up the stairs and immediately noticed a large crowd gathering around a door with two people guarding the door. He squinted his eyes and immediately noticed the sign on the door said 301, when in reality this was the second floor. He smirked and continued walking past, not caring the slightest about the others. When he finally got to the room he was supposed to go to, he saw Yamato-sensei standing there surprisingly, waiting for him. Naruto smiled and walked up to him, grabbing his attention. "Naruto, I see you came. Are you prepared?" Yamato asked. "After what my godfather and my mother put me through, I'm more than prepared. I even worked on my problem a bit. Got some extra reaped benefits out of it," Naruto said. "Good," Yamato said before walking up to Naruto, putting a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Be careful. You may be a powerful genin, but there are still some teams here that are a force to be reckoned with, and you're alone." "I'll be fine, sensei," Naruto said. Yamato nodded and patted Naruto on the shoulder again before walking off. Naruto sighed internally and pulled out of his pouch his Fuinjutsu book, taking to read on his studies, and walked into the room where immediately he felt a slight amount of killing intent. He shrugged and continued reading as if nothing ever happened, walking past some crowds of genin and standing off in a corner of the room. It wasn't long until he started stretching out his senses and saw that all the teams he knew from Konoha were here as well as the other foreign teams he knew. He felt strangely off-put however as he sensed the chakra of the Suna team he met previously. He looked up slightly and saw Gaara standing off in front of his siblings staring him down. Naruto shrugged and returned to reading his book, but not pondering the fact that he knew he felt a second chakra residing within Gaara, something that may be interesting to note for later. Naruto looked off and saw all of the Konoha genin that were fresh out of the academy talking loudly, attracting attention. Then, he saw someone from Konoha walk up to them. He had silver hair and the headband strapped around his forehead. He had circular glasses that he pushed up close to his face and wore an experienced face. Naruto felt something was off from the way he was masking his chakra. He was trying something. Naruto deposited his book and walked up to the crowd of genin and caught Kabuto talking to them about a pile of cards in his hand. "Allow me to see any information I've collected on ninja I've collected over my last 3 years taking the exams. I may even have some info on this year's crop. If you're interested," the man said in a cocky voice. Sasuke stepped up and said, "Show me information on Subaku no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Senju Naruto." Naruto walked forward and said, "Why Sasuke, if I knew you cared about me so much, I would have just deliberately shared my secrets with you. It's not like you don't know enough." A few genin chuckled, but Kabuto shrugged it off and said, "You're all making this too easy." He grabbed a card and it puffed into smoke before revealing information on Gaara. Rockley completed 20 D rank missions and 11 C rank missions. The team leader is Guy and has great experience in Taijutsu, but lacks any skills in all other areas. It's said however that due to his lack in other areas, his Taijutsu makes up for it. He is known as a great genin and was capable of taking the last Chunin exams, but the team waited for this cycle. This is his first time. His teammates are Tenten Higurashi and Hyuga Neji. Naruto looked up at Hinata who was looking at him. He gave a slight smile which she returned. He returned to looking back down at the cards where Gaara's card was out. Subaku no Gaara, 8C ranks in. Wow, 1B rank mission. He is a foreign ninja so I have no more information, but it seems that he has never been harmed in any of his missions before. This is his first year taking the exams. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at this information. Gaara having the power to stay alive like that, let alone being able to go on missions untouched and completed unheard of for a fresh genin like him. Naruto looked up and saw Gaara staring at him still, which Naruto smirked at him slightly before returning his gaze back down. And finally we have Senju Naruto. Naruto snapped downwards and snatched the card, reading off the information on there while Kabuto panicked slightly. Naruto glared at him before he continued to read, before he saw all the information on the card which worried him. The card told of his exploits on all of his missions, including the ranks which meant everyone would know he went on AB ranked and an A ranked. What threw him off however was the fact that this card knew his skills. All of them. Naruto looked up at Kabuto who he could have swore was wearing the most nervous look that he had even seen. He shrugged and read off parts of the card in a loud voice, hoping everyone could hear him. Senju Uzumaki Naruto completed 67 D rank missions, 1 C rank mission, 1 B rank mission and 1 A rank mission. Has exceptional talent in ninjutsu and some talent in taijutsu and bakujutsu. No sighting on his skill in genjutsu. He is also a known sensor, range unknown. This is his first year taking the Chunin exams and is fresh out of the academy. His sensei is Yamato. He is also known for his title of Elite Genin. He looked up when he was done to find everyone was staring at him. He smirked and decided to lay down the extra layer, releasing an enormous amount of killer intent, bringing a few genin to their knees with it. "Your killing intent would tickle my mother," Naruto said proudly. Then he tore the info card in his hand up with wind chakra and walked back to his corner of the room where now a few genin took to scooting away from and many more glared at him, some whispering back and forth towards each other. He looked up at Kabuto and glared at him. "I am so onto you, ya sneaky bastard." Suddenly, there was a flash of movement and an Oto ninja nearly had hit Kabuto, but was blocked by him. Then, suddenly his glasses cracked and he started throwing up. Naruto's eyebrow raised in slight interest, but he nonetheless knew Kabuto was hiding his talents. How he got that information was beyond him. He was almost as sly as a snake. There was suddenly a puff of smoke and there stood a tall man, wearing a black bandana and trench coat. He had scars along his face and wore a glare that would demoralize any weak-minded ninja. "Didn't we tell you no fighting? Sit the hell back down," the man shouted in a gruff voice. The Oto ninja looked up and gave a wide-eyed look and said, "Sorry." He walked off back to his spot with his team and settled down. Naruto looked at the man again and realized who he was before he spoke again. "Alright, listen up. My name is Ibiki Morino and I am your proctor for the first exam. On the desks are names. Find your desk and have a seat. Do not touch anything on the desks." Naruto got up from his spot and started walking around the room until he found himself front and center, right in front of Ibiki. He smirked and immediately knew what they were trying to do. Two could play that game. Ibiki stood behind the desk and said, "Alright, listen up. This exam is an hour-long written exam. In front of you is a paper with 9 questions. You have 45 minutes to answer those questions before the last exam question will be given. Wait, it's a 10-question exam, but you're waiting to give the last question until later." A genin from Am asked. "Correct. Also, you are not to cheat. If we catch you cheating 5 times, you and your team will be removed from the exams." There were murmurs around the room which Ibiki immediately silenced. Naruto looked around the room and saw Chunin proctors standing around with clipboards and watching the genin carefully. He held a gleam in his eyes and looked right at Ibiki. "You have 45 minutes beginning now." Naruto grabbed a pencil and flipped over the paper. He looked down at the paper and immediately knew something was off about this test. The questions were all immensely hard. Something most jonin wouldn't even know unless you actually sat down and did the work and theory behind it. And it was all theory. Naruto looked up to see Ibiki staring at him and probably some others hard. Naruto just smiled internally and sat back, thinking about this. He said that they couldn't get caught cheating 5 times. That doesn't make sense. It's like they are daring you to cheat without getting caught. Naruto stretched out his sensory skills and immediately knew that people had already figured it out. They were cheating off of the others from the nervousness and weariness of the prospects and proctors respectively. Naruto sighed and started to write on his paper. It only took him 2 minutes to finish before he leaned back in his seat and folded his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, making Ibiki raise his glance at Naruto. No one would finish that fast unless you were cheating, which Naruto hadn't. Naruto even had the galls to close his eyes and take a nap in front of the man, slightly irking Ibiki. Ibiki turned to start watching the others, seeing the Uchiha cleverly using his Sharingan to copy hand movements. The Hyuga in the room were using their Byakugan from what he could tell. He saw some kid with a dog muttering underneath his breath and clearly saw some ingenious tactics from others, mirrors and sand around the room when no one thought he could see it. After 40 minutes, he looked up and said, "Alright, now listen up. The final questions is about to begin, but first there are some special rules." Kankuro walked back into the room from the bathroom and Ibiki looked up and asked, "Are you done playing with your dolls?" Kankuro's sweat dropped and thought, how the hell did he know about Kazuro? Naruto looked up and said, "Get on with it, I'm bored." Ibiki muttered underneath his breath about troublesome kids and then said, "The first rule is that you must pick whether or not to take this question. If you decide to leave now, you forfeit your team's right to take the question, meaning you three are disqualified. However, if one of you get it wrong, all three of you will stay genin forever." "What?" Many genin in the room shouted, earning a round of shouting matches in the room. "Quiet," Ibiki shouted. He cleared his throat and said, "You have your choice. Take the question or wait until next year. Both comes with its risks." There was muttering around the room and finally a few teams chickened out, but Naruto sat calmly in his seat, even taking the opportunity to lean back. Ibiki walked up to him and slammed his hands on his table and said, "You think this is a game, brat?" "No, I think you're so full of shit that it's laughable," Naruto said. Ibiki drew a kunai and slammed it on the desk and said, "What gives you the right to say that?" Naruto grinned and said, "Because you were playing off of our fears. I have no team so I have nothing to lose. However, many of these ninja here have comrades to look after. Either way, they would be wrong to leave. You see, the test was all a fluke. The first 9 questions were so hard that even some jonin would have trouble answering the questions. Along with that, you clearly wanted us to cheat. I didn't have to. Moving on from that point, the 10th question is just a test in itself really. Sometimes we as ninja won't know the dangers that we face on missions and we may not come back alive. This is just a scenario in that case to see if we can accept the mission or in this case the question." Ibiki groaned and looked up to see all the genin looking at Naruto with a new admiration of how he presented the information with courage. Hinata blushed slightly at Naruto's attitude towards the situation and admired him even more. Shikamaru smirked at the troublesome blonde and even some other genin both from Konoha and foreign smiled at the genin. "Ha, so is that all? Are all of you staying for the final question?" Ibiki asked. Everyone looked straight forward, determined to take the question and move on. Ibiki sighed and said, "Very well then. You all." Everyone leaned forward on their seats except for Naruto who was still leaning back. "Pass," Ibiki shouted. "What?" Many genin shouted once more. "It's simply as the Gaki said. You won't be able to choose the missions you go on nor will you know the dangers you face. The other 9 questions were to test your ability to gather information. You all did well enough to stick it out. Now I congratulate you all and move you forward to the second part of the exams." It was at that moment when a window crashed and in dropped a smoke bomb, clouding part of the room. When it cleared there was a sign pinned up and a woman striking a pose in front of them. Naruto looked, slightly put off by the appearance and read the sign that said, "Here comes the second test proctor, the sexy Anko Matarashi." Naruto then looked the girl up and down and noticed how she wore a trench coat over her revealing clothing, all of it mesh except for a pair of dark red shorts she wore. She had her black bluish hair pulled back in a short ponytail. She had shin guards on and her headband protector on in their respective places. She did look rather appealing to be honest. "Alright brats, listen up. I'm Anko Matarashi and this is no time to rest because I am your second test proctor. You all are to report to training ground 44 in the next hour or lose your chance in participating in the next challenge. I'll see you all there." Then, she disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving everyone there stunned. Ibiki sighed and muttered about how she liked to put on a show for everyone. He walked off, many other proctors disappearing in their own puff of smoke. Naruto looked around and noticed everyone getting up and moving, but teammates seemed to gaggle together before moving off towards Naruto's direction. Hello Naruto-kun. You were impressive back there," Hinata said shyly. Naruto smiled and said, "Thanks Hinata. You all did the right thing staying. I'm sure I wasn't the only one who figured it out." Shikamaru smiled and said, "You managed to figure that out before I did which is impressive in itself. Now comes the troublesome part however." Naruto nodded and became serious. He looked at the 3 and said, "There are some teams out there that you don't stand a chance against. The Suna team is one of those. I highly advise you watch your backs and know when to pick a fight and know when to back out of one. If you find me, we can help each other." The 3 nodded and Kiba asked, "Why would you need help?" "I am one person Kiba, even I can be pushed into a corner by 3 genin," Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded and said, "Alliances aren't a bad idea. If we find you, we can work together." Hinata nodded and said, "Good luck Naruto-kun. You 3 as well." Kabuto watched Naruto walk out of the academy and chuckled to himself. Naruto was a lot more clever than he originally gave him credit for. Naruto easily figured out the purpose of the exams and made it into the second test easily along with Sasuke. His master would be so pleased. "Oh Orochimaru-sama, how happy you will be to finally see your subject. And what's more, you get Sasuke too," Kabuto said smirking to himself. Ibiki was walking along the desks in the test room after he returned, immediately going to Naruto's place. He was still curious about what Naruto had written. 2 minutes was not enough time to do the test, let alone he didn't even do both sides. When he got to the desk, he instead found something he didn't expect on that sheet of paper. He flipped the paper over and read the short note that was left for him. Yakushi Kabuto. Watch him. He is like a snake. I have a bad feeling about these exams. Senju Naruto. Naruto stood outside of training ground 44, leaning against the fence that surrounded the forest. He looked as many of the examinees arrived to the grounds. He saw there was a stand pitched, probably for more registration information. He had to get himself in the zone however, because this was when it became serious. He was at a serious disadvantage this round and he knew if he got caught off guard, then it could end his chances at getting to the third round. He looked as the team from Kiri arrived, Haku giving Naruto a slight wave and a smile which he returned. Kumo's team also arrived, huddled together while walking and discussing things quietly. Naruto looked off to the side where Guy's team was already in a gaggle together and talking quietly. Naruto looked around and didn't see anyone else when suddenly he felt a vile chakra. He snapped his head and saw Akusa Genin standing off to the side. She had a look that was too normal, as if she was a perfectly formed person. It was extremely creepy. Her straw hat and tan suit covered her tall frame and she wore a rope around her waist. What was creepy the most was her long tongue she kept licking her lips with. Naruto shuddered as he tried to feel deeper into the chakra and widened his eyes at how large the chakra was. He would have to stay away from her. Something was extremely off. He turned back and saw the rest of the Konoha Genin teams arrive. It was then Anko appeared in a silent shunshin. Alright Gakis, this here is training ground 44, or as many people know it as the Forest to Death. It also happens to be my second home. Everyone exchanged looks with each other. Naruto yawned as if he was bored, which irked Anko quite badly, and she drew a kunai, throwing it with speed and precision. Naruto simply ducked out of the way, but Anko decided to shunshin behind him and grabbed a second kunai, cutting his cheek, drawing blood, and pressed it against his neck. I see you're not one to be intimidated, Gaki, Anko said, pushing her frame against him. Hardly, Naruto said, pushing his own kunai between her legs, which he had managed to slip out as she shunshined. Ha, you're a quick one, Gaki, Anko said when suddenly a long tongue appeared in front of the two's vision holding a kunai. I believe this is yours, Proctor. Wouldn't want to lose a good kunai, a creepy voice said. The two turned around to see the Akusa Genin that looked too normal for their tastes. Anko grabbed the kunai and thanked her silently and returned to her spot, continuing to brief the examinees. As I was saying, this training ground will be the site of the second exam. Here's the deal, half of you will start with an Earth Scroll while the other half a Heaven Scroll. Your objective is to get your hands on one of each of the scrolls and bring it to the tower in the center of the training grounds. You have 5 days to do so. But what about food? Choji asked, munching on his potato chips. Eat what's in the forest. That's part of survival, Anko said, smirking. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto smirked because the forest was his territory. He was at peace here and could connect well with the nature around him. It put him on edge, however, that he was a single man while everyone else had 3 per team, and people would be teaming up to get through. That's how this competition works. Anko held up a paper and said, at this time, you all need to go up to the booth and sign this paper saying that we aren't responsible if you get injured or killed while in there. Speaking of which, killing is permitted from this point on. When you turn in the signed paper, you will get your scroll and the gate number you will be heading in through. Good luck, you'll need it. Naruto went up immediately to the booth where the proctors were at. He took a paper and signed off on it immediately. When he looked up, Anko was in front of him and said, sorry Gaki, you don't get a scroll. You have to get through gate 44 and then proceed through the forest and find yourself both a heaven and an earth scroll. Elite Genin rules. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, are you fucking kidding me? No, have fun through gate 44 by the way. It's the farthest one out, which gives you somewhat of an advantage, but it's also the most dangerous. Troublesome, Naruto said before taking off in the direction he was supposed to go. Everyone watched as he stalked off towards where he needed to go. Sora looked at Sakura and Sasuke and said, I have a bad feeling. What do you mean? Sakura asked. I don't know, this exams just doesn't feel right to me, Sora said. Sasuke grunted in agreement as they waited in line. Hinata watched with her teammates as Naruto went off and whispered to herself, good luck, Naruto-kun. Naruto stood by gate 44 waiting for the signal for the exams to start. He sat in meditation, gathering his senses to stretch them out as far as he could. He could feel the chakra in the forest, the natural energy coming from it. He also felt the chakra of the other genin. He now knew where most of the genin were because of his sensory training. He picked out where teammate was and immediately set them out to be his first targets to get to. If he could get to them, then he could work with them. They had promised to work together in an alliance after all. Naruto looked off into the forest and suddenly he could have sworn he felt a spike of chakra, but it disappeared as soon as it had appeared in the first place. What freaked Naruto out, however, was the corruption the chakra had. Suddenly, the gates opened into the forest, signaling the start of the second exam. Naruto sped off into the forest. Sasuke led Sora and Sakura through the forest. They had decided the best plan was to take off fast and in a hurry. Once they made it in, they would single out genin who were foolish and take their scrolls if they had one. If they didn't find the rest of their team and wring out their scroll that way. They landed on a tree a little out. Alright, we set up a camp. Find a lake or some water source, then we set out and find a team nearby. If we don't find one, camp out for the night and try tomorrow, Sasuke said. Sakura and Sora nodded. They took off, Sasuke leading and Sora covering the rear. Sora looked out in the forest and thought of Naruto, wondering how he was faring in the competition already, being put at a huge disadvantage. Shikamaru, Hinata and Kiba were heading off into the yonder, looking for a team to rob of their scroll. They had been looking for the last 2 hours and Kiba stopped on a tree, halting their formation. Kiba turned around and said, "We should take a break." Hinata nodded and Shikamaru sighed. They knelt and took out some water they had gathered and drank from it. Hinata looked at the two and said, "Should we try and find Naruto?" "We said we would try to find him and ally with him." Shikamaru shook his head and said, "We are on a far side of the forest. It's not worth it. If we get the chance then definitely, but we have to work on our own for right now." "As much as I don't want to admit it, you're right," Hinata said with a sad tone, shaking her head slightly. "What should we do?" Kiba asked. Shikamaru shrugged and said, "There are a few strategies I can think of. Some teams will most likely head to the tower and take out teams that head there with their scrolls. Some teams will fight it out here in the forest during the day, and some even during the night. There's also the option of a hit-and-run strategy or a full-on team fight. Our best bet is to go at it as a team. That's where our strength lies. I don't think we should camp out at the tower either. It's too small of a field and we have more room to play in the forest." Kiba and Hinata nodded. They got up and looked at each other before each leaping off back into their team formation. After a few more hours, Naruto landed on a tree branch and looked behind him where the darker forests lay. He panted and then screamed, "Hell yeah! That's what you get, YA bloodthirsty creatures." In the distance you could hear some screeching in response, which Naruto laughed at. He knelt down to take a breather, taking deep breaths to recover from his experience. He looked around and stretched out his senses when suddenly he launched himself back as an explosion went off next to him. He landed on a nearby tree branch and looked around, trying to feel for a chakra source when suddenly he heard in the trees, "Mighten, Judgmento. Dark release, judgment." Naruto's eyes widened and he flipped backwards, avoiding the dark blue flames but ended up getting blasted away by a sudden force from the fires. Naruto screamed as he slammed into the tree next to him and groaned from the impact. He looked and saw on a branch in front of him a man with long white hair and red eyes. He had on a high-collared white coat wrapped in 3 leather straps. He also had bandages covering his body. He cackled with a high-pitched voice and said, "I've been waiting for this day. Senju Naruto." Naruto shunshined and landed on a tree branch across from him and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Hiriko." Team 7 was running on the ground, trying to track a team they had been following for the last 30 minutes. Sora stopped suddenly, feeling a disruption of chakra from a distance. Sakura turned back and saw Sora stopped and called out to Sasuke. He stopped suddenly and turned towards the two. "Sora?" Sakura asked. All of a sudden, Sora was blasted away by a gust of wind. He flew a great distance out of sight and mind. Sakura shouted out to him, but she and Sasuke were pinned down by the gust of wind. It finally calmed down and in Naruto's place stood Akusa Genin. Sakura was on guard immediately and Sasuke appeared next to Sakura in a quick dash. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked. The Akusa Genin chuckled and looked at the two like they were curious toys to play with. She then stepped forward and they could see it was the creepy Genin that Naruto and Anko had met coincidentally. Her voice was silky and snake-like and that was what crept the two Genin out. "How good of a ninja are you, Sasuke-kun?" the Akusa Genin asked before taking out a scroll. The two Genin's eyes widened at the heaven scroll that matched their earth scroll. Suddenly, the Akusa Genin consumed the scroll, shoving it down her throat before slurping and licking her lips. Then she looked at the two releasing the largest amount of killing intent they had ever faced. Naruto looked at the man with wide eyes at the realization of who he was. He gulped and got into a fighting stance, amusing the man even more. He started cackling madly and assumed a position similar to Naruto's before he asked, "Are you scared? Knowing I am here just for you. You should feel honored. I feel your bloodline is strong enough." "How did you even find out in the first place?" Naruto asked angrily. "Oh, I have eyes and ears in my old friend's organization. Oto is not as cunning as they think they are. Orochimaru team isn't as great as I am after all, although how he managed to sneak into the exams like myself is beyond me. I wonder how your friends are doing." Naruto's eyes widened at what he was saying. Naruto narrowed his eyes quickly after in anger and released a pulse of chakra. Hiriko cackled again and said, "Your loved ones are your weakness. It's naivety in its fullest." "Shut up," Naruto shouted. He charged towards the man and threw out a feint which he blocked easily but kicked him, but soon realized his mistake as a pain shot up his leg from kicking hard metal. "Do you like it, Naruto-kun? My Koden is impenetrable to Taijutsu," Hiriko shouted. Naruto leapt back and flew through hand signs before shouting, "Suden, Tepidama." Naruto took a breath and shot out a water bullet at Hiriko before he disappeared in a flicker of speed. He reappeared before Naruto, causing him to widen his eyes in shock before getting a fist slammed into his gut. Naruto flew away, the impact blasting him through dozens of branches. Hiriko sighed to himself and muttered, "Too much power." Sasuke and Sakura were paralyzed in fear. This killing intent was just insane. Plain and simple. Sasuke actually started to raise the kunai to his neck to kill himself, then suddenly, he stabbed himself in the leg to release himself from the spell. Kukukukuku, so you would injure yourself to pull yourself out of the trance. Interesting Sasuke-kun. Futon, Kami Oroshi, wind release, godly wine from the mountains. Sora's voice rang out from the trees. There was a large gust of wind that lifted the two-leaf genin away from the Kusa genin while blasting the Kusa genin away from Team 7. She impacted into a tree and dissolved into mud. Sora landed next to Sasuke and Sakura and asked, "Are you two okay?" Kukukukuku, so you're the brat with the extra sealed chakra. Sora turned suddenly and shouted, "Come out." The Kusa genin rose out of a tree branch across from him suddenly and stood there with tears on her skin, showing skin underneath like she was shedding. Sora looked at the two and said, "Run. Now." "What?" "But Sora, Sakura started. "I don't care. This man is dangerous," Sora shouted. "Man, dope, that's a woman. Are you gender confused?" Sasuke asked. "No Sasuke, I'm not. He's wearing a mask. Let me give you the hints. Wind release user, can summon snakes, has immense amounts of killing intent and chakra." "Do I need to give you any more hints?" Sora asked. "What are you talking about?" Sakura asked. The Kusa genin chuckled again and said, "I always knew you were too smart to be a monk." The Kusa genin then tore away at the skin that was peeling off already and underneath revealed another face of a man. He had pale white skin and snake-like eyes. He had purple pigments underneath his eyes and had a sharp face. "That's Orochimaru, you dumb nuts," Sora explained. Tsunade was sitting in the Hokage's office with Shizune, Hiruzen and Jiraiya. They had been chatting idly while Hiruzen worked on the never-ending pile of paperwork. They had been chatting about the many villages that had decided to participate in the Chunin exams, especially the fact that Kumo and Kiryu even sent representatives this year. Jiraiya was half paying attention when suddenly he widened his eyes, standing straight up. Tsunade had done the exact same thing. "You felt it, didn't you?" Jiraiya asked. Tsunade nodded in anger a little. She looked at Shizune, who was having a questionable look on her face, and said, "It could be part of the Chunin exams taking its toll on Naruto." Jiraiya shook his head and said, "That seal would only go off if Naruto subconsciously thought his life was in serious danger. Something is wrong. We need to go now before the kid gets hurt." "We cannot interfere in the exams though, Jiraiya," Tsunade said. Suddenly, there was a large spike of chakra in the air. Hiruzen stood up at this point also, and they all looked outside their window to see that there was a small black cloud gathering in the distance, crackling with lightning. They all looked at each other and Tsunade was the first to shoot off after her son. "Hold on, Naruto," Tsunade shouted. Naruto groaned as he got up from the ground slowly. The speed of that punch along with the power that it packed had broken a few ribs. He coughed and spat out a little blood. He was way out of his league in this fight. He didn't have a choice now other than to release the seals on his body. He held a hand seal and said, "Kai. Release." There was a small burst of chakra and suddenly he felt immensely lighter. He knew there was no chance other than to run now. He took off, stretching out his senses to find out where the man was at, but he soon widened his eyes. He looked up and saw there was a black cloud above him and it was crackling with lightning. It was overloading his sensory skills and he couldn't find out where Hiriko was at. He felt himself sweating cold and heavy drops. He looked around and suddenly jumped away as a spark of lightning landed where he previously was. There was a cackle in the woods around him and soon, more lightning started to land around Naruto, causing him to leap and dance around like he was doing a ballet of sorts. "Come out, coward," Naruto shouted. "Rantan, Rankiryu. Storm release, Demon Dragon Storm." "Son of a," Naruto muttered before fastening his dance as storm clouds started to descend and tried to attack him viciously. Naruto moved as fast as he could to avoid the sparks and dark clouds, but he noticed he was getting tired more quickly than he should be. That's when he noticed the clouds were much larger than when they started and realized it was absorbing his chakra. Naruto flipped back and away and started to make a run for it, the clouds chasing after him into the forest while cackling chased him away. Sora was getting frustrated as they tried to land a hit on the snake-like man, but Orochimaru was just toying with them. Sora looked at Sakura, who was whimpering as she was already tired and frustrated, and Sasuke panting next to him. Sora gritted his teeth and shouted, "Futon, Daidoppa. Wind release, great breakthrough." The trees around him started to shake slowly before they suddenly started tearing apart by the shreds of wind ripping through the branches and trunks. It was chaos around them until finally Sora dropped the jutsu, panting from the exhaustion caused by the jutsu. He looked around, waiting for a clear sign that Orochimaru had been eliminated, but Orochimaru instead popped out of the ground before the two male genin and had his fingers glowing. "What?" Sora asked. "Gogyo Fuin, 5 elements seal," Orochimaru shouted before slamming his fingers into Sora's chest, causing his eyes to bulge out as the purple fire on Orochimaru's hands extinguished, leaving a seal on Sora's chest. He clawed at his chest as a burning sensation took over his body and screamed before passing out from the pain. "Sora!" Sasuke shouted. "Enough. The boy is impressive, perhaps even more so than you, Sasuke-kun, but I will have the Sharingan," Orochimaru said. "What are you talking about?" Sakura asked. Orochimaru just shook his head as his neck stretched out and opened his mouth wide, baring his fangs. It wasn't to be, however, as Orochimaru felt something impact the side of his face and he, along with his outstretched neck, went flying, followed by his body. Sasuke looked around and saw a black cloud above them, and then in front of Sasuke appeared Naruto, sweating and panting heavily, knelt over checking on Sora. "Sasuke, what happened?" Naruto asked. "Orochimaru happened," Sasuke said. Naruto turned his head and said, "I know that. How is he here?" "He was accuser Genin in disguise. Tore away at his skin and underneath was the snake," Sasuke said, disgusted. Naruto nodded and stood up. He looked around and saw the storm cloud above him starting to fade away. He knew Hiriko was on his heels, but he had to save Sora and his friends. He looked at Sasuke and said, "Take Sora with you and the three of you run. Hide and don't come out until you know it's safe. Do you understand me?" Sasuke shook his head and said, "You can't take him. You're an idiot." Naruto chuckled and said, "I know I can't, but there are still things you don't know about me. I have an alter persona." Sasuke's eyes narrowed in questioning, but Naruto shook his head and said, "Go. Now." Sasuke only shook, his whole body quivering before he finally nodded and took Sora's body, leaping off and grabbing Sakura by the arm and dragging her after him. Naruto turned and saw Orochimaru getting up, shaking off the splinters and dust he had gathered, chuckling. "We finally meet Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said. "Can it Pedo team?" Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, a third person appeared on a tree branch across from the two and said, Well, if it isn't my old comrade in arms." "Hiriko team, a pleasure to see you again," Orochimaru said with a smirk. "Likewise," Hiriko said. Naruto felt sweat dripping down his body now, and he was shaking in fear at the situation. He was facing off against two people who no doubt wanted him for their own goals. He knew he had to figure out something to counter him, and fast. Hinata was using her Byakugan to lead for a while now. She looked out in the forest and saw chakra large enough, but far away enough to make her question what was going on. She halted the formation, looking off in that direction. Shikamaru looked at Hinata and asked, "What is it?" Hinata shook her head and said, "I don't know. It's a large source of chakra though." Kiba said, "We should stay away then." Hinata looked at the two and said, "It could be Naruto." Then, there was an explosion of air and Hinata could see the chakra and saw it was Sora. She looked at the two and said, "It's Sora. He's using so much chakra." Shikamaru looked at the two and said, "That was Sora. What is that kid made of?" Kiba shrugged and said quietly, "We should see what's wrong." Hinata said, "They are quite far out. It will take a bit to get to them." "Let's go," Shikamaru said. They leapt off towards the source of chakra, and soon enough, Hinata saw Sasuke and Sakura leaping towards them with Sora in tow on Sasuke's shoulder, passed out. The three paused as the two came up to them and Sasuke said, "We need to go. Now." "What's going on, Sasuke?" Shikamaru asked. "Orochimaru. He's here in the forest. He tried to bite me or something, but Naruto showed up. He looked really exhausted and tired, like he was running on fumes, and he seemed like he was running from something already. I don't know, all I know is he needs help. Now." Teammate exchanged looks before nodding, and Kiba said, "Don't worry, we will help Naruto." Sakura shook her head and said, "You'll get killed. All three of you. Orochimaru is something out of our league. Even Naruto can't handle him, and we've seen a lot from him. He barely got out alive when he faced Hanzo back in Nami no Kuni." "Wait, Hanzo? As in Sanshou no Hanzo?" Shikamaru asked. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, and teammate exchanged another look before taking off in the direction where Naruto was. Sasuke shouted, "Wait. Barkers. All of them barkers," Sakura muttered. Naruto tried to go through every option in his head to get out of this, but any situation he came up with wasn't looking good. Then, he heard a voice in his head calling out to him. "Use my chakra kit. I promise I can handle it." Naruto's eyes widened at the voice and knew the Kyuubi was trying to trick him, but he didn't know if he had any other options. He looked at the two conversing, but he had already blocked out Orochimaru and Hiriko's conversation. He didn't need to know what was going to happen. "Don't you trust me? I am the Kyuubi no Yoko and can destroy those insects. I do want to keep you around. Your presence is calming after all." Naruto narrowed his eyes at that statement and knew the Kyuubi was just trying to trick him, but what option did he have? He didn't know why they weren't attacking him, and he knew that going through with this option might save him and send out a chakra signature powerful enough for everyone to recognize to try and save him before he got taken down. Slowly, he called upon his tenon's power and focused on trying to keep his emotions in check and in control, but found it hard with the powerful presence of the Kyuubi influencing him. 1. "Why are you here, Hiriko-kun?" Orochimaru asked. "The boy is my target. He has the Mokudan. I must have it," Hiriko said simply. Orochimaru chuckled and said, "I am afraid I cannot allow that. He is my experiment after all, and I still have plans for him." "Plans?" Hiriko asked, curious. "Oh yes, Naruto-kun will be my greatest treasure and prize. His Mokudan is all because of me, and I intend on making it known to the world one day. Naruto-kun will fall and rise to something greater than the world could have imagined, and it will be all because of me." Hiriko cackled and said, "Not if I can get my hands on him." Suddenly, there was a huge spike in chakra and both turned to see Naruto had a red pillar surrounding him. Hiriko backed up and asked, "Is this the power of the Kyuubi?" Orochimaru chuckled and said, "It seems that Naruto-kun is very serious about killing us." Chapter 17, Counter-Strike and the Prelim. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune and Hiruzen were rushing towards where Naruto was with 3 Anbu trailing behind them. Tsunade looked up and saw the cloud moving farther away from him even as they moved towards it. They were moving too rapidly. Then suddenly, it disappeared. Tsunade's eyes widened and she stopped, Jiraiya and Hiruzen landing next to her. They were in the middle of a clearing in the forest surrounding Konoha. They were moving towards where the exams were taking place but now they had no trace. It was eerie. They looked at each other and Tsunade said, "That was our only way of finding Naruto. We don't have a sensor here, do we?" Hiruzen looked at his Anbu, then returned his gaze to her and shook his head. She groaned and said, "We need to split up. It will be quicker to find Naruto that way. It could just be another Genin Tsunade. We need to calm down and think about this like normal people." "Hokage-sama, thank Kami," said a voice not too far away. A Jonin landed next to the crowd and knelt. He looked up and said, "Hokage-sama, we found the bodies of 3 Kyuuser Genin. It appears that they were killed. But the disturbing part is their faces were gone." "Gone?" Hiruzen asked, his interest spiking. "Hi, like they were never supposed to be there. It appears that there is an intruder in the exams since all teams were accounted for." Tsunade shook in anger and said, "Now you believe that there isn't anyone out for Naruto?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Whoever it is, we will find him and capture him before it's too late. Naruto can handle himself as it is." "Naruto-sama, he went through gate 44. He should be farther out from the rest of the Genin unless he made it through quickly enough." Suddenly, the air exploded with a killer intent so strong and a chakra so vile it made the Jonin gasp and the Anbu take a step back. They all turned towards the direction where a thin red pillar rose up in the sky, made purely of chakra. Tsunade's eyes widened and Shizune gasped herself when she realized what just happened. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and Hiruzen shook his head. "Naruto-kun." Orochimaru looked at where Naruto was, enveloped now in a pillar of red chakra before it dissipated after a minute. He emerged, 3 tails waving behind him and red chakra coating his entire body, looking like blood was mixed with it. He had white ghastly eyes and a white ghastly maw where his mouth. It greatly surprised him. Orochimaru knew Minato was no joke at seals, so how was it that the seal had loosened so much to allow that much Kyuubi chakra to escape? Hiriko grinned senselessly at the scene that unfolded before him. Naruto transformed and went into the Kyuubi state flawlessly, showing tremendous power as it was. The fox form of Naruto looked around, turning its head slowly before locking onto the 2 of them. "Let's begin," Hiriko said before disappearing, reappearing in front of the fox and punching it in the face. The fox flew away and landed with a crunch into a tree some distance away. Then, while still stuck in the tree, it turned its head to look at Hiriko before growling and roaring a roar so loud it thudded and echoed around the forest. The fox Naruto disappeared and landed in front of Hiriko, punching him in the face this time, and he flew, crashing through a dozen trees before finally landing in a heap on a large branch some distance away. Then the fox charged up some chakra and fired off missile chakra bursts towards Hiriko, the explosions sounding off. Orochimaru watched the whole exchange, intrigued when he saw the fox turn its head towards him. Orochimaru smoked before getting on all fours and opening his mouth. He muttered, "Seneashu," striking shadow snakes, and a swarm of white snakes poured out of his mouth, multiplying exponentially before extending a blade out of each of their mouths, all pointed at the fox Naruto. The fox turned its head curiously, looking at the swords before swallowing and puffing out its chest. It expelled a burst of pure chakra, exploding out from its mouth and creating a ray that destroyed the snakes in a horizontal line. The trick wasn't over however as Orochimaru appeared behind the fox and kicked it away, its form slamming through the trees. The situation quickly reversed itself however as the fox quickly turned firing off spouts of chakra and it crashed into Orochimaru just as quickly as they were fired off. Taking the hits directly, he was nowhere to be found, the light of the chakra consuming him. The fox charged back towards the clearing and landed in the middle of it, looking around for its opponents. Suddenly, there was a battle cry from above the fox. Turning its head up, Hiriko was completely encroached in steel as it plummeted at high speeds from above, crashing into the fox and creating a crater of large proportions. Orochimaru crawled out of the ground not too far away from the crater and watched as the ground exploded with light and the fox went flying at high speeds and Hiriko chased off after the flying fox. Orochimaru smoked and chased off after the 2 in their intense death match. Sasuke and Sakura landed away from the battle, Sora still on Sasuke's shoulders. They had felt the chakra spike but didn't dare turn around in fear. Naruto had to know what he was doing. Right. Sora groaned and woke up from the stress. Sasuke immediately put him down and Sakura knelt down next to Sora. She started to look over his body and from the diagnosis jutsu Naruto had taught her that his chakra system was out of the normality that it should be. In fact, it was almost chaotic. She looked up at Sasuke and said, "I don't know what to do." "Of course you don't. We are dealing with complex fuinjutsu. This is out of our league. Naruto and Jiraiya-sensei will know how to fix this. Maybe Hokage-sama, but it's unlikely." "Naruto, he knows fuinjutsu too?" Sasuke asked. Sora smoked and said, "Don't underestimate my brother." Sakura looked at Sora and said, "That's the thing though. We're not underestimating him, he's just." Sora looked at the 2 and got up, but knelt down, exhausted still. Sakura knelt down next to him, pulling out water that she could give him. Sora looked at Sasuke and asked, "What are you talking about?" Sasuke stared off from where they came from and said, "Naruto is facing Orochimaru." And another man. He was as powerful if not more powerful than Orochimaru. What? Sora said, attempting to get up again only to be restrained by Sakura with not too much effort. Naruto can handle himself, I hope, Sakura said. Naruto is a heavily trained shinobi, but they are way out of his league. If I think it is who it is, he will die. At that moment, a roar sounded through the forest that reverberated in the air around them. Sora looked towards where the wind was blowing towards them now, shielding his face. He heard explosions sound a moment later. What is going on, Naruto? Sora asked, rubbing his bandaged arm. Hinata, Shikamaru and Kiba had halted after only a moment of chasing towards where Naruto went after seeing Sasuke and Sakura. They felt the chakra in the air and Hinata had halted them in fear of the high-level battle going on. They continued to let Hinata relay the events of the battle, Naruto not seen amongst the three figures. Shikamaru wondered where Naruto was at, but couldn't figure out where he fit in the entire battle. He was battling Orochimaru and the man a few moments ago, and now he just disappears and this fox clouded in pure chakra takes the place in the battle. Hinata, we need to leave. Naruto isn't here and we need to find him, Shikamaru said, then sighed and said, besides, this battle is too troublesome. If we get involved we will only get killed. Then a loud roar sounded, farther away from them. Hinata looked back and said, the battle has moved quite some distance away. We could investigate or get out of here. Shikamaru looked at the two and said, this is our chance to figure out where Naruto went. We need to go there, but we must be careful. Anko Matarashi was moving through the forest as fast as she could. She knew the forest by heart and knew the possibilities of where Senju Naruto could end up, but this didn't make sense. She had scanned every area where he should have ended up, but he was nowhere to be found. She looked around and saw an area completely devastated by what looked like some sort of fire source. She dashed down and looked around, smelling the smoke wood in the air and the chakra still lingering in the area. It had to have been a powerful ninjutsu for this to happen. Kukukukuku, so it seems my little Anko-chan has come to investigate. How curious, said a snake-like voice behind her. She turned and saw Orochimaru leaning against a tree, looking at her like she was a curious specimen. He pushed away from the tree and walked around her in a circle. Anko had already drawn a kunai and held it in a defensive position, prone in front of her. Tell me, Orochimaru, why are you here? Anko spat. At first, it was for Sasuke-kun. It seems however my interest should be lying elsewhere. Naruto-kun is what has to be my finest invention yet, Orochimaru ranted. What are you talking about? Anko asked. Oh, you don't know. Well, you're about to see what makes him so special. Crashing through the forest came the fox coated in pure blood red chakra. It landed on the ground, impacting at high speeds causing miniature crater to form. Out from the trees came Hiriko, cackling deliriously. Orochimaru smirked and said, it's like I don't even have to do anything. My old friend can do that for me. You bastard, what did you do to him? Anko asked. Kukukuku, Anko-chan, I'm surprised you haven't figured it out. Look at him, isn't it so much like the others out there? You mean? Yes, he is a Jinchuriki. And that's not all. Naruto slammed his palm into the ground and out of the trees came wood that twisted and gnarled itself into a twisted form chasing after Hiriko. Hiriko looked at the wood and smirked at the tricks the fox seemed to come up with. Hiriko danced around the fox, the wood chasing after him. Hiriko moved faster and faster as the wood moved faster along with him until the wood tangled itself, but not before exploding on itself, the corrupted wood flying in all directions. Orochimaru grasped a snake seal and an earth wall appeared in front of the two snake summoners. He becomes more dangerous to fight as the battle progresses. It's intelligent too. Interesting, Orochimaru muttered, observing the fox. I will not let you observe him. I don't know what is going on, but I will not let an enemy of Konoha get away with this. Anko said, rushing towards her old sensei, clashing in battle. Hiriko in the meantime had Naruto pushed back, firing off jutsu after jutsu, clashing with the fox. He enjoyed the challenge the fox was putting up, but he knew he had to end the game soon or else the whole village would see he was here. He started to channel chakra and collect it for his next move. Then, the wood stopped and the fox froze. It turned its head looking at Hiriko before making its move. He tilted his head upward and suddenly chakra began to appear in the air, condensing into a ball. Hiriko's eyes widened before realizing what he was doing. He stopped collecting his chakra and flew through hand seals, racing the fox who had now condensed the chakra into a small ball and swallowed it. Hiriko looked to his left and right and saw the clones he had hidden were now in position. He slammed his palms together and shouted, Fuinjutsu, Sanyo Fuin. Sealing technique, 3 directions seal. Suddenly, a triangle seal made of light appeared around the fox as it shot off its blast of chakra and collided with the light seal wall. It exploded inside the seal, light exploding from the inside out and what more, most likely injuring the Jinchuriki inside. The blast was deafening and echoed throughout the entire forest, the noise reverberating through the air as the leaves blew away and the grass flattened itself. Hiriko tossed the triangle up into the air and then brought it back down, slamming it into the ground, rattling up the Kyuubi host inside and then released the technique, light blasting itself outwards in all directions. The blast echoed through the forest for a second time, only not so loud. The light disappeared and Hiriko walked forward and saw that Naruto had reverted back to normal, no longer in the Kyuubi state. He was asleep on the ground, passed out from the effort the battle had on him. His clothes were in tatters and he had chakra burns all over his body, blood streaming from his arms and legs especially. Hiriko knelt down and put his hand on his forehead. He muttered something under his breath and suddenly Naruto's eyes shot open, a red circle mark that looked like an eye appearing on his forehead. Naruto screamed as he felt pain unlike any he had experienced before passing out quickly again. Hiriko smirked and looked towards where Orochimaru and Anko had been battling but discovered that Anko was now leaping towards him, not looking too good. Orochimaru seemed to have disappeared after their very short battle. He smirked and hardened his arm with his Kodan steel release and smacked her away, sending her flying through a tree. He cackled before he was smacked away by an unseen force that came at an intense speed. "What have you done to my son?" Tsunade roared at him as he flew through a bunch of trees. Tsunade flew immediately after him but realized Hiriko had somehow disappeared mid-flight from her power-packed punch. She felt his chakra presence leaving the area at an extremely fast pace. "Get back here, coward!" Tsunade screamed. "Tsunade, not now. We have to worry about Naruto," Jiraiya said, leaping behind her. She turned around immediately and saw her boy laying on the ground. She dashed straight towards him. Hiruzen and Shizune were not far behind with the squad of Anbu. Shizune saw Anko laying in what was left of a tree trunk and ran towards her, immediately performing her duties as a med nin. "What's the damage?" Jiraiya asked Tsunade. She shook her head as she ran a diagnostic jutsu and said, "Chakra burns all over his body, blood vessels burst along the arms and legs, chakra exhaustion. The list goes on. We have to withdraw him from the exams. He was targeted," Jiraiya said. Hiruzen sighed and said, "As much as I hate to do so, I have to agree. I don't see Anno." "Naruto-kun," a feminine voice shouted not too far away. The small group of older ninjas turned to see Hinata, Shikamaru and Kiba arriving onto the scene, taking in the damage around them. Tsunade's eyes widened and she immediately shielded Naruto from their sights. "What happened?" Shikamaru asked with a narrowed look in his eyes. "Mass destruction is what happened. I knew Naruto was strong, but this," Kiba shouted. Trees were smashed into the ground around them, making for a destroyed clearing. The grass even had some burns and there was wood that was gnarled and turned into a decayed state around them, from what they had to determine yet. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said, kneeling next to Tsunade. She sighed and uncovered his body and continued working, saying, "The damage is already done." Perhaps," Hiruzen said. "What are you on about?" Jiraiya asked. "Tora, I need you to dispatch Anbu squads around the forest, preventing any more incidents like this to happen." "Obviously we got loose on our security," Hiruzen said in a commanding voice. "Hi, Hokage-sama," the Anbu captain said, disappearing along with his squad. Hiruzen turned towards teammate and said in a questioning tone, "An attack has occurred on Naruto, but it looks like you came knowing something." Shikamaru straightened and said, "Hi. We came when we heard from Team 7 that Orochimaru and a strange man showed up." Orochimaru had initially attacked Team 7 involving Sasuke for reasons unknown, however Naruto intervened, already being chased by the strange man. They were both targeted. "Why did Orochimaru not take off after Sasuke then?" Hiruzen asked. "They said that Orochimaru immediately took notice to Naruto," Shikamaru said with a strange look at the boy in question. Hiruzen turned towards Naruto and sighed. He never wished for this kind of danger upon his surrogate grandson and yet he had to face it here in the safety of home. It was disappointing to realize that he had been lax on security for these exams, especially with 4 of the 5 great shinobi nations here. Now, he was paying for it. Hinata looked up and asked, "Will he still be able to continue?" "We would be willing to help him." Kiba and Shikamaru nodded. Tsunade stood up, turning around and shouted, "Absolutely not." "Actually, Haim, I think it's a good idea," Jiraiya said. "What?" Tsunade screamed even louder. "We need to figure out what is going on. Orochimaru and the strange man wouldn't have come to the Chunin exams of all places without a purpose. Something is up and Naruto is involved. You want to use him as bait," Shizune said plainly, walking up from where Anko now was getting up. "Not exactly. I don't think they will target him per se, but I do think he will have a major role to come in these exams," Jiraiya said, thinking heavily. Tsunade stood up and said, "Absolutely not. My son is not to be used as a tool. Tsunade, unfortunately I cannot allow you to pull Naruto from these exams. That decision lies with me and I think he can still stand a chance," Hiruzen immediately after. "What?" she shouted once more. Teammate winced at her now incredibly high killing intent, even buckling a little bit, but Hiruzen did not waver. "Here is the issue, Tsunade. It is now a matter of what has brought Orochimaru and the man to this village, and because of thus, I would like to see things through. They injured him hoping to do something, but what that is I don't know. We both know Naruto would never forgive us if we withdrew him if he had the chance to stay in, which he does now," he said, gesturing towards teammate. "I promise on everything I have that we will protect him," Hinata said confidently for once. Shikamaru and Kiba's eyes widened in surprise, but they nodded quickly after getting over their initial shock. Tsunade looked at the 3 and then sighed. She looked at them all and said resigned, "Please. Just take care of him." The 3 genin nodded and they grabbed Naruto, Kiba carrying him, the 3 of them leaping into the trees to find cover. Anko groaned and said, "That was a smart move." The others looked at her and Jiraiya asked, "What are you talking about?" "I have a lot to tell you," she said, wincing. We will make it back to my office first, then we will go over everything, Hiruzen said. After an hour, teammate had discovered a cave quite a ways from the battle site Naruto was at. Hinata was tending Naruto's wounds as they sat around eating. She had a lot of ointment lathered on his burns, especially on his arms and legs, bandaging his arms and legs tightly, his chest not as much. She left his face unbounded due to the lack of bandages to cover him. She instead took to using ointment and wet rags to deal with his rough wounds there. What could have possibly given Naruto those wounds? Shikamaru asked out loud finally. Kiba sniffed the air and shrugged. He looked at him and said, I've never heard of anything like this. It's almost surreal to think Naruto of all people could get injured like this. Hinata nodded sadly and said, when they were battling, Naruto was cloaked in the fox chakra I was talking about. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he looked up and said, fox chakra. She nodded and said, the chakra was evil. I'm surprised you couldn't feel it. In truth, he hadn't considered what was going on. He had adrenaline spiking just thinking about how they chased towards the troublesome high-level battle that had occurred not too long ago. Kiba looked at Naruto and said, as much as I hate it, we need to wait on Naruto to explain things. I can only hope he will be honest with us. Hinata nodded a bit shyly and said, we all care about Naruto-kun. We're his friends. The boys looked down at Naruto and could only think about when he would wake up. Shikamaru fumbled through his pouch and took out the 3 scrolls they had. 2 Earth Scrolls and 1 Heaven Scroll. Hopefully Naruto would have a Heaven Scroll and they would be able to get out of this forest. Naruto was sitting in a clearing. The sky, which was crimson red, was no longer so. It was calm and dark. He looked towards where his tenant was laying staring at him. He got up and shouted, what are you staring at? The fox snorted and said, after the generous amount of chakra I gave you, this is the thanks I get. I knew my keeper was a brat. What? Naruto shouted. Relax kid, we need to talk, the fox said. Naruto looked at the fox strangely and gestured towards him to continue. The fox looked at him seriously and said, you have a seal on you. Something I cannot recognize. It is nothing like that senile fool Mito ever used, nor is it a standard seal. This is something unique and beyond my knowledge. What? Naruto asked. That bastard Hiriko applied it to you. Naruto recalled then how he had woken up for a moment, his body had screamed out in pain, his head scalding hot, and then he had passed out again from the shock. He gritted his teeth in frustration and asked, what do I do then? Ask that Baka Jiraiya to help you. He will know. He's not a Baka, but I will. Take care kid, I have nothing else to say to you. Do not call upon my power again. There is much risk in using it, and as much as I hate to admit it, I like this calmness that being your tenant has brought me. Are you thanking me? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi roared and shouted, do not think that I have thanked you, human. You mistake thankfulness for curiosity. Naruto sighed and said, someday, I'll get it through to you. Then, he promptly disappeared from his mindscape. Naruto woke up late at night, pain spiking throughout his entire system. He groaned and hissed at the pain as he attempted to get up, but found his arms and legs wrapped tightly. He used his arms as leverage and sat up. He saw that he was covered in bandages and his pants were now shorts, and he was down to his t-shirt. He sighed and slowly went through the process of unwrapping his mummified body. Once he was done, he took in his surroundings. He was in a cave, and from the looks of it, it was relatively late into the night as the moon was high in the sky from his vantage point. He looked around and saw Shikamaru and Kiba sleeping. His eyes widened as he thought over the events that happened before and realized that he had been in a high-level battle out of his control, so he couldn't remember anything. He sighed and got up, and realized Hinata was sitting outside on a rock keeping watch. He walked up and asked, can I join you? She jumped up a foot and she turned to see Naruto up. She blushed and said, Naruto-kun. I didn't think you'd be up. I recover fast, he said, shrugging it off before sitting down next to her. He felt truly exhausted in all honesty, but he had to be strong because he was still in the exams. He would have time to rest when he got to the tower. He looked over at Hinata, who was looking at him curiously. He grinned and she blushed, turning away but with a small smile braced on her lips. Naruto-kun, what happened? Hinata asked, turning towards him when she finished. At this, Naruto frowned before he looked at her and said, Orochimaru and Hiriko happened. Hiriko, was he the pale man Sasuke-san and Sakura-san were talking about? Hinata asked, engaged and forgetting her previous nervousness. Naruto nodded and he launched into the story of what had happened to lead him up to the transformation, then he paused. He wasn't sure how to explain what had happened, but Hinata seemingly launched into her question of what happened at the clearing. He finished by saying he was defeated quickly from an explosion of condensed chakra and unfortunately he had been caught in the middle of it. He used the excuse of a shielding technique he knew from Fuinjutsu to cover him, which wasn't all lies in honesty. She nodded, but knew he was hiding something. He never explained the cloak of chakra that had enveloped Naruto and didn't explain why Hiriko had chased him in the first place. Along with that left a mystery of questions to be answered. She sighed in exasperation before looking out towards the forest again, keeping her vigilant watch. Naruto's eyes clouded over in guilt as he knew Hinata was somewhat disappointed in him, but he couldn't throw out his secrets yet. He had to protect himself and his cherished ones. He especially didn't want to hurt her. They had gone to great lengths to help him. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Naruto said a little sadly. Hinata looked at Naruto and she said, "Don't worry Naruto-kun. I'm not sad," she said with a small smile. He grinned back at her with the reaffirmation of her emotions and leaned back on his arms, wincing slightly at the pain before laying on his back staring at the stars in the sky. He stretched out his senses, trying to connect with the forest around him and felt no one in the area other than the four of them near the cave. "Thank you, Hinata-chan," Naruto whispered to himself. Hinata watched Naruto the whole time, blushing but happy that he was okay and with them. They all were up the next day. Naruto had fallen asleep on the rock outside, and found himself in the cave again, waking up to Team 8 having breakfast. After a quick meal and packing up, they found themselves getting ready to move when Shikamaru turned towards Naruto and asked, "Do you have any scrolls?" Naruto nodded and said, "I have my heaven scroll, but nothing else." Shikamaru smirked, grabbing an earth scroll and tossed it towards him and said, "You're in luck. We have an earth scroll. And we're not too far from the tower. We can make it there by nightfall undetected if we move carefully." Kiba grinned and Hinata smiled at that. Naruto himself gave a smirk and said, "Yosh. Let's go." It was a few hours later when they ran into Team 7 and Kabuto. Team 8 was moving carefully when they noticed Team 7 and Kabuto were fighting off what seemed like illusions to Hinata. On closer inspection, it was confirmed they were fighting some sort of clone illusion. Naruto stretched out his senses and picked out the targets, each of the members of Team 8 taking their own. The results were brilliant. They quickly ambushed the Genins that were taking on Team 7 and Kabuto and captured them. They immediately gave up their scroll to Team 7 who just so happened to need a scroll. When they scrammed off, Naruto found himself immediately tackled by Sora who gave him a huge bear hug, Naruto gasping for breath and relief from pain. "What were you thinking, you fucking idiot?" Sora shouted. "Sora, he's in pain," Sakura shouted, pointing at Naruto's face that was gasping. Sora immediately put him down and checked him over, trying to see if he had any further injuries from his attack. "Honestly Sora, I'm fine," Naruto said for the 1000th time, Sasuke, Shikamaru and Kiba snickering behind his back. "You are a complete idiot. Taking on two of them. Two." Naruto gulped but nodded solemnly and defeated at that remark. Sora looked at him seriously before engulfing him in another hug, this one much gentler. Kabuto chuckled at the little reunion and said, "As much as I hate to break this up, we need to get to safety. We're an hour out from the tower. If we travel in this size of a group, we won't be bothered by anyone else." Naruto nodded, but narrowed his eyes and turned on Kabuto and asked, "If that's the case, where is your team?" Kabuto sighed before he said, "Unfortunately, they all died." Naruto nodded solemnly and turned towards everyone and said quietly, "I'll explain everything at the tower. I know you all have questions." Sasuke and Sakura nodded while Sora gave him a reassuring smile and they all took off towards the tower in the middle of the forest. When they made it to the tower, the group stopped, all looking at each other and broke out in their own traditional grin or smile. They took in the fact that they made it out of the forest successfully. Naruto let out a heavy breath as he took in the fact he was no longer in danger. "I'm glad we got here, but it's time we go our separate ways," Kabuto said. "We appreciate the help Kabuto," Sakura said. Kabuto smirked and said, "I look forward to seeing you all in the finals." He then trounced off towards double doors on one side of the circular tower. Naruto gestured towards another set and the 7 genin set off towards the double doors. Once they had made it inside, they were in a tall room that had pillars inside but nothing substantial. They looked around and Naruto sighed before pulling out his scrolls, getting ready to open them. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Shikamaru asked in a strict tone. "We made it to the tower. We have to do something with these scrolls," Naruto said exasperated. He cracked his earth and heaven scrolls open and realized that it was a summoning technique as soon as he opened them, dropping them to the ground and there was a puff of smoke. Once it disappeared, it revealed Yamato standing there with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. "Naruto, you did it," he said. Shikamaru and Sasuke immediately went for their scrolls and opened their respective scrolls. There were 2 plumes of smoke and out of them came Kakashi and Kurenai. They looked at their teams with pride evident in their eyes. "So, it seems they came together," Kakashi said slightly impressed. "Proves that the concept of teamwork does still exist in these exams," Kurenai said. It was then that the 3 Jonin looked at Naruto and realized how torn up he was, his skin still red along his arms and legs and how his clothing was torn up. Naruto looked at him and said, "I know, I'll explain everything, but first I need my family. Now. My baby," Tsunade shouted when she saw her son. "Moom," Naruto said defeated. "Don't you, mum, me young man. Come here so I can heal you," Tsunade said patting a spot on the couch she now took up. It was followed up by much snickering from many parties in the room. It was in a lounge that the large party of 14 resided at now. The lounge had couches and chairs now set up in a circle. Hiruzen was taking up an armchair at the head of the circle. Kakashi, Yamato and Kurenai were taking up a couch to the left of the Hokage. Jiraiya and Shizune took up their own couch on the right side of Hiruzen. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting on a smaller couch to the left of the Jonin senseis to Sasuke's disappointment. Sora was taking up an armchair to their left, snickering about Sasuke's predicament. To Sora's left and across from Hiruzen were Tsunade and Naruto, the latter being tended to now. Hinata, Shikamaru and Kiba sitting on their own couch to Jiraiya and Shizun's right and Naruto and Tsunade's left. In the center of the circle was a circular table, assortment of teas and drinks on the table. Now we can figure out this mystery. Naruto, can you explain what happened? Hiruzen asked. Naruto looked wearily at teammate, but a look from his mother told him it was okay. He still seemed unsure and asked, is this really the best environment? Teammate, I assure you, has more knowledge than they should know at this point. It would be unwise to leave them with unanswered questions and would prove better since they may be able to contribute to this mystery, Hiruzen said, nodding towards Shikamaru, who nodded at Naruto with a stern look. Naruto sighed and delved into his tale of how he emerged from the dangerous area he had been assigned and had engaged Hiriko and soon found himself on the immediate defensive. He retreated in hopes of finding refuge, but instead found Orochimaru tormenting Team 7. He engaged Orochimaru in hopes of the two S-ranked ninja fighting each other, but instead found they had somewhat teamed up on him, so he went all out. What I want to know is what exactly this chakra cloak is that Hinata was talking about, Shikamaru said, interrupting Naruto for the first time. The adults and Naruto all exchanged looks before Naruto sighed and said, all right. What do you know about Biju? Teammate, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks. Sora smiled in slight amusement and Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged looks, the former in confusion and the latter in a knowing look. Yamato sighed and rubbed his face with one of his hands. Sakura finally spoke and said, Biju are tailed beasts that are known for their maliciousness. They are giant beings that are usually sealed within people known as Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded and said, what do you remember about the Kyuubi attack? This time, Shikamaru took the floor and stated like a well-rehearsed fact, the Kyuubi attacked the village almost 13 years ago in hopes of destroying the village. It was a wild rampage. It was defeated by the Yondaime who slayed the beast. Naruto chuckled and said, close except you lost 1 point Shikamaru. Ha, Shikamaru asked. Naruto went on to explain, Biju are entities made up of pure chakra. In other words, they cannot be killed. If they happen to be dispersed, then they reform after an unknown amount of time. The Yondaime never slayed Kyuubi. He sealed him. Sealed him? Sasuke asked this time. Naruto nodded and said, inside a boy. To be specific. You, Shikamaru said. Naruto smiled sadly in confirmation, blowing the minds of Kurenai and the genin who had just discovered Naruto's secret. They looked at him and took in the realization of what he was. A Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at him and said, it's not cool seeing you all like that. It's not a terrible job. Hinata was the first to crack a smile, shy in nature. Naruto grinned and dived back into his story, about his chat with the tenant inside him. So that bastard Hiriko applied a seal on you, did he? Jiraiya asked with a stern look. Naruto nodded and said, if the Kyuubi can't recognize it, will you be able to? Naruto asked. Between me and the old man here, we might be able to figure it out, Jiraiya said with a knowing smile. Naruto nodded and said, I would help, but I think it's on my head. So you can't see it without a mirror, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya sighed and Hiruzen stood up before saying, I'm glad we got to talk to you all. Naruto, do you have spare clothes or shall we retrieve some? Naruto then face-palmed himself and went to a scroll in his pocket before unsealing it, and ins were a few sets of clothes. He grabbed one and resealed the rest. He looked up and said, this set I have on is completely done for. Unfortunately. Everyone chuckled as he got up and left to go change. Tsunade sighed and took a look at the others before setting to work on healing the minor wounds each of the genin had. They had a right to healing after all before the third part of the exams. So Hokage-sama, if you don't mind me asking, how many other teams are here? Shikamaru asked. Hiruzen chuckled and said, I do not mind. It seems we have the single team from Suna as well as the team from Kumo and the team from Kiri. There is also Team Guy from Konoha. They still have a while left to get here though. Shikamaru nodded and everyone took looks at each other before Kurenai said, why don't you all go rest? We will see you at the ceremony. The genin all nodded and got up to leave after Tsunade had finished healing them, the adults making idle talk. Once they all had left, Hiruzen sighed and said, so these exams have become so much more troublesome. If what Anko-san said is true, Orochimaru may be planning something huge. An invasion possibly, Yamato asked. It's troubling that my old teammate would attack Konoha over Sasuke of all people. The last Uchiha, what would he want him for? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade stood up then and looked at Jiraiya in fear and asked, did you see a mark on his neck? What do you? Oh boy, Jiraiya said in realization. Hiruzen caught on too and nodded. He looked at Kakashi and he nodded, disappearing in a shunshin after his student to take care of the situation if needed. They looked at each other and he said, there has to be more than just his vessel if he truly perfected the technique. An invasion is very likely. It was a threat after all, Shizun said. We will have to see, Kurenai said. 2 days later, everyone had assembled in a large hall. In the hall were a total of 29 genin. Naruto had made a full recovery and had worked with his godfather on trying to figure out the seal on his forehead, but they couldn't even coax out the formula to observe it. They had tried many things but all of them ended in failure. Around them, the rookie 9 plus Naruto and Kabuto had made it through along with Team Guy. There was a team from Kiri, Suna, Kumo, Oto and Am. Naruto stood by Team 10 waiting for the Hokage to make his address to the crowd of genin. Along the balconies, there were the genin's team senseis and a few other observers. Hiruzen finally appeared and said, "Congratulations to all genin here, but before we continue I should explain the true purpose of the Chunin exams." True purpose? Kiba asked. Hiruzen launched into a rant on how the exams were a preventative for other nations to declare war and show their power through their enlistees. As he finished his explanation and was about to explain the third part of the exams, a second person appeared, this one looking more sickly, and coughed. "Hokage-sama, if you would allow me to explain," the man said. "Of course Hayate, please," Hiruzen said. "My name is Gecko Hayate and I am about to explain the preliminary rounds for the third exam." Naruto felt his eye twitch in irritation and asked out loud, "A preliminary round?" Jiraiya sighed from the balcony and felt himself sighing about how his godson had his mother's temper. Hayate nodded and said, "Due to the number of people who have made it past the second round, it is necessary to cut down the number. We have dignitaries coming from around the continent to see only the best perform and therefore we need to cut down our contestant number." All of the genin looked at each other before Hayate said, "It will work like this. You will each be drawn from a random pool and will fight. Before we continue, is there anyone who wants to forfeit due to circumstances?" Kabuto looked up towards the balcony and looked towards where his master was in disguise. He shook his head, surprising Kabuto. He thought for sure he would drop out, but it seemed that this was neither the time nor place. "Very well then, due to the number of contestants, one person will have to fight twice. The winner of the first match will fight a second match at the end of the contestant pool," Hayate said. Then, a screen buzzed to life and images flew on two sides of the screen going through different genin before landing on two of the prospective candidates. Senju Naruto of Konoha vs Tsuzuki Hattori of Am. Some of the senseis on the balconies looked at the names in shock, both heirs of their respective clans. Naruto looked towards where the Am team was, where he was standing behind Team 10 and saw the older team glaring at Naruto. He snorted at the glare and stepped away from the team, taking off his dark blue jacket and tossed it off to the side. "Good luck Naruto-kun," Ino shouted. "If the two genin on the board could stay down here while the rest proceed to the balconies to observe the battle so we can get started," Hayate said. The other genin left until only Hayate, Naruto and Hazuki stood on the ground. Naruto looked closer at the white-haired boy and took in his appearance. He had a look eerily similar to Hanzo except he was a lot younger. Not only that, but he didn't wear a face mask. He also sported a trench coat over everything he wore, the black long coat covering everything underneath him. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you Senju Naruto," the older teen said. Naruto smirked at him and said, "Confident much? I'm about to kick your ass." The teen scoffed and said, "Too young and too inexperienced." "Are both contestants ready?" Hayate asked with a cough. Both genin nodded. "Let the first match of the preliminary round begin." The older teen leapt backwards while Naruto rushed towards him in a zigzag pattern, immediately trying to get close to him, testing the waters with taijutsu. The older teen reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll, unsealing it, and there was a puff of smoke before a torrent of water was unleashed, flying into Naruto who got hit directly by it, disappearing into a plume of smoke to signify he was a caged bunshin. "Doten, Doryu Tiger, Earth Release, Earth Flow River," Naruto shouted from a distance. The ground underneath the older genin turned into mud and he found himself trapped, only he had substituted himself with a log, the wood sinking into the mud. He was instead now standing on top of the inch of water that covered the entire arena. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "Suden, Suden, Daibakuryu. Water release, great waterfall flow." Naruto's eyes widened at the lack of hand seals and realized the water was starting to gather around him. He did a few hand seals and shouted, "Doten, Doru Heiki. Earth release, earth-style wall." He slammed his palm into the ground and a thick square wall rose up underneath him, raising him above the whirlpool that had formed to try and drown him. He looked at his opponent across the arena and grinned at the fact that this would be an actual challenge. "Naruto is doing well," Kiba said with admiration. Kurenai nodded and said, "Naruto has a good grasp on his earth-style ninjutsu and is doing well to hide his talents from the others. He never does reveal all his cards to one person." Yamato nodded and said, "My student is good at that. He hasn't shown all his tricks in this tournament yet, seeing how some of the competition has yet to see the other pulls and stops he has. I have a feeling he hasn't even shown Emi everything." Shino and Shikamaru exchanged glances at that when Shino said, "It is only logical. Naruto-san is a good shinobi and good shinobi always have a few hidden tricks." Ino nodded and said, "Naruto-kun will kick his ass." Along the balcony, Team Guy was standing by, watching the match. Maito Guy, a tall man with a bowl-cut haircut and a flak jacket, stood with his arms crossed, watching the Senju Heir. He looked down at his students, watching the match closely. Lee, who looked eerily similar to that of his sensei, stood in front of him watching in excitement the match that was transpiring. "Yosh, Guy-sensei, I want to battle Naruto and show him how strong my youth is," Lee said. "Then you can do that, Lee. Show him what you got when the time comes," Guy said. "Hi," Lee said, giving a smile that sparkled. Neji looked closely at the battle going on, the Hyuga prodigy watching the battle with a close eye. He saw how Naruto could be an obstacle to what he knew was his fate to succeed and become a Chunin. He knew he could beat him though. Tenten shared the enthusiasm of her teammate, hearing many things about the Senju heir and most importantly about how he was trained by his idol, Senju Tsunade. She wanted to battle him as much as anyone else may want to. Tsunade shook her head at the antics of the genin there while Shizune and Jiraiya stood close off to the side. Team Guy was relatively close by, watching the battle before them. On the other side of the arena were the other teams standing by. Zabuza watched Naruto battle, impressed by his show of power, but knew he was hiding so much more. Haku knew that as well, watching. They had chosen not to share the information they knew about Naruto with their team unless it was absolutely necessary. They knew Naruto would benefit from it. The Suna team watched too meanwhile, having been warned of Naruto beforehand and about how powerful the Senju were. Temari seemed intrigued by Naruto not only because of his power but because she had to admit he was kind of cute. Kankuro kept looking between Naruto and his brother Gaara, who was watching the battle intently. The Kumo team meanwhile had taken to watching the battle by instruction from their sensei. They had to say they were impressed from the first few moments of the battle, the tactics and power between the two already evident. Kabuto smirked, standing by his master in disguise who was on the inside chuckling at the humor in the situation. Naruto looked down as the water finally calmed down from the whirlpool technique. Naruto sighed and looked at his opponent, deciding his next move. His best option was to stick with ninjutsu at this point to hide his skills. He didn't want to give away too much to his other foes in the competition. He sighed and went through more hand seals before shouting, Suden, Suruden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hazuki grinned and flew through his own hand seals before shouting, Kaiden, Koryu Enden. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Naruto formed a dragon bullet made of water, the head large and the neck rather long as it stretched out to attack its target, while Hazuki launched a fire bullet that seemed to increase in heat as it battled against the water bullet until finally steam covered the entire arena, preventing sight for anyone. Hazuki's voice rang out through the mist and he shouted, Funnen, Kairiki Muso. Boil release, unrivaled strength. The steam suddenly started to draw itself in and cover Hazuki in an armor that was thick and boiling in temperature. Naruto stood back, watching the process, curious about it as the spectators observed as well. So the kid has a Kekkei Genkai. This can't be good, Asuma said. Don't doubt my student Asuma senpai. He has many tricks to show us still, Yamato said. I know he has the 3 elemental manipulations and a few other surprises, but can that get past that thick armor of his? He asked in curiosity. You'd be surprised what my godson can do. He takes after his mother after all, Jiraiya said not too far away. Tsunade and Shizune both jumped at this and said, You don't mean? We had some free time, but I don't think he'll be using it here, Jiraiya said shrugging. Tsunade suddenly grew a grin and couldn't wait to see what destruction Naruto could bring to the stadium. Naruto looked at the steam armor and asked, So is this supposed to give you some sort of superpowers or something? Hazuki laughed, but he manipulated the boiling steam into a stream that headed towards Naruto at a fast pace, but not super fast. Naruto eyed it warily and took steps to avoid it while going through a few hand seals and shouted, Futon, Renkuden. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Immediately he launched a rapid succession of bullets that flew towards the armored genin, but found the steam impenetrable still. He frowned at this and jumped backwards to the top of a statue along the wall to buy him a little time. He wanted to get the steam near him for whatever reason and he had to stay away. A small stream like that would do nothing to him directly, but he might have a trick for that. He frowned and thought about what to do. Seems Senju-san is having difficulties, Yugito said standing along the railing on the balcony. The kid is good. 3 elemental manipulations and what looks like a good amount of speed, Sumui said, observing closely. The kid's still a brat, Karui said. Only 2 years younger than us and he already stands at a level I'm not sure we can compete with. He's firing off one jutsu after another and is hardly tired, Sumui said. Oh boy, what if I go up against him and lose terribly? I could disgrace our entire village, or end up getting pulverized by the kid, or bring along a catalyst. Omoy, Yugito said scolding. Sorry, he said. Haku and Zabuza were still standing farther apart from the rest and observed closely and Haku said, Naruto-kun is pulling out a lot of stops here. Sure is. The brat still doesn't surprise me, Zabuza said. How strong is Naruto exactly? He's firing of one ninjutsu after another like it is nothing, Mainjutsu asked. This is nothing kid, Zabuza said. Temari had overheard Zabuza speak briefly and was watching Naruto closely. She had to admit the Hazuki kid had skill, but it was Senju who intrigued her and her team. Baki stood nearby and watched closely the battle and watched Gaara slowly get more excited as he revealed more and more about himself. What is he hiding? Temari asked to herself. Naruto decided on a course of action finally, going for a more direct approach. He created 2 clones and sent them off to engage him in combat to gauge his armor for weak spots while he kept him occupied with the steam. Hazuki saw the clones and immediately stretched out a stream of steam down the middle of the 2 charging clones, and as soon as it hit its point directly between the 2, he used the steam to go at an immensely fast pace, charging like air itself, then punched the 2 clones, destroying them on impact and standing again, as if nothing happened. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the speed he flew and knew he couldn't let a stream of steam near him ever. That speed was immensely fast. Faster than some chunin out there. He was as fast as him and that's what worried him. If that was the case, then he would have to hit him hard and fast. He flew through hand seals and shouted, "Suden, Suruden no Jutsu." Hazuki smirked and said, "It's useless. Kaden, Koryu Enden." The two jutsu collided again and he started to gather the steam to make him more powerful, but Naruto saw where he was collecting the steam from and channeling it out of. He thought for a moment before making clones and sending them to surround the Amnin. Hazuki smirked before saying, "This trick again." "What can I say, I'm a one-trick pony sometimes," Naruto said, shrugging. Kizuki went through hand seals before landing on one and shouting, "Fudden, Mudden no Jutsu. Boil release, steam bullet jutsu." The steam armor he had quickly transformed and parts of it flew in bullet-sized patterns towards the clones respectively, destroying each of them quickly, but he soon found that there was not a single clone left and Naruto was missing. "Come out, coward," Hazuki shouted, looking around before his eyes widened and he looked down where two hands had shot out and grabbed his ankles. "Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release, double suicide decapitation jutsu." Hazuki was pulled into the ground and the mist armor he had before spirited in the air. Hazuki looked up as Naruto came out of the ground and said, "That was too simple." "How?" Hazuki asked. "When I made those clones, I made a third one that I substituted with. It had gone underground as soon as I created it, in waiting. I found the right time to strike." Hayate was impressed by the skill Naruto had shown. Hazuki had obviously been too careless with the match. Naruto moved quicker than he had the whole match and channeled chakra to the back of the boy's neck along his nerves before he could react, knocking him out instantaneously. "You have to give the kid credit, he's got the thinking level of at least a chunin. He may even have more up his sleeve," Zabuza said. "Yes, Naruto-kun is very impressive," Haku replied. "He has an arsenal of ninjutsu at his disposal." "Nose cage bunshin, what else does he have?" Chojuro asked. "Plenty to go around it seems," Mainjutsu said matter-of-factly. Temari smirked as she watched Naruto, growing more fascinated by how he held himself and had gone about winning the match. She saw Hazuki had some merit to go with his skill, but he had a superiority complex to him that Naruto overrode and knew to take things seriously. She gave him credit. She turned to her brothers and saw Kankuro was watching Gaara with a wary look and she had to admit he was getting a little scary. Gaara smiled to himself, now craving the opportunity to fight the Senju boy. He had the match and he would get to watch him even more. Maybe he would even be the one to fight him. He couldn't wait until he made his bones into dust with his sand. He wanted his blood. That boy is someone to watch out for. "Did you see how casually he just dealt with his opponent?" Sumui asked. "The Senju boy is indeed an ideal threat. The Raikage would be interested in knowing about him," Yugito said, nodding. "Oh boy, he just won the match. What if I got up against him? What if I lose and disgrace the village?" Omoi asked. "That won't happen, Omoi," Yugito said. Tsunade across the way pumped her fist for her son in enthusiasm and said, "Yosh." Shizune shared her enthusiasm, nodding and smiling for her surrogate brother while their little piglet oinked in his own manner. Jiraiya grinned for his godson and Yamato smiled at his student, proud of him. "Naruto certainly handled the match well," Kakashi said, giving his traditional eye smile. "Yosh, Naruto certainly has the power of youth," Guy said. "I'm sorry Guy, did you say something?" Kakashi asked. "Curse you and your cool hip attitude," Guy said, turning with a scowl on his face. Hinata smiled at Naruto, admiring how he dealt with his opponent and silently cheered for him, Ino not too far away cheering obnoxiously for him. Kiba, Shikamaru and Choji all smiled for their friend and teammate at how he defeated his opponent. "Winner, Senju Naruto," Hayate declared.